Following Ju Fong's orders, the women in the small village began to isolate Sister Wang. They stopped talking to her, gave her dirty looks, and called her a traitor. It's strange, considering Ju Fong had only been married to the village for a year and was still a newcomer. Why did everyone listen to her? In truth, despite her carefree appearance, Ju Fong was quite cunning and self-serving. She had a bad reputation in her own family, but was skilled at charming people, which made her influential among the village women. Even though she was new, she had firmly established control over the women in the village. If she disliked someone, she would lead the effort to isolate them, making their lives difficult. Seeing Luo Hongying as a thorn in her side, Ju Fong was furious that Sister Wang sold insoles to her. So, she decided to isolate Sister Wang as well. At first, Sister Wang felt very upset. She went to Ju Fong's house to apologize, promising not to sell insoles to Luo Hongying again, and even brought her apples. Only then did Ju Fong lift the isolation. Ju Fong truly acted like a village bully. However, having tasted the sweetness of earning money, Sister Wang realized she couldn't live without it. So, she decided to ignore Ju Fong's orders and continued selling insoles to Luo Hongying to improve her life. Seeing this, Ju Fong and the others issued another warning. Sister Wang remained stubborn, thinking to herself, "What can you give me if I listen to you?" She can't do anything but always wants to control others. Ignoring their exclusion and isolation, she used the money from selling insoles to buy a bicycle for a man. This made the other women in the village very jealous. They went to complain to Ju Fong and asked her to find a way to collect the insoles from everyone. Ju Fong was the kind of person who could cause trouble, but she didn't have the ability to collect insoles. Seeing Sister Wang and Lu Hongying doing well selling insoles, the other women began to get restless. Slowly, one family after another started selling insoles, until everyone was doing it. However, Lu Hongying looked at the insoles and casually found an excuse to say they were of poor quality, sending those women away. The women were frustrated and angry, watching Sister Wang enjoy a good life, blaming Ju Fong for listening to her and cutting off their income. At that moment, someone suggested they all take their insoles to Ju Fong's house and ask her to help sell them. Ju Fong stubbornly replied, "I'm not collecting insoles. Why would I do that? You're the one who stopped us from selling to Lu Hongying, so you have to help us sell them, or else it's all for nothing." Ju Fong arrogantly said she would find a way to sell them herself and not to cause trouble. Just then, Dagon returned from the town and saw so many people gathered at home, asking what's happening. In their anger, they told Dagon how Ju Fong had teamed up with others to isolate Lu Hongying. Dagon was furious and scolded Ju Fong for being so mean. Humiliated in front of everyone, Ju Fong, in a fit of anger, threw the insoles outside and swept them away with a broom. Everyone was shocked by Ju Fong's behavior and declared they would cut ties with her. They picked up the insoles while cursing Ju Fong, saying they would never listen to her nonsense again. Dagon also thought Ju Fong had gone too far and pulled her inside to give her a proper talking to. Feeling wronged, Ju Fong started to cry, "Don't I care about you? You look at her and lose your mind. I'm your wife." Dagon scoffed, "You're just jealous of Lu Hongying, always doing things that hurt others and yourself. Besides, if it weren't for her, we wouldn't even be married." Dagon reminded Ju Fong that Lu Hongying had lent him the bride price, indirectly saying that Lu Hongying was their matchmaker. Meanwhile, the women outside gathered to discuss and decided to go directly to Lu Hongying to apologize and ask her to accept the insoles. When Lu Hongying saw the group coming, she understood what was happening. The eldest sister said, "Hongying, we were misled by Ju Fong before and disrespected you. Please forgive us." The others quickly agreed. Lu Hongying didn't want to deal with the people who had troubled her before, but realizing they were also misled by Ju Fong and had their own struggles, she agreed to accept some of the insoles. The women thanked her profusely, happily counting their money, and on their way back, they said they would never believe Ju Fong's nonsense again. The incident came to an end, and the women in the village happily continued making and selling insoles, improving their lives. However, things were not going well for Ju Fong. Jen's wife was already upset about having a girl, and now Jufong had angered many people. Jen also developed a bias against Lu Hongying because of Jufong's bullying, and he began to question if their marriage was right. Jufong was extremely frustrated. She watched the village women and Lu Hongying bustling around, while they treated her like an enemy. Now she felt isolated, and it was indeed a painful experience. Jufong suggested to Jen that she go back to her mother's house for a while. Considering their child was already over 3 months old, Jen agreed. He was also tired of Jufong's behavior and thought it would be nice to have some peace. Jen took Jufong and their child back to her mother's house. Upon returning to the village, he specifically sought out Lu Hongying to apologize on behalf of his wife. Lu Hongying replied that it was nothing, that it was all in the past, and that she was used to it in this village. Her words revealed a hint of sadness, and the word used to it pained Jen's heart. Hongying, take care of yourself. Look at how thin you've become. In response to Jen's concern, Lu Hongying remained cold. She didn't want to create more trouble for herself. Watching Lu Hongying's disappointed and resolute figure leave, Jen buried his feelings and secret affection deep inside, hoping only for her happiness. Lu Hongying continued to buy in souls and recently earned a few thousand more, becoming a little wealthy in the village. Some envious women whispered behind her back, questioning why she should earn so much money. Others said they feared she might earn a lot but wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Jealousy changed people's appearances, even making the foolish Zhu's mother jealous of her daughter-in-law. One day, Lu Hongying went to the city to deliver goods. When she returned, it was already dark, and she had 800 yuan in her bag. Walking alone on the path back to the village, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and Lu Hongying felt a bad premonition that something was about to happen. She quickened her pace, and suddenly, several dark figures jumped out from the side of the road, surrounding her. Lu Hongying was frightened, and just as she was about to call for help, her mouth was covered. "Don't make a sound. Hand over the money if you know what's good for you." A hoarse voice came from the shadows. Lu Hongying struggled desperately, but she was no match for the several large men. They dragged Lu Hongying deep into the woods and tied her to a tree. Lu Hongying glared at them angrily. "Do you know this is illegal?" "Illegal? Ha! In this remote place, who cares?" One of the burly men replied. They rummaged through Lu Hongying's bag and took out the 800 yuan she had. Then they searched her for any other valuables. After finding nothing else, they seemed a bit disappointed, but they had no intention of letting Lu Hongying go. They took her to a secluded cornfield, and Lu Hongying was filled with fear. She pleaded with them, "Please, take the money and let me go back. I promise I won't call the police." The men whispered among themselves. Then they put Lu Hongying into a van. The vehicle headed toward the county town, and Lu Hongying felt hopeless, thinking that her life might end tonight. She had nothing to hold on to, but in that critical moment, she missed Qi Liang terribly. She wanted to see him one last time and express her feelings. That would be enough for her. The van stopped near a house in the county town, and the men dragged Lu Hongying out and tossed her into a corner of the room. They then handed her a phone and told her to call her family for ransom. Lu Hongying realized she had been robbed and kidnapped. Instead of resisting, she obediently picked up the phone and called Shaju. Shaju was her partner and family. They had shared many moments together, and he wouldn't abandon her. When the call connected, it was Shaju who answered. Thankfully, the kidnappers took the phone and told Shaju, "Your wife is with us. Hurry up and bring 10,000 yuan, or we will hurt her." Shaju casually replied, "Which wife?" "Mine is at home watching TV." Then a sweet woman's voice came through the phone, and Shaju said they must have dialed the wrong number before hanging up. Lu Hongying was stunned, and the kidnappers were confused. They insisted Lu Hongying speak to Shaju again. When she called back, Shaju annoyedly said, "Didn't I just say you called the wrong number? Are you all crazy?" "Lu Shaju, it's me, Hongying. I've been kidnapped. Please come save me," Lu Hongying cried. There was silence on the other end, and the kidnappers took the phone back, saying, "Did you hear that? "This is definitely your wife's voice." To everyone's surprise, Shaju smiled and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who can be easily fooled? She is not my wife. Besides, what does it matter? I have no money, so if you want to harm her, go ahead." He then hung up the phone, and when he tried to call back, it was turned off. The kidnappers couldn't believe it and asked Lu Hongying, "Are you blind to marry such a man? A heartless man like him deserves to be thrown into the river to drown." At that moment, Lu Hongying completely lost hope in Shaju. The kidnappers were angry, and one of them slapped her hard, causing her to see stars and blood to flow from her nose. Another more aggressive one said to the leader, "Brother, let's just end it." The leader hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. Lu Hongying was terrified and quickly knelt down, begging for her life. The kidnappers said, "Since you are in such danger, we won't hide it from you. We were hired to kidnap you. We don't know what grudges you have, but it seems someone really hates you." She never expected that what she thought was a simple robbery was actually a planned kidnapping. Lu Hongying asked who it was. The kidnappers told her to think about who she might have offended. They didn't want to say names directly, and were about to take action to end her life. Lu Hongying pleaded, "If you make one more call, he will definitely pay the ransom and come to save me. You just want money, right? Taking a life isn't worth it. Besides, I have no grudge against you. Spare my life, and I promise to repay you later." Her words touched the kidnappers, and they agreed to give her another chance. Lu Hongying gave them a phone number, and they called it. A man answered. The kidnappers asked, "Do you know Lu Hongying?" The man hesitated, and then said he did. "That's good. She's in our hands now. Prepare 10,000 yuan to ransom her. If you're late, we will harm her. I promise you, just don't hurt her," the man on the other end said anxiously. The kidnappers gave the man the address and waited with Lu Hongying. Before long, they heard hurried footsteps outside. The door was pushed open, and in walked Qi Liang. Lu Hongying's eyes widened in surprise. She had just been thinking about wanting to see him one last time, and he had rushed over without hesitation after receiving the call. Seeing the injuries on Lu Hongying's face, Qi Liang felt heartbroken and shouted at the kidnappers, "I've brought the money. Let her go." The kidnappers counted the money and said, "All right, kid. You're quite trustworthy. What is your relationship with this girl that you care so much?" Qi Liang's eyes widened in anger. The kidnapper, not wanting to cause more trouble, saw that Qi Liang didn't seem easy to mess with and untied Lu Hongying, allowing them to leave. Qi Liang supported the weak Lu Hongying as they walked out of the house. On the way, Lu Hongying couldn't help but ask Qi Liang why he came to rescue her. Qi Liang looked at her gently and said, "As soon as I heard you were kidnapped, I was terrified. In that moment, all I wanted was to see you and bring you to safety." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongying hugged Qi Liang tightly. At that moment, she felt loved and no longer like a woman who was unloved and uncared for. Qi Liang held Lu Hongying, who felt like a frightened little bird, wanting to protect her forever. But sadly, he felt he no longer had a place in her life. Qi Liang found a hotel for Lu Hongying and bought her some delicious food. Lu Hongying told him she wanted to divorce Shaju and explained how the kidnapper had called Shaju. His attitude had left her heartbroken. Hearing this, Qi Liang felt angry as well. "You deserve better than that man. You don't need to stay in that home. If you take a brave step forward, you'll find many wonderful things waiting for you." Lu Hongying mentioned the 10,000 yuan, saying she would pay him back once she had money, but she asked where he got it from. Qi Liang hesitated and replied, "Don't worry about that. You need to rest now." As Qi Liang prepared to leave, Lu Hongying felt it was inappropriate to keep him, even though she wished he would stay with her and be hers. But she knew that would hurt another woman. Qi Liang slowly walked to the door, looked back at her with deep affection, and reminded her, "Rest well. Don't be afraid. It's all over now." Lu Hongying nodded, urging him to go back. Qi Liang hesitated before opening the door. "Qi Liang," she called out, unable to hold back. He quickly turned to look at her and instinctively closed the door again. The two of them gazed at each other for a long time, neither saying a word. At that moment, all their unspoken feelings felt so insignificant. Suddenly, Qi Liang rushed toward Lu Hongying, and their love intertwined for the first time. Lu Hongying felt his tenderness. His lips were so soft and warm, making her feel enchanted. But just at that moment, the image of Qi Liang's wife, Cui Lian, flashed in Lu Hongying's mind. It was as if she had woken up, and she pushed Qi Liang away. They both returned to reality, realizing that while they had wanted to love each other, it was much more complicated than they had thought. They were separated by mountains and seas, by ethics and morals. After Qi Liang said sorry to Lu Hongying, he hurriedly ran out. He left her alone, facing the empty house and the warmth that lingered. At that moment, Lu Hongying felt both sweet and sad, and tears fell once again. Qi Liang ran to the street, the wind brushing against his cheeks and messing up his hair. He tried to calm himself and got back in the car, thinking about the feelings he had just experienced. Being with the woman he liked made everything feel joyful and happy. This feeling was something he didn't have with his wife, Cui Lian. With her, he only felt moved and responsible. Love seemed to be lacking. At the moment Lu Hongying opened the door for him, his heart was filled with regret, sighs, affection, and reluctance. Driving home, Qi Liang now faced the challenge of explaining to Cui Lian. He had spent a large sum of money to pay Lu Hongying's ransom. If he told the truth, Cui Lian would surely be angry. What should he do? Qi Liang decided not to tell Cui Lian the truth for now, and to quietly return the money himself. By the time he got home, it was late at night. Qi Liang entered the house in the dark, and as soon as he turned on the light, he saw Cui Lian sitting on the sofa with a stern face. "Where have you been? You came back so late." She immediately questioned him. Qi Liang thought for a moment and said he had gone out for drinks with friends and had fun.
"I'm sorry."
"I made you worry." He took off his clothes, and Cui Lian stood up and walked to him, pulling a long hair from his neck. Cui Lian had short hair. "Whose is this?" Qi Liang was startled and said he didn't know. Maybe it was from a waitress while he was drinking. He wasn't someone who lied, and he was already sweating when he said this. Cui Lian then asked where the money he had at home went. "I was going to use that for the restaurant rent. The landlord called me tonight and asked for it, but it's gone." Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Qi Liang told Cui Lian about Lu Hongying being kidnapped. After listening, Cui Lian was silent for a long time. "So, you used my money to save your ex-girlfriend? That long hair on you is hers too." "Qi Liang, you are a married man. Can you recognize your identity?" Cui Lian was furious. "I'm sorry, Cui Lian. I could not save her. I will find a way to pay you back." Cui Lian suddenly broke down and cried. Qi Liang went over to hold her, gently patting her back, feeling guilty towards both Cui Lian and Lu Hongying. He felt like a bad person, letting down both women. After crying for a while, Cui Lian stopped and said, "Please give me that 10,000 yuan soon. I need to pay the rent." After saying this, she went to the guest room to sleep. She couldn't forgive Qi Liang, and also felt resentment towards Lu Hongying. The next morning, Qi Liang didn't have time to comfort Cui Lian and arrived early at the hotel to find Lu Hongying. When she saw Qi Liang, Lu Hongying asked, "Did you two argue?" Qi Liang smiled and shook his head. "No, she's a kind and understanding woman." Hearing Qi Liang praise his wife made Lu Hongying feel a bit awkward. After having breakfast with Lu Hongying in the hotel restaurant, he noticed she still looked unwell, so he suggested she not return to the mountain village yet and rest in the city for a few days. Thus, Qi Liang took Lu Hongying to his friend Zhou Qiwen's house. He asked Zhou Qiwen, "Brother, can you help take care of Lu Hongying for a while? She's been through some things, and I can't look after her right now. Let her stay at your place for a bit." Zhou Qiwen readily agreed. "No problem. My house is big, and there are plenty of rooms. She can choose any room she likes." Although it felt a bit inconvenient, Lu Hongying decided to stay. She really didn't want to return to the small mountain village and face those people. She had been too tired over the years. So, Lu Hongying temporarily stayed at Zhou Qiwen's house, putting aside her plans to acquire Shuan souls until she felt better. However, things were not peaceful for Qi Liang. That morning, Cui Lian woke up, expecting Qi Liang to come and comfort her, apologize, but after waiting for a long time, she realized he had already left. Cui Lian knew he was worried about Lu Hongying and went to find her. The competition between women often arises from feelings. Cui Lian understood that Qi Liang didn't truly like her. She had used some tactics to win him over. Qi Liang was just fulfilling his responsibilities. As for the tactics, they were quite common. That night, feeling frustrated and drunk, Cui Lian, as the boss's wife, had already developed feelings for this handsome, charming employee. So, she stayed with him while he drank, cried, and laughed, comforting him. Gradually, as he got drunk, she held him in her arms, and in that moment, Qi Liang was still calling Lu Hongying's name. In the end, Cui Lian got Qi Liang, but his heart remained with Lu Hongying. This was a thorn in her heart, and from then on, the woman named Lu Hongying became her imagined rival. It wasn't until one day she saw Lu Hongying that she realized how beautiful she truly was, like a woman from a painting. No wonder she could captivate Qi Liang. This made Cui Lian feel even more insecure. To keep her man and marriage, she would need some strategies. And what about Qi Liang? One night, after drinking too much, Qi Liang woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Cui Lian beside him. He realized that he had missed his chance with Lu Hongying in this lifetime, and he needed to take responsibility for the woman next to him. Lu Hongying had moved into Zhou Qiwen's home. During the day, Zhou Qiwen went to work, and she stayed home to cook and clean, making sure the house was spotless. One day, while Lu Hongying was watering the flowers in the yard, someone rang the doorbell. When she opened the door, it was Cui Lian. Lu Hongying sensed that Cui Lian was not there for a friendly visit, but she let her in. In the living room, Lu Hongying made tea for Cui Lian and waited for her to speak. Cui Lian smiled and asked, "Sister, are you feeling better now?" Lu Hongying replied, "Much better, thanks to you and Qi Liang." Cui Lian waved her hand and said generously, "We are sisters, so it's only right to help each other. I'm here today to discuss something with you." Lu Hongying looked at her in confusion. Cui Lian continued, "I know Qi Liang has always cared for you. He has told me that, but that's in the past now. My restaurant has been struggling lately, and I urgently need some money to keep it running. If I can't come up with the funds, I will have to close it down. Qi Liang previously helped me by lending me money to save you, so could you help your sister out this time?" Cui Lian was asking for the 10,000 yuan that Qi Liang had used to help her before. But now, where would she get the money? Seeing Lu Hongying's dilemma, Cui Lian suggested, "Sister, Zhou Qiwen is a big boss. You should ask him for a loan. He will surely lend it to you." With no other options, Lu Hongying decided to give it a try. That evening, when Zhou Qiwen came home from work, Lu Hongying had prepared sweet and sour pork and tomato egg soup. Zhou Qiwen said, "This tastes just like my mother's cooking. She used to love making sweet and sour pork for me. Yours tastes almost exactly the same." Watching him enjoy the meal, Lu Hongying hesitated to speak. Zhou Qiwen noticed and asked if there was something on her mind. Gathering her courage, Lu Hongying explained that Cui Lian had come to ask for 10,000 yuan, but she didn't have the money. After hearing this, Zhou Qiwen put down his chopsticks and went into the bedroom. He soon returned with an envelope and handed it to Lu Hongying, saying, "Here is 10,000 yuan for you to give back to her. If it's not enough, just let me know." Lu Hongying was moved to tears and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely pay you back with interest." Zhou Qiwen waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a female client wanting to invite him out for drinks and a chat. Zhou Qiwen politely declined and hung up the phone. He picked up the remote control from the sofa and started flipping through the channels. Luo Hongying was in the kitchen, cleaning the dishes, and then made a cup of honey lemon water for Zhou Qiwen. He took it and thanked her. To an outsider, this harmonious scene looked like a wealthy couple at home. Zhou Qiwen invited Luo Hongying to sit down and watch TV together, but she tried to maintain some distance, not wanting to trouble him further. Around 8 in the evening, the doorbell rang. A pretty girl stood at the door. When she saw Luo Hongying, she asked, "Are you the housekeeper for Mr. Zhou?" Luo Hongying nodded without explaining. She invited the girl into the living room. Zhou Qiwen was surprised at first, but then asked, "What brings you here?" The girl acted as if she belonged there, sitting right next to Zhou Qiwen and resting her arm on his shoulder, smiling charmingly. "I wanted to invite Mr. Zhou out for drinks and a chat, but he wouldn't agree, so I had to come here." Luo Hongying brought the girl a drink. The girl glanced at Luo Hongying and, with a hint of disdain, said to Zhou Qiwen, "Why didn't you hire an older housekeeper? Having a young and pretty one around, aren't you worried about your girlfriends?" "Miss Zhang, what girlfriends are you talking about? Besides, this lady isn't a housekeeper. She's my friend."
"What?
"A friend?" The girl looked hostile. "You let a female friend stay at your home? That's inappropriate." Luo Hongying felt uncomfortable and thought that Zhou Qiwen might be getting involved with another woman. Taking advantage of the moment, she decided to return the 10,000 yuan she borrowed from Cui Lian. She quietly left the house and took a bus to the restaurant where Cui Lian and Xi Liang worked. While waiting for Xi Liang to step out, Luo Hongying entered the restaurant and returned the 10,000 yuan to Cui Lian. Cui Lian asked, "Did Mr. Zhou lend this to you?" Luo Hongying replied, "Yes." Cui Lian smiled knowingly and said to herself, "It seems that being pretty is a kind of wealth." Luo Hongying didn't understand her words. Cui Lian then asked, "Do you like Zhou Qiwen? I think you two are quite suitable for each other." Luo Hongying quickly denied it, saying she only considered Zhou Qiwen a friend, and besides, he didn't lack for girlfriends, especially with a young and pretty girl at home now. Cui Lian, worried that Luo Hongying might run into Xi Liang, quickly sent her on her way. After leaving Cui Lian, Luo Hongying wandered aimlessly down the street. Zhou Qiwen's girlfriend came to find him, but she couldn't go home for now, so she sat for a while at the entrance of a KFC. What she didn't know was that Zhou Qiwen was looking everywhere for Luo Hongying. After sending the female client away, he realized Luo Hongying was missing. He called Xi Liang to ask if she had gone to see him. Xi Liang said no. Zhou Qiwen mentioned that Luo Hongying borrowed 10,000 yuan from him, saying she would return it to Xi Liang, so she might be looking for him. Xi Liang was confused and quickly asked Cui. He called Xi Liang to ask if she had gone to see him. Xi Liang said no. Zhou Qiwen mentioned that Luo Hongying borrowed 10,000 yuan from him, saying she would return it to Xi Liang, so she might be looking for him. Xi Liang was confused and quickly asked Cui Lian if Luo Hongying had come by. Cui Lian said no. When Xi Liang opened his drawer, he saw, "Why did you go to her? She doesn't have money to return. She has Zhou Qiwen, but you put her at his place. Zhou Qiwen is a big boss. What's 10,000 yuan to him?"
Cui Lian shouted in frustration.
"Are you afraid Zhou Qiwen will take her away from? Why did you go to her? She doesn't have money to return. She has Zhou Qiwen, but you put her at his place. Zhou Qiwen is a big boss. What's 10,000 yuan to him?"
Cui Lian shouted in frustration.
"Are you afraid Zhou Qiwen will take her away from you?" Xi Liang didn't want to argue with Cui Lian. It was pointless. Since the money was on its way, the matter should be over. But where had Luo Hongying gone? Luo Hongying sat at the entrance of KFC. It was now 10 at night, and she wondered if that girl had left. Would she feel like a third wheel if she went back now? As Luo Hongying was deep in thought, she suddenly heard. Luo Hongying sat at the entrance of KFC. It was now 10 at night, and she wondered if that girl had left. Would she feel like a third wheel if she went back now? As Luo Hongying was deep in thought, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Looking up, she saw Xi Liang running towards her, out of breath. "Hongying, I finally found you." Xi Liang asked about the situation, and Luo Hongying briefly explained. Luo Hongying felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Seeing this, Xi Liang quietly turned to leave. Zhou Qiwen took Luo Hongying back home, and the girl had already left. Zhou Qiwen looked at Luo Hongying and said, "You don't have to worry about what others think. Just feel at home here." Luo Hongying felt a warm feeling inside, but wondered why that girl had left. Zhou Qiwen explained that she is one of his clients, not his girlfriend. He assured that if he were to bring a girlfriend home, he would inform you in advance, so there's no need to worry. On the way home, Qi Liang felt mixed emotions. He realized he had special feelings for Lu Hongying, but now he had to face the anger of Cui Lian at home. When Zhou Qiwen and Lu Hongying returned home, they found the front door open, possibly left ajar in their rush to leave. However, as they walked into the yard, they sensed something strange. The two cautiously entered the house and saw it in disarray, with things scattered everywhere, as if someone had been there. Zhou Qiwen frowned and became alert, while Lu Hongying hid behind him in fear. After searching the rooms and finding nothing missing, they both sighed in relief. While Lu Hongying was pouring water, she discovered a note on the dining table and called Zhou Qiwen over to take a look. Zhou Qiwen took the note, which read, "Zhou, you ruined my life, and now you are living with another woman. I hate you, and will not let you go." Zhou Qiwen pondered who could have entered his home and left the note. After thinking for a while, he realized it must be his ex-girlfriend, who still hadn't returned the house key. They had broken up over a year ago, but she still seemed unwilling to let go. "Hongying, this note might be from my ex-girlfriend. She has a key to my house. We broke up because she fell in love with someone else, but when that man left her, she tried to come back to me, and I didn't agree." Lu Hongying replied that it wasn't his fault, it was her mistake. After tidying up the house, they sat in silence. Lu Hongying broke the silence, expressing her gratitude for Zhou Qiwen's care. Zhou Qiwen looked at her with gentle eyes and softly said, "Actually, having you here makes me feel like I have a real home." Lu Hongying blushed slightly, feeling shy about his compliment, especially considering how well off Zhou Qiwen was. Now, Lu Hongying was worried about how Qi Liang would explain things to Cui Lian when he returned home. Zhou Qiwen reassured her not to worry. Their matters were private. They chatted a bit longer before heading to their respective rooms to rest. In the middle of the night, Lu Hongying was startled awake by some screams. She quickly got up and listened carefully, realizing the sounds were coming from Zhou Qiwen's room. Dressing quickly, she went to his room and found him looking pained and sweating profusely. "What's wrong, Mr. Zhou?" Lu Hongying rushed over to help Zhou Qiwen up. Zhou Qiwen was holding his stomach in pain. Lu Hongying quickly called for an ambulance. While waiting, she held him and softly comforted him, wiping his sweat with a towel. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and Lu Hongying went with Zhou Qiwen to the hospital. After an examination, it turned out he had appendicitis and needed surgery right away. However, Zhou Qiwen, who usually seemed tough, was terrified at the mention of surgery and nearly cried. He shouted, "Hongying, help me. I don't want surgery. I want conservative treatment." But the doctor insisted that surgery was necessary. Lu Hongying took Zhou Qiwen's hand and gently whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid. It's just a small operation. Once you're better, I'll make you sweet and sour pork." These words calmed Zhou Qiwen down, and he felt less scared. He looked at Lu Hongying with determination, reminiscent of when he was a child afraid of getting a shot, and his mother would say, "Wenwen, be good, don't be scared. After the shot, I'll make you sweet and sour pork." In that moment, he felt a sense of comfort, as if he could see his mother. As they wheeled him into the operating room, he held onto Lu Hongying's hand tightly until they reached the door. Lu Hongying anxiously waited outside the operating room as time passed slowly. Finally, the lights went out, and the doctor came out to inform her that the surgery was successful. Lu Hongying let out a sigh of relief. After the surgery, Zhou Qiwen was weak, and she took care of him with great care. Zhou Qiwen became very dependent on her, sometimes acting like a child, which brought out Lu Hongying's nurturing side. When he was upset and refused to eat, she patiently fed him. A few days later, Zhou Qiwen was able to go home to recover. As soon as they arrived home, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Lu Hongying opened the door to find Zhou Qiwen's ex-girlfriend. She looked at Lu Hongying in surprise, then glared at her angrily. "Who are you?" "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Lu Hongying asked politely. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Qiwen asked with a frown. I'm here to see you. I heard you were sick, and I wanted to check if you were okay, the ex-girlfriend said as she tried to step inside. That's not necessary. As you can see, I'm fine and doing well, Zhou Qiwen coldly refused. The ex-girlfriend, angry and embarrassed, pointed at Lu Hongying and shouted, "It's because of you that he broke up with me." Lu Hongying was a bit confused and wanted to explain to the girl in front of her. Zhou Qiwen struggled to stand in front of Lu Hongying, seriously warning his ex-girlfriend to leave, saying their breakup had nothing to do with anyone else. Seeing the situation, the ex-girlfriend had no choice but to leave in anger. Zhou Qiwen turned to Lu Hongying, his eyes filled with affection. Lu Hongying felt a strange emotion rise within her, and they exchanged warm smiles. He had entrusted the company to his subordinates, mentioning that if it weren't for his recent illness, he wouldn't have been able to rest properly. He realized the importance of health and decided to take things easier and enjoy life more. Under Lu Hongying's careful care, Zhou Qiwen quickly regained his former vitality, his complexion improved, and he even gained 3 pounds. He joked, "If you keep feeding me like this, I'll really become a big guy. Being a bit chubby is fine. You were too thin before." Now that he was healthy, it was time to return to work, and Lu Hongying mentioned that she wanted to go back. Zhou Qiwen felt a pang in his heart. He hadn't considered what it would be like for her to leave. Simply put, he had grown accustomed to having her around. He was deeply attracted to Lu Hongying's warmth, resilience, and kindness. With her in the house, he felt secure, and in a way, he saw a reflection of his mother in her. "Hongying, how about this? You can help me out at home, cook some meals, and I'll pay you 600 yuan a month. This way, you won't have to work so hard." Wow, 600 yuan a month was a lot when the average salary was only 200 or 300. Zhou Qiwen was really trying to keep Lu Hongying close. However, faced with a high salary, Lu Hongying chose to refuse. Her dreams were not tied to this. After everything she had been through, she understood that relying on herself was better than depending on anyone else. So, one morning while Zhou Qiwen was at work, Lu Hongying thoroughly cleaned the house, washed and neatly folded the clothes, and organized everything. She even prepared several pounds of dumplings and wontons in the fridge for quick meals. Once everything was in order, Lu Hongying left a letter and departed. When Zhou Qiwen returned home, he looked at the empty house and sat on the sofa feeling lost for a long time. He sensed her absence and found it hard to accept. This caught Zhou Qiwen off guard. He went to Qi Liang's restaurant for a meal. When Cui Lian saw him, she joked, "Why is Boss Zhou here today?" Zhou Qiwen replied that he hadn't eaten yet and came to grab a bite. "What's wrong? Didn't that beautiful housekeeper cook for you?" Cui Lian glanced at Qi Liang, who was chopping vegetables, and he flinched slightly. "She's not a babysitter. She was just staying temporarily, and now she's gone," Zhou Qiwen said, sounding a bit disappointed. Qi Liang paused his chopping and turned to ask why she left. Was she okay now? Qi Liang's anxious tone made both Cui Lian and Zhou Qiwen uncomfortable, and Cui Lian fidgeted. Zhou Qiwen signaled to Qi Liang to stop talking. Then, Zhou Qiwen ordered 4 dishes and a bottle of white wine, asking Qi Liang to join him for a drink. As they drank and chatted, Zhou Qiwen suddenly asked Qi Liang a question. "Do you still have feelings for Lu Hongying?" Qi Liang was taken aback. "If you still have feelings for her, then forget I asked. But if you don't, then I'll go after her. Hongying is a rare good woman. She just has bad luck, and I want to protect her," Qi Liang said, taking a big gulp of his drink. His words hit Qi Liang hard. His good friend was in love with the woman he liked. Qi Liang also took several big swigs of his drink, glanced at Cui Lian, who was pretending to do calculations at the bar, and patted Zhou Qiwen on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, if you really can treat Lu Hongying well and not just for fun, then go for it." Zhou Qiwen replied that he wasn't just looking for fun. He had had enough of that over the years and was tired. He wanted to find a woman and settle down. "But what about your other girlfriends? Will they let you go? Will they cause trouble for Lu Hongying?" Qi Liang was worried. He feared Lu Hongying might get hurt by Zhou Qiwen. "Don't worry, buddy, I've mostly sorted out those distractions," Zhou Qiwen assured him. Chui Lian overheard their conversation clearly. If Zhou Qiwen could really be with Lu Hongying, it would be a good thing. Finally, Qi Liang warned Zhou Qiwen again. If you hurt her, I, as her family, won't let you off the hook. With an answer from Qi Liang, Zhou Qiwen decided to confess his feelings to Lu Hongying. But things were tough for Qi Liang. How could he not feel hurt? After seeing Zhou Qiwen off, he returned home and buried himself under the blanket, feeling lost. Chui Lian saw this and muttered, "What a failure." She couldn't understand or empathize with the feelings between Qi Liang and Lu Hongying. Anyway, Qi Liang was hers now, and he couldn't have feelings for anyone else. After leaving Zhou Qiwen's house, Lu Hongying didn't return to the small mountain village, but went straight to find Sha Zhu. She felt it was time to settle some matters. She waited for a long time at the entrance of Sha Zhu's workplace and saw him walking out the door with a woman. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she hesitated for a moment before approaching them. When Sha Zhu saw Lu Hongying, a look of panic crossed his face, but he quickly pretended to be calm and said, "What are you doing here?" "This is my workplace." Lu Hongying replied calmly, "Don't worry, I won't cause a scene. Let's talk peacefully." Sha Zhu's new girlfriend, Chi, provocatively tightened her grip on his arm and said, "Talk about what? Are you still not giving up?" "Sha Zhu says he never loved you. He loves me now." Ignoring her, Lu Hongying looked at Sha Zhu and said, "After all these years as a couple, why are you so heartless? I devoted myself to you, taking care of you when you were sick.
Why?
When I was kidnapped, you didn't care at all and said it had nothing to do with you." Sha Zhu lowered his head and argued, "I didn't receive any calls and I didn't even know you were kidnapped." Lu Hongying smiled sadly. "Fine, let's end things cleanly. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. But remember, what goes around comes around. The bad seeds you plant today, you'll have to reap the consequences later. What goes around comes around." Lu Hongying, don't expect Sha Zhu to regret anything. "I'm telling you, I'm already pregnant with Sha Zhu's child, and he can only be with me now," Chi said, raising her eyebrows proudly. "All right, I wish you both happiness." "Sha Zhu, when shall we handle the paperwork? We don't want the child to be labeled as an illegitimate child when born." Even though he had a new girlfriend, Sha Zhu wasn't thinking about divorcing his wife just yet. In his eyes, Chi, being so fickle, couldn't compare to Lu Hongying. Sha Zhu stammered about paperwork, saying they could do it later. In truth, he knew that if he divorced Lu Hongying, it would affect his standing at work and any chances for promotion. "Why don't you have time to handle the paperwork? Just set a date, and we can get it done." "Honey, our baby is about to be born," Chi said sweetly, urging them to finalize the paperwork quickly. Sha Zhu felt a bit troubled. Lu Hongying coldly remarked, "Yes. Hurry up with the paperwork and don't waste my time." "What do you mean, Lu Hongying? You used to cry and beg not to divorce, and now you're so eager. Is there another man involved?" Sha Zhu angrily questioned. "Whether I have another man is none of your business. Just take care of your new girlfriend and her child," she replied, turning decisively to leave. Silly Zhu watched her leave and suddenly felt a wave of guilt and loss. Meanwhile, Chi was still complaining beside him, but Silly Zhu felt extremely annoyed. He had a vague premonition that losing Lu Hongying would be the biggest mistake of his life. Lu Hongying returned to the small village to continue her business of buying in souls. However, her in-laws no longer welcomed her, and she was not interested in staying, so she decided to move out. When her mother-in-law saw her daughter-in-law, who had been missing for almost a month, suddenly return, she began to make sarcastic comments, mocking Lu Hongying for disappearing and suggesting she had been abandoned and had nowhere to go. Lu Hongying replied, "I almost lost my life this time, and your son did nothing to help. What good is a man like that? And what good is this family?" Her mother-in-law laughed and said, "Then just leave. Why are you still here? No one is stopping you." The mother-in-law was sure Lu Hongying wouldn't actually leave. As soon as she got home, she ordered her to cook, saying, "While you were gone, there was a lot of work in the fields that piled up for you. The yard was full of chicken droppings that needed cleaning, and the water jar was empty with no one to fetch water. The mother-in-law was too lazy to do anything but eat and sleep all day. Lu Hongying looked at her mother-in-law's unpleasant face and said nothing. She had a plan. A person cannot be weak forever. Lu Hongying began looking for a place to rent in the village, but after searching, she found that the empty houses were old, dirty, and unlivable. As she passed by Qi Liang's house, she noticed it was clean and tidy, with flowers in the small yard. Lu Hongying liked it and got an idea. She called Qi Liang to ask if she could stay at his place, and he readily agreed. So, she returned to her in-law's house to pack her things. Her mother-in-law asked what she was planning to do and where she was going. Lu Hongying replied, "Didn't you want to get rid of me? Well, I found a place to live, so I won't be in your way anymore." Her mother-in-law's face changed colors as she realized Lu Hongying was serious about leaving. "What will happen to the cooking and laundry if you go?" Her mother-in-law couldn't help but ask. Lu Hongying scoffed, "Did your family not manage before I got married?" With that, she continued packing her things. Her mother-in-law was stunned. She had always wanted Lu Hongying to leave, but now that she really was, it felt unsettling. Seeing that she couldn't keep her, Sha Zhu's mother hurried to the village office to call Sha Zhu. "Zhuzi, it's bad. Lu Hongying is packing her things and planning to leave. What should we do?" Sha Zhu felt anxious upon hearing this. "Don't let her go. What will you do if she leaves?" Sha Zhu's mother replied, "But I can't keep her. Why don't you come back to talk to her? I think she's getting too bold. Don't forget, she is still part of our family." Sha Zhu hesitated. "I can't come back right now. Chi-Chi is pregnant." Upon hearing that Chi-Chi was pregnant, Sha Zhu's mother immediately changed her tone. "Really? I'm going to be a grandmother. Our family will have a new member, haha. In that case, if Lu Hongying wants to leave, let her go." Speechless. After hanging up, Sha Zhu's mother happily shared the news with Old Song. "I'm going to be a grandmother." Old Song, confused, jumped up in excitement. He didn't even know why he was so happy. In his joy, he said he would treat everyone in the village to a movie, renting an outdoor film for the village. Sha Zhu's mother thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Don't make it too flashy." Old Song immediately looked deflated, hanging his head and crushing the cigarette under his foot. He looked quite aggrieved, as if he was being unfairly treated. Since his son's girlfriend was having a baby, Lu Hongying could leave quickly. "Make room for my new daughter-in-law." Sha Zhu's mother hummed a tune on her way home. When neighbors asked her what was making her so happy, she grinned and said, "It's great news. Our family is about to grow." "Is your daughter-in-law Lu Hongying pregnant?" Sha Zhu's mother frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. She won't be part of our family much longer. My new daughter-in-law is pregnant." After she left, the neighbors began to whisper, saying that Lu Hongying probably wouldn't have an easy time ahead. When she got home, Sha Zhu's mother saw that Lu Hongying had packed everything. She wanted to check if anything valuable was taken. Lu Hongying opened everything for her to see, and there was nothing of value. Lu Hongying was so pitiful. After nearly 2 years in this family, she had only a few old clothes and nothing else to show for it. She worked hard every day, only to end up hurt. Sha Zhu's mother boasted, "You better think this through. Once you leave, it will be hard to come back. Who would want to come back? This isn't a good family. It's lazy and bad, with nothing worth missing. Leaving here is like escaping a fire pit." Lu Hongying said these words without holding back. She had kept them bottled up for a long time. Since the relationship was already strained, why be polite? It was time to infuriate that mean old woman. Sha Zhu's mother saw Lu Hongying being so strong for the first time. She was so angry that she almost rolled her eyes back, wanting to scold her, but couldn't find the words. After a while, she finally managed to say, "Get out, go away, and don't let me see you again." Lu Hongying picked up 2 bags and walked away without looking back. As soon as she left, Sha Zhu's mother slammed the door behind her, nearly breaking it. Lu Hongying glanced back at the home she had lived in for 2 years. Here she felt only hatred, not love. Then she carried her bags and headed toward a new life. Meanwhile, Shaju's mother peeked through the door to see Lu Hongying's reaction. She wanted to see regret or pleading, but Lu Hongying showed none. Instead, she looked relieved, which disappointed Shaju's mother. Now, she had to face being alone in the yard, cooking and keeping a fire. These were things Lu Hongying used to do, and it felt strange to her. She was also scared to sleep at night. Shaju's mother called Aunt Wang to keep her company, saying she was afraid alone. Aunt Wang replied, "You're just a little old lady, with no money or charm. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, when your daughter-in-law was away, you managed fine on your own." That remark hit hard. Shaju's mother had thought she wasn't old because old song always praised her charm, and she believed it. For some reason, before Lu Hongying moved out, she wasn't very scared being alone at home. But now that Lu Hongying was gone, the yard felt empty. Remembering Lu Hongying's sad eyes before she left made Shaju's mother even more frightened. She realized she had not treated Lu Hongying well over the past 2 years. On the other hand, Lu Hongying moved to Qi Liang's small courtyard and spent the afternoon cleaning and organizing. She soon had a tidy home. The pots, bowls, and blankets were all ready. Qi Liang had washed and dried them before leaving and put them in the cupboard. Once everything was in order, Lu Hongying cooked herself a bowl of noodles to celebrate her new beginning. At that moment, she felt incredibly relaxed and free. After finishing her noodles, she found some tea in Qi Liang's house. She boiled water and made herself a cup of tea. Taking a sip, she enjoyed its fragrant sweetness. However, that cup of tea kept her awake at night. She had never had it before and didn't know it could be energizing. That night, Lu Hongying didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning, lying in Qi Liang's bed and sensing his presence. The whole room smelled like him, which made her feel sad again. Shaju's mother also couldn't sleep. For some reason, she felt scared, as if danger could come from anywhere. Sitting there in a daze, she suddenly heard a noise and saw a shadow dart past her. Startled, she screamed, only to realize it was just a rat. This scare made her break out in a cold sweat. Shaju's mother regretted driving Lu Hongying away. She hadn't eaten dinner tonight and was too lazy to cook. Her daughter-in-law used to do it, but now the kitchen was cold. At this moment, she thought of Lu Hongying's good qualities, but it was too late. Lu Hongying was temporarily staying at Qi Liang's house. She didn't plan to stay for free and intended to pay him rent. This clean little courtyard would be the place where her dreams began. Everything returned to normal. Lu Hongying continued to collect insoles. After more than a month of not working, the village's young wives had saved up quite a few and came to sell them. She easily collected over 100 pairs and used the money to pay Qi Liang's rent first. With the money from selling insoles, Lu Hongying first found Zhou Qiwen and asked him to give the money to Qi Liang, as she didn't want to face him directly. Zhou Qiwen asked her, "Why are you staying at Qi Liang's house?" Lu Hongying replied, "I moved out from my in-laws' house and plan to divorce Shaju. His other woman is pregnant." Zhou Qiwen nodded thoughtfully and agreed to help Lu Hongying pass the money to Qi Liang. "Hongying, do you have time? I want to take you out for a meal." "Zhou, what's up? You look so serious," Lu Hongying said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Zhou Qiwen's serious demeanor. Zhou Qiwen, like a child, scratched his head and said he had something important to discuss. He chose a fancy Western restaurant, but Lu Hongying said this kind of place isn't for someone like me from the countryside. "Let's just go next door for some noodles." Zhou Qiwen replied, "Just try it out. If you don't like it, we can go for noodles." Once inside the restaurant, the waiter handed them the menu, and Lu Hongying felt dizzy looking at the foreign words. Zhou Qiwen politely asked what she wanted to eat. Lu Hongying pointed to a picture of a cow on the menu and asked, "Why is there a picture of a cow? Are we eating it directly?" Zhou Qiwen said she would find out soon, and when the dish arrived, it was a small portion of steak. Lu Hongying's eyes widened as she muttered, "Is this enough to fill a gap?" When she saw the knife and fork, Lu Hongying was even more confused. She picked up the fork and poked at the steak a few times, realizing she couldn't cut it, so she just grabbed it with her hands and took a bite. Chewing, she said, This isn't as good as the stewed beef from our village. People around them looked at her strangely, but Zhou Qiwen didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he found Lu Hongying adorable. When they reached the salad, Lu Hongying thought the vegetables were dirty and frowned, saying, "What's wrong with this restaurant? They serve unwashed vegetables. We might get sick. Let's just go have noodles instead." Zhou Qiwen, amused and exasperated, told her that it was just black pepper and other spices. Lu Hongying pouted, her face turning red. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. There's no need to be embarrassed. This is what makes you charming. You're genuine and unpretentious." Zhou Qiwen took a deep breath and looked at Lu Hongying seriously, saying, "Hongying, I've always admired you for being strong and independent. I know this might not be the right time, but I hope you can consider me and give me a chance." Lu Hongying was taken aback. She didn't expect Zhou Qiwen to say this. She put down her knife and fork and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, you're a big boss with many wonderful women around you. Please don't joke about me, a simple village woman." Zhou Qiwen looked at her earnestly. "I'm not joking." This left Lu Hongying speechless, unsure of how to refuse. "Hongying, I've dated many girls before, but that was just for fun. When I met you, I got sick, and you took care of me. It made me feel warm, like having my mother back. Do you see me as your mother? No, it's a feeling. I depend on and cherish that feeling. I know you still have feelings for Qiliang, but he is with Cui Lian now. I can wait for you to forget him and accept me." Lu Hongying was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Mr. Zhou, I appreciate your kindness, but my marriage isn't completely over. I'm very disappointed in love and just want to focus on starting my own life." Zhou Qiwen quickly replied, "I understand you don't want to talk about love right now, but I'm willing to walk with you at your pace, no matter how long it takes." Lu Hongying shook her head and smiled sadly. "Mr. Zhou, our backgrounds are too different. You are a city boss, frequenting high-end places with beautiful women around you, while I'm just a village woman who doesn't even know how to eat Western food. We're simply not from the same world." Zhou Qiwen wanted to say more, but Lu Hongying stopped him. "Mr. Zhou, you deserve someone better, and I just want to live a simple life and run my insole business well. Thank you for thinking highly of me." Hearing this, Zhou Qiwen's face showed disappointment and sadness. Lu Hongying felt a pang of sympathy, but remained firm in her decision. They sat in silence, the atmosphere awkward, but Lu Hongying knew she had to stand her ground. It was the best choice for both of them. After leaving the Western restaurant, Lu Hongying said she wanted to go to the bus station. Zhou Qiwen urged her to stay the night, saying it was late and unsafe for a woman to travel alone. Lu Hongying replied that it was fine. Just as the bus was about to leave, Zhou Qiwen tapped on the window and said, "Hongying, it's okay. We can still be friends. If you ever need help, just let me know. If you need money, consider me your bank branch." Lu Hongying felt very touched. In a time when everyone was struggling, Zhou Qiwen's generosity showed he was a friend worth having. What Lu Hongying didn't know was that Zhou Qiwen's kindness was only for her. After returning to her small village, Lu Hongying often thought of Zhou Qiwen. It was hard not to be moved by such an excellent man, but she knew she couldn't let her feelings grow. Otherwise, she would fall into a deeper trap. She continued to work in the village, buying and making insoles, which not only supported her, but also allowed her to save a little money. She needed to quickly save up the 10,000 yuan to borrow from Zhou Qiwen. Fortunately, her insole business was thriving. Women from nearby villages came to sell, and even people from other areas came seeking her products. Lu Hongying not only found a starting point for her career, but also helped others find ways to earn money. She was grateful for her choice. In contrast to Lu Hongying's success, Shaju's mother was having a hard time. This lazy woman had grown accustomed to Lu Hongying's help, and now that she was no longer around, Shaju's mother shamelessly sought her out. "Daughter-in-law, your business is doing well," Shaju's mother said awkwardly, trying to make conversation. "Aunt, you must have called the wrong person. Your daughter-in-law is in the city and needs to give you a grandchild." "I can't take that on," Lu Hongying replied without looking up. "But you and Shaju haven't made it official yet. So aren't you still my daughter-in-law? How about you move back? Sha Zhu's mother continued. Now that you're gone, I realize how much we relied on you. There's no one to cook or wash clothes, and I have no money for food. Lu Hongying angrily responded, You want me to go back and work for you? Did you treat me like a person these past 2 years? If you need money, ask your husband or son. If that doesn't work, go find old Song. Her words left Sha Zhu's mother speechless, and she secretly cursed Lu Hongying, thinking she must have rented a place to pursue other men. After being rebuffed by Lu Hongying, Sha Zhu's mother was furious and decided to go find Old Song to complain. When she arrived at the village office, Old Song was busy holding a meeting with the team members, and Sha Zhu's mother waited nearby. After the meeting, Lao Song came over and complained about Sha Zhu's mother being here, asking what she wanted and whether she would next come to my home. Sha Zhu's mother replied angrily, I am a villager here, so why can't I come to find the village chief to solve a problem? Lao Song said, What problem do you want me to solve? You just want to complain that I haven't come to see you. You have the nerve to say that? How long has it been since you last visited me? Which young woman has stolen your heart this time? Sha Zhu's mother said with a stern face. Let me tell you, Lao Song, you are getting older. Even if your body can handle it, you should still think about your appearance. Lao Song was scolded by Sha Zhu's mother and impatiently said, You should go back. I am busy here, but I will come to see you tonight. Sha Zhu's mother smiled and said, That's better. I will wait for you tonight. Lao Song playfully pinched Sha Zhu's mother and jokingly called her inappropriate. Feeling happy, Sha Zhu's mother went home, closed the door, boiled water, and set up a basin in the yard to take a bath. In those days, people in the countryside rarely bathed due to the lack of facilities. After bathing, Sha Zhu's mother applied some fragrant cream and felt rejuvenated. Finally, when night fell and it was quiet, it was time for Lao Song to arrive. Sha Zhu's mother waited like a young girl waiting for her lover, but by midnight, Lao Song still hadn't come. Angry, she wanted to throw something but couldn't find anything to throw. That night, she couldn't sleep, feeling resentful towards Lao Song. The next morning, before dawn, after a sleepless night, she took her basket and pretended to go gather vegetables to feed the chickens. She deliberately walked by Lu Er's house to see if Lao Song was there. It was only 4 a.m, and it was still dark. Sha Zhu's mother peeked over the wall of Lu Er's yard and saw a light turn on inside. Soon, a man came out of the house, and Sha Zhu's mother felt her anger rising. It was Lao Song. No wonder he didn't come to see me. He was here with that woman. Holding back her anger, she hid in the corner waiting for Lao Song to come out. A little while later, Lao Song hummed a tune as he left Lu Er's house. Sha Zhu's mother rushed forward and scratched Lao Song a few times while scolding, You heartless man. I knew you were with that woman, and I waited for you all night. Old Song was startled and felt a sharp pain on his face, quickly developing a few scratches that looked like fiery clouds in the sky. With his dark complexion, it was somewhat striking. At that moment, Lu Er's wife heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing that Sha Zhu's mother had scratched Old Song, she stepped forward to protect him and scolded Sha Zhu's mother. You have some nerve. You dare to scratch the village chief? He is about to go to the town. Sha Zhu's mother lost her temper. Not only do I dare to scratch him, but I also want to hit you. I've put up with you for too long. With that, she grabbed Lu Er's wife's hair, and Lu Er's wife screamed for help. This cry alarmed all the dogs and cats in the village, who thought thieves had entered Lu Er's home. Neighbors came running with sticks, but when they arrived and saw the situation, they realized it was just a dispute between women over jealousy. This was quite the spectacle. Old Song panicked and quickly explained that he was just trying to mediate. These two had issues and started fighting before dawn, while the neighbors laughed silently. Everyone began to chime in, advising Sha Zhu's mother not to lose face. Why are you fighting at Lu Er's house before sunrise? Thank goodness Old Song came to help. Look at him, he got scratched on his face just trying to mediate. What a good village chief. Could Old Song not tell that everyone was joking at his expense? He awkwardly said, It's nothing serious. As the village chief, I must prioritize the villagers' matters. Hearing this, Shaju's mother gradually calmed down. She pointed at Old Song and said, "This matter isn't over. You must give me an explanation." After saying this, she turned and went home, leaving Old Song standing there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. His skin had thickened over time. The villagers knew about his romantic escapades. At first, he was secretive, but now he was used to it. After all, they only talked behind his back. Who would dare say anything to his face? Besides, it didn't affect his role as village chief. So, he grew bolder. After all the commotion, it was only 5 in the morning. He wasn't worried about his wife asking where he had been. He knew she had become more understanding over the past 2 years, focusing on her own spiritual practices and not paying him much attention. In truth, Old Song's wife was heartbroken. Since she couldn't control him, she chose to ignore it for the sake of her own peace of mind. Exhausted, Old Song returned home. His wife was still asleep, so he quietly took the blanket to the south room, making his wife believe he had slept there last night. Old Song's son, who usually worked outside but was home for a while, got up to use the bathroom and saw his father sneaking back in. "Dad, can you have a little dignity?" Old Song cursed, "You brat. How dare you talk about your father like that?" Old Song's son replied, "The things you did when you were young, my mother put up with. Now that you're older, you should have some shame. Who would want to marry into our family like this?" Old Song didn't care. They had money, so they could choose a daughter-in-law carefully. Seeing his father's attitude, Old Song's son shook his head. During breakfast, Old Song's son said, "Dad, I'm going back to the city in a few days. I want to take Mom with me. She's not happy at home, and I want to take her out to relax." Old Song looked at his wife, who had a blank expression. "That's fine. Your mother has spent her whole life in this remote place. You should take her out to have some fun." At that moment, Old Song was still thinking about his own plans. If his wife left, he could secretly meet with Lu Er's daughter-in-law. Old Song's son took his mother back to the city, leaving their home empty, which made Old Song very happy. Now he was free. He first went to see his old flame, the silly Zhu's mother. This old woman kept bothering him every day. She should look in the mirror and see how old she had become. Who wouldn't prefer someone younger? However, Old Song remembered the kindness she showed him when she was young, so he didn't abandon her. When he arrived at the silly Zhu's house, the silly Zhu's mother, who was eating steamed buns, suddenly threw one at Old Song's head. It looked like another fight was about to start. Fortunately, it was just a bun. If it had been a stone, Old Song would have been hurt. The silly Zhu's mother cried and complained that Lu Hongying bullied her, took her money, and even moved out. She wanted to share her troubles, but he had gone to Lu Er's daughter-in-law's house instead, rambling on about everything. Old Song tried to comfort her, and once she calmed down, she asked him to come up with a plan to deal with Lu Hongying. Old Song thought for a moment and came up with a bad idea. Old Song whispered to the silly Zhu's mother, "Isn't she living alone now? Tonight, I'll find someone to destroy her shoe insoles for you, so you can feel better." The silly Zhu's mother was delighted and playfully hit Old Song, saying, "You rascal, I knew you cared about me." The old woman acted coy, and Old Song almost felt sick. He made an excuse about a meeting in the village and quickly left. Lu Hongying was very happy these days. She counted a total of 600 pairs of shoe insoles, which could earn her over 1,000. She organized the insoles and, having not eaten all day, made a bowl of instant noodles with hot water, eating a few bites in a rush before collapsing into bed, unaware that a pair of malicious eyes were watching her small courtyard. After confirming that Lu Hongying was asleep, 2 shadows climbed over the courtyard wall and jumped into the yard. The 2 men quietly approached the room where the shoe mats were kept. One of them took out a small knife and pried open the door lock. Just as they were about to push the door open, a low growl came from inside the house. It turned out that Lu Hongying had a guard dog, which had only been sleeping but became alert at the noise. The 2 men were startled and exchanged glances. One said, "What should we do?" The other gritted his teeth and replied, "Go in. Make it quick." Saying this, He poured gasoline on the shoe mats, set them on fire, and then ran away. Lu Hongying was deeply asleep when she was suddenly awakened by urgent shouts. Fire! Come help put it out. She opened her eyes to see flames lighting up the sky outside, and her heart raced. She quickly put on her clothes and rushed outside. When she saw the intense flames in the room where the shoe mats were stored, she felt dizzy. But there was no time to think. She grabbed a bucket and ran toward the fire. Neighbors quickly came to help, and everyone worked together to douse the flames. The fire was extinguished, but 600 pairs of shoe mats were already burned to ashes. Lu Hongying sat on the ground, feeling hopeless. A neighbor said, "This was definitely arson. We should call the police, Hongying." Lu Hongying called the police, and Officer Hat soon arrived to investigate. After some searching, he found footprints and signs of forced entry. Meanwhile, Lao Song and Shaju's mother were secretly pleased to hear that Lu Hongying's shoe mats were destroyed. However, when they learned she had called the police, Shaju's mother became scared, while Lao Song remained unconcerned. He told her, "It's fine. I have connections. A quick call will sort out." Based on the investigation, Officer Hat quickly caught the two arsonists. However, they insisted they only intended to scare Lu Hongying and, after failing, burned her shoe mats out of anger. As a result, they were detained, but the mastermind behind it all remained free. Why were these two petty thieves so loyal? It was because Lao Song had promised them generous rewards, 2 sheep each, $500, and land to build houses and marry after they got out. With such tempting offers, the two thieves thought it was worth it to serve 2 years. They figured that even outside they couldn't earn that much money, but if they went in, they could work on a sewing machine for 2 years and come out with money and land. The two thieves were locked up, but Lu Hongying felt something was off. She was sure someone was behind this, but as a vulnerable woman without support, she could only suffer in silence. All her hard work went up in flames, and Lu Hongying's heart was breaking. She had no money, and even eating was a problem. She cried loudly in front of the warehouse destroyed by the fire, expressing her despair over human cruelty, life's hardships, and the twists of fate. After crying, she wiped her tears and decided to start anew. They can't bring me down. The more they laugh at me, the more I need to show them what I can achieve, Lu Hongying resolved. Just then, the gate opened, and Shaju's mother entered, pretending to be concerned. She said, "Oh, Hongying, I heard that bad people set your place on fire. That's terrible. You must have lost a lot." Lu Hongying knew this was connected to her, but she held back her anger and replied, "What do you want? Are you here to laugh at me?" Shaju's mother stiffened and quickly defended herself. "Why would you say that? We are like family, and seeing you like this makes me feel bad too." Lu Hongying didn't want to argue and turned to go inside. Shaju's mother thought she was scared and became more smug, saying, "Hongying, we just aren't meant to be wealthy. Stop dreaming about getting rich." Lu Hongying turned back sharply, her eyes determined, and said, "Don't celebrate too soon. Today you may have left me with nothing, but one day I will get everything back." Shaju's mother felt a bit uneasy and said she hadn't harmed her. Just then, a car pulled up at the gate. When Lu Hongying saw who it was, she realized Qi Liang had returned alone. She held back her tears and said softly, "I'm sorry I couldn't take care of your home. I will make it right." Qi Liang looked at Lu Hongying, feeling deep pain in his heart. What had happened to this kind woman? Why was fate always against her? He wanted to comfort her with a hug, but he couldn't. He took an envelope from his bag and handed it to Lu Hongying. "This is your rent, and an extra 2,000 is my own money. It's not from anyone else, so please accept it." Lu Hongying declined. She didn't want to trouble anyone further. Qi Liang put the money back in his bag and looked around the yard, feeling very angry. He was upset not just about the house being burned, but about the despair Lu Hongying had faced. In such a big village, why couldn't they accept a woman? "Hongying, let's leave this place. Living somewhere else might be better," Qi Liang said. "No, I won't leave. The more they try to make my life difficult, the more I will show them that I can succeed." I want them to see the day I rise to greatness, Lu Hongying said firmly. Knowing her personality, Qi Liang didn't say anything more, but he wondered if she didn't find it strange. This fire was definitely caused by someone behind the scenes. Lu Hongying said she had an idea of who it was, but she had no proof. That night, to avoid suspicion, Qi Liang did not stay at home but drove to a hotel in the town. When Lu Hongying saw Qi Liang this time, her heart was calm, as if she no longer felt that attachment and longing. This showed she was starting to let go of a relationship that didn't belong to her. The next day, Qi Liang helped Lu Hongying clean up the damaged items and arranged for the storage room to be repaired. After 3 days, it was time for him to return. If he stayed away too long, Cui Lian would start to worry. Qi Liang quietly placed money under the plate. It was all he could do for her. After sending him off, Lu Hongying returned home, lost in thought for a long time. She wondered what to do next, as even eating had become a problem. Suddenly, she saw the money under the plate and realized it was left by him. Lu Hongying's emotions surged again. She had planned to let go, but this was another act of kindness. She decided to use this money to regroup, and as for those who harmed her, she believed that a wise person takes their time for revenge, and she would deal with them one by one. Lu Hongying counted the money. There was a total of 2,000 yuan, with 500 being the rent she owed Qi Liang. She also collected 200 pairs of shoes in the village and took them to the knitting factory, explaining to Director Wang about the robbery and fire at her home. Director Wang complained, "You've really messed up my big deal. I already signed that order, and now, because of this, I might have to break the contract. What do you suggest we do?" Lu Hongying felt troubled and gritted her teeth, saying, "Director Wang, how about this? I will make those 600 pairs of shoes for you as quickly as possible, and I will reduce the price by 50 cents per pair to compensate for your loss." After hearing this, Director Wang's expression softened a bit. "Lu Hongying, you have it tough too. We've worked together for so long, and you are a trustworthy person. Here's what we'll do. I will accept those 100 pairs of shoes at the original price, and for the other 600 pairs, I will give you an extra month. How does that sound?" Lu Hongying was very grateful and thanked Director Wang. After leaving the factory, Lu Hongying sighed in relief, but she was still worried about how she would finish the work. At this moment, she thought of the women in the village. After returning, she visited each home to discuss the situation, and everyone eagerly agreed to help work extra hours to finish the insoles. Lu Hongying felt relieved. She knew that in these tough times, everyone needed to support each other to get through. Finally, with everyone's teamwork, they delivered the insoles to the factory on time, and Lu Hongying earned more trust from Director Wang. The task was completed smoothly, and for the women who worked overtime, Lu Hongying gave each of them an extra 50 yuan as a bonus. This act earned her praise, and people stopped believing the previous rumors about her. Later, Director Wang offered a large order and suggested that Lu Hongying should not just do this guerrilla work, but start her own processing factory. She had thought about this, but she lacked funds and courage, fearing she might not be capable. At that moment, Zhou Qiwen appeared again and encouraged Lu Hongying to be bold. "Those who dare to try succeed. When I started my business, I was just like you, and look at me now." With Zhou Qiwen's encouragement, Lu Hongying decided to open her own insole processing factory. She began preparing for the factory. First, she chose a spacious and used yard in the village as the factory site, and then visited each home to invite skilled women to join her factory. Funding remained a major challenge. She used all her savings, but it was still not enough. Just when she felt hopeless, Zhou Qiwen said, "Haven't I told you? I will always be your bank branch and can offer you an interest-free loan." Lu Hongying accepted Zhou Qiwen's financial support once again. Afterward, she and a few women from the village cleaned the factory space and purchased some second-hand equipment. Lu Hongying bought raw materials and officially started operations, naming it Hongying Insole Processing Factory. She personally supervised the production quality to ensure each pair of insoles was up to standard. As the first batch of products was successfully delivered, Lu Hongying's factory gradually gained a good reputation, and orders increased. Seeing Lu Hongying's thriving business, Shaju's mother felt upset. Coincidentally, it was time for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Shaju's father and Shaju were coming back to celebrate. Shaju drove back to the village with his father and Chi-Chi, arriving in style. Chi-Chi was already 6 months pregnant. As they entered the village, Shaju, as usual, got out of the car and handed out cigarettes and candy to everyone. An elderly person asked, "Shaju, why did you bring your female colleague back again? Are you not afraid that your wife will divorce you?" Silly Zhu immediately took back the candy he had given to the elderly man, saying, "Giving you candy won't stop your mouth, so don't eat it." Others began to flatter him, saying how capable and impressive he was, calling him the pride of the village. The children surrounded Silly Zhu, calling him uncle, which he enjoyed. This time, Chi-Chi appeared not as a colleague, but as the lady of the house. The children called her aunt, and she was pleased. A woman who got along well with Lu Hongying approached her and said, "Your Silly Zhu is back," and he brought that woman again, who is pregnant. They are definitely not just colleagues. They must be involved. "Hongying, how can you stand it?" Lu Hongying, busy with her work, smiled and replied, "What can I do? I have to put up with such a man." Silly Zhu drove his car, showing off at the village entrance, circling the village 3 times, eager not to miss anyone. When he passed by the Chiliang family's door, he intentionally stopped the car and honked a few times. Lu Hongying, confused, came out, which was just what Silly Zhu and Chi-Chi wanted. They shamelessly got out of the car. With her big belly, Chi-Chi linked arms with Silly Zhu, and they waddled over to Lu Hongying. "Lu Hongying, how come you're living alone now?" Silly Zhu mocked. Lu Hongying replied, "Yes, living alone, no stress, free and easy. It's 1,000 times better than before." "Hey Hongying, do you think my belly is pointy or round? I heard that pointy means a boy and round means a girl." Chi-Chi deliberately stuck out her belly and walked around Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying carefully looked at her belly and then calmly smiled. "Your belly is both pointy and round. It must be twins. Silly Zhu will have 1 boy and 1 girl, and you'll have good days ahead. You and Silly Zhu have been married for so long without kids. You used to say it was his fault, but it seems like it's your issue," Chi-Chi said smugly. "Whether my issue is valid or not is not up to you or Silly Zhu. Besides, the baby isn't born yet. Let's see if it looks like Silly Zhu when it arrives," Lu Hongying replied with a smile. "Quickly get your man to divorce me. Your baby will be born soon, and it shouldn't be born without a name, or it will be a child out of wedlock." Luo Hongying you. Sha Zhu was a bit flustered. Seeing Luo Hongying so calm made him angry and upset. He wanted to see her jealous and frantic, but instead, "I think what she said is right." "Sha Zhu, when are you two going to handle the paperwork?" Chi-Chi asked. Now it was Sha Zhu's turn to be stunned. He really didn't want to divorce Luo Hongying. After more than half a year apart, Luo Hongying had done well in her career and had become even more beautiful and graceful. Sha Zhu felt reluctant to let such a wonderful woman go to someone else. Feeling bored, Sha Zhu pulled Chi-Chi back to the car. His father had been waiting in the car, scolding him for being so thoughtless and causing trouble for Luo Hongying. After getting in the car, Sha Zhu slammed the steering wheel and drove home, feeling a surge of frustration. Looking at Sha Zhu and Chi-Chi, Luo Hongying felt relieved. "Chi-Chi, you can have this good man." However, Luo Hongying had a strong feeling that something was wrong with this child. When Sha Zhu and his group drove home, they entered the yard and were shocked. What happened here? Was it a bad year? The yard was overgrown with weeds, chicken droppings were everywhere, and the chickens were squawking loudly. It looked like no one had lived here for a while. Chi-Chi accidentally stepped in some chicken droppings and felt sick, throwing up. Sha Zhu's mother heard the noise and came out of the house, holding a bag of peach pastries and continuing to eat. Sha Zhu's father questioned her why she hadn't cleaned up the yard. Sha Zhu's mother replied irritably, "I've had back pain these past few days and couldn't do any work. Luo Hongying used to handle these chores, but now that you're back, you can take care of it." This made Xiaozhu and his father very angry. Chi-Chi was feeling nauseous and playfully said she wanted to leave because this place was fit for animals. Xiaozhu's mother said, "These chores are for the daughter-in-law. If you want to be my son's wife, you should treat this place like your own home." She wanted to set rules for Chi-Chi, but Chi-Chi was not Luo Hongying and refused to comply. With no other choice, Xiaozhu's father picked up a broom and started sweeping, while Xiaozhu began clearing the weeds, muttering to himself, "This doesn't feel like a home at all. It's more like a garbage dump." Before long, dust was flying around the yard, and Chi-Chi stood aside covering her mouth. Xiaozhu's mother told her to help, but Chi-Chi replied, "Why should I? I'm a pregnant woman. Besides, I came here to enjoy life, not to work." Aunt Wang next door saw this scene and quietly told Xiaozhu's mother, "This young wife is not easy to deal with. You should be careful. You'll have to put up with her." Xiaozhu's mother dismissed it, saying, "Wasn't Luo Hongying tough at first too? You're all under my control. I have my ways," said Aunt Wang. She commented that Lu Hongying was too honest and had suffered in your house for years. "This Chi-Chi is not easy to deal with. Just wait and see. You'll have your hands full." After finally tidying up the yard, Xiaozhu and his father were exhausted on the ground. Chi-Chi complained that she was hungry and wanted dumplings. Xiaozhu urged his mother to make dumplings quickly. His mother scolded, "What dumplings? Do you know how much work it takes to make those?" Chi-Chi cried, "No, I want dumplings. It's not just me. It's the baby in my belly that wants them." Xiaozhu and his father both urged his mother to hurry and make them without arguing. Although she was frustrated, Xiaozhu's mother softly said to Chi-Chi, "Dear, can we have noodles this time? I'll make you dumplings tomorrow." Chi-Chi looked at her with disdain and said, "Annie, ask the baby in my belly if he prefers dumplings or noodles." "He can't talk. You're just being silly," replied Xiaozhu's mother. "Baby, did you hear that? You want dumplings, but Grandma won't make them. When you are born, be sure to treat Grandma well," she said sarcastically, which made Xiaozhu's mother very angry. She grumbled as she went to prepare the dough for dumplings. Aunt Wang, next door, watched and secretly laughed, thinking that Xiaozhu's mother's good days were over. After much effort, they finally had dumplings, leaving Xiaozhu's mother exhausted. However, Chi-Chi only ate 2 and then put down her chopsticks, looking displeased. "Is this a dumpling? It feels like dough. I can't even find the filling." Xiaozhu's mother was furious, her face turning red. "If you don't like it, don't eat it. With these conditions, if you think it's bad, make your own." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately started to complain, "Xiaozhu, look at your mother. What's with her attitude? My stomach hurts." Xiaozhu quickly tried to calm Chi-Chi down and turned to his mother, saying, "Mom, can't you speak nicely? She's pregnant." Xiaozhu's father also criticized Xiaozhu's mother. Feeling wronged, she threw down her apron and went to her room to cry. Before she could get comfortable, Chi-Chi demanded steamed apples. Xiaozhu's mother, filled with frustration, made them while muttering to herself, "Go ahead, eat until you're full." The next day, Chi-Chi made another request, saying she wanted chicken to nourish herself. Xiaozhu's mother replied that the chickens were for laying eggs and couldn't be killed. "Which is more important, one chicken or the baby in my belly?" Although Xiaozhu's mother was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply and painfully killed a hen. After cooking it, Chi-Chi complained that the chicken was tough and the soup was not tasty enough. Finally, Xiaozhu's mother couldn't hold back her anger and had a big argument with Chi-Chi. Xiaozhu felt stuck in the middle, and while his mother silently smoked, the house was in chaos because of Chi-Chi's fuss. Xiaozhu began to remember the good times with Lu Hongying. Xiaozhu calmed Chi-Chi down with a gold necklace, asking her not to argue with his mother. Chi-Chi stubbornly replied, "Doesn't she want to set rules for me? I need to show her I'm not easy to mess with. Look at how Lu Hongying was bullied by her. But she's my mother. You two fight every day, and it makes me want to cry," Xiaozhu said sadly. Chi-Chi scolded him for being weak, saying, "As long as you give me enough money, I'll treat her better." Meanwhile, while others returned home for the holidays with money, Xiaozhu's father came back empty-handed. "Where's your money?" Xiaozhu's mother asked. You've been back for 2 days. Why haven't you brought it out? Shaju's father felt uneasy and stammered. The project payment hasn't come through, and the foreman hasn't paid us yet. Just wait a bit. You're talking nonsense. I asked Aunt Wang next door, and her husband and son brought back over 1,000. With no response, Shaju's father made up another excuse, claiming he had been sick in the city and spent all the money on medicine. So, where did Shaju's father's money go? It went to another woman's pocket. That woman took the money Shaju's father gave her and went home to celebrate the holiday with her husband and children. As mentioned earlier, Shaju's father felt betrayed for a lifetime and sought revenge. Plus, Sister Wang, who cooked at the construction site, had feelings for him, and they began to get closer. At first, they were secretive, but later they rented a place together. Of course, Shaju had not discovered this yet. Shaju's father and Sister Wang lived together as a couple, with Shaju's father covering all the rent and living expenses, spending all his earnings on her. However, Shaju's father was willing. He experienced the tenderness of a woman with Sister Wang, something his own wife lacked. He once told Sister Wang, "Forget about money. Even if you want my life, I would give it to you." Sister Wang gently replied, "I don't want her life. Just give me your money, and I will treat you well." Thus, all of Shaju's father's money went into Sister Wang's hands. Even the mooncakes given out at the construction site for the Mid-Autumn Festival were given to her. With 1 month's salary, he kept 100 yuan for travel and gave the rest to that woman. When they parted, they held on to Sister Wang, saying, "You go home, stay away from that man. If he bullies you, just scratch him." Sister Wang laughed and said, "You worry too much. Don't worry, my feelings for him are not good. I love you, and won't let him get close." Dad Shaju nodded and promised Sister Wang that he wouldn't touch that old lady when he returned home. These two people, both over 50, found their love. They agreed to return to the city right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. When Dad Shaju got home, his heart was still with Sister Wang, and he ignored Mom Shaju. Since he didn't bring any money back, Mom Shaju became suspicious and asked, "Do you have another woman outside? Did you give all the money to her?" Dad Shaju denied it, saying, "Do you think I'm like your son, changing wives after a few years? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. No wonder you two are alike." Mom Shaju shot him a sideways glance. "I see Shaju doesn't take after me. Who he takes after, we don't know. I don't have a habit of stealing women." Mom Shaju didn't dare to respond, feeling guilty. On Mid-Autumn Festival, Shaju took Chi-Chi to the countryside to buy a rack of lamb and cooked it in a big pot. The delicious smell spread for miles, making some villagers jealous, wondering how Shaju had such good luck to become a city person. Shaju didn't eat alone. After the lamb was ready, he delivered a bowl to a few elderly villagers who received government aid. He wasn't doing this out of kindness, but to show off and get compliments for being kind-hearted. Giving away those few bowls of ribs nearly made him bite his own teeth in frustration. He even deliberately went by Lu Hongying's place to annoy her. Compared to the lively atmosphere at Shaju's home, Lu Hongying's side was much quieter. While every family was celebrating together, she was all alone. Even when alone, she couldn't settle for less. Lu Hongying bought mooncakes and made dumplings, celebrating the festival by herself. When she was about to eat, she noticed a child standing shyly at her door. Lu Hongying walked over and took a closer look. It was little Yang from the village. Little Yang had lost his parents at a young age, and Lu Hongying didn't know how. She only knew he lived with his grandfather, who had passed away recently, leaving Liang an orphan at just 8 years old. What a pitiful child. Luo Hongying noticed that Xiao Liang was still wearing slippers. It was autumn now, and his toes were scraped. The 8-year-old boy had lost the sparkle in his eyes and carried a sadness that was beyond his years. "Xiao Liang, are you hungry?" Xiao Liang nodded, and then shook his head. Luo Hongying took his small hand, which was very dark, dirty, and cold, and his clothes were full of patches and holes. She felt a lump in her throat and tears fell. She led Xiao Liang inside, washed his face and hands, and said, "Sit here for a moment. I will cook dumplings for us to eat together, along with mooncakes, while we look at the moon." How does that sound? A little light returned to Xiao Liang's sad eyes, and he managed a small smile. Luo Hongying handed him a 5-nut mooncake and poured him a glass of warm water. Eat this while you wait. The dumplings will be ready soon. Xiao Liang held the mooncake, looking at it repeatedly, and then at Luo Hongying, unable to believe this was real. Luo Hongying smiled at him, and suddenly, Xiao Liang began to cry. Luo Hongying came over, hugged him, gently patted his shoulder, and softly comforted him. Cry, child. Let all your pain and sadness out. After you finish, wipe your tears and live well. Annie, do you know? It's been a long time since anyone has been this kind to me or smiled at me, Xiao Liang said, looking up at Luo Hongying with tear-filled eyes. She wiped his tears and told him to be brave and strong, reminding him that there are many beautiful things waiting for him to experience. Xiao Liang nodded with determination. Soon, steaming dumplings were served on the table, and the two enjoyed eating dumplings and mooncakes while admiring the moon. Xiao Liang ate heartily, and it was clear he had been hungry for a long time. After dinner, Luo Hongying made a bed for Xiao Liang, so he could sleep at her home and keep her company. As Xiao Liang lay in bed, Luo Hongying sat beside him. Close your eyes and sleep. Xiao Liang said, Auntie, can you be like my mom? I've seen on TV that moms do this to help kids sleep. Luo Hongying smiled and didn't respond, gently patting him. Before long, Xiao Liang fell into a sweet sleep. Luo Hongying looked at his innocent face, feeling a pang of heartache, realizing they shared some similarities. That night, Xiao Liang slept soundly. The next day, Luo Hongying took him to the village market and bought him clothes, shoes, and a backpack. Yes, a backpack. Luo Hongying wanted to send Xiao Liang to school. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Liang jumped up with excitement. He had been dreaming of going to school for a long time. After returning, Lu Hongying took Xiao Liang to school and paid his tuition. She told him, if you have any problems in the future, come to me directly. If someone bullies you, tell me. If you need money or supplies, come to me too. Xiao Liang happily went to school, and the teachers at the village primary school praised Lu Hongying for her kindness. They believed that anyone who bullied her would face consequences. On the first day after school, Xiao Liang went straight to Lu Hongying's house. He said he was afraid to go home. Lu Hongying thought about it all night and made a big decision. She wanted to adopt this child and give him a home. She had no plans to marry or have children, so adopting Xiao Liang would be a win-win situation. He would have a family, and she would have a child to care for. She shared her thoughts with the village chief, Old Song, but he disagreed. He said Xiao Liang had uncles and older relatives, so why should she adopt him? But have his uncles or aunts ever taken care of him? Have they ever given him a meal? His clothes are full of holes. Can't they see that? Lu Hongying's questions left Old Song speechless. As a village chief, can't you see this poor child? Old Song waved his hand impatiently and said, You don't get to decide how I do my job as village chief. If it weren't for the sake of Shaju, I would have kicked you out of the village long ago. Why would you kick me out? Have I done anything wrong? Lu Hongying replied. Some people think they can get away with their illegal actions just because there is no evidence right now, but one day the truth will come out. Her words startled Old Song, and he hurried back inside. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the holiday was still not over. However, Shaju's father felt restless at home. He found an excuse and returned to the city early. After several days without seeing his girlfriend, Wang Jia, he felt lovesick and decided to call her to arrange an early return. Shaju's mother was puzzled. The neighbor's son had not left, so why did Shaju's father go back? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. She asked Shaju, Have you seen your father with another woman? Shaju shook his head and said, No, look at my dad. What kind of woman would want him? You can relax. Shaju's mother thought about it and agreed. If I hadn't married him, he would be single. Shaju was also planning to return to the city with Chi-Chi. Shaju's mother thought to herself, Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I might be in trouble. Silly Zhu packed half a car full of farm products, including dried chili peppers, cornmeal, green beans, and more, placing them one bag at a time into the trunk. Silly Zhu's mother watched nearby, wondering if he would leave like this too. After returning for the Mid-Autumn Festival, neither of them had given her a penny. She thought he would leave some money behind, but it didn't look promising. She decided she needed to ask for some money, especially since Chi-Chi didn't seem like someone who would manage well. The more she could get, the better. Silly Zhu's mother quietly pulled her son aside and bravely said, "Son, I didn't see any money from your father this time. Do you have any money? Please leave me some." Silly Zhu glanced at Chi-Chi, who was sitting there eating an apple, and quietly replied, "Since I met her, I haven't had a single extra penny and often borrow money from friends. It's good that I didn't ask you for anything." After lamenting about his financial struggles, he filled the trunk to the brim, not even leaving out the radishes and cabbage. Just as he started the car, Lu Hongying stood in front of it. Silly Zhu felt a flicker of joy, thinking maybe she still cared about him and didn't want him to leave. He told Chi-Chi to stay put and not get out of the car while he asked what was going on. Silly Zhu got out and told Lu Hongying to step aside. She coldly asked, "Are you just leaving like this?" "Yes. I have to get back to work," he replied, emphasizing the words "get back to work" to show off a bit. "What, you don't want me to go?" Lu Hongying scoffed and said, "Don't flatter yourself. I came to ask when you will handle the paperwork." "What paperwork? Isn't this fine?" Silly Zhu stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You're at home, and she's outside. You both can stay out of each other's way. Why get a divorce? If you really do, your reputation will be ruined." Lu Hongying replied that it was none of his business and urged him to finalize the paperwork to avoid complications later. "Silly Zhu, are you so eager to divorce because you have another woman?" he asked, feeling a bit angry. Lu Hongying said it was none of his concern. She just wanted a divorce to start fresh. Silly Zhu didn't want a divorce, so Lu Hongying had to turn to Chi-Chi for help. She explained the situation, saying that Silly Zhu wanted both a family at home and someone outside. Chi-Chi was about to explode. She got out of the car, kicked Silly Zhu, and insisted that he must get a divorce today. If he didn't, they would break up. Silly Zhu felt torn. He wanted both. With Lu Hongying and Chi-Chi both pushing him, he had no choice but to agree and go with Lu Hongying to handle the divorce paperwork. To make it easier, Lu Hongying got into Silly Zhu's car, having already prepared her ID and household registration book. After Sha Zhu went back to get the documents, he drove to the local civil affairs bureau. Chi-Chi sat in the passenger seat, while Lu Hongying sat in the back. At that moment, Chi-Chi began to act. She playfully leaned against Sha Zhu's arm and said in a sweet voice, "Honey, once we finish the paperwork, we can be together openly. Isn't that great?" She even shot a proud glance at Lu Hongying, who remained expressionless and quietly looked out the window. Seeing Lu Hongying's lack of reaction, Chi-Chi leaned in and kissed Sha Zhu on the cheek, exclaiming, "Honey, after we get married, we will have a good life together. Unlike some people who can't keep a man and blame others." Sha Zhu felt awkward and didn't know what to say, just asking her to stop talking. At that moment, Lu Hongying coldly remarked, "Don't be too happy. If he treats me this way today, he can treat you the same way tomorrow." Chi-Chi scoffed, "He is sincere with me. I believe he loves me." When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Sha Zhu hesitated after parking the car. Chi-Chi urged him to hurry, while he took his time, feeling uneasy as he remembered the sweet moments from when he first married Lu Hongying. But after moving to the city, he met other women. Sha Zhu didn't want a divorce, but he felt trapped and had no choice. The three of them walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau's hall, with Chi-Chi linking her arm with Sha Zhu's and Lu Hongying walking alone behind them. They sat down at the divorce window, and the staff member, a woman, told Chi-Chi and Sha Zhu, "You're in the wrong place. Marriage registration is next door." Chi-Chi quickly stood up and said, "Ma'am, they are here to get a divorce." Then she gestured for Lu Hongying to come sit down. The staff member asked Chi-Chi who she was. Chi-Chi shamelessly replied, "I'm his new girlfriend." The staff member looked at the strange trio and then asked Lu Hongying if she was voluntarily getting a divorce. Lu Hongying agreed. The staff member offered a few words of mediation, and since there are no objections, She told them to sign. Just as Shaju was about to sign, his phone rang. He answered, "What? My dad was attacked?" While on the phone, he ran outside. Both women tried to stop him, wanting him to sign before leaving, but Shaju ran away faster than a rabbit, disappearing before anyone could react. The staff member at the Civil Affairs Bureau told Liu Hongying, "Go home and live well. He doesn't want a divorce." Life couldn't go on like this, and Liu Hongying sighed, finding it hard to get things done. Chi was the angriest, realizing that it was clear the man didn't want a divorce. Was he still thinking about Liu Hongying? Chi chased after the car, and Shaju started driving quickly towards the provincial city. He said urgently, "My dad was beaten and is in the hospital. I think you're just making excuses to avoid leaving. You can't bear to part with Liu Hongying. You want the family flag to stay up while you have fun outside." "Humph. I won't let you enjoy it," Chi cried sadly. Shaju replied irritably, "My dad is in the hospital. Who has time to think about flags?" After driving for 4 hours, they arrived at the provincial city. Shaju rushed to the hospital and found his injured father in the ward. His dad was wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy, with only his eyes showing. Shaju asked what happened and who had beaten him. "You came back not to work, but to fight," he said. Shaju's dad turned his head away, asking Chi to step outside, as he felt embarrassed about the situation. Once Chi left, Shaju's dad reluctantly revealed the truth. "I came back early for the holiday. Actually, I wasn't at work. The construction site hadn't started yet. I had arranged with the cook to come back early. I might have returned too soon. When I got to our rental, I saw the door was unlocked and thought she must have left it open for me. I hurriedly pushed the door open." Shaju's dad paused, looking very upset. Seeing his expression, Shaju's dad spoke with a trembling voice, as if he was about to cry. After calming down for a moment, he continued, "As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw 2 people in bed, Sister Cook and old Lou from the construction site, doing something wrong in my rented room." Shaju's dad was so angry that his face turned red, struggling to catch his breath. Shaju poured him a glass of water and told him to calm down and speak slowly. Shaju's dad said, "I went crazy at that moment. This house is mine and the woman is my partner. That old man was taking advantage of me, and I couldn't tolerate it. I grabbed the stick behind the door and swung it at old Lou. What made it worse was that the cook actually protected that man. I gave her all my earnings this year, and this ungrateful woman deceived me out of my money and feelings." Tears sparkled in Shaju's dad's eyes as he said that old Lou took advantage of my distraction, got dressed, and then beat me up. He weighs over 180 pounds. I was no match for him, and ended up like this. "Did you call the police?"
Shaju asked.
"I didn't. The cook wouldn't let me report it. That old Lou arrogantly said it wouldn't matter where I reported it, because he has connections." Shaju scolded his dad harshly. "How can you do this to my mom?" Shaju's father said dismissively, "Shaju, you've grown up. There are some things I can't hide from you. Your mother and old Song have been up to something these years, and as a man, I feel frustrated."
Ah?
Shaju couldn't accept this news. He had suspected it a little. Old Song always looked at him like a father looks at his son. Could it be that I am Old Song's son? Shaju surprisingly felt no shame. If I really am Old Song's son, then I would be a second-generation official. "Shaju, you must help me get revenge. Your father was beaten badly, and the cook's sister just took a quick look and left. Her heart has been taken by old Lou. Now I have lost everything." Shaju's father felt wronged, losing both his wife and his dignity. Shaju certainly wouldn't let old Lou get away with it. He assured his father to rest and went to the construction site to confront old Lou. When he arrived, the site was empty. Shaju went to the dormitory, where old Lou was sleeping soundly. Shaju woke him up. "How can you sleep when you've hurt someone?" Seeing it was Shaju, old Lou sat up and asked what he wanted. "I could just spend a few days in jail." "Spend a few days? You're clueless. This is intentional injury, which starts at 3 years. Plus, you have a record and your kids will be affected and can't participate in the political review." Shaju's words scared old Lou. He didn't care about himself, but it was about his children's future. They were in college and wanted to take civil service exams. What do you want then? If you don't want to go to jail, we need to settle this privately, which means compensation. You choose how to proceed. How much compensation? I don't have much money. I roughly calculated. Medical expenses, lost work, nutrition costs, and emotional distress add up to at least 500. What do you think? Old Lu shook his head, saying he had no money. You can just sue me. Shaju laughed. I know you don't have money, but someone does. The cook sister has money. All the money my father earned this year went into her pocket. She caused this, so she should pay. Old Lu's eyes widened. What if she refuses to pay? Shaju crossed his arms. She wouldn't dare refuse. A woman's reputation is important, and she has spent a lot of your money too. If this gets out, her reputation will be ruined, and the construction site won't want her anymore. Old Lu thought for a moment and felt Shaju had a point. So the two went to find the cook sister. When she saw them together, she felt scared, knowing it couldn't be good news. Shaju straightforwardly stated his intention, but the cook sister firmly refused to pay. Shaju threatened, if you don't pay, we'll make sure everyone knows about the situation between you, my dad, and Old Lu. Let's see who'll still want you to cook for them. The cook sister panicked, but still insisted she didn't have that much money. Shaju pressed on, all right, just give me 500. You've spent plenty of my dad's money, and if you don't pay, this matter isn't over today. Left with no choice, the cook sister went inside to get the money and handed it to Shaju. He took the money and left, leaving the cook sister and Old Lu feeling frustrated. The cook sister was quite bold. Despite her age, she targeted older men at the construction site. Younger men didn't pay her any attention. Besides Shaju's dad and Old Lu, she also had a partner, and over the year, money from these three men filled her pockets. This time, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, all three men spent the holiday without money, especially Old Lu, who didn't even dare to go home because he was broke. All his money went to this woman. With her pockets full, the cook sister bought her partner a tricycle when she returned home. Wait, didn't she say her partner often hit her and that she worked to escape domestic violence? Actually, the cook sister wasn't lying. Her partner did hit her. Yet, she still wanted to buy him a tricycle, clothes, and give him money because deep down, she felt he was still her man and the father of her children. When her partner brought home some money, he was so happy he jumped for joy and promised never to hit her again, even kindly offering to wash her feet. Seeing such a change in him, the cook sister realized the power of money. So, right after the holiday, she left home early under the pretext of work at the construction site. She initially planned to spend time with Old Lu and wait for Shaju's dad to return before pretending to be a good wife. But unexpectedly, her plans fell apart when Shaju came asking for money. Although it hurt her to part with it, after some consideration, she gritted her teeth and paid. She had her own plan to give this money to Shaju's dad and then charm him back later. Shaju took the money to the hospital, paid the hospitalization fee, which was only a little over 70, as his injuries weren't severe. The rest of the money he gave to his dad. Where did you get so much money? Shaju's dad asked in surprise. Shaju smiled and said, it's all your money. I just got it back in a different way. He explained how he had asked the cook sister for money and mentioned that although it was a bit costly, getting the money back was what mattered. Shaju's father was a bit worried. Will she hate me for this? Will she ignore me? Seeing his father's weak demeanor, Shaju took the money back. Don't keep this money. It might get taken from you. I'll save it for you. Just then, the doctor came in and said the patient was fine and could be discharged. The father and son packed up and left the hospital. But where would they go? Shaju took his father to his home. Chi-Chi was unhappy, thinking it would be inconvenient to have an old man around. What old man? That's my dad. You can stay if you want, but if not, you can leave. Shaju stood his ground, surprising Chi-Chi, who didn't dare to say anything more. So, Shaju's father temporarily moved in with his son. However, living there wasn't easy. It was unlikely Chi-Chi would let him stay comfortably. Since that incident, Shaju's father stayed at home for half a month, clashing with Chi-Chi the whole time. This woman was nothing like Lu Hongying. Shaju's father privately asked his son, "Are you sure the child she's carrying is yours? Don't end up raising someone else's son." Thinking of his own past, Shaju's father felt a wave of sadness. Shaju replied, "I'm sure it's mine, otherwise, she wouldn't dare to act like this. If it weren't mine, I'd kick her out right away. I won't be a fool raising someone else's child." Realizing he had misspoken, Shaju quickly changed his tone. "Well, whoever raises the child has a bond with them. There's an old saying, the one who raises a child has a debt greater than the heavens." Once he was healthy, Shaju's father returned to work at the construction site. When the cook saw him, she asked with concern, "Are you better?" Shaju's father ignored her, and when he served himself, he noticed several pieces of meat in his bowl. He felt pleased. This woman still cared for him. It was that old Lu who was annoying, always around and causing trouble. If only he could be pushed out. Shaju gave his father a suggestion, saying it would be easy to get rid of him, and he would handle it. The next day, someone reported that old Lu was stealing rebar and scrap metal from the site. The foreman investigated and found it to be true. Old Lu had been stealing to satisfy his own desires and to impress the cook. The foreman fired old Lu, and Shaju's father felt relieved. Before leaving, old Lu glared at Shaju's father and asked, "Did you report me?" Shaju's father replied, "No." "Humph. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later," old Lu said before walking away. Who reported him? It wasn't the silly Zhu or his father. No one would have guessed it was the cook, Sister Lu. Is she crazy? Of course, she isn't. She's very clear-headed. First, old Lu has been involved in shady activities for a long time, and eventually, he would drag her down too. Plus, old Lu has a terrible character, unlike silly Zhu's father. Once, he even stole money from Sister Lu and got caught. So, after thinking it over, Sister Lu went straight to the foreman to report him. The foreman fired old Lu and gave Sister Lu a raise of 100 yuan. This way, she got rid of old Lu, earned favor with silly Zhu's father, and received a bonus. All in one go. Sister Lu found silly Zhu's father and said, "Big brother, I took care of it for you. I reported old Lu, and he got fired." Silly Zhu's father felt warm inside. It seemed Sister Lu still cared for him, and his anger faded away. A few days later, silly Zhu's father noticed that Sister Lu often came close to him, bringing him some of her homemade dishes. He felt a bit moved but worried she was just after his salary. One day, Sister Lu quietly said to silly Zhu's father, "Big brother, I see you're a sincere person, and I genuinely want someone to rely on. Old Lu forced me into that situation. Now I just want to live well with you." Silly Zhu's father scratched his head, unsure whether to continue. At that moment, Sister Lu leaned closer, playfully brushing against his arm, making him feel restless. Seeing the right moment, Sister Lu whispered, "Come to my place tonight. I'll cook something delicious for you." After saying that, she left, and silly Zhu's father couldn't stop thinking about her, eagerly waiting for the end of the workday. He couldn't focus on work all day. Finally, after a long wait, when his co-workers invited him for drinks, he made an excuse to decline and hurried to Sister Lu's place. As soon as he entered, the aroma of food filled the air. There were 4 dishes and a pot of wine. Sister Lu said, "Let's enjoy tonight. It's my way of apologizing to you." After cooking, Sister Lu changed into a more fitted outfit that accentuated her figure. Silly Zhu's father was mesmerized and lost his appetite for food and drink. He threw down his chopsticks and picked up Sister Lu to take her into the room. After a long drought, silly Zhu's father felt Sister Lu was full of femininity, gradually forgetting her past actions. He promised to give her half of his salary, keeping the other half for his wife at home. Sister Lu happily said, "Thank you, husband." Shaju's father often hears women calling men like that in the city, so he decided to try it out himself, feeling quite pleased. However, his son Shaju advised him not to get involved with that woman again. "This mid-autumn festival, my mother is already suspicious of you. It's better to save money for building a house when you go home. Shaju's father dismissed his concerns, but Shaju warned, if you spend more money on that woman, I won't support you in your old age. After the marriage didn't work out, Lu Hongying returned to the village to continue making and buying shoe insoles. The factory slowly started operating, and she hired a few workers to test the difference between machine-made and handmade insoles. After half a month, they produced the first batch of insoles, but when Lu Hongying took them to Director Wang for evaluation, she was very disappointed. The machine-made insoles were too rough and did not compare to the handmade ones, leaving the customers unsatisfied. What could she do? She had already bought the equipment and opened the factory. Closing it would mean a big loss. Lu Hongying was overwhelmed and unsure of her next steps, but she was determined not to fail again. She decided to re-examine the entire production process, closely comparing the steps of handmade insoles, and found that the machines were too rigid in handling some details, lacking finesse. She contacted the equipment manufacturer and requested technicians to help adjust the machine parameters, making them as precise as possible, even if it meant slowing down the speed. At the same time, she organized experience sharing sessions for the women in the factory, encouraging skilled artisans to share their techniques for making insoles by hand and to incorporate feasible parts into the machine operations. After much effort, the second batch of insoles was produced. This batch showed significant improvements in stitch density and design quality, but it still couldn't match handmade products. Lu Hongying took the samples to Director Wang again, who smiled with satisfaction. This batch is good. Keep improving, and there will be bigger orders in the future. Lu Hongying was overjoyed. The factory was finally on the right track, but she knew she had to keep learning to perfect the machine-made insoles. The factory was busy, and she needed to hire someone with a bit of education to manage the accounts and business. There was a young man named Ding Rong in the village who had attended middle school. When Lu Hongying approached him, he readily agreed to work at her factory. Now, the factory had 5 female knitters, 1 accountant, and Lu Hongying handling business and various tasks. Hongying Insole Factory was taking shape. However, some unpleasant rumors began to circulate. Lu Hongying hired Ding Rong for accounting, but someone spread a rumor that she hired him because she liked his youth and strength, wanting to keep him for herself. With gossip swirling, Ding Rong's mother came to the factory and forcefully took him home, saying she would rather be poor than let him earn this money. Ding Rong was only 20 years old and quite handsome. Lu Hongying saw him as just a kid, even though she was only 5 years older. He was smart, quick to react, skilled with his hands, and worked hard without cutting corners. What a shame. Lu Hongying continued to hire, but after a round of interviews, she found no suitable candidates. Just then, Ding Rong returned and said he wanted to work with her. In this isolated mountain village, the only way to escape poverty was to keep moving forward, and Lu Hongying was someone who aimed for great things. Ding Rong's words brought tears to Lu Hongying's eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had believed in her like that. She rehired Ding Rong, but his mother caused a scene several times, and the village gossipers tried to stir trouble. Lu Hongying ignored them, and Ding Rong focused on his work. One day, Ding Rong's mother suddenly had a stomach bleed and was hospitalized, but they were too poor to pay for the treatment. Both mother and son were worried. When Lu Hongying learned of this, she rushed to the hospital, brought fruits and milk powder, and gave Ding Rong 500 yuan, saying it was an advance on his salary to help pay for his mother's hospital bill. Lu Hongying's timely help made Ding Rong and his mother very grateful. Especially Ding Rong's mother, who held Lu Hongying's hand and said, "Dear, you are truly kind. I was wrong to suspect you before. It was all because of what my mother-in-law said." Again, the mother-in-law. Lu Hongying couldn't understand why. Even after she left, she would still want to harm her. After this incident, Ding Rong and his mother regarded Lu Hongying as a benefactor. Ding Rong's mother quietly told Lu Hongying something important. She knew who had kidnapped her. This news surprised Lu Hongying. "Auntie, please tell me who kidnapped me." At this point, Ding Rong's mother hesitated, fearing retaliation. Lu Hongying reassured her that she would keep it a secret, and only then did she reveal the name. Ding Rong's mother said the kidnapper was Ju Huang's brother, and Ju Huang was also in on it. Lu Hongying had suspected them for a long time but lacked evidence. "Auntie, how do you know this?" Ding Rong's mother explained that her family and Ju Huang's were from the same village. One day, when she returned to her family home, it was already dark when she saw several shadowy figures whispering together at the village entrance. Curiosity drove her to hide and listen quietly. She heard them talking about kidnapping Lu Hongying to extort some money and to give her sister Ju Fong a chance to vent her anger. So that was it. Ju Fong was still upset about De Zhen's feelings for Lu Hongying, but she never expected it to go this far. If it weren't for her good luck, she might have been in serious trouble. Lu Hongying was furious. She asked Ding Rongyang to testify and report it to the police. But Ding Rongyang was scared and didn't want to cause trouble. She regretted saying anything right after. Lu Hongying went to find Uncle Mao and relayed what Ding Rongyang had said. Uncle Mao told Lu Hongying to go back and wait. They would investigate slowly. At that moment, Lu Hongying didn't have much hope, thinking it would come to nothing again. But one day, a police car arrived in the village, and 3 officers got out, heading straight for De Zhen's house. This caused quite a stir. De Zhen was an honest man. What trouble could he be in? Everyone was eager to watch the show. In this small mountain village, there was no shortage of onlookers. The crowd followed Uncle Mao to De Zhen's door. De Zhen was busy tending to the fire when he saw Uncle Mao and looked confused. "Comrade, I haven't done anything wrong." One of the officers said they weren't looking for him, but wanted his wife to come out. Ju Fong was hiding inside, too scared to come out. De Zhen pulled her out, and the officer showed his badge. "We suspect you're involved in a kidnapping case. Please come with us to clarify the situation." Ju Fong was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground, crying and shouting, "I didn't do it. It was my brother's idea. He just wanted to scare Lu Hongying, but I didn't know he wanted money." Before they even started the interrogation, Ju Fong had revealed everything. The officers exchanged smiles. This made things easier. De Zhen stood there in shock, but his mother was the first to react. She held her child and pleaded with the officer, "Comrade, please be lenient. My granddaughter is only 5 months old. What will happen to her without a mother?" De Zhen snapped back to reality. He helped Ju Fong up without blaming her, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her shoulder. "Ju Fong, it's my fault. I didn't handle my feelings well.
I'm sorry.
From now on, I will love you both wholeheartedly." Ju Fong, trembling, slowly calmed down and asked De Zhen, "You don't hate me?" De Zhen replied that he didn't hate her and told her to cooperate with the officers to clarify everything. He and their daughter would wait for her return. Ju Fong was taken away, and the village was buzzing with gossip. Everyone wondered how the seemingly honest Ju Fong could do such a thing. You never really know a person's heart. Some women advised the men and children to stay away from their home, just in case they offended someone and faced serious consequences. Although the culprit was caught, Lu Hongying couldn't feel happy. Dagon found Lu Hongying, first apologizing and then asking her, for the sake of their past friendship, if she could write a letter of understanding to lessen the sentence for Ju Fong. Dagon looked sad as he said he was sorry for Ju Fong, explaining that she cared too much for him, which led her to make a foolish choice. Lu Hongying listened with a blank expression, but Dagon's remorse for Ju Fong overlooked one important fact. She was the victim. "Dagon, you only feel sorry for Ju Fong, but have you thought about what she did to me? I almost died at the hands of those people, and now you come to me pretending to be a good husband." Lu Hongying's emotions started to rise. Dagon realized his mistake and felt pity for all the suffering Lu Hongying had endured, quickly apologizing. Lu Hongying told him to go back for now. She would write the letter, but from now on, they should keep their distance and not involve her in their matters again. Dagon left in tears, feeling conflicted. Lu Hongying wiped her tears, knowing that some people are just not meant to be close, and it's better to keep a respectful distance. A month later, Ju Fong returned home. During her time away, She lost quite a bit of weight and missed Dagon and their child very much. The reason she returned so quickly was that Lu Hongying had provided a letter of understanding, and since she wasn't the main culprit, she received a 2-year suspended sentence. Dagon took Jufong to apologize to Lu Hongying and thank her for her understanding. Jufong lowered her head, feeling guilty, and softly said, "Sister Hongying, thank you for your generosity. I was foolish before, and I hope you can forgive me." As time passed, life gradually returned to normal, and Lu Hongying's factory was running smoothly. Ding Rong became more skilled in finance and became a valuable assistant to Lu Hongying. However, beneath the calm surface, there were hidden currents. The truth about the kidnapping was revealed, but another issue arose. Her insoles had been burned, indicating a deeper conspiracy. Lu Hongying continued to work while slowly investigating. For many years, Old Song, as the village head, has made life difficult for the villagers while filling his own pockets. Everyone is talking privately, certain that he'll be voted out in this election. Luo Hongying also has a ballot in hand, and she votes for Old Song's opponent, Wang Dafeng. Wang is in his 40s and has worked under Old Song for over 20 years. This time, he is sure to win. Moreover, Old Song has a messy reputation regarding relationships, while Wang is seen as more upright. In the villagers' minds, Old Song is definitely going to lose. On election day, 2 leaders from the township also came. When the votes were announced, everyone was shocked to find Old Song leading with 380 votes to 345, winning the next term as village head. People were skeptical about the results. Old Song has a terrible reputation, so why did he get so many votes? There must be something fishy going on, but the honest villagers chose to endure it. Ambitious Wang Dafeng felt deflated, suspecting foul play but feeling helpless. Old Song donned a big red flower and gave a victory speech, repeating the same old lines about leading the villagers to prosperity and ensuring everyone has enough food. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Village head Song, you've been saying this for decades. Change it up." Laughter erupted, reflecting the villagers' dissatisfaction. Old Song felt a bit awkward on stage, but quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he said, "My achievements in recent years are clear for all to see. Look, we opened a shoe insole factory that has provided many women with jobs and income." The crowd booed, and Luo Hongying thought to herself how shameless he was. Didn't he know how much trouble he caused for the insole factory? It had nothing to do with him. He was just taking credit. Boldly, Luo Hongying stood up and said, "This shoe insole factory owes a lot to village head Song's support." Old Song grinned widely, showing his big yellow teeth.
"See?
You may not believe me, but you can't doubt what Director Luo says." Luo Hongying calmly continued, "When I went to ask village head Song for land to build the factory, he said I wasn't from this village, so he wouldn't approve it. He finally said that if I wanted the land, it was possible, but I would have to make a contribution first." At that moment, Old Song's face turned as purple as an eggplant, wishing to stop her, but the township leaders were present. I thought to myself, what kind of contribution? I faint at the sight of blood, so I didn't dare to go out. As a result, Old Song successfully kept the village's land and rented it out to Boss Wang from another province, who isn't from this village. Maybe he was the one who got hurt. After Lu Hongying finished speaking, everyone laughed, but the 2 village leaders looked unhappy. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Old Song directly announced, "The meeting is over." After the meeting, the village leaders stayed at the team office for a meal. To welcome the hard work of the village leaders, the village killed a sheep. The leaders enjoyed the lamb and soup, and those who usually had a good relationship with Old Song were invited. Everyone was curious about who paid for the sheep. Of course, it was the villagers. Should Old Song and the village leaders pay? They work hard for everyone, so what's wrong with having a sheep? However, such events had to happen every 10 days or so. The villagers often saw guests at the village office, and it was becoming like a restaurant, with delicious smells wafting for miles, so everyone could enjoy it. The one who worked the hardest was Old Song. Today was no different. With all this drinking, he would end up with health issues. Some villagers felt sorry for him. Old Song, let me help you with the leaders. You can't keep drinking like this. Old Song waved his hand and said, no need, no need. I can handle 3 bottles and not get drunk. Let me take care of this. His selflessness touched everyone. Some villagers, worried he was too tired, secretly took corn from his field to help him. Others saw his little sheep was hungry and helped sell it at the market. There were many such acts of kindness, as everyone cared for him deeply. This time, Old Song was re-elected as village chief. Perhaps worried about his fertilizer being poor, someone secretly dumped their toilet waste at Old Song's door overnight. The smell woke him up from his drunken state. Even the village dogs and chickens felt unwell. As for Old Song, he got sick from the alcohol and ended up vomiting everything he had eaten the day before, including lamb and soup. What a waste! He called for his wife to help clean up, but after calling several times with no answer, he remembered that she had gone to live in the city with their son 6 months ago and hadn't called back. Old Song sat on the grinding stone in the yard after finishing his work and suddenly felt a wave of loneliness. His wife had been gone for half a year. How could it feel so long? He only realized how much time had passed because he hadn't cared before. During these 6 months since his partner left, he had lived freely, staying at Lu Er's daughter-in-law's house one night and at Sha Zhu's mother's house the next, often visiting others as well. He had forgotten about his wife in his carefree life. It was only when he thought about needing someone to clean up that he remembered her. Unfortunately, she had also been involved in his life, and perhaps his wife left because she was tired of him. There was no choice but to do it himself. Old Song found a scarf to cover his nose, put on some old clothes, and got ready to work. As he swept and grumbled about the person responsible for the mess, he hoped he wouldn't catch them because he would make them pay. Just then, Lu Er's daughter-in-law came over and Old Song, seeing her as a savior, handed her the broom. She covered her nose and ran away without saying a word, which made Old Song furious. He complained that she claimed to care for him but wouldn't even help clean up a mess. After sweeping all morning, using water and burying waste, he finally managed to clean up, though the smell lingered. It took a toll on him, leaving him exhausted, and he went inside to lie down and fell fast asleep. Just as he dozed off, the village loudspeaker blared, announcing, "Today, the township leaders are visiting for an inspection. Everyone, be ready to host them." At that moment, someone from the village office called for village head Song to discuss what to serve for lunch. Feeling dazed, Old Song sat up and thought for a moment. He sent someone to the market to buy 20 pounds of pork ribs, deciding not to slaughter a sheep today since they had enough meat already. But where would the money come from? Old Song took 100 yuan from his drawer and handed it to the runner, saying, "Put it on the village account and add 200. Today was another day of feasting." Old Song tidied up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and put on a Zhongshan suit. He looked quite like a leader. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Er's daughter-in-law returned, saying, "Old Song, my son wrote to say he has no living expenses. Lu Er has been away for so long without sending money. Can you lend me 200 yuan? Old Song replied impatiently, "All you think about is money. You ran away faster than a rabbit when I asked for your help a moment ago." Lu Er's daughter-in-law laughed and said, "Old Song, don't be mad. I have a weak stomach. The smell made me feel sick, and I had to find a place to throw up." Seeing that Old Song was still upset, she began to act cute and playful, softening him up. He took 200 coins from the drawer and gave them to Lu Er's wife. She happily kissed Lao Song on the cheek and said, "I knew you were good to me." Just then, this scene was seen by Sha Zhu's mother, who, noticing that Lao Song gave Lu Er's wife money, complained, "Why does she get money and I don't? I can't even cook." Lao Song had no choice but to give Sha Zhu's mother another 100. "How much did you give her?" Sha Zhu's mother asked. Lu Er's wife raised the cash in her hand and proudly said, "I got 200. Can you see who Lao Song favors more?" Hearing this, Sha Zhu's mother got angry, hands on her hips, her eyes wide open. "Humph! 200 makes you the favorite? Lao Song brought me 2 pounds of pork yesterday. Did he do that for you?" Lu Er's wife refused to back down and puffed out her chest. Pork? That's nothing. Last week, Lao Song took me to the theater and bought me front row tickets. You probably haven't even gone out with him. Sha Zhu's mother was furious, her face turning red. Let me tell you, 2 days ago, Lao Song helped me carry water. That bucket was heavy, and he didn't complain at all. Lu Er's wife smirked. Carrying water? Lao Song last said I was beautiful, even better looking than the actresses on stage. He has never said that about you. Sha Zhu's mother was speechless and stomped her feet, pointing at Lao Song and scolding you, Lao Song. I cook and wash for you, and you still favor her. Then Sha Zhu's mother glared at Lu Er's wife and said through gritted teeth, Lao Song and I have a son together.
Do you?
Lu Er's wife was stunned.
What?
I didn't know about this. She turned to Lao Song and asked, Is that true? Lao Song was already sweating and quickly said that Sha Zhu's mother was talking nonsense, insisting there was nothing. He pulled Sha Zhu's mother away, scolding her for almost causing trouble. Sha Zhu's mother realized she had said too much and left in embarrassment. Before leaving, she snatched all the remaining money from Lao Song's hands. Now, Lao Song had very little money left and felt miserable. At that moment, neighbor Uncle Wang passed by and saw Lao Song looking troubled. He joked, Lao Song, you seem to have quite a few romantic debts. Lao Song rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself that he was really having bad luck to get involved with these two. He hurried to the village office, where the leaders were coming to inspect the work and discuss the future of the small village. Before he could say much, it was already noon, so Lao Song instructed to have the pork ribs cooked and served. After a group of people had their fill and chatted for a while, they played some cards to unwind from their hard work, and before they knew it, the day was over. The village leader said, Let's wrap up today's work here. Your village is the least developed in the area. Lao Song, you need to work harder. Lao Song nodded and said, We hope the higher authorities will come and guide us. After a long day, the village leader left, and before going, Lao Song gave him a few bags of local specialties. The villagers looked at one person with a big belly and said, The one who comes to guide us the most is from our village, yet we are the poorest. The villagers were angry but kept quiet, hoping Lao Song would step down and a more capable village leader would take over. But it turned out to be the same guy. Is there any hope for this village? One young man said, Wait. During the voting, I asked around, and not many voted for Lao Song. How did he end up with the most votes? Another young man replied, You don't know? Lao Song hired a few people, each carrying 2 pounds of pork, and went door to door at night to gather support. How could he not get more votes? Everyone realized that this cunning Lao Song was not only rallying support in the village, but also secretly sending gifts to the town. However, recently, Lao Song had been having trouble sleeping. With so many guilty secrets, he thought the wind knocking on the door at night was a ghost. When he finally fell asleep, he would have nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat, thinking of his wife. He called his son, and after several tries, he finally got through.
Son.
Your mother has been there for over 6 months. Let her come back. His son replied, Dad, my wife just got pregnant. Mom needs to stay here to help us with the baby. She won't be back for 3 to 5 years. You need to manage on your own. After hanging up, he called again and asked to speak to his wife. Lao Song's wife answered the phone, sounding annoyed. Old man, I'm listening to our son. I'm staying here to enjoy my retirement. What will I do if you don't come home? Lao Song asked, getting anxious. What will you do? Without me around to nag you, you'll be so free. You can visit whoever you want, like Lu Er's wife, Sha Zhu's mother, or the widow at the village entrance.
How nice is that?
Listen to me, dear. Those are just rumors. I am innocent. You and our son are all that matter to me, Lao Song said. His wife laughed on the other end. Lao Song, after all these years with you, I've gotten sick from the stress. I've been happy here with our son for 6 months and don't want to go back to being upset. You must come back soon. Are you giving me orders now? I said I won't go back, and I don't want to. I'm happy here, cooking for my son and daughter-in-law, cleaning the house, and taking walks in the park. There are plenty of nice older men here, and they're all better than you. It's clear that this woman has become enchanted by the city's charm and doesn't want to return. It seems she has found someone else. Old Song feels a sense of crisis. He suddenly remembers the good times with his partner. Over the years, they have gone from poor to comfortable, facing many challenges together, and he hasn't had a single good day without her. The more he thinks about it, the more guilty he feels towards his partner. Lost in thought, he even sheds a tear, realizing his conscience. Before he can gather his thoughts, a woman enters the yard, and Old Song's eyes light up. Isn't that Wang Xiangqin from the west side of the village? What brings her here today? Seeing the woman, Old Song starts to joke, recalling how proud Wang Xiangqin was when her husband was alive. She would get angry over a joke. Now that she has come to him, it must mean she is in trouble, as her strong personality wouldn't allow her to ask for help otherwise. Wang Xiangqin notices Old Song is home alone and casually asks, "Is your wife not at home?" Old Song sighs and replies, "My wife went to our son's place and doesn't want to come back. Can you believe someone would do that? She left me all alone, and I can't even get a warm meal." Wang Xiangqin, unsure how to respond, is a straightforward woman. She has come to Old Song because she is indeed in a tough spot. Her crops have failed due to drought, and her child is sick and needs medicine. "Old Song, I actually came here to ask for your help," Wang Xiangqin says, biting her lip. Old Song quickly understands her situation and playfully teases her. "Oh, what could a girl like you want from me?" "Old Song, I know I haven't treated you well before. It was my fault. Please forgive me. My crops have failed, and my child is sick. Could you lend me some money to get by?" She lowers her head after speaking. Old Song's gaze lingers on her neck, and he starts to imagine things. Seeing Wang Xiangqin in a difficult situation stirs a bit of sympathy in him. Forget about the past. Everyone has their struggles. I can lend you some money, but you have to agree to one condition. Wang Xiangqin suddenly looks up, nervously asking, "What condition?" Old Song smiled and said, "It's nothing serious, just making a meal for my brother." Wang Xiangqin didn't expect Old Song to be so easygoing. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she nodded quickly. Old Song handed her some money, and after she thanked him profusely, she left his house. Watching Wang Xiangqin's back, Old Song couldn't help but smile slyly. He had long been interested in her, but she never even glanced at him. It seemed like fate was on his side. Wang Xiangqin borrowed 50 yuan from Old Song, took her son to the village clinic for medicine, and after giving him an injection and settling him down, hurried back to Old Song's house. After preparing dinner for him, she returned to care for her son. Thankfully, after taking his medicine and getting the injection, her son felt much better and was able to eat more. At that moment, Old Song arrived with 2 jars of canned peaches to offer some comfort. He first touched the child's forehead and said, "You're getting better. As long as you're not feverish, that's good." Then he opened a jar of peaches and handed it to Wang Xiangqin's son, Junjun, who thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa. Actually, kid, call me Uncle, not Grandpa. I'm only 56. But my mom is only 33, and you're over 20 years older than her, so I'll call you Grandpa." Junjun looked much healthier. Old Song smiled awkwardly, but felt annoyed that the boy didn't understand. However, he had to pretend to be friendly and kind, even though everyone knew he was really interested in the boy's mother. In the following days, Old Song found various excuses to visit Wang Xiangqin's home, always bringing something with him. Although Wang Xiangqin felt it was a bit inappropriate, she thought he had helped her a lot and didn't want to refuse. One day, Old Song came again, this time bringing a bottle of wine. While Wang Xiangqin was in the kitchen cooking, he secretly told Junjun, "Junjun, it would be great if I could take care of you and your mother more often." Although Junjun was young, he sensed something was off and shouted, "Mom, I don't want him to keep coming to our house." Hearing the commotion, Wang Xiangqin came out and immediately understood Old Song's intentions. She said sternly to Old Song, "Thank you for your help before, but if you have other intentions, please leave." Old Song's face turned pale, and he could only leave in disappointment. Wang Xiangqin was worried about making ends meet, and after he left, she felt lost. In her moment of despair, she suddenly thought of someone. She settled her son down with a picture book and said, "Mom will be back soon. Mom, are you going to find that old man?" Wang Xiangqi knew her son was talking about Old Song and told her not to think too much about it before leaving the house. Wang Xiangqin arrived at Lu Hongying's factory, feeling shy and hesitant to enter. Lu Hongying saw someone standing at the door and came out to find it was Wang Xiangqin. "Xiangqin, why don't you come inside?" "Hongying, are you busy? If not, can we talk for a moment?" Lu Hongying pulled Wang Xiangqin into the yard and offered her a chair.
Just say what you need to say.
Noticing Wang Xiangqin's nervousness, Lu Hongying asked directly, "Did you run into some trouble? Your brother just left, so I imagine things are tough for you." A few warm and caring words from Lu Hongying brought tears to Wang Xiangqin's eyes. "To be honest, I can't go on like this." Wang Xiangqin began to cry, explaining how she and her son were struggling. Her mother-in-law and brother-in-law had taken all the valuable things, and her son was sick. She had no choice but to borrow 50 yuan from the village chief for his medical treatment. "Which village chief?"
Old Song?
Lu Hongying asked, feeling uneasy. When Wang Xiangqin nodded, she worriedly asked, "How much did you borrow? Did he do anything to you?" Wang Xiangqin replied that she borrowed 50. Lu Hongying stood up and went inside, soon returning with 50 yuan to give to her. "Take this to pay him back. You can't borrow money from him. Old Song is known for being inappropriate, and we shouldn't provoke him." Then, Lu Hongying took out another 150 yuan for Wang Xiangqin, saying it was a loan for her, and she could come back if she needed help in the future. Wang Xiangqin held Lu Hongying's hand, tears in her eyes, and said, "Hongying, you are truly a good person. Xiangqin, it's not easy for us women. We need to be strong. In the future, you can work at my factory. With a salary, life will be a little easier for you and Junjun." "Really?" Wang Xiangqin asked in surprise. She had come to the factory looking for work, and she didn't expect Lu Hongying to agree so readily. Now, with a job and the money Lu Hongying lent them, they could get through this tough time. After leaving Lu Hongying's factory, Wang Xiangqin headed straight to the village chief's house. From a distance, Old Song saw Wang Xiangqin approaching and thought she was coming to cook for him. He had a rather selfish plan, lending her 50 yuan and expecting her to cook for him in return, which was quite unfair. When Wang Xiangqin reached him, she handed him the 50 yuan. "Thank you, Brother Song. Here's your money back, and I won't be coming to cook anymore." "Xiangqin, you don't have to rush to pay me back. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Old Song was furious, feeling that women lack gratitude and do not follow proper behavior. As a respected village leader, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Although this woman was not his wife, she was still considered a lover. After spending so much money, he needed to vent his anger. Then he noticed 2 pieces of clothing hanging on the corn stalks. With a clever idea, he quietly approached and took the clothes belonging to Lu Er's wife and Song Yuliang. After getting the clothes, he saw some children returning home from school. He asked them to hang the clothes at the school gate, saying they were lost and whoever owned them should come to find them. The children obediently took the clothes and hung them at the school entrance. Coincidentally, Song Yuliang's wife came to the nearby store and saw her husband's clothes there. She wondered why there was also a woman's clothing next to it. She asked the children where they found the clothes, and they pointed to the cornfield in the village. Meanwhile, the 2 people in the cornfield suddenly realized their clothes were missing. Panicking, they used corn leaves to cover themselves, ignoring the cuts on their bodies. They just hoped to sneak home before dark, but they didn't know someone had spread the news, and more people were coming to the cornfield. First, a few women arrived, followed by some children who were either there to pull weeds or just to see what was happening. Of course, they were there to see the commotion. Someone mentioned that there were 2 people in the cornfield doing something wrong, and everyone wanted to check it out. With such a scandalous story, no one wanted to miss it, and people started arriving one after another. Lu Er's wife and Song Yuliang were trembling in fear as they hid in the cornfield. At that moment, Song Yuliang's wife rushed over and entered Lu Er's wife's cornfield. She was searching for them while they were hiding inside, ignoring their wounds because being hurt was better than being embarrassed. As she searched, she shouted, "Song Yuliang, you scoundrel, just wait until I find you." Lu Er's wife and Song Yuliang dared not make a sound, but the corn leaves could not completely hide them. After searching for a while without success, Song Yuliang's wife shouted in anger, "If you don't come out, I'll set this cornfield on fire and see if you're scared." Just then, she spotted a corner of a garment and quickly lunged for it.
Ha!
"Let's see where you think you can run." She grabbed Song Yuliang's hair with one hand and scratched at Lu Er's wife with the other, shouting, "You shameless person, doing such disgusting things in broad daylight in the cornfield." Lu Er's wife could only cover her face with both hands and cried out, "Sister, this is a misunderstanding. I just wanted Song Yuliang to see the bugs in my corn. We are innocent." Song Yuliang quickly pleaded, Wife, believe us, we really didn't do anything." But Song Yuliang's wife didn't care, saying, "Do you need to be completely undressed to look at bugs?" She then pulled both of them towards the village. They grabbed a few ears of corn to cover themselves, but it didn't help much. Villagers pointed and laughed as they passed by. It was an embarrassing scene. If there had been phones back then, they would have gone viral. Old Song stood in the crowd with a smug smile, muttering to himself, "Humph, this is what you get for not giving me face. Now I feel better." In the end, Song Yuliang and Lu Er's wife were dragged back to the village. A kind aunt took off her coat to cover Lu Er's wife. Seeing Song Yuliang's embarrassing state, his childhood friend gave him his shorts. They were humiliated, and Song Yuliang's wife was determined not to let Lu Er's family off easily. She got Lu Er's phone number from someone and called him, telling him about the incident in the cornfield. To her surprise, Lu Er calmly replied, "You didn't take care of your man, so why are you coming to me? If you're really upset, we can go into the cornfield together and get back at them, and then it's even." Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Lu Er, people like you deserve to be cheated on. After hanging up, Song Yuliang's wife wanted to confront Lu Er's family, but thought about how her own man wasn't any better. She went home and dragged Song Yuliang out to the yard for a good beating. You can't change a dog's nature. Song Yuliang was a born flirt. Seeing Lu Er's wife in this situation, her former rival, Shaju's mother, was the happiest. She happily approached old Song to gloat, who was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, clearly hurt by Lu Er's wife. Noticing his miserable state, Shaju's mother said, "I have good news for you. You'll definitely feel better after hearing it." "I'm not dead, so what good news could there be?" "Old Song, you should have some idea, right? Shaju is actually your son." After saying this, Shaju's mother carefully observed Old Song's expression. Old Song showed no surprise and simply said, "So what if he's my son? He still calls that man dad." Silly Zhu's mother angrily replied, "What kind of talk is that? Silly Zhu's dad has raised your son for over 20 years. What's wrong with calling him dad?" "Old Song, I want a gold bracelet that costs about 1,000 yuan. You need to buy it for me," Silly Zhu's mother said, thinking that being a mother gives her more power. "Also, after this, you should break up with Lu Er's wife. She doesn't lack for men." Old Song, while drinking, glanced at Silly Zhu's mother and said, "You're still the best. You're reliable. Buy the gold bracelet." Lu Er's wife had caused a scandal and hid at home for several days, afraid to go out. She liked Song Yuliang and felt a bit reluctant to let go. Song Yuliang's wife had been blocking her door and scolding her for 3 days, leaving Lu Er's wife feeling very wronged. She thought to herself, "Song Yuliang, you heartless man. Your wife is blocking my door and scolding me, and you don't even care. Men are all the same." Feeling heartbroken, Lu Er's wife started to remember the good things about Lu Er. She called him, but a coworker said Lu Er wasn't staying at the work site that night and suggested she call back tomorrow. This was strange. If he wasn't at the work site, where was he? Doubts began to creep into Lu Er's wife's mind. That night, she couldn't sleep, imagining Lu Er with another woman. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt, especially since she feared Lu Er might leave her for someone else. As for her situation with Old Song, Lu Er knew about it. If he found a new love, he might use that as an excuse to leave her, and she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Finally, when dawn broke, Lu Er's wife, with dark circles under her eyes, went to the village office to make a call. Old Song was on duty there and, seeing Lu Er's wife banging on the door early in the morning, mistakenly thought she was looking for him. When he opened the door, Lu Er's wife said, "Old Song, can I borrow your phone?" She just wanted to make a call, and Old Song felt a bit disappointed. He didn't know why he couldn't let go of this woman, who seemed so reckless. "Who are you calling?" Old Song asked, a bit annoyed. "Who else?" "I'm calling my husband. I suspect he has another woman." "If he has a woman, you have a man. Isn't that perfect? You both can have fun separately," Old Song said with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Er's wife didn't want to argue with him. She picked up the phone and dialed. This time, she got through, and Lu Er answered slowly, sounding impatient. "What is it?" "I'm busy working." "Lu Er, where do you usually stay?" "Where else would I stay?" "Of course, it's the work site dormitory. I called your construction site office last night, and they said you weren't living in the dorm. Where did you go?" This question left Lu Er confused, but after a moment, he smiled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Our dorm is too stuffy and hot, so I rented a place with 2 coworkers." "Why are you wasting that money?" "Renting costs money, doesn't it?" Lu Er's wife said, half in disbelief.
Unexpectedly, Lu Er got annoyed.
"Why do you care so much? I earn money to spend it. Besides, being comfortable helps me work better." With that, he hung up the phone. Lu Er's wife felt uneasy, sensing that he was hiding something from her. She decided to go to the construction site herself. The next morning, after a 4-hour journey, she arrived at Lu Er's construction site. After searching around, she couldn't find him. When she asked his coworkers, they hesitated and said they didn't know. She decided to wait there. After about 2 hours, feeling hungry and thirsty, one coworker kindly brought her some water and snacks, telling her, "You should check in South Village." He rented a place there. South Village is a part of the city where many workers rent cheap housing. Following the address given by the coworker, Lu Er's wife arrived at a rundown house in South Village. At the entrance, a little girl was playing with pebbles. At first, Lu Er's wife didn't pay much attention, thinking she was just a neighborhood child. After a while, a woman in her 30s came out, and the little girl called her mom. Lu Er's wife then took a closer look at the girl and was stunned. Why did she look so familiar? Upon closer inspection, she noticed some resemblance to Lu Er. Feeling dizzy, Lu Er's wife tried to calm herself, telling herself, "Don't overthink it. Many people can look alike. Besides, the girl's mother is so young, and Lu Er is over 40. With a mix of anxiety, she approached to speak to the woman. Forcing a smile, she said, "Sister, your child is really beautiful, just like you." The woman looked up and smiled, saying, "Not like me. Everyone says she looks like her dad." With such a beautiful child, her dad must be quite handsome too. Lu Er's wife asked. "Haha," the young woman laughed. "He is handsome, but he's older now. He was quite a heartthrob when he was younger." "What does the child's dad do for work?" The woman replied that he worked at a nearby construction site, saying honestly that they didn't have much money, but he was a good person who treated her and the child well, so money didn't matter. At this point, Lu Er's wife was almost certain that the man she was talking about was Lu Er. So, she pretended to be a bit thirsty and asked, "Could I have a sip of water?" The young woman didn't think much of it and led Lu Er's wife into the house. The interior was simple, with a wooden bed, an old writing desk, and a second-hand black and white television. Suddenly, Lu Er's wife saw Lu Er's clothes hanging on the wall. She was shocked and collapsed to the ground. The young woman hurried to help her up and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Er's wife forcefully shook off her hand. At that moment, Lu Er returned, carrying groceries. Before he even entered the house, he shouted from the yard, "Hua hua, I'm back. I bought celery and beef. I'll make dumplings for you and our daughter tonight." That voice was all too familiar, the voice of her husband. Lu Er's wife forced herself to stand up, but when Lu Er entered the house and saw his wife there, he was startled, causing the groceries to fall to the ground. The young woman asked, "What's wrong? Do you two know each other?" Lu Er's wife sneered, "Know each other? We share a bed." Lu Er, when did you learn to cook and make dumplings? At that moment, the young woman picked up the child and walked to Lu Er's side, asking sweetly, "Honey, who is she?" The child also called out for his dad, making it clear that this family of 3 was living together. Lu Er's wife immediately burst into tears, saying, "Lu Er, after all these years of working away from home, I thought you were honest and straightforward. I never expected you to have a child. How could you do this to me and our son?" Realizing she couldn't hide the truth any longer, Lu Er confessed, "You're right. I have wronged you, our son, and Hua Hua. But don't you have any blame? I've secretly investigated the rumors about you in the village, and they are all true. How many hats have you made me wear?" Hearing this, Lu Er's wife turned red with anger. You're slandering me." But her voice lacked conviction. Beside them, Hua Hua held the child and recognized Lu Er's original wife, looking at her with disdain. Now you feel guilty? Lu Er should have divorced you long ago." Lu Er's wife wanted to argue, but the evidence was clear. Her questionable actions with other men in the village were real, and her reputation was tarnished. She collapsed to the ground, crying, "I made mistakes because you were away for so long and I felt lonely. Lu Er, come home, and let's live well together. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay?" Lu Er scoffed, "No matter what, we can't go back to how things were. I plan to officially marry Hua Hua and live a good life from now on. As for our son, I will take on my responsibility to raise him." No matter how much Lu Er's wife pleaded, Lu Er remained unmoved, insisting on divorcing her to marry his new love, Hua Hua, and give their daughter a name. Seeing Lu Er's determination, Lu Er's wife stopped insisting. She straightened her back and said to him, "You are 40 years old, and our son is now in college. Are you really going to rely on this 2-year-old girl to support you in your old age?" Lu Er was taken aback, and his wife continued, "If you divorce me, our son will not recognize you anymore. When you're lonely, don't come looking for us." Her words truly made Lu Er waver. He cared deeply for his son, whom he had raised with great effort. Their son was the only college student in the village, and if he divorced his wife, their son would not forgive him. Now Lu Er was in a dilemma, wanting both sides but unable to let go of either. What should he do? Lu Er's wife approached Hua Hua and said, "Sister, you are still young. Don't get involved with this older man. What does he have? No money, old age, and diabetes. He doesn't have many years left." Her harsh words brought Lu Er down from head to toe. Surprisingly, Hua Hua said she didn't care. If she disliked him, she wouldn't have a child with him, so stop trying to sow discord. Congratulations to Lu Er for finding true love, but Lu Er's wife was not afraid. They had a son, and he was excellent. Hua Hua might be young and beautiful, but she would only give birth to a daughter. Lu Er's wife knew that deep down, Lu Er still preferred their son. "Fine, if you don't mind his age or diabetes, sister, I feel sorry for you. You must be hoping for his kindness, right?" Lu Er's wife became calm, while the two in front of her seemed a bit flustered, especially Hua Hua, who had just claimed it was true love but now showed signs of disdain. Only those who suffer truly understand. Lu Er was gentle and considerate to others, but he had spoiled Hua Hua, making her dependent. However, the doctor had said that diabetes could affect certain functions. Seeing that she had the upper hand psychologically, Lu Er's wife calmly said to Lu Er, "Will you stay here or come back home with me? Think it over. I won't rush you today. Let our son talk to you." After leaving Hua Hua's house, Lu Er's wife couldn't hold back anymore. She found a quiet corner, sat down, and cried her heart out. She never expected that Lu Er, whom she thought was honest and simple, had already had a child with someone else. Besides, wasn't he supposed to have difficulties in that area? Every time it lasts 2 minutes. This is also the reason why Lu Er's wife is unfaithful. Good and bad coexist. Lu Er is not good in that area. so he definitely won't learn bad habits. Look, he got slapped in the face today. And this Hua, how desperate are you for love and men? Just this? You don't even mind. Lu Er's wife returned to the small village feeling disappointed and sad. This trip to the city earned her not a penny, but she spent quite a bit of money. Should she ask Song Yuliang for help? That man is tightly controlled by his wife and avoids her whenever he sees her. What about asking old Song? She felt too embarrassed to do that. She needed to find a way to earn some money. Her son's tuition and living expenses were still uncertain. Lu Er, that useless guy, spends all his money on his new love. Just when things couldn't get worse, her son called to say he was sick and needed a large amount of medical expenses. Lu Er's wife was so anxious that she cried. She mustered the courage to call Lu Er and told him about their son. To her surprise, he said, "I don't have any money. My monthly salary is 250 and I have to support Hua and her child. I'm about to run out of food myself." This man has lost all sense of responsibility, even for his own child. Wiping her tears, Lu Er's wife decided to try asking Old Song first. When she explained her situation to Old Song, he showed no kindness. This woman, who used to be close to him, only remembered him when she needed money. He refused to lend her anything and even humiliated her. "You heartless Old Song, I must have been blind to be with you," Lu Er's wife scolded. "You really think you're something special? If it weren't for your little bit of power and money, what would I gain from being with an old man like you, except for a mouthful of insults?" In her anger, she spoke the truth. This deeply hurt Old Song's pride. "When we were together, you called me Wu Song, and now you downgrade me to Wu Dalong. Were you just pretending? Am I pretending? Can't you smell your own bad breath?" "Every time, I hold my breath and turn away to breathe again," Lu Er's wife said, getting more excited. "Now, I'm done pretending. Song Yuliang is younger and 10 times better than you." After saying what she wanted, Lu Er's wife walked away, holding her slim waist. Old Song sat on the ground, feeling humiliated after years of being proud. After sitting for a while, he stood up and took out a bottle of herbal liquor, which was said to be a great tonic. He started drinking it with green onions, not caring if it worked or not. After Lu Er's wife vented her anger at Old Song, she soon began to worry about him, making things difficult for her. Sure enough, a few days later, strange things started happening in her home. One day, the village accountant came to Lu Er's house to collect a debt, saying that the rent for their land had not been paid. Lu Er's wife replied, "Didn't Old Song say that land was given to our family? Why is it now said to be rented to us?" The accountant said she didn't know and that it was Old Song's decision, so she should ask him. Lu Er's wife said they had no money, and the accountant replied that without money, the land would be taken back. To make a living, Lu Er's wife made some pancakes and took them to the market to sell. A few staff members in uniforms came over to check and said she was operating without a permit, taking her pancakes and scale away. A few of their chickens mysteriously died, and eggs were often smashed in the yard. Lu Er's wife knew this was Old Song's doing, but she felt helpless. Her son called again asking for money, saying he would go hungry if he didn't get any. Last time he was sick, he borrowed money from teachers and classmates, and now he was deep in debt. Lu Er's wife was so worried that she couldn't sleep at night and was losing her hair. In desperation, she decided to compromise with Old Song and seek his forgiveness. One evening, after dressing up carefully, Lu Er's wife went to Old Song's house and observed for a while, noticing he was home alone. She gently knocked on the door. When Old Song opened the door and saw a beautiful woman standing outside, his eyes widened. He looked around to see no one was watching and pulled Lu Er's wife inside. At that moment, Lu Er's wife felt very humiliated, but she had no choice but to endure it. Afterward, taking advantage of Old Song's good mood, she asked to borrow money again. Old Song lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring at her, which made her cough, while he laughed down at her. "Am I still unpleasant to you?" he asked. Lu Er's wife smiled and shook her head. "Then am I still like Wu Dalong?" he continued. Lu Er's wife reluctantly replied, "No, you are like Wu Song."
Ah,
Old Song laughed triumphantly, his smile filled with sarcasm and disdain, making Lu Er's wife feel sick. Old Song slowly walked to the drawer and took out 650 yuan bills, handing them to Lu Er's wife. Just as she was about to take them, he threw the money on the floor, telling her to pick it up herself. Lu Er's wife gritted her teeth and bent down to pick up the money. She clenched the bills tightly and quickly left Old Song's house, tears streaming down her face. Back home, Lu Er's wife looked at the 300 yuan in her hand, filled with humiliation and anger. But thinking of her son waiting for the money, she held back her emotions and sent it off. There was no choice, as one must bow their head under a roof. Since then, Old Song treated Lu Er's wife with no respect, calling her when he wanted and dismissing her at will. This laid the groundwork for his future troubles. Old Song quickly grew tired of Lu Er's wife. In his heart, he always longed for one person, Lu Hongying. This young woman stirred his desire to conquer. He couldn't rest until he had her. Compared to Lu Hongying, the others in the village were nothing. Lu Er's wife and others were just plain to look at. Old Song developed a crush and often glanced at Lu Hongying at her workplace. Watching her work hard and stay busy made him feel inferior. Even though he was the village chief, he felt old. If only he had been born 20 years later. In the midst of her work, Lu Hongying looked like a beautiful swan. Old Song was lost in thought when Ma Lizzie approached him, crudely asking, "Isn't she pretty?" "I think so too, but I can only look." Old Song shot him a sideways glance. "You should take a good look at yourself before thinking about Lu Hongying." "Village chief, no matter how I look, I'm strong and young." "You're already old, yet you still have dreams," Ma Lizzie retorted. Old Song felt most insecure about his age, and Ma Lizzie just didn't get it. "Ma Lizzie, I heard someone reported you for stealing sheep. Is that true?" "Village chief, I'm innocent. I was at my cousin's house, and just returned 2 days ago." Old Song cursed at him to behave. Just as Old Song was leaving, Ma Lizzie caught up. "Village chief, do you have a crush on Lu Hongying too?" "I can tell."
get lost.
"Don't be angry, village chief. I have an idea that could help you win Lu Hongying." Old Song paused, looking at Ma Lizzie with suspicion. Ma Lizzie whispered a few words in Old Song's ear, and a sly smile appeared on Old Song's face. "All right, Ma Lizzie, if this works out, I'll make you a team leader." "Really, village chief? Then I'll be someone important. Just wait and see who dares to look down on me," Ma Lizzie imagined excitedly. A few days later, at noon, Lu Hongying loaded the last batch of insoles onto a truck to send to the city. Suddenly, several men in security uniforms burst into the yard, looking fierce and brandishing electric batons. Lu Hongying was startled. Before she could say anything, the leader arrogantly asked, "Are you Lu Hongying?" "Yes, I am." "Young lady, you look quite impressive." The leader of the security guards tilted his hat and squinted at her. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly come into my factory?" Lu Hongying's voice trembled a bit, and the group noticed that she was scared. "We are from the local security team. Someone reported that you are operating without a license. Please show us your business license." Lu Hongying went inside to get her business license. The team leader took a look at it, tossed it aside, and said, "Who do you think you're fooling? This license is obviously fake." Lu Hongying shouted in panic, "This license is real. You can't wrong an innocent person." But the group ignored her and insisted on seizing her goods and imposing a fine. Lu Hongying was close to tears. If her goods were delayed, it would be a breach of contract. "Please, let me send out the goods first, and I will cooperate with your investigation later." "You think it's that easy? We came all this way, and you won't even offer us a drink or a smoke, yet you want us to let you ship your goods? No way." As they spoke, they overturned the goods Lu Hongying had packed. Furious, Lu Hongying wanted to fight back. Just then, Lao Song and Ma Lizzie, who had been watching from nearby, appeared. Lao Song pretended to scold the group. "How can you treat a woman so rudely? Is there no law anymore?" Then he turned to Lu Hongying and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help. Village Chief Song, please help me." Lu Hongying grasped at the chance like a lifeline. Lao Song took the opportunity to touch her hand. Feigning difficulty, Lao Song said, "This is a tough situation, but I can try. However, these brothers came a long way, so you should show some appreciation." Lu Hongying nodded eagerly, saying she would pay a little if it could resolve the issue. Lao Song felt pleased but kept a straight face. After some bargaining with the group, he demanded a tea fee of 500 yuan. Lu Hongying hesitated. She had no cash on hand, as all her money was in the goods, and she hadn't even paid her workers yet. Lao Song exchanged glances, and the security team leader immediately changed his tone, insisting they had to take Lu Hongying for questioning. Lu Hongying was both shocked and angry as she looked at Lao Song. Lao Song feigned concern for a moment before allowing the security team to take Lu Hongying away. As he walked back, humming a tune, he thought to himself that now Lu Hongying would have to behave. The group took Lu Hongying away in a vehicle, and she was confused about what law she had broken. Lu Hongying was brought to the local police station, where the chief, Mr. Wang, ordered his men to lock her up. Luo Hongying was locked in a small dark room, filled with fear and helplessness. Despite going through many hardships, she was just a young woman in her 20s. She sat there for most of the day without anyone coming to see her, and her mind was close to breaking. "Qi Liang, where are you? It would be so nice to have you here." Suddenly, a beam of light came in as the door opened, and Luo Hongying jumped up, seeing a familiar face. "Redding, I came to see you," said the village chief, Old Song. Although she usually found him annoying, she was surprised he was there to help her in this critical moment. In her distress, she temporarily forgot his past misdeeds. "Uncle Song, please tell them to let me go. I haven't done anything wrong. Why am I being locked up?" "Redding, this isn't the time to be stubborn. I've found out they have plenty of evidence against you," Old Song said with a sly look, his friendly smile hiding his true intentions. "You illegally hired workers." "When did I ever hire workers illegally?" Luo Hongying's eyes widened in disbelief. "The temporary workers you hired for your house. Someone reported that you didn't sign contracts. According to the rules, that's illegal hiring," Old Song said with a fake smile. Luo Hongying trembled with anger. Everyone was doing it that way, and it was just for a day's work.
Who thought we needed contracts?
"Uncle Song, you have to help me." Old Song leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Redding, if you agree to do one thing for me, I will help you sort this out." Luo Hongying stepped back warily. "What is it?" Seeing her serious expression, Old Song hesitated but decided to change his approach, assuring her he would find a way to help her. Luo Hongying put all her hope in Old Song. 3 days later, he came to take her out, and after regaining her freedom, she changed her opinion of him. Afterward, she bought a large rooster, cooked it, and made soup for Old Song. He was surprised but knew he couldn't reveal his true intentions yet. A woman like Luo Hongying couldn't be won over with small favors. So, after she was locked up, Old Song pretended to be a good person and helped her deliver goods to factory director Wang, retrieving the funds to avoid losing everything due to a breach of contract. For this alone, Luo Hongying considered Old Song a benefactor. During dinner, Lu Hongying raised a glass to Old Song, saying, "Uncle Song, if it weren't for your help this time, my factory and I would be finished." "Thank you." Old Song drank the wine in one gulp, smiling kindly. "Girl, I helped you because I see you as family. You might already know about my situation with your mother-in-law." "Uncle Song, I won't comment on your situation. Everyone has their own story. So, who is the main character in your story?" Seeing Lu Hongying silent, Old Song mentioned Qi Liang's name and shared some news about him. He said that a fellow villager in the city heard that Qi Liang has been facing some difficulties lately. Hearing this, Lu Hongying felt a pang in her heart but quickly regained her composure, stating that Qi Liang's matters were not her concern. She just wanted to focus on her business and change her fate. Old Song felt pleased and discreetly admired Lu Hongying's figure, finding her very attractive. He swallowed hard and took a bite of food to hide his inner turmoil. "Child, I raise my glass to you. Since you married into our village, you haven't had a good day. I know your mother-in-law is petty and selfish, And with Ji Zhu changing his mind, I understand your pain. Old Song, being clever, spoke about Lu Hongying's struggles, causing her to tear up. Feeling that Old Song understood her, she looked at his old face and thought he wasn't so bad after all. Perhaps she had misunderstood him. As they continued to drink, it was now 9:30 p.m., and the factory workers had finished their shifts, leaving only Lu Hongying and Old Song. What a perfect opportunity! Old Song glanced at the moon and then at Lu Hongying under the lights. She looked even more beautiful and pure than the moon, like Chang'e. At this moment, Lu Hongying had drunk too much and was leaning on the table. Old Song helped her to bed. In the factory's dining area, there was a bed for employees to rest when tired. He gently laid Lu Hongying on the bed. She was incredibly beautiful and alluring, even while drinking, with a flushed face and slightly parted lips, her clothes slightly askew revealing a slender waist. Old Song was mesmerized. It was like a scene from a dream. He thought that if he didn't take action now, he would regret it. Just as he was about to lean in, Lu Hongying suddenly turned over. He moved her body back and was about to act when he suddenly heard a noise, a thud, like a small stone hitting glass. This startled Old Song awake. He ran to the yard to check and shouted, "Who's there? Come out, I can see you." After 2 minutes, a figure appeared from the corner of the wall. Old Song took a closer look and saw it was the accountant Ding Rong from the factory. "Why are you sneaking around here?" Old Song thought to himself, feeling displeased. Ding Rong replied, "I saw the lights on in the factory and thought there was a thief. Turns out it's just you, village head Song. My apologies." Cunning Old Song smiled and said, "I was discussing work with factory head Lu, had a few drinks, and was helping her to bed when you showed up. Quite a coincidence, isn't it?" Ding Rong smirked and said, "Yes, quite a coincidence. But village head Song, you're getting older. You should head back and rest." Old Song was furious with Ding Rong, thinking if it weren't for her, he would have succeeded tonight. He had no choice but to pretend to chat for a bit before leaving. On his way home, feeling unsatisfied and with a surge of hormones, Old Song knew he wouldn't sleep well tonight. So, he took a detour to Lu Er's wife's house, hesitated outside for 2 minutes, and then left, finding it uninteresting. He turned around and went to Shaj's mother's place, but stopped at the door, as the little old lady didn't spark any interest in him. He was overwhelmed with thoughts of the beautiful and charming Lu Hongying and found everything else unappealing. But returning home like this didn't seem right. Old Song thought for a moment and decided to go find her. Old Song leisurely arrived at a farmer's house and knocked a few times, waking the guard dog in the yard. After a while, a woman came out, wrapped in a coat. This was Old Song's new acquaintance, Xue Jiuan's wife, who was known for her connection to theft. Let's call her Sister Xue for now. Her husband, Xue Jiuan, was a key member of a theft gang and often wasn't home at night because that was his work time. Old Song figured Xue Jiuan was likely out working again, so he thought about meeting his wife. But unfortunately, Xue Jiuan was home tonight. When Sister Xue saw Old Song, she pushed him away in fright. "You old man, my husband is home. If he sees you, he'll be furious." Sister Xue urged him to leave, but Old Song, having had a few drinks, wasn't afraid of Xue Jiuan. With a playful grin, he said to Sister Xue, "So what if he's home? Can I come over to visit?" And with that, he barged into the yard. 2 people were arguing outside, waking up Xue Jiuan, who had just fallen asleep. What was that noise? Could it be a thief? How dare they steal from me? I'll make them pay. Xue Jiuan came out wearing just his shorts and shouted, "Who's there? If you have the guts, come in." Old Song felt a bit scared but tried to act tough, saying, "Oh, Xue Jiuan, what's wrong? Can't I even drop by to visit?" Hearing Old Song's voice, Xue Jiuan was puzzled. Old Song usually wasn't this bold. What was going on today? He walked toward the door and said, "Old Song, what are you doing visiting at this late hour? Are you hiding something?" Old Song, fueled by alcohol, shouted, "Your wife owes me something, and I'm here to get it back." Xue's wife was frightened and whispered, "When did I owe you anything?" Old Song quickly replied with a grin, "Last time we played cards, you lost $2 to me, and you haven't paid me yet." Shue said, "Old Song, is it really worth causing a scene at this hour over $2? I'll have her give it to you tomorrow." Old Song scratched his head and pretended to remember, saying, "Oh, my memory. I get confused when I drink. All right, I'll leave for now." He turned and left quickly. Shue's wife sighed in relief, while Shue shook his head and went back inside. Once back in the house, Shue looked coldly at his wife and asked, was he really just here for those $2? His wife confirmed, saying they had owed him for a long time and she had forgotten about it.
He was so petty.
Humph. Shue scoffed. Do you think I'm foolish? I know what kind of person Old Song is. Now tell me, when did you two get close? His wife, scared, quickly knelt and swore to the heavens that nothing was going on, trying to convince him. Shue laughed heartily, saying he was just joking and that she looked so scared. He also realized that Old Song was a good person and the village chief, and they might need his help in the future, so she should maintain that relationship. Shue wasn't foolish. He was a key member of a theft gang. When Old Song came over at midnight, he understood what was happening but pretended to be clueless because Old Song could be useful to him. Tonight, he had pulled off a big job and the stolen goods were still in the north room, several sheep worth over $100. He was worried Old Song might notice, so he sent him away. Tomorrow morning, those sheep needed to be sold. At this crucial moment, he couldn't afford to mess things up. At this moment, Shue suddenly turned his eyes and took out 5 yuan from under the pillow to give to Shue Sa. Wife, how about this? You take this 5 yuan to him tonight. I'm afraid he might have too many thoughts a night. Shue Sa was stunned. It seemed like he was sending his wife to another man. She refused to go. Shue persuaded her gently. You are sacrificing a bit for me and our family. Once I sell these sheep, I will buy you a nice dress. People in the city wear them, and they look good. After some coaxing and a bit of intimidation, Shue Sa finally agreed and took the money to Lao Song's house. Watching his wife's back, Shue muttered, You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child, and you can't hold on to your wife if you don't deal with the scoundrel. Back at home, Lao Song was feeling down by himself when he heard someone knock at the door. It was Shue Sa visiting late at night. Shue Sa handed the 5 yuan to Lao Song and said, My husband asked me to return this to you. Worried you might not sleep well tonight. Lao Song smiled and said, I didn't expect your husband to be so considerate. He knows I saw him steal those sheep and is worried I might report him, so he offers you to protect himself. Shue Sa thought about it and huffed. That man? Well, I'll just go along with it tonight. She returned home late. When she got home, she told Shue that she just had tea and chatted with Lao Song and nothing else happened. Shue sneered, Don't make me say something unpleasant. The couple started arguing, and Shue sent his wife to sleep in the woodshed. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying woke up in the middle of the night feeling thirsty and saw Ding Rong beside her. With a splitting headache, she tried to recall what happened last night. Ding Rong told her, You were drinking with the village chief at the factory. You got drunk, and after he helped you lie down, he left. Lu Hongying thought that Lao Song had acted like a gentleman this time. It seemed even bad people could have a good side. Ding Rong added, Sister Lu, you should still be careful with Lao Song. He doesn't seem like a good person. Lu Hongying smiled and said, Little Ding, you can't just judge people by appearances. If it weren't for Lao Song, our factory would be finished. People should have a sense of gratitude. Now it was too late. Lu Hongying had completely lowered her guard against Lao Song. Ding Rong wanted to say more but swallowed his words. The next afternoon, Lu Hongying found Lao Song and gratefully said, Uncle Song, you spent quite a bit of money helping me. Please let me know how much I owe you. Lao Song took the opportunity to act generous, saying, No need, it's just a small amount. Just don't hold such a strong prejudice against me in the future. Uncle Song, I used to look down on you a bit, thinking you were too flirtatious. But actually, besides that, you have a good character. Hongying, when it comes to flirtation, no man is free from it. Who doesn't love beautiful women? If a man isn't flirtatious, is he really a man? Uncle Song said earnestly, Look at your Shaju. With his looks, he still found someone else. Speaking of Shaju, Lu Hongying remembered that she needed to get a divorce with him as soon as possible. Uncle Song, I want to divorce Shaju, but where will my household registration go after the divorce? Uncle Song replied that her registration could temporarily stay at the village office. It was fine because he was the village head. However, he added, but if you get divorced, your reputation might suffer. It's okay, Uncle Song. Reputation doesn't matter. I must get this divorce. Uncle Song smiled slyly. Feeling pleased, Lu Hongying, you can't escape my grasp. Now, things at the factory had stabilized, and the debts were almost paid off. Lu Hongying felt it was time to address her personal issues. She couldn't let Shaju hold her back any longer. On a sunny morning, Lu Hongying dressed beautifully in a bright red suit, with a red top, red pants, and red high heels. She styled her hair in big waves, looking very impressive. Such a grand outfit. What was she preparing for? Today was a special day, her day of rebirth. Lu Hongying took all her documents and boarded a bus to the county. She went straight to Shaju's workplace, where his colleague informed her he took the day off to accompany his wife for a checkup. May I ask who you are? I can pass on a message. Lu Hongying smiled and said, I'm his wife, but not for long. I'm here to divorce Shaju. His colleague looked at Lu Hongying with sympathy, thinking it was better to be rid of such a man. She secretly told Lu Hongying the hospital where Shaju and Chi-Chi were for the checkup. After thanking her, Lu Hongying headed straight to the maternity ward. After searching around, she saw Shaju and Chi-Chi coming out of the examination room. Shaju was happily touching Chi-Chi's belly, listening closely. Son, can you hear Daddy talking? Chi-Chi looked blissful. Seeing this scene, was Lu Hongying, Shaju's original wife, not sad? It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. They had shared a life together. Although there was no love, they were still married. Shaju's tenderness towards Chi-Chi is something Lu Hongying has never experienced. Since they love each other so much, I will let go and support them. The two of them seem very happy with the results of the checkup. Chi-Chi says she is tired, and Shaju kindly helps her sit down in a chair. He takes an orange from his bag, peels it, and offers it to Chi-Chi. If it weren't for the fact that he is her man, Lu Hongying would feel happy and envious for that woman, seeing how much he dotes on her. But now, all she feels is pain and disgust because that man is hers. He has ruined her marriage and youth and shattered her understanding of happiness. At that moment, another couple approaches Shaju and Chi-Chi, seemingly also there for a checkup. The two pregnant women happily discuss their experiences. Chi-Chi says, I'm sure I'm having a boy. He's always moving around in my belly, making it hard for me to sleep. He's quite the troublemaker. The other pregnant woman replies, I'm definitely having a girl. She's so lazy, hardly moves, just sleeps all day. Haha, I like girls. They are quiet and caring. As the two pregnant women chat, the two men join in, sharing their excitement about becoming fathers. Shaju grins widely and says, my son will definitely be successful in the future. I need to raise him well to inherit my family business. Chi-Chi laughs and says, your little bit of wealth won't impress our son, so you better work hard from now on, otherwise, he might look down on you in the future. Okay, I'll work hard to provide a good life for my wife and child, Shaju replies. The couple nearby watches the affectionate pair, and the woman says to Chi-Chi, I really envy how your man knows how to make you happy. Look at mine. He's like a block of wood and never says a word. It's so frustrating. Chi-Chi encourages her, your man may not be good at sweet talk, but he is honest and cares for you. He must earn a decent amount. Just look at your car keys. Shaju chimes in, we have a car too. Chi-Chi giggles and says, our car is at least third-hand by now. It's almost ready for retirement. This leaves Shaju feeling embarrassed. Lu Hongying watches for a while and then steps forward. When Shaju and Chi-Chi see her, their smiles instantly fade. Chi-Chi instinctively moves behind Shaju, looking at Lu Hongying with hostility. What do you want? Lu Hongying calmly replies, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to resolve some issues with you. Shaju, let's settle this today. I've brought the divorce papers. Shaju's eyes widen in shock. Lu Hongying, why are you causing a scene here? Lu Hongying sneers, I'm not causing a scene. I just don't want to drag this out any longer. You are so happy. My paperwork won't matter much, right? Curious glances surrounded them. What was their relationship? The couple from earlier whispered, so they aren't married. They are lovers. Chi-Chi felt embarrassed and tugged at Shaju's sleeve, saying proudly, Shaju, if we separate from her, who cares? After hesitating for 3 minutes and looking at the curious onlookers, Shaju bit his lip, glanced at Chi-Chi's belly, and finally took the paperwork from Lu Hongying's hands. Let's go and get it done. For some reason, Lu Hongying felt relieved upon hearing this. She turned and walked confidently toward the Civil Affairs office, thinking that from this moment on, she would start her true new life, leaving the past behind. The three of them arrived at the Civil Affairs office again. The staff asked if they had sorted out their assets and children. We have no assets and no children. Just give us the divorce certificate, Shaju replied. He had looked into this before and was hesitant to divorce because he feared losing half of his possessions. Lu Hongying didn't care about his money at all. The staff quickly processed the paperwork and handed them their divorce certificates. Lu Hongying took her certificate and looked deeply at Shaju. There was no resentment in her eyes, only relief. 2 years of marriage and youth had led to this small book. On the other hand, Shaju felt conflicted. Memories of his time with Lu Hongying flashed through his mind, and he found himself regretting it. What a wonderful wife Lu Hongying was. Hey, Hongying, if you ever need help, just let me know. Haha, I don't need anything from you. If I ever do, I hope you and your family stay out of my life, Lu Hongying replied before turning to leave. Shaju stared blankly at her retreating figure, feeling a sense of loss. At that moment, Chi-Chi kicked Shaju hard. What's wrong? Are you going to miss her? If you do, go get her back and be happy again. Shaju was annoyed and ignored her, but she insisted on knowing if he regretted the divorce. Shaju was already irritated, and her persistence only made it worse. Yes, I regret it. What about it? You keep causing trouble. Chi-Chi, I can let go of Lu Hongying, and I can let go of you too. Chi-Chi fell silent, genuinely afraid that Shaju might not want her since she was pregnant. Shaju spent the whole afternoon feeling gloomy. Luo Hongying, on the other hand, felt completely different. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she took a deep breath, looking up at the blue sky. The sun was warm, and the air felt fresh. Today marked the beginning of a new life for her. She went to a barbershop on the street and cut off her curly long hair, starting fresh and officially saying goodbye to her unhappy marriage. The news of Luo Hongying's divorce spread through the small village, and the single men were the most excited. From young bachelors to older ones, they all felt their chance had come. They believed that no matter how beautiful or capable a woman was, once she was divorced, she lost her value. So, everyone felt confident, thinking that being with her would be a way to save her. Luo Hongying was an ambitious woman, focused on her career. She dreamed of making a lot of money one day, buying a house in the city, and settling down. Only by leaving this place could she truly start anew. Within a week of her divorce, a matchmaker came to propose a suitor, and it was surprisingly for a man named Ma Lizzie. Wasn't this the same Ma Lizzie who had advised Old Song about her? How could he try to take advantage of her situation? Before the matchmaker even arrived, her voice was heard. Oh, Hongying, I have great news for you today. The matchmaker's eyes squinted as she sat down without waiting for an invitation. Luo Hongying frowned, knowing the visit wasn't good news. She replied impatiently, What is it?
I'm Buse.
You know Ma Lizzie from our village, right? Don't judge him by his name. He has his talents, the matchmaker said, gesturing with her hands. Humph. What talent does he have? He just lazes around all day, Luo Hongying scoffed. Ah, sister, you're wrong. Ma Lizzie is wise in his own way. He has a good heart, and while his family isn't rich, they have a few acres of land. You won't go hungry with him, the matchmaker insisted passionately. Luo Hongying sneered, I'm not interested in someone like him. I'm focused on making money. Go back and tell Ma Lizzie to give up on this idea. The matchmaker grew anxious, sister. Even a strong woman needs support. Malizi said that if you marry him, he'll cook for you every day and treat you like a goddess. Luo Hongying stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. Enough. Go back and tell him not to think about it. She pushed the matchmaker toward the door, but the matchmaker bumped into someone and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The matchmaker was about to get angry, but when she saw the person lying on the ground was Old Song, she hurried over to help him up. Oh dear, village chief. Why are you walking so quietly? Did I hurt you? With your 180-pound frame, only I can handle it. A thinner person would have been knocked over, Old Song said, holding his arm where he was bumped. Why are you, the matchmaker, not making matches in the village to earn some extra food, and instead going to Lu Hongying's house? Village chief. I'm here to match Lu Hongying with Malizi. He likes her. Don't you think they make a good couple? Hearing that the matchmaker was trying to pair Malizi with Lu Hongying made Old Song furious, and he thought to himself, how dare that Malizi try to take a woman from me? He should take a good look in the mirror. Jealous, Old Song pushed the matchmaker away and warned her not to come back. After being scolded for no reason, the matchmaker secretly spat at Old Song and said, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You're not even as good as Malizi. At least he's younger than you. After sending the matchmaker away, Old Song said to Lu Hongying, Hongying, you're divorced now. As the saying goes, a widow attracts trouble, so you need to be careful with your words and actions. I understand, Uncle Song. I know what I'm doing. Did you come for something? Since Old Song helped her with her troubles last time, Lu Hongying respected him greatly. Old Song laughed and said it was nothing, just checking to see if she needed help. At that moment, the accountant Ding Rong came to check accounts with Lu Hongying. Seeing Old Song just left, Ding Rong said, Sister Hongying, I think Old Song is a bit untrustworthy. You should be careful around him. Lu Hongying laughed and replied, what are you talking about, Ding Rong? Uncle Song is an elder and has helped me a lot. He treats me like a younger relative, and I treat him with respect. Seeing Lu Hongying trust Old Song so completely, Ding Rong worried she might regret it in the future. Meanwhile, Old Song, upset that Malizi hired a matchmaker to propose to Lu Hongying, went directly to Malizi's house. Malizi, come out here. Oh, village chief Song. What brings you here? Stop with the nonsense. Why are you proposing to Lu Hongying? You know I like her, and you're trying to take her from me? Old Song said, his anger rising. Malizi, realizing he couldn't hide it, declared he wanted to compete fairly with Old Song. Village chief Song, you have a wife and kids, plus a few others. You're hogging all the good ones while others are left out. Can you give me Lu Hongying? Humph, no way. Lu Hongying is mine. The two refused to back down and almost got into a fight. In the end, Malizi compromised and agreed to stop pursuing Lu Hongying. Although he agreed on the surface, he secretly hated Lao Song, but he couldn't do anything since Lao Song was powerful. Malizi temporarily gave up on chasing Lu Hongying. In the following days, the matchmaker came several times to propose Lu Hongying to different suitors. Lu Hongying was overwhelmed and simply hung a sign at the door, no matchmakers allowed. This tactic worked. The matchmaker really stopped coming. However, one day, Uncle Hat came to the door and took Lu Hongying to the station to discuss the situation. Lu Hongying felt a bit scared, sensing that something bad might happen. Uncle Hat said something that nearly frightened Lu Hongying to death. That matchmaker is dead. Lu Hongying's eyes widened and her voice trembled. It's impossible. I saw her just a few days ago. The police looked at her seriously. We are investigating. Someone said the last time they saw her was here, and everyone knows you had issues with the matchmaker. Lu Hongying anxiously explained. She kept coming to propose, and I was annoyed, so I hung a sign at the door. That's not a deep grudge. The police asked her about the details of that day, and Lu Hongying answered honestly. Meanwhile, rumors spread in the village, claiming Lu Hongying brought bad luck and was responsible for the matchmaker's death. After learning about the situation, Lu Hongying returned from the police station to find a crowd gathered at her factory. She rushed over to see that the factory had been vandalized, with serious damage to the machines and hundreds of shoe insoles soaked in dirty water. Even worse, the accountant Ding Rong was injured, sitting on the ground with blood on his head. Lu Hongying was nearly in tears as she ran to Ding Rong. Ding Rong, who did this?
Who hurt you?
Ding Rong held a towel to his head and angrily said it was them. Ding Rong angrily pointed at a few big men standing to the west of the yard. Lu Hongying looked closely and realized they were the matchmaker's 2 sons and 2 grandsons. What did they want? The matchmaker's eldest son walked up to Lu Hongying and kicked her without saying a word, causing her to fall down, feeling a sharp pain in her stomach. "You took my mother. You took my grandmother," shouted the matchmaker's son and grandson as they surrounded Lu Hongying, punching and kicking her, convinced that she was responsible for the matchmaker's death. The sign prohibiting the matchmaker from entering still hung at the door. There were many people watching, but no one dared to step in and stop it. This was a serious matter, and anyone who got involved would face trouble. Zhen stood in the crowd, feeling heartbroken, but he didn't approach. Next to him, Ju Fong, holding a child, said with a smirk, "Haha, you deserve it. The heavens will take care of you." Zhen found her words harsh, but with his wife and child nearby, he felt helpless. Ju Fong noticed Zhen's expression and taunted, "Are you feeling hurt seeing your old flame getting beaten? If you care so much, why not go protect her? Let's see if the matchmaker's son will spare you." Zhen wanted to rush in, but he held back and quietly left. Among the crowd was Ma Lizhi, feeling conflicted. He no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lu Hongying after seeing her fate. He realized how cruel people could be. Seeing Lu Hongying covered in injuries, with blood at the corner of her mouth, a missing tooth, and her eyes swollen, her once beautiful face was nearly ruined. Some felt pity, while others took pleasure in her suffering. Old Song, hiding in the crowd, had a barely noticeable smile. The moment had come. Old Song pretended to just arrive and shouted at the matchmaker's son, "How could you beat someone like this? Is there no law? Stop it now." The matchmaker's family halted their actions, but Lu Hongying was barely conscious. Old Song stepped forward, holding her gently. "Hongying, Hongying, wake up." Lu Hongying weakly opened her eyes, saw Old Song, and managed a bitter smile. With great effort, she said, "I'm going to reunite with my grandmother," and then lost consciousness again. Old Song sent her to the hospital, where she was saved. The matchmaker's family was arrested for intentional harm, thanks to Old Song's report. Now, the villagers believed even more that Lu Hongying was an unlucky woman. They collectively went to Old Song to demand her leave the village. Old Song visited the hospital to convey the villagers' message, "Hongying, you can't stay in this village anymore. How about this? I have a house in the countryside where you can stay temporarily." Was there any choice left? Surviving was hard enough. Although she didn't want to owe Old Song too much, no one else could help her. After leaving the hospital, Lu Hongying reluctantly accepted Old Song's offer, closed her factory, left the village, and moved into Old Song's house in the countryside. Her departure relieved the women in the village, especially Ju Fong, who celebrated with firecrackers. But there was another problem. The insole factory closed, and many people in the village lost their income. At this time, they began to remember how good Lu Hongying was. Lu Hongying could never forget the expressions on the villagers' faces the day she left. She was kind to others, honest, and brave, yet life had not treated her well. She would never return to this village. Previously, Lu Hongying had sponsored a child to go to school. Now that she was gone, she asked Old Song, "Please take care of that poor child, help him go to school, and give him some food." Even when she was struggling herself, she still thought of others. On the day she left, the child hugged her leg and said nothing, just holding on tightly and crying. Lu Hongying was the person in this village who gave him warmth and love. Lu Hongying squatted down and picked up the child. "Xiao Liang, wait for me. When I am able to come back, I will definitely take you with me. Aunt Hongying, take me with you. I will beg for food to support you. Just wait for me to grow up in 2 years, and I will defeat all the bad people who bully you." "Xiao Liang, you can't think like that. You must study hard. Education is your way out." Then you will be able to protect Aunt. Seeing this scene, the villagers were moved, but they still foolishly believed that Lu Hongying was an unlucky woman who had to leave. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, but suddenly dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain poured down, as if it were lamenting a woman's injustice. Lu Hongying left, and the village returned to calm. Strangely, Ma Lizhi, who had sworn never to work, also packed his things and left for another place. The child named Xiao Liang, after receiving brief love, became an orphan again. Old Song, as the village chief, did not care for the child at all. That day, Xiao Liang cried alone in a rundown old house. He missed his parents and Lu Hongying. He was hungry and went to his uncle's house, but his aunt chased him away, calling him a beggar. At his uncle's house, the older cousin let the dog out to bite him. In this village, besides Lu Hongying, no one cared about the life or death of a child. Because he couldn't pay the school fees, he couldn't go to school. The child cried alone in the corner. A stray dog snuggled beside him. After a while, the dog brought him a half-piece of steamed bun. Xiao Liang smiled and patted the dog's head. "You eat, brother isn't hungry. Can you find Aunt Hongying?" The little dog wagged its tail at Xiao Liang, tears in its eyes. Sometimes, dogs can be more compassionate than people. From now on, it will just be the two of us relying on each other. Xiao Liang hugged the dog, drawing warmth from it. Suddenly, a voice came from the yard, and the dog barked alertly. Xiao Liang went outside to see Dejen standing in the yard. "Uncle Jen, did you come for something?" Dejen walked into the house and saw the boy and the dog, which brought tears to his eyes. He held out an iron lunchbox, opened the lid, and a delicious smell wafted out. "Dumplings!" Xiao Liang exclaimed happily. He hadn't eaten in 2 days and had not even smelled dumplings in a long time. "Go ahead and eat, kid," Dejen said, handing the lunchbox to Xiao Liang. The boy hesitated, staring at the dumplings. Dejen picked one up with chopsticks and held it to Xiao Liang's mouth. When the boy still didn't eat, Dejen took a bite himself and smiled, saying, "See? It's not poisonous." This joke brought them closer together. The boy took the lunchbox and started eating eagerly. He was so hungry that he didn't forget the little dog that had given him half a bun. After eating, Dejen hugged Xiao Liang. "Uncle Jen, why do the people in the village treat Aunt Hongying that way? She's a good person." "Yes, she is a good person. It's those others who are wrong," Dejen sighed. "Kid, remember, Aunt Hongying is one of the best people in the world." The next day, Dejen went to the village primary school to pay Xiao Liang's tuition, and the boy returned to school. Luo Hongying had left, and one person was very happy, Silly Zhu's mother. She completely forgot about their past relationship and felt pleased with Luo Hongying's current situation. Silly Zhu's mother happily called her son to share the news. "Son, I have good news. That woman, Luo Hongying, is in big trouble now." She excitedly told Silly Zhu about the matchmaker's death and how Luo Hongying had become the target of everyone's blame. "Son, don't you think it's karma? The heavens are watching." "Mom, how did the matchmaker die?" Silly Zhu asked, confused. Silly Zhu's mother explained that the matchmaker had gone out to arrange a match late at night and didn't come home. Her family searched all night and found her the next day in the village river, already decomposing. Uncle Mao investigated and discovered that the matchmaker had been frequently trying to set up matches for Luo Hongying during that time.
"What?
The matchmaker was trying to set up matches for Luo Hongying?" Silly Zhu interrupted. "She just got divorced a few days ago. Why is she in such a hurry? With a woman like that, how could she wait? Who knows how many men are after her?" "Son, your divorce was the right choice. Look at how good Chi-Chi is. She came in and gave us a big, healthy boy." When Shazhu heard that someone was matchmaking for Lu Hongying, he felt uncomfortable and called her a fickle woman. After hanging up, he knew Lu Hongying was in a tough spot, but chose not to help her through it. Where is Lu Hongying now? Has her name been cleared? Currently, Lu Hongying is temporarily staying in Old Song's house in the town. She had no other choice. Uncle Had didn't have any solid evidence to detain her, but he wouldn't let her go far and required her to cooperate with the investigation. This made it easy for Old Song, who often went to the town, telling others he was attending meetings, but in reality, he was visiting Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying felt uneasy about this. "Uncle, you should come less often. I'm afraid it might bring you trouble." "It's fine, dear. I want to help you."
Can't you see my intentions?
Old Song's words made Lu Hongying feel uncomfortable, but he was her lifesaver, and he was the only one who could help her. So, she didn't clearly reject Old Song's ambiguous feelings, which gave him confidence. There are no secrets in the village. People said Lu Hongying had become Old Song's lover, hidden away in a luxurious life. The one spreading this rumor was Old Song himself, hoping to pressure Lu Hongying into submission. Now that she was in such a difficult situation, what was there to fight for? The matchmaker's two sons were looking for Lu Hongying, threatening revenge. At that moment, she felt like a frightened little bird. The only person she could trust was Old Song. But he was showing feelings for her, and after rejecting him multiple times, could she avoid it again? Would Old Song also abandon her? Lu Hongying suddenly felt anxious. For over 20 years, she had always felt like an abandoned. The first time she was abandoned was by her parents, who forced her to marry Shaju. The second time was Shaju's betrayal. The third was when Qiliang married someone else. She had never felt loved growing up, and she desperately wanted to break free and change her fate, unwilling to compromise.
But
Old Song sent her living expenses again, telling her to buy some clothes and treats at the market. Then he hesitated, and Lu Hongying knew he had something to say. "Hongying, this is the last time I'll give you living expenses and take care of you. You know my feelings. It's time for me to warm your heart." He finally spoke up. Was he about to make a request? "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Luo Hongying gently pushed him away. "Uncle, please go to the market and buy some wine and food. Let's enjoy some drinks tonight, and then." Old Song was very excited. How romantic. "You women love romance, and I'm good at this." "Hongying, my dear, let's change how you address me. Instead of uncle, can you call me brother?" Luo Hongying shyly called out brother. That one word made Old Song feel overjoyed. He happily went to buy the groceries, even jogging a bit, feeling youthful and imagining that tonight was his wedding night. After Old Song went shopping, Luo Hongying started washing her face at home. She even put on some lipstick and wore a beautiful outfit. When Old Song returned with the groceries, he saw the elegant Luo Hongying. He put down the wine and food and immediately picked her up, running towards the bedroom. Even though he was over 50, he still had a lot of strength. Luo Hongying struggled and asked Old Song to let her go, saying they should cook together first, enjoy some drinks, and set the mood. Old Song released her, happily going to wash the vegetables. He told Luo Hongying to just relax and wait for the food. Seeing him like this made Luo Hongying smile, feeling a mix of emotions. Soon, the food and drinks were on the table. Old Song looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "Hongying, you say you have bad luck, but I've only cooked for one woman in my life, and that's you. Isn't that touching?" Luo Hongying replied, "It is touching.
you are really good to me.
You know I care about you, so can you be a little nice to me later?" Old Song's behavior was quite off-putting. Perhaps love makes one blind, but Luo Hongying surprisingly didn't mind. She playfully said, "Look at you, so eager. You can't rush good things." Then she picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Old Song's mouth, saying, "Here, a reward for you." Old Song swallowed it eagerly, his eyes shining. Luo Hongying blushed and lightly tapped his hand. Old Song filled his glass with wine, drank it all, and couldn't take his eyes off Luo Hongying. "Hongying, with how you're dressed today, you look like a fairy."
You've captivated me.
Luo Hongying covered her mouth and laughed. "You just know how to flatter me." Old Song stood up, moved behind Luo Hongying, placed his hands on her shoulders, and softly said in her ear, "Hongying, these past 2 years, do you know how much I've missed you?" Luo Hongying shivered slightly and turned to look at him. "You really like me, so let's drink a bit more tonight and see your sincerity." He then picked up his glass and looked at Old Song with intense eyes. Old Song just wanted to quickly enjoy happy moments with Lu Hongying, so he raised his glass and drank it all. Lu Hongying continued to fill his glass and said affectionately, "Brother Song, I hope we can stay together forever with this drink." Old Song felt very happy upon hearing this, and while drinking, he kept saying they would never part. After several glasses, he began to feel a bit lightheaded and excited, and his words started to flow more freely. He told Lu Hongying, "If you stay with me, I promise you will never run out of money, you know? My office drawer at the village office is full of cash." Lu Hongying asked where the money came from. Old Song replied that he couldn't tell her, or he would be in trouble, as misusing funds for poverty alleviation is against the law. "Brother Song, why are you so good to me?"
she asked.
"Ha ha ha, Hongying, isn't it because you're beautiful? When I see a pretty woman, I can't help but want to be with her. You can ask around. No woman with even a little charm in our village has escaped my attention." Saying this, Old Song raised his glass again and downed another drink, which was strong liquor. He was getting more excited. "Only you, Lu Hongying, treat me so coldly. Do you know what I've done to win you over? What have you done? I'll tell you, you can only be mine. If anyone else tries to pursue you, I won't let them leave the village alive." "So, the matchmaker's death is related to you?" Lu Hongying's eyes widened. "She shouldn't have tried to matchmake for you. That old woman wanted to ruin my chances, so I just wanted her to stay away from you. I didn't mean for it to go that far. It just happened, and I ended up throwing her into the river." Hearing this, Lu Hongying felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she had been around this dangerous man for so long. Old Song continued, "Did you think that was all? I also checked your business license, all to be the hero who saves you. And those rumors in the village, the fire at your shoe factory? That was to get back at Shaju's mother. She asked me to do it." Fueled by alcohol, Old Song confessed all his wrongdoings, and Lu Hongying felt deep hatred for this disgusting man. It turned out that most of her suffering was caused by this old man. He pretended to be good while gaining her trust and reliance to achieve his own goals. "Brother Song, so it was you behind all this. Do you realize you are committing a crime?" Old Song laughed arrogantly and boasted to Lu Hongying, "You underestimate me, Hongying. I've been the village chief for years, and I have connections." Lu Hongying pretended to be scared and helpless, continuing to drink with Old Song. She didn't refuse any drink and soon became unconscious. Lu Hongying nudged Old Song and, seeing he was out cold, she confidently took out the tape from the cupboard, which contained evidence of Old Song's crimes. She rushed to the police station with the tape, and Uncle Hat was delighted after listening to the recording, praising Lu Hongying for her bravery and intelligence. One officer said, "Old Song has done many bad things, and many villagers have reported him, but he always escaped. With this tape, he won't have anything to say." Why did Lu Hongying suddenly act this way? Wasn't she trusting Old Song before? This started when she went to ask Uncle Hat about the matchmaker case. That day, he gave her a task. They had already been watching Old Song and had gathered some evidence, just needing one final step. Lu Hongying then realized what she needed to do, so she decided to cooperate with Uncle Hat to get rid of this troublemaker. Old Song never expected that Lu Hongying, who seemed innocent, would have such courage. He underestimated her. When Uncle Hat arrived at Old Song's place, he was still dreaming of a date with Lu Hongying, but in his sleep, he had put on a silver bracelet. Old Song was arrested. At first, he was defiant, but when he saw the officer and the two people who had burned Lu Hongying's shoe factory and heard the tape, he collapsed in shock. He began to tremble and even wet his pants, realizing his fate as the matchmaker murder case was successfully solved. During the interrogation, Old Song confessed to more crimes. For years, he thought he could do as he pleased in the village without anyone knowing, but the villagers were aware. They just didn't dare to speak out. Old Song received the consequences he deserved, and the villagers began to celebrate with firecrackers. Lu Hongying became a hero in their hearts. For years, they had suffered because of Old Song. While other villages progressed, theirs remained stagnant, all due to him. After Old Song was imprisoned, the women left behind in the village felt anxious. Shaju's mother completely lost her support and was filled with hatred for Lu Hongying. Now, she had to treat Shaju's father well. She called him several times, but he said he was busy. Silly Zhu's mother asked her son to check on his father at the construction site. Why was he so busy? A worker pushing a cart seemed busier than the foreman. When Silly Zhu arrived at the site, he saw his father resting and smoking. He asked why he didn't answer his mother's calls.
She was worried sick.
Silly Zhu's father replied that he didn't want to answer. Why should she be worried? She hasn't gone crazy all these years. Now that old song has fallen, she remembers she has a man. Dad, I pretend not to know about you and that woman, but you can't go too far, Silly Zhu threatened. If you make my mom upset, I won't forgive you. Silly Zhu's father stared at him for a long time before speaking. Zhu, are you threatening your father? Forget about being a father. We might not even be related. Whether we are or not isn't for you to decide. I've raised you all these years, and now you're eager to climb the social ladder. Unfortunately, Zhu, you don't have that luck. Silly Zhu's father was heartbroken. He never expected that after raising his son for over 20 years, he would feel like a stranger. He told Silly Zhu to go home, and he would call his mother. After his son left, Silly Zhu's father returned to his rented room and lifted a wooden board under the bed. On it lay some scattered cash. He carefully counted it. It was his savings, totaling 189 yuan. He borrowed another 30 yuan from a coworker and sent 200 yuan to Silly Zhu's mother. When she received the money, Silly Zhu's mother was overjoyed, jumping 3 feet high. Her back and legs no longer ached. She was happy that her husband had not given up on her, and she hoped to live well for the rest of their time together. However, Silly Zhu's father only sent money without a letter or a call. Silly Zhu's mother quietly complained that he was heartless, not even saying a word. One day, during the local market day, she went to the post office to call her husband. With old Song gone, she couldn't go to the village office anymore. The construction site phone connected smoothly, but a coworker answered and said Silly Zhu's father had already left and quit his job. Silly Zhu's mother was confused. What happened? He had just sent money recently. Feeling anxious, she asked Silly Zhu to check the site again. When he arrived, a co-worker who usually got along well with his father told him, "Your dad left for another province. He said not to look for him anymore, and he won't be coming back." The co-worker handed Silly Zhu a letter. Silly Zhu opened it, and the handwriting was his father's. "Silly Zhu, my son, this is the last time I will call you that. I have known since you were born that you are not my biological son, but I treated you as my own. That day, your words made me feel cold. Your mother hurt me for a lifetime, so I decided to leave, alone, to a place where you can't find me. Son, take good care of your mother. You are now her support." After reading the letter, Sha Zhu felt heartbroken. He never expected that his father knew everything. He searched every corner of the city, but couldn't find his father. He cried out repeatedly, but he could no longer hear, "Zhuzi, I'm here." After 10 months, his new love, Chi-Chi, gave birth to a chubby and clever baby boy. As a new father, Sha Zhu felt his life was full of hope, but he also felt a heavier burden. He held his son in the hospital and told everyone, "I have a son." Everyone was happy for him and offered their congratulations. Then a child said, "Your son doesn't look like you at all. When I was born, my mom said I looked just like my dad." The child's words made everyone silent. The child's mother quickly covered his mouth and said to Sha Zhu, "I'm sorry, this kid speaks too freely. He has a habit of saying silly things. Your son looks like his mother." After saying this, she took her child away. Sha Zhu's mood suddenly dropped. After everyone left, he carefully examined his child and noticed they didn't look alike at all. He compared his son with Chi-Chi, and they looked similar. Now, Sha Zhu felt relieved. To reward Chi-Chi for giving him a healthy baby, Sha Zhu decided to transfer his house to her name and give her his savings account. Chi-Chi was extremely happy. Now she felt like a wealthy woman. After the baby turned 1 month old, Sha Zhu drove his wife and child back to his hometown, planning to hold a big feast in the village. Once home, Sha Zhu's mother proudly showed off her grandson around the village. Now Lu Hongying had returned to the village. She could only temporarily stay here, because this was where her business was. The insole factory was back in production, but on a much smaller scale, with just her and Ding Rong. Ding Rong was a very loyal person. When Lu Hongying had trouble before, he helped her a lot, unlike others who took advantage of her situation. So, when Lu Hongying decided to reopen the factory, she invited Ding Rong back first. Living in the village meant dealing with people she didn't like, and now someone was coming to provoke her. Shaju's mother, holding her chubby grandson, intentionally approached Lu Hongying to show off. Shaju's mother walked up to Lu Hongying, holding her grandchild, and said loudly, "Lu Hongying, look at my big grandson. He's so precious." Some people just don't have this luck. They can't even have a child. Lu Hongying didn't want to respond, but she felt uncomfortable. Seeing this, Shaju's mother became even prouder, pinching the baby's cheek and continuing, "My son is so filial now, and his wife is great too. They even gave me such a lovely grandson." Unlike some people, who are all alone and will probably have no one to take care of them when they grow old, Lu Hongying calmly replied, "Aunt, I'm doing well on my own, earning money with my own hands, and I feel good about it." Some people may not even have a real son, yet they still show off. Shaju's mother's face turned red instantly, and just as she was about to explode, Ding Rong couldn't help but laugh. Angry and embarrassed, Shaju's mother had no comeback and left with the child. Watching her leave, Ding Rong advised Lu Hongying not to pay attention to that old lady, saying she wasn't quite right in the head. Lu Hongying gently shook her head and went back to work at the shoe and sole factory, knowing that as long as she worked hard, she didn't need to care about idle gossip. However, there were some things and some people she wanted to avoid but couldn't. Just after Shaju's mother left, Chi-Chi came over, proudly saying to Lu Hongying, "Sister Hongying, the day after tomorrow is my son's 1-month celebration. You must come. If you don't, both Shaju and I will be sad." Lu Hongying kept her head down, working while saying, "I don't have the time." Chi-Chi continued to boast, "How can you not have time? You and Shaju were once a couple. Now that he has a son, it's such a proud moment. Shouldn't you be happy for him as his ex-wife?" Ding Rong came over to shoo Chi-Chi away, saying, "Do you have nothing better to do? If you have no business here, leave us alone to work." "Oh, Lu Hongying, look at you. Now you're with a younger man, huh? Working? What work? I think you're just afraid I'll ruin your good time." Lu Hongying put down the shoe insole, took her needle and thread, and walked up to Chi-Chi, staring at her without saying a word. Just fiddling with the needle scared Chi-Chi back 3 steps, and she ran away, cursing. Ding Rong and Lu Hongying laughed until they couldn't stand up. Women like her are just paper tigers, nothing to fear. After facing a setback with Lu Hongying, Chi-Chi returned home fuming. Shaju asked her what was wrong. Chi-Chi, breathing heavily, said, "Shaju, you said Lu Hongying was a decent and capable woman, but now she's already with a younger man."
Impossible.
Shaju blurted out, noticing Chi-Chi's unusual expression, and quickly stopped himself. "What do you mean it's impossible? Go see for yourself." They are living together now. Chi-Chi raised her eyebrows, carefully watching Shaju's expression and sensing his discomfort. Shaju was holding back his feelings, and with the child making a fuss, he irritably said, "Why are you crying? You just cry all day. If you keep it up, I'll take you away." This made Chi-Chi furious. "Who are you going to take away? I can see you haven't moved on from Lu Hongying. I heard she has a new partner, and you're feeling upset." Chi-Chi started to throw a tantrum, grabbing the child and preparing to leave. Shaju's mother quickly stopped her and urged her son to apologize. Shaju refused, and Chi-Chi pushed his mother aside and opened the door to leave. As she ran out crying, the child also cried. Seeing the situation escalating, Shaju had no choice but to chase after Chi-Chi and stop her, as neighbors began to gather to watch. Shaju apologized to Chi-Chi. "Is it enough if I say I'm sorry? Let's go back and not embarrass ourselves outside." "Embarrassed? Are we the ones embarrassing you?" At that moment, Shaju's mother came over and scolded him to speak nicely to Chi-Chi.
"I'm sorry, Kiki.
"I was rude earlier. Please don't be angry." Come back with me and hold the child. Seeing Shaju soften, and with more onlookers around, Chi-Chi felt proud and thought, let's see who dares to look down on me in this village. However, she didn't plan to let it go easily. If you want me and my son to go back, you need to kneel and show me your sincerity.
What?
You want my son to kneel? Chi-Chi, are you out of your mind? He's a grown man. He has his pride. Shaju's mother couldn't take it anymore. Others around also said Chi-Chi was being unreasonable and couldn't be compared to Lu Hongying at all. Now completely provoked, Chi-Chi insisted he must kneel, otherwise, she would jump into the big river in the village with her son. As she said this and tried to run, Shaju, feeling helpless, suddenly knelt down. A chorus of gasps arose from the crowd, and Shaju's face felt like it had hit the ground. It was embarrassing, especially in front of the neighbors who had watched him grow up and friends he had played with since childhood. After achieving her goal, Chi-Chi looked triumphantly at the crowd, silently telling them not to compare her to Lu Hongying. After all, Shaju had knelt before her. Just then, Lu Hongying happened to pass by and saw Shaju kneeling in front of Chi-Chi, who was looking down at him. She had intended to tell Shaju to get up but instead made another demand. Shaju, you need to tell everyone who you love the most. Chi-Chi, don't go too far, said Shaju's mother. Now that you have a child, what's all this love talk? Shaju, be strong and get up. Does he dare to get up? If he does, I'll take our son and leave. Shaju's mother was too scared to speak and stood aside, wiping her tears. What kind of situation is this? Shaju lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly raised his head and said loudly, I love Chi-Chi the most. Clearly, Chi-Chi was not satisfied and said she couldn't hear him, asking him to speak louder. I, Shaju, love Chi-Chi the most. In this life, I will only treat her well. If she wants me to die, then I will dare to live. Is that good enough for you? Shaju shouted, feeling his pride hurt. Lu Hongying couldn't watch any longer and stepped forward, calmly saying, Chi-Chi, what's the point of all this? Everyone wants a peaceful and harmonious life. Your actions will only make people laugh at you. Just as Chi-Chi was about to argue back, Lu Hongying continued, Shaju has already given you a way out. If you really want to live well, stop causing trouble. Chi-Chi opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Shaju stood up, took the child from Chi-Chi's arms, and turned to walk home. Behind him, he could hear the murmurs and laughter, which sounded particularly harsh to him. Chi-Chi looked at Lu Hongying and provocatively said, Shaju is my man now. I can treat him however I want. Are you worried? If you care, go comfort him and see if he even listens to you. After saying this, Chi-Chi swayed her hips and followed him inside, bringing the commotion to an end. Shaju felt hurt today. It was the first time he had faced such humiliation. From now on, he would have a grudge against Chi-Chi. Thinking about Lu Hongying's words compared to Chi-Chi's, Shaju felt uneasy. After the commotion, Chi-Chi said she was hungry and told Shaju's mother to hurry and cook, saying their son would go hungry without milk. Shaju's mother grumbled internally, but didn't dare offend Chi-Chi, so she forced a smile and went to prepare the meal. After dinner, Chi-Chi suggested throwing a celebration for the child's 1-month milestone in the village. Shaju's mother wholeheartedly agreed, saying, yes, we should do it and make it grand. Shaju is doing so well in the city, and we can also collect gifts from the villagers. Mom, how much do you think we can collect? Chi-Chi asked excitedly, her eyes wide. Let me think. There are 700 households in the village. If each gives 20 yuan, that's 14,000. And our relatives will give more than 20, at least 50. So conservatively, we could collect around 1,700 yuan. Silly Zhu's mother became more and more excited, as if she could see money pouring into her pockets. Silly Zhu was more aware, thinking about the 700 households in the village. Every family would come. Our reputation in the village has been terrible over the years. You child, you're getting ahead of yourself before anything is done, said Silly Zhu's mother. Both she and Chi-Chi agreed to hold a big celebration, so Silly Zhu had no choice but to go along with them. Silly Zhu's mother arrived early at the village gathering spot to share the news with everyone. She asked the villagers to spread the word. 3 days from now is my grandson's full moon celebration. Everyone come to my house for drinks. There will be good food, and even a pig's head. Aunt Jo said, Silly Zhu's mother, your son is doing well in the city, and now your new daughter-in-law has given you a big grandson. This celebration should be grand, and we want to share in the joy. Silly Zhu's mother proudly replied, Of course.
Just look at our village. Who can compare to my family?
When everyone comes, you will all share in the good fortune. Everyone agreed to attend. After Silly Zhu's mother left, the crowd began to gossip. Old Lady Lu scoffed. Humph, look at her being so proud. It's just a grandson. It's not like nobody else has one. My grandson even buys me vinegar. Aunt Wang chimed in. Silly Zhu really is talent. He's making big money in the city. You can't compare yourself to them. Li Erseo, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. Don't be fooled by her pride. Who knows what will happen later? Look at Silly Zhu's new wife. Is she really that reliable? Just the other day she was kneeling down. With all this fuss, who knows if the child will be okay? Everyone laughed. Aunt Jo shot Li Erseo a look and said, Don't curse the child. Silly Zhu's family is precious. Li Erseo muttered defiantly, I'm not cursing anyone. I'm just speaking the truth. That young wife looks like trouble. Poor Lu Hongying. Maybe Lu Hongying leaving their family is a blessing. It's hard to say about the future, said Widow Zhang, slowly fanning herself. Look at her being so proud. Silly Zhu's family was very poor back then. If it weren't for us helping them occasionally, they wouldn't be where they are today. Now that they're in the city, they've forgotten their roots. The other women whispered among themselves, with someone saying, Exactly. She says we should share in the joy, but who knows how much she looks down on us. Looking at Shazhu's mother, she quickly spread the word throughout the village to prepare for the baby's full moon celebration. In just half a day, she ran all over the mountains and valleys, and after bringing almost all the news back, she felt a sense of accomplishment, thinking about waiting to collect money. Shazhu drove to the town to buy food, drinks, and sweets for the celebration, taking 2 days to gather everything. He also hired a local chef who specializes in catering for celebrations, so everything was ready. Soon, the day of the full moon celebration arrived. Shazhu's mother got up early to set off firecrackers. The chef and helpers arrived early to start cooking, chopping meat, making dumplings, and preparing dishes, filling the small village with delicious aromas. Before long, the villagers gathered. Shazhu and Chi-Chi welcomed everyone with their baby, and everyone praised Shazhu for his good fortune. He found a wife from the city and had a healthy baby boy. Shazhu felt happy, but the villagers didn't know that Chi-Chi was just a working girl from the countryside, not really from the city. She just dressed nicely, and her job was not something to be proud of. Once everyone was seated, Shazhu began to speak. Welcome everyone to my son's full moon celebration. The elders here have watched me grow up. I've faced many challenges, and today, I, Shazhu, have finally made it. The speech he used was written by someone in the town and filled 3 pages. Unfortunately, he could only read half of it because there were many words he didn't recognize and the villagers couldn't understand. After reading just a few lines, someone in the audience said, Shazhu, stop reading. We can't understand it, and everyone is hungry. Let's eat. Shazhu awkwardly replied, All right, let's eat. Everyone dig in. As soon as he said that, everyone rushed to the food, grabbing the pork knuckles, braised meat, and fish. In those days, everyone was poor and didn't have much to eat, so today was a feast. A few aunties even started fighting over the pork knuckles, making the scene quite amusing. Chi-Chi looked around and thought, what kind of people are these? She worried they wouldn't make back their expenses today. Anxiously, she pulled Shazhu aside and whispered, Juzi, why haven't we collected the gift money yet? Shazhu scratched his head and said, Why rush? Let's eat first. We'll get it later. But after everyone finished eating and drinking, no one mentioned the gift money. This made Shazhu's mother uneasy. She hinted from the side, and Shazhu had no choice but to stand up and say, Dear uncles and aunts, Today, everyone came to celebrate. According to tradition, shouldn't there be some kind of gesture? The amount doesn't matter. It's just for good luck. At that moment, there was a stir in the crowd. What's going on? Are they charging money? People began to whisper. They thought that Sha Zhu had made a lot of money and was now asking the villagers for a small gift. Old Lu stood up and wiped her greasy mouth, saying, "Sha Zhu, you said we should share in your good fortune. We thought we didn't need to give any money." Others agreed, saying if they had to pay, who would come? They could use that money to buy some good food for themselves. Sha Zhu was stunned. It turned out everyone was just there for a free meal. Chi-Chi's face turned red with anger. Then Widow Zhang slowly said, "Sha Zhu, when we helped your family back then, we didn't expect anything in return. Now you're being so stingy over this meal. We thought you had become wealthy and wanted to treat everyone." Sha Zhu felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Chi-Chi realized they wouldn't be getting any money and shot Sha Zhu a glare. She turned and went inside to pick up the child, slamming the door loudly behind her. The atmosphere was very awkward, and the villagers quietly left, even packing up the leftover food. Sha Zhu looked at the empty plates on the table, feeling like crying. The celebration ended without receiving a single penny, and his mother's hopes were dashed. Inside, Chi-Chi complained, "Look at your family's popularity. I wondered why everyone was being so nice today. It turns out they just wanted free food." Sha Zhu's mother lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Sha Zhu was there calculating the costs and realized they had lost 523 yuan. Trying to get something for nothing has backfired, Chi-Chi scolded, while Sha Zhu's mother cried. Sha Zhu tried to comfort them, saying, "It's okay, let's just think of it as doing a good deed, treating the whole village to improve their lives and bring good fortune to our child." Suddenly, Sha Zhu's mother remembered. Why hasn't Lu Hongying said anything? She's making money with her factory, yet she didn't come to our big event. Don't forget, her household registration is still with us. Sha Zhu thought his mother was being unreasonable. There was no way Lu Hongying would show up. Just then, a voice called from the yard, "Sha Zhu, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you." That voice sounded familiar. It was indeed Lu Hongying. Chi-Chi said she was definitely there to see the drama and urged him not to go. Sha Zhu hesitated but decided to step outside. What did Lu Hongying really want? Lu Hongying stood in the yard, calmly looking at Sha Zhu. "I'm not here to see a joke. Here's 200 yuan for you, as my final gesture for the child." Sha Zhu was taken aback. He didn't expect Lu Hongying to do this. Did she not hate him? Had she completely moved on? Luo Hongying smiled and said, "No matter what, we were once family. Consider this money as a way to end all ties." Sha Zhu hesitated and refused, saying, "I'm sorry for the trouble today. Please take your money back. I don't need it." Luo Hongying continued, "Actually, I came for another reason. I need to transfer my household registration soon. It can't stay here forever." "Where are you planning to move it?" he asked. "I need to temporarily transfer it to Xiaoliang's name, because I'm going to adopt him." Sha Zhu nodded silently in agreement, and then asked, "Aren't you planning to get married?" Luo Hongying shook her head, took one last look at the familiar yet strange courtyard, and turned to leave. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed out and shouted at Luo Hongying, "Stop pretending to be a good person. Take your dirty money away." Luo Hongying ignored her and walked straight out the door. Sha Zhu scolded Chi-Chi a few times, watching Luo Hongying's retreating figure with mixed feelings. He realized that from now on, he and Luo Hongying would truly go their separate ways, while he still had to continue his life, regretting that he hadn't appreciated such a good woman. The celebration became a big joke in the village, and the next day, Sha Zhu took Chi-Chi and the child back to the city. His mother also went to help him with the child, and the small mountain village returned to its usual calm. Meanwhile, Luo Hongying stayed in the village, running her in-soul business, busy every day. Occasionally, late at night, she would think of Qi Liang, Zhou Qiwen, and also De General. Since De Gen had a daughter, he completely cut ties with Luo Hongying, even pretending not to know her if they crossed paths. This puzzled Luo Hongying. Why did Jen seem like a different person all of a sudden? She remembered that during her troubles, Jen had helped Xiao Yang and even paid his school fees. She had always wanted to thank him, but never had the chance. One day, after Luo Hongying and Ding Rong returned from the city with insoles and feeling happy about their earnings, Luo Hongying said she wanted to buy Ding Rong a bicycle. They went to the bicycle shop and saw Jen there, covered in grease. Luo Hongying approached him to greet him, but Jen glanced at her and said, "Who are you?"
I don't know you.
Luo Hongying wanted to say something, but in the blink of an eye, Jen was gone. It started to drizzle, and Ding Rong suggested they postpone the purchase. Luo Hongying was preoccupied with Jen's strange behavior and lost her desire to buy the bike. Instead, she handed 200 yuan to Ding Rong, saying, "Take this money and buy the bike when you have time. It's raining. Let's head back early." Two people hired a van from the town to return to the village. Ding Rong went home, while Lu Hongying said she would check the factory first. Xiao Ding wanted to go with her, but Lu Hongying told him to go home early so his mother wouldn't worry. It was already 7 in the evening, autumn, and it was raining. The sky had turned dark. When they arrived at the factory entrance, Lu Hongying noticed something unusual. There were men's footprints at the door, but Ding Rong was the only one in the factory, and these footprints clearly weren't his. Lu Hongying felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that someone was watching her. Gathering her courage, she entered the building but found nothing unusual. What puzzled her even more was that the footprints only led to the middle of the yard and then disappeared. She tried to unlock the door to see if anything was missing but found the lock was jammed. She was very scared when suddenly, a loud thunderclap accompanied by lightning broke the night sky. In the flash of light, Lu Hongying saw a dark figure curled up in the corner, wearing a raincoat. The figure looked especially eerie in the stormy night. Lu Hongying shouted, Who's there?" The shadow slowly stood up, looking ghostly with only 2 eyes visible, glaring menacingly. After experiencing many things, Lu Hongying had become calm and no longer believed in ghosts. She thought, "I have nothing to fear. This scary figure must be a person." The figure moved closer, and Lu Hongying instinctively grabbed a stick that was by the door.
Who are you? What do you want?
The figure remained silent, getting closer. Lu Hongying swung the stick to hit it, but the figure grabbed her arm, causing her to scream for help. "Someone! Help! Stop shouting, Hongying, it's me."
Huh?
That voice sounded familiar. Lu Hongying looked closely and said, "What? It's you, Jen. Are you trying to scare me in the dark?" Lu Hongying tried to calm herself down and noticed the smell of alcohol on Jen's breath. "Hongying, I'm feeling really down." After saying this, Jen began to cry like a child. This left Lu Hongying confused. "Why are you sad? Aren't you happy?" She wanted to open the door to hear more from Jen, but it wouldn't budge. The lock was jammed. She asked Jen if he did this. Jen shook his head and said he didn't, but he knew who did. It was Wang Daney's husband, who had worked with her before. Why would he do that? Lu Hongying wondered. Luo Hongying suddenly remembered that when she reopened the factory, Wang Ernie brought 2 pounds of eggs and expressed her desire to come back to work, but Luo Hongying refused her. This was because when Luo Hongying was in trouble, Wang Ernie and other women in the village had slandered her, and Luo Hongying couldn't trust someone who would kick her when she was down. Perhaps this incident made her hold a grudge. Could she blame herself? Wang Ernie had the highest salary when she worked at my factory and improved her family's life, yet she spread bad rumors about me. Wang Ernie miscalculated. She thought Luo Hongying would return, completely forgetting their past friendship. Later, when she saw Luo Hongying's successful return and the reopening of the factory, she tried to scheme again, but unfortunately, Luo Hongying was not fooled. After being rejected, Wang Ernie's man went to confront Luo Hongying and blocked her keyhole with glue. Luo Hongying secretly laughed, thinking this man was not very clever, so she picked up a stone and quickly broke the lock. After breaking the lock, she invited Jen inside and told him to take off his raincoat. "Jen, you look really scary in that. Don't dress like that again." Jen, while taking off his raincoat, said, I only dared to come here because I was drunk today. Usually, I get scared and hide from you. Luo Hongying said, I wanted to ask you, why do you hide from me? Is it because Ju Huang doesn't want you to talk to me? Dejen nodded and angrily said, that shameless woman. Why is he cursing his wife now? Dejen is a kind and honest man. I've never seen him curse anyone. Luo Hongying poured him a glass of water and encouraged him to slowly tell her what happened. Dejen tried to calm down but ended up crying loudly, which startled Luo Hongying. Dejen, please don't do that. If others hear, they'll misunderstand and think we're up to something. Dejen wiped his tears and said, that woman, Ju Huang, has deceived me so badly. When she was with me, she wasn't at all. That night, she used chicken's blood. Luo Hongying was shocked by his words. Dejen explained that Ju Huang had previously dated someone and they had done everything together. Later, her brother disapproved of the man for being poor and beat him up, which scared the man away. He later realized that Ju Huang had chosen him out of spite, thinking, you didn't like my previous boyfriend because he was poor, right? I found a poor man who had been divorced for you to see, and I accidentally chose to General Lu Hongying asked how Dejen knew. Dejen said that one day, he went to the countryside to buy fertilizer, and Ju Fong went with him. The guy selling the fertilizer was Ju Fong's previous partner, and their look said it all. The man asked, what about our child? Did you get rid of it? At that moment, Ju Fong acted very calmly and casually said the child was gone. Then she didn't hide anything from Dejen, revealing everything about her past, even how she once tricked him with chicken blood. After saying this, Ju Fong mentioned that she felt much lighter inside. If Dejen wanted to end things, that was up to him, but if they were to continue, she wanted to live well with him. If they divorced, she would accept it with resignation. Hearing about Ju Fong's past, Dejen broke down. He hated that Ju Fong had deceived him and that she had caused him to lose his beloved Lu Hongying. Since then, Dejen became quiet and spent most of his time in the countryside, where he opened a repair shop. Initially, he opened the shop to improve their lives and provide a good environment for Ju Fong and the child, but now it was to escape. After hearing this, Lu Hongying comforted Dejen, saying, that was Ju Fong's past. Now she just needs to live well with you. Dejen said he couldn't accept it. What can't you accept? You have been divorced too, right? Why are you looking down on others? Lu Hongying said bluntly, Ju Fong is more than enough for you, and she even gave you a daughter. Dejen suddenly looked up. I'm just afraid that the daughter isn't mine. That would be devastating. You can't just guess like that. If this gets out, how will Ju Fong manage? Lu Hongying frowned. Dejen held his head in his hands and said in pain, I can't help but think this way. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. Lu Hongying sighed, you're just overthinking it. Think about how Ju Fong treats you and your daughter. If she really didn't care, why would she be so dedicated to this family? After hearing Lu Hongying's words, Dejen slowly lowered his hands, showing a hint of hesitation. No matter what happened before, you are now a couple with a daughter. If you really divorce, can you guarantee that the next person will be better than Ju Fong? And doubting her like this is unfair. Lu Hongying continued to persuade him, if you're really worried, can't you do a paternity test now? Luo Hongying patiently persuaded for a long time, and Dejen's mind began to waver. He said he might really go for the identification. Luo Hongying urged him to go back quickly, so his family wouldn't worry. Dejen slowly stood up and thanked Luo Hongying, saying he felt much better. Hongying, can I make one last request? It might be a bit much. Luo Hongying nodded. Can I hug you one last time? Luo Hongying hesitated but agreed, asking Dejen to promise to live well in the future. Dejen opened his arms. He loved the feeling of Luo Hongying running towards him. She only wanted a brief hug, but unexpectedly, Dejen pulled her in tightly, creating a feeling of longing and helplessness. Dejen's strong embrace almost made Luo Hongying gasp for air, and she pushed him away. Dejen understood and left, knowing in his heart that she was an unreachable dream. After seeing Dejen off, Luo Hongying began to organize some materials and prepare to hire a few female workers. Now she understood that when hiring employees, character was important. People like Wang Danny were definitely not welcome. Without hesitation, she announced the job openings, attracting many young women from the village. Everyone knew that working with Luo Hongying meant earning money and having a better life. Initially, she planned to hire only 2 knitters because Director Wang said it was the off-season with no big orders, although there were still some small ones. Hiring 2 people from over 100 applicants was quite challenging. Some were reasonable and accepted the situation, but others were difficult. Wang Danny squeezed in front of Luo Hongying, saying, "I have experience, so I should be prioritized." Luo Hongying replied without looking up, "It's not about what should be. We first look at character when hiring, then at ability. But character should mean I get hired first. I'm well liked by the village's young women." Ding Rong couldn't take it anymore. "Give it a rest, Wang Danny. Were you the one who stole beans from someone's field a few days ago? You were chased and scolded for it." Everyone burst into laughter, but Wang Danny showed no shame, claiming she just picked the wrong ones and that a handful of beans wasn't worth much. So stingy. In the end, Luo Hongying told everyone to go home and that she would announce the results in 3 days. Wang Danny still wouldn't give up, pestering Luo Hongying to hire her. Luo Hongying angrily said, "Do you think I don't know what you've done?" "What did I do?" Wang Danny asked, feeling guilty. "Back when you worked at the insole factory, you often cut corners and slacked off, and you always stole my insoles." Lu Hongying was no longer willing to hold back. "Just a few days ago, you even sent your man to block the lock in my factory." These words startled Wang Danny, who had always thought she was getting away with it. It turned out Lu Hongying had known all along. Everyone began to criticize Wang Danny for her poor character, but she wasn't afraid at all. She straightened her back and shouted in her loud voice, "Shanzi, come here. Someone is bullying your wife." Before long, a big, strong man with dark skin appeared, resembling a character like Li Kuei. Just his presence could scare a child. "Who? Which fool is bullying my wife?" This Li Kuei was Wang Danny's husband, Shanzi. Although he looked fierce, he was like a gentle lamb in front of Wang Danny. If she was unhappy, he wouldn't eat. They balanced each other out. With Shanzi backing her up, Wang Danny became bold and domineering in the village, not caring about anyone, especially before Old Song arrived. Seeing Shanzi's fierce demeanor, Lu Hongying felt a bit scared but tried to stay calm. "Your wife has poor character and wants to cause trouble here. It's my decision who to bring in." Hearing this, Shanzi became furious and raised his fist to charge at Lu Hongying. At that moment, a young man rushed out from the crowd and stood in front of her. It was Ding Rong, who confronted Shanzi, saying loudly, "What kind of man hits a woman? Are you even a man?" Shanzi was taken aback, not expecting anyone to stand up to him. "You little brat, are you tired of living, daring to oppose me?" Ding Rong was not afraid at all and replied, "If you dare to touch Factory Director Lu, I can make sure you can't move from here today. Do you believe me?" As he spoke, Ding Rong took off his jacket and launched into a series of punches, followed by a combination of taekwondo and martial arts moves, earning cheers from the crowd. Surprisingly, this display intimidated Shanzi, who realized he was all brawn and no skill. Seeing the situation turning against them, Wang Danny quickly grabbed Shanzi's arm. "Forget it. Let's not embarrass ourselves here. We'll go home, practice, and then settle the score with them later." The two left quietly, and the villagers said that Shanzi was just a paper tiger, so they no longer needed to fear him. Lu Hongying sighed in relief and thanked Xiao Dingrong. After this incident, she became more determined about her standards for selecting people. 3 days later, she fairly chose 2 knitters, one named Kai Feng and the other Liyun, both of whom had good character and family backgrounds. Lu Hongying led her team to start working on orders, paying the 2 knitters based on their output, with a guaranteed minimum of 50 yuan. The reason Lu Hongying hired these 2 women was that Kai Feng had helped her when someone was bullying her, and Liyun had stood up for her when her mother-in-law mistreated her. Lu Hongying remembered these small acts of kindness, which is why she chose them among many. The 2 women were grateful and worked diligently. Now, with 4 people in the factory, they all worked together happily every day. Lu Hongying suddenly felt that in both work and life, it was important to find people who shared the same values. Now that she had settled down, she hoped to see a rainbow after the storm. However, there was one thing that worried her. She had borrowed money from Zhou Qiwen to start the factory and hadn't been able to pay it back. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Hongying decided to return 2,000 yuan now that she finally had some extra money. She asked Dingrong to manage the factory temporarily while she went to the city. Dingrong smiled and said, "Don't worry, we three are your reliable assistants and will never betray you. Enjoy your time in the city." Lu Hongying smiled back, feeling reassured. After changing vehicles, she arrived in the city and first went to Zhou Qiwen's company, but the staff said the boss was not in. Next, she went to Zhou Qiwen's home and rang the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. The house was empty. Just as Lu Hongying stood at the door unsure of what to do, a neighbor peeked out and said, "Miss, are you looking for Zhou Qiwen? I heard he went abroad for business and has been gone for several days. I don't know when he'll be back." Lu Hongying felt a bit disappointed and replied, "Thank you, sir. Could you do me a favor?" She handed the 2,000 yuan and her contact information to the neighbor. The neighbor hesitated, saying, "Miss, you should wait for him to return to give him the money in person. As the saying goes, it's better to return less money than to send too many messages." Lu Hongying understood the neighbor's concern but felt it was important not to leave empty-handed since Zhou Qiwen was not home. She decided to explore the city a bit. She walked into a fabric store, and the variety of materials amazed her. While she was selecting fabrics, she overheard two employees discussing a new knitting technique that was said to be much more efficient than traditional methods, with a level of realism almost identical to handmade items. Lu Hongying felt intrigued and approached them to ask, "Excuse me, I make handmade insoles, and I'm very interested in the technique you mentioned. Could you please tell me more about it?" The two employees eagerly shared information, and Lu Hongying quickly took notes. She thought this could be a great opportunity to enhance her factory's competitiveness. After navigating through several turns, she arrived at the address, only to find it was a home workshop. She wondered what kind of quality knitting machines could be produced in such an environment. As she turned to leave, she noticed the workshop was dumping a foul-smelling chemical waste into a nearby ditch. Lu Hongying frowned. This kind of pollution was definitely wrong. She knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man with stubble answered, looking unfriendly. "Who are you looking for?" he asked. Lu Hongying replied firmly, "It's illegal to dump chemical waste like this. It's harmful to the environment." The man dismissed her, saying, "What's it to you, little girl? Just go away." Refusing to back down, Lu Hongying raised her voice, "If the environmental agency finds out, you'll be in trouble." The man's expression changed, and he angrily shouted at her to mind her own business. Just then, an elderly man came out and stopped the rude behavior, saying, "What's wrong with you? Always ready to fight? Go back inside." The rude man retreated like a scolded child. The elderly man looked Lu Hongying over and slowly asked, "Young lady, did you come for something?" Lu Hongying nodded. "I wanted to learn about the new knitting technique, but seeing how you pollute the environment, I doubt the legitimacy of this technique and think it's better not to learn it." The elderly man smiled. "This technique is the result of years of research, but this young one doesn't understand how to handle waste properly. I've been worried about this issue myself." Lu Hongying remained skeptical. The elderly man invited her inside to discuss further. Once inside, Lu Hongying saw simple but organized equipment and some design blueprints. The elderly man explained the new technique in detail, combining traditional craftsmanship with modern technology, which he believed could lead to great success. The old man sighed and said, "I'm getting old and just want to find a reliable person to pass on this skill. Look at my son. Is he capable? He can barely feed the pigs. Miss, we have a connection, and since you understand this field, if you promise to use this skill responsibly, I can transfer it to you at a low price." Lu Hongying was overjoyed and immediately promised to do well. However, she hesitated and said, "I don't have much money right now, so I might not be able to afford it." The old man stroked his beard and thought for a moment, then said it was fine to give her the patent first, and she could pay him later when she had the money. He mainly wanted to find a trustworthy successor. Uncle, what is your name? If you don't mind, would you take me as your apprentice? I don't usually take apprentices, but you seem like a good person, so I'll make an exception and teach you my skills. Lu Hongying was very happy and felt lucky that day. During their conversation, she learned that the old man's name was Lu Xiangjin, and he was 74 years old. His son, Lu Hai, was in his 40s and still dependent on him, spending his days idly. Lu Xiangjin said he had given up on his son and felt fortunate to meet Lu Hongying, as he could tell from the first moment he saw her that she was a reliable person. They talked for a long time and got along well. As it was getting late, Lu Hongying prepared to leave, but Lu Xiangjin insisted she stay for dinner and asked his son to cook. Lu Hongying glanced at Lu Hai, who was sitting nearby and picking at his toes, and politely declined. "No trouble, Uncle Lu. I'll come back another day to learn from you. I have things to do today." Lu Hai quickly stood up, forcing a smile, and said, "Don't be shy. I was just about to cook. We have food ready at home, just need to heat it up." Lu Hongying thought to herself that he should save it for himself. "No trouble, Brother Lu, I'll be on my way." After leaving the old man's house, it was already 5:30 p.m., and there were no more buses back to the village, so she had to stay overnight in the county. With 2,000 yuan in her pocket, Lu Hongying planned to stay at a nicer hotel for safety. She arrived at a seemingly upscale hotel, and as she entered the lobby to ask about prices, she noticed the front desk staff looking at her strangely and being indifferent. Perhaps it was because of her simple outfit, which didn't match the elegance of the high-end hotel. Although Lu Hongying felt a bit uncomfortable, she mustered the courage to ask, "How much is the cheapest room here per night?" The receptionist glanced at her and replied, 50 yuan, then ignored her to chat with someone else. Hearing the price, Lu Hongying felt relieved, thinking it was quite cheap. She then said, "I'll take a room." The receptionist turned back, looked her up and down impatiently, and said mockingly, "You have to pay first to check in, and we only accept cash or card." Lu Hongying quickly took out her wallet and handed over a 50 yuan note. The receptionist pinched the money as if it were dirty, and muttered, "This old bill. Where did you dig it up from? Get a different one." She tossed the money back to Lu Hongying. The bill floated to the ground. Lu Hongying picked it up and said to the staff, "This money is real. Why won't you accept it?" The receptionist huffed, examined the bill under the light for a long time, and reluctantly threw the key on the counter, saying, "Room at the end of the second floor, next to the stairs." Lu Hongying took the key and turned to walk toward the elevator, while behind her, she heard the receptionist's quiet mocking, a country bumpkin staying in a fancy hotel, pretending to be someone important, followed by laughter. Lu Hongying clenched her fists, thinking, should she let it go? If she did, she'd feel miserable all night. If she confronted them, it would be embarrassing for everyone. She decided that if the two receptionists stopped, she would let it slide. If they continued mocking her, she would stand up for herself. However, seeing Lu Hongying silent, the two receptionists thought they could keep insulting her. One said, "Look at her shoes. They're so old. She must be wearing her grandmother's." The other laughed and added, "Maybe her family only has one pair of shoes. Whoever goes out wears them." More laughter followed. At this point, Lu Hongying could no longer tolerate it. She stopped in her tracks, standing still. The two receptionists, unaware of the tension, continued their teasing. Lu Hongying suddenly turned around, walking steadily with a calm smile toward the two receptionists. Reaching the front desk, she calmly stared at the lead receptionist and said with a smile, "Go on. Keep talking. Say everything you want to say." The two receptionists were taken aback, and the lead one stammered, "We didn't mention any names. What's it to you?" "I'm not involved." Lu Hongying suddenly slammed the table and said loudly, "Do you think you are so important? Just because you wear work uniforms, you look down on others." Lu Hongying took a stack of money from her pocket and threw it on the table. "Take a good look, this is money. Can you earn this much in a year? I didn't want to argue today, but you keep pushing me." She pointed at the waiter who complained about the old money and said, "You're just a cashier. What right do you have to criticize me?" Then she looked at another one, and you mocking my shoes. I made these shoes myself. They are more valuable than everything you own. Your judgment based on appearance is truly low. More guests began to gather around. Lu Hongying continued, I am a paying guest. Not only do you not provide good service, but you also insult me. I will speak to your manager. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I will let everyone know how you treat your guests. The manager rushed over after hearing the commotion. After understanding the situation, he sternly reprimanded the two waiters and personally apologized to Lu Hongying. I'm sorry, ma'am. We did not manage this well. If you wish, we can fire these two employees immediately. The two waiters panicked and repeatedly apologized to Lu Hongying. I'm sorry. Please forgive us. Don't hold this against us. I can't lose this job. They began to cry, completely losing their earlier arrogance. Lu Hongying felt a bit calmer. She knew it wasn't worth it to argue with such people for too long, so she took her key and headed to her new room, deciding to rest well for the night since she needed to learn a skill from Uncle Lu tomorrow. After arriving in her room, she took a shower and was watching TV out of boredom when someone knocked on the door. Lu Hongying asked who it was. A woman outside said she was a waiter and had come to deliver a thermos. Lu Hongying casually glanced at the TV, which showed the time as 11:30. Without thinking, she opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Lu Hongying felt darkness engulf her, and someone covered her mouth, causing her to lose consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the floor of the hotel room, which was in disarray. Lu Hongying's first reaction was that she had been robbed. She tried to stand up but felt dizzy and fainted again. When she opened her eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. Lu Hongying stumbled to the front desk, where the same indifferent attendant from last night was present. Quick, call the police. I've been robbed. But the attendant was busy applying makeup and ignored Lu Hongying's plea. It seemed the old problem had returned. Lu Hongying said again, Excuse me, do you have a hearing problem? I said I've been robbed. Finally, the attendant, while applying lipstick, slowly replied, We haven't started working yet. If there's a problem, talk about it in 5 minutes. Lu Hongying didn't want to argue with her, so she sat on the sofa in the lobby and waited for 5 minutes until the attendant began her shift. Miss, can I help you now? Go ahead. What is it? I've been robbed. Someone broke into my room, and my money is gone. The attendant lazily picked up the phone. Manager Chin, you should come and see. The woman who caused a scene last night is back, saying she was robbed. Isn't that a joke? After hanging up, the attendant looked at Lu Hongying with a dismissive expression. Just wait there. Our manager Chin will come to handle it. Lu Hongying thought how arrogant this woman was. Just a mere attendant. After a while, a large, middle-aged man arrived, looking at least 40. The attendant called him Manager Chin. Manager Chin approached Lu Hongying with an unfriendly gaze, very different from the manager from last night. The attendant looked pleased, indicating their relationship was not ordinary. Ma'am, I am the general manager of this hotel. I heard you were robbed, and I need to check your room. Lu Hongying led Manager Chin to her room. Once inside, he looked around and revealed a barely noticeable smirk. He turned to Lu Hongying and said, Ma'am, there are no signs of robbery in this room. Although it's messy, all valuable items are still here. Are you sure you are mistaken? Lu Hongying's eyes widened. She clearly remembered her money was gone. But my money is missing. I distinctly remember someone entered my room last night and hurt me. Manager Chin laughed a couple of times, a laugh that sent chills down her spine. She noticed the attendant and Manager Chin exchanged glances, and a sense of unease washed over her. After calming down, Lu Hongying said, While I was waiting for you in the lobby, did someone from your team enter my room and mess things up? It was chaotic when I left, but when I returned, everything was neatly arranged. It seems like someone intentionally tampered with the scene. Chin's expression changed, and he angrily replied, Don't talk nonsense. Were you the one causing trouble at the hotel last night? I was out, and you made a mess of our place. I think you're just a professional con artist. Chin ordered Lu Hongying to leave immediately, or she would regret it. Lu Hongying realized she wouldn't find justice here. They were likely behind the trouble. Seeing the smug expression of the staff confirmed her suspicions, so she quickly dashed out of the room. Lu Hongying ran to the street and hailed a taxi straight to the police station. After hearing her story, Officer Hat decided to accompany her back to the hotel to investigate. When they re-entered the hotel room, Chin and the staff looked panicked. Chin, unusually cheerful, approached them and said, "Comrade, we run a legitimate business. This lady has been causing trouble since last night, scolding our staff to tears, and now she claims she was robbed. Isn't that ridiculous?" Officer Hat insisted on examining the scene first. As soon as they entered the room, they found it spotless. What scene was there to investigate? Lu Hongying angrily said, "I hadn't even checked out yet and you cleaned the room. This is clearly tampering with the evidence." Officer Hat asked Chin, "Is there any surveillance footage?" Chin replied that the cameras were broken and had not been repaired. Officer Hat frowned and began to carefully inspect the room, noticing that it had clearly been intentionally cleaned. Lu Hongying, unwilling to give up, went to the hallway to check. She remembered seeing a hidden camera at the end of the corridor before she entered last night. It was hard to notice unless you looked closely. Under the camera, Lu Hongying was pleasantly surprised to find it was still operational. To avoid alerting anyone, she quietly informed Officer Hat. Understanding her signal, Officer Hat said he would check the security room. Chin tried to stop him, claiming the security room was unattended. Officer Hat responded sternly, "Don't obstruct our investigation." Chin backed down and reluctantly led Officer Hat to the security room, requesting to see the footage from the camera at the end of the corridor. The security guard, seeing the official officer, complied after glancing at Chin. At that moment, Chin began to sweat nervously and stuttered. The staff member also looked scared and whispered, "What if they find out?"
"I'm scared."
Mr. Chin glared at her fiercely, causing the waitress to quickly shut her mouth, though her legs trembled uncontrollably. Lu Hongying became even more convinced that these two were behind it. Uncle Hat, sharp as ever, caught her words and asked, "Do you know something? If you confess now, you might get a lighter punishment. If it comes out later, it will be different." The waitress, frightened, burst into tears, saying, "Comrade, he made me do it." She then revealed the whole truth. It turned out that last night, the waitress had insulted Lu Hongying, who retaliated and made her lose face. Holding a grudge, she complained to her boyfriend, Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, one of the 3 managers in the hotel, decided to help his girlfriend and show off his masculinity. He came up with a terrible idea after the waitress told him that Lu Hongying had a lot of money. They thought they could take advantage of the situation by first dealing with her and then stealing her money. They underestimated Lu Hongying, thinking that a country girl wouldn't know much. Mr. Chin had the waitress call Lu Hongying to the door under the pretense of delivering hot water. Then, he found 2 employees who used a towel soaked in a sedative to knock Lu Hongying out, taking the opportunity to rob her. Even worse, the waitress kicked the unconscious Lu Hongying and spat on her face, showing how cruel she was. Later, when Lu Hongying said she had been robbed and wanted to call the police, Mr. Chin panicked. He instructed the waitress to quickly clean up and disguise the room while Lu Hongying waited in the lobby, taking the money with them. With the truth revealed, Mr. Chin and the waitress were taken away by Uncle Hat and Lu Hongying's money was recovered. It was truly a tense situation. From this incident, she learned an important lesson. When out in the world, especially as a woman, one must be cautious and low-key. Sometimes it's better to endure a little humiliation for peace. However, Lu Hongying was inherently strong-willed and had high self-esteem, so she couldn't tolerate such insults. Fortunately, everything was resolved, and she felt a sense of relief. After expressing her gratitude to Uncle Hat, Lu Hongying remembered she had an important matter to attend to, discussing a patent with Uncle Lu Xiangjin. Before leaving, she went to check if Zhou Qiwen had returned. She rang the doorbell again, and after a few tries, she heard a voice. Zhou Qiwen was back. When Zhou Qiwen saw Lu Hongying descending from the sky, surprised and flustered in his pajamas, he asked her to wait a moment. Back in his room, Zhou Qiwen began searching for clothes, shaving, and brushing his teeth. He was busy for 20 minutes before finally opening the door. "Zhou, what have you been doing all this time? Are you hiding a beautiful woman?" Lu Hongying joked. "Right now, I don't have the mood for that. I told you I've changed my ways, but you still don't believe me," Zhou Qiwen replied as he opened a bottle of soda for her. Lu Hongying got straight to the point, returning the 2,000 yuan and saying she would pay back the rest as soon as she had money. Zhou Qiwen looked at the money but didn't reach for it. He just quietly watched Lu Hongying. "You can keep this money as a small token from me." "I don't really need it," he said, his eyes showing a gentle warmth. Lu Hongying was taken aback and insisted on returning the money. Zhou Qiwen sighed. "Hongying, during our time together, I've realized you're very special. You're not like other women who are materialistic. That's a rare quality." Lu Hongying replied, "Don't put me on a pedestal. I like money too, but I only like money that I earn myself." Zhou Qiwen was deeply moved by her words. "Your strength and integrity attract me. If you return this money, it would feel distant." Lu Hongying felt her face heat up at his words. Zhou Qiwen then shared about his past life, which seemed carefree but always felt lacking until he met Lu Hongying, bringing him a sense of stability. Lu Hongying felt a stir in her heart. She understood his meaning but hesitated, aware of their different backgrounds and her status as a divorced woman, feeling unworthy. Yet, at that moment, she felt a growing affection for Zhou Qiwen. Finally, Lu Hongying gently set the money down, saying it could stay as a temporary loan. Zhou Qiwen reluctantly accepted and suggested they have breakfast together. "I know a new Hong Kong-style tea restaurant just opened. Let's go for dim sum. Don't take me to those fancy places again. Remember the last time we had steak and it turned into a big joke?" Lu Hongying said, rolling up her sleeves. "Just wait, I'll cook for you, I'm good at it." With that, she went into the kitchen, and Zhou Qiwen watched her busy figure, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart. Before long, Lu Hongying called him to eat. Zhou Qiwen walked into the dining room and saw 2 steaming bowls of shredded pork noodles on the table, along with a plate of seaweed and a plate of garlic cabbage hearts. Luo Hongying shyly said, "As Chinese people, we feel more comfortable eating these authentic dishes. We shouldn't go for those foreign things." Zhou Qiwen sat down, took a bite of the noodles and a piece of the cold dish, praising, "This is really good, even better than what they sell outside. The main thing is it's clean and hygienic. You should eat less of that unhealthy food outside. If you really don't have time to cook, hire a housekeeper or marry someone," Luo Hongying joked. "I'll hire you. You can name your price," Zhou Qiwen replied. "You can't afford me. Don't forget I'm a business owner, the manager of a insole factory." "Ha ha," Luo Hongying laughed heartily, her laughter infectious. Zhou Qiwen said, "I can afford you. Just tell me a number, and it will save you from the hard work outside. If you're willing, I'll give you all my possessions." Luo Hongying quickly changed the subject as they chatted and enjoyed their meal in a warm atmosphere. Just then, the clock on the wall chimed 9 times. Luo Hongying quickly put down her bowl and said she had something urgent to attend to. She mentioned her appointment with Old Man Lu, and Zhou Qiwen offered to take her there. In the car, Luo Hongying was a bit worried that Old Man Lu might be angry. Zhou Qiwen reassured her, saying as long as she explained clearly, it would be fine. "But don't you think this situation seems a bit strange?" Luo Hongying thought about the whole process and felt something was off, as if it was designed just for her. What if that old man was a scammer? She was scared of being tricked. Zhou Qiwen said, "It's okay, I'll go with you to check it out. It's not easy for an ordinary person to trick me." When they arrived, Luo Hongying hurriedly got out of the car to apologize to Old Man Lu. Old Man Lu glanced at Zhou Qiwen's car, then at Luo Hongying and smiled knowingly, teasing, "Looks like you have other good things keeping you busy today. This car isn't cheap, so you're the wife of a wealthy family." Luo Hongying blushed and quickly pulled Old Man Lu inside to discuss the patent, while Zhou Qiwen quietly listened. Old Man Lu said, "You can decide what to do with this technology." His son overheard and said unhappily, "How can you just give it away? They don't need the money. This patent is worth at least 20,000. You little rascal, it's my stuff, and I can do whatever I want with it. I can give it to whoever I choose. You go away. Old man Lu scolded, grabbing a stool as if to hit him, but Luo Hongying stopped him. She really needs this technology, but 20,000 yuan is just too much. Even 2,000 is a struggle. Lu Hongying helplessly decided to give up. Old Lu said, take it for free. If you get rich one day, just come back and give me a little something. But Lu Hongying felt bad about taking it for nothing. Zhou Qiwen gave her a look, suggesting they talk outside. Once outside, Lu Hongying asked if he thought the patent was reliable. Zhou Qiwen replied, the patent is solid, but the person is tricky. Look at his son. If he gives it to you for free today, there will be endless trouble later. Then maybe I should just let it go and find another opportunity, Lu Hongying decided. Zhou Qiwen grabbed her hand and said, look at you. There's a big opportunity right in front of you, and you want to throw it away. I can't borrow your money again. I still haven't paid back the last loan. Don't worry. If you can't pay it back, you can repay me with your help, Zhou Qiwen said with a mischievous smile. If you keep saying things like that, I'll get angry. Zhou Qiwen said, you take everything so seriously. I was just joking. I have a great idea. I'll buy the patent and give it to you. You can run the production, and when it makes money, you can share the profits with me. Lu Hongying's eyes lit up. Yes, that's a great idea. So, Zhou Qiwen called old Lu and his son Lu Hai over to draft a simple contract. 20,000 yuan for the rights, and after that, regardless of the technology's success or failure, it would have nothing to do with old Lu and his son. When Lu Hai realized they were really giving 2,000 yuan, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He immediately promised not to cause any trouble in the future. Lu Hai followed Zhou Qiwen and Lu Hongying to get the money, and just like that, the patent deal was done, leaving Lu Hongying with another favor to repay. Zhou Qiwen felt that helping Lu Hongying was the happiest thing for him. The more favors he owed, the better. If she couldn't repay, she could offer her help in return, haha. Lu Hongying said, I'm not joking with you anymore. I need to go back to the village right away to put this technology into production. Zhou Qiwen offered to drive her back to the village and take a look at the situation there and her small factory. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Hongying agreed. It only took 3 hours to drive from the county to the village. As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, they attracted the attention of the villagers. The people in the small mountain village had never seen such a luxury car. The car that Xia Zhu drove back made a loud noise, while this little sedan was completely silent. The children were the first to gather around, their eyes wide with curiosity as they touched the car's body with their small hands. One child shouted, "Why is this car so shiny? It looks like a mirror." The adults also came closer, expressing their amazement. Uncle Zhang gently tapped on the car window and asked, "Why is this glass so strong?" Lu Hongying rolled down the window and smiled, saying, "Uncle, this is a sedan. It's much more advanced than the cars we've seen before." A few young men gathered around the wheels, mumbling about the strange tire patterns. Aunt Lee squeezed to the front, peeking inside the car. She saw the soft seats and exclaimed, "These seats look more comfortable than my own couch." At that moment, the village accountant arrived and parted the crowd, saying, "Don't touch too much. This is a guest's car. Can you afford to pay if you break something?" Zhou Qiwen got out of the car and greeted everyone with a smile. The villagers fell silent, curiously observing this unfamiliar city person and quietly speculating about his relationship with Lu Hongying. De Zhen was also in the crowd. He saw Lu Hongying return in the car with a man who looked like a star. Feeling inferior, he was very uncomfortable, wondering if Lu Hongying had sold herself or was with a wealthy man. Zhou Qiwen parked the car at the village entrance, and he and Lu Hongying walked to her small factory. This sparked more gossip in the village, with news spreading that Lu Hongying had brought back a man, and he was wealthy and handsome. The village women who loved to gossip had something to talk about again. They gathered to discuss it. Aunt Wang cracked sunflower seeds and said, "Look at Lu Hongying. She goes out and brings back a man. Who knows what she did out there?" Aunt Xiao chimed in, "Exactly. She was never content, always tinkering with her little factory, and now she's got a city man. Meanwhile, the young girls felt envious and resentful. They wondered how Lu Hongying, a divorced woman no one wanted, could find such a respectable man. Which of us isn't better than her? One girl said. Another added, it's because we stay in this little valley all the time. Where would we meet decent men? Exactly. We see the village men every day, and they all look the same. Just look at the city men in their suits and shoes. They look like they stepped out of a TV show. The small village buzzed with envy and jealousy. Lu Hongying was busy organizing things at the factory and didn't pay attention to the gossip. The rumors are getting more outrageous, with some saying that Zhou Qiwen was tricked by Lu Hongying into investing and that his money will soon be lost. After hearing these rumors, Zhou Qiwen took Lu Hongying to the center of the village and loudly declared, I like Lu Hongying. We are working together openly and honestly, so please stop spreading false information. Lu Hongying scolded Zhou Qiwen for being so reckless, explaining that the people in this small mountain village have never left and cannot accept new ideas. His actions could cause her trouble. Zhou Qiwen disagreed and encouraged Lu Hongying to move to the city, questioning why she would stay in such a backward village. Lu Hongying had her own plans, but she kept them to herself. Zhou Qiwen's actions indeed caused him trouble. After staying overnight at Lu Hongying's factory, he found that someone had slashed his car tire the next day when he was ready to return to the city. Who did this? Zhou Qiwen rushed to the village office with a loudspeaker and shouted, Hey, which brave person in the village did this? If you don't like me, we can talk face to face. But slashing my tire from behind is not fair. Do you think this will scare me away? I'm not going anywhere today. How can I leave with a flat tire? Since the village chief, Old Song, was removed, the position has been vacant and is temporarily filled by the accountant. Zhou Qiwen approached the accountant, hoping he could help find out who did it. The accountant sarcastically replied, I can't find out who did it. This mountain village is not like your big city. There's no surveillance here. What can I use to investigate? Forget the investigation. The priority now is to fix the tire. The problem is that there's no place to fix tires in the town. He would have to go to the county. But isn't a Zhen good at fixing bicycle tires? He should be able to fix a car tire too. Lu Hongying went to Zhen, hoping he could help with Zhou Qiwen's tire. Zhen replied grumpily, I won't do it. Fix it wherever you want. Zhen, did you slash Zhou's tire? You're the only one who knows how and has the guts to do it. Are you jealous of him? Zhen admitted, yes, I did it. So what? You looked so pleased that day at the village entrance. I guess you've hitched yourself to a rich guy. Lu Hongying was speechless and explained, Zhou Qiwen and I are just friends.
He has helped me a lot.
Well, I used to help you too. Don't you remember when we went to clear the mountains together, working and eating together? Zhen was a bit emotional, saying, I'm a man and I understand men's feelings better than anyone. Luo Hongying didn't want to listen to him. Zhen, you've helped me before, but I've already repaid that favor. Is it really interesting to keep bringing this up? Just focus on your wife and kids, and stop bothering me. Luo Hongying decided not to pursue the matter of Zhen damaging the tire any further and advised Zhou Qiwen not to investigate it either. Zhou Qiwen asked, do you know who did it? It seems there's a story here. Did I upset someone in the village? If that's the case, I might as well stay here. Luo Hongying told him to stop joking and to find a way to fix the tire. Suddenly, Zhou Qiwen looked at her with sympathy. You've lived in this village for years, which is lucky for you. If it were me, I would have either been bullied or driven crazy by all this nonsense. Finally, Zhou Qiwen said the tire issue was manageable. He could have his employees drive the company car and get a new one. He just couldn't swallow his pride over this. Luo Hongying saw him as a stubborn child and softly advised him not to investigate further, saying she knew who was responsible but couldn't tell him. Zhou Qiwen stared at her. If you know who it is, why not tell me? Is it someone you used to be close with? Luo Hongying ignored him and assured him that there would be compensation. Zhou Qiwen became more determined. No, I have to know who did this. It's a matter of my dignity. Luo Hongying sighed. It's really not what you think. This person is actually quite pitiful. He liked me for a long time, but I didn't feel the same. When he saw you getting close to me, he acted out of impulse. Zhou Qiwen crossed his arms. Regardless, he has to face the consequences of his actions. But for your sake, I won't make him pay for the tire. At least he should apologize to me in person. Luo Hongying hesitated, but eventually agreed. Luo Hongying called to Jen to apologize to Zhou Qiwen. Apologize? I would never apologize, even if it costs me my life. Jen acted as if he was being noble, believing that Zhou Qiwen was trying to deceive Luo Hongying, and he wanted to protect her from harm. It was ridiculous and frustrating, but Zhou Qiwen didn't want to argue with him. He called someone from the city to fix the tire, and after it was repaired, Zhou Qiwen returned to the city. Once Zhou Qiwen left, Jen warned Luo Hongying not to associate with someone like him, saying, "Look at him. He probably has a group of women around him, and who knows what else." Seeing Jen's jealous reaction, Luo Hongying felt it was necessary to talk to him. No matter what kind of person Zhou Qiwen is, that's my business and has nothing to do with you. Besides, I don't have any feelings for you. If you keep acting like this, I will only grow to dislike you more. Dagon was stunned, as if he had been hurt. You dislike me? Yes, if you keep crossing boundaries and being ambiguous with me, I will dislike you, Lu Hongying said firmly. Dagon stared at her for a moment, then said with a trembling voice, "Fine. Fine. You dislike me. You should have said so earlier. I always thought you liked me too. I was just being overly sentimental. I won't bother you anymore." Dagon left, and Lu Hongying felt an unexplainable sense of relief. When Dagon got home, he locked himself in his room. No matter how much Jufang and his mother called him, he didn't respond. When his daughter sweetly called for him, he snapped, "Go away. Who's your father? Your father could be some random man." The child was scared and started to cry. Jufang hugged the child, upset, and scolded Dagon for treating a young child like that. "You're thinking about another woman and taking it out on us." "If I were thinking about another woman, I wouldn't have done anything wrong," Dagon retorted. Jufang was left speechless. Dagon's mother chimed in, "Jufang, you can't blame Dagon for being angry. Look at what you did. Dagon is honest. If it were someone else, they would have hit you a long time ago." "Mom, I would rather he hit me or scold me than ignore me like this." "And what did the child do wrong to be treated like that?" Jufang cried, holding the child close. Dagon's mother looked at her granddaughter and sighed. "This child doesn't look like anyone from our family." "Mom, is that how you speak?" Jufang said, placing the child in the room with an abacus to play with. The child giggled, completely forgetting what had just happened. Jufang returned to the main room, ready to discuss the matter with Dagon's mother-in-law. Suddenly, someone shouted from the yard, "Jufang, come out." It turned out to be her brother, who stood in the yard with a stern face. Dagon's mother felt uneasy. Jufang's brother was not a good person. She quickly smiled and said, "Your uncle is here, come inside." Jufang's brother waved his hand, saying, "No need to pretend with me. I've heard that Jufang isn't happy here, and I came to take her home." "Look at what you're saying. Since the day Jufang came here, I've treated her like my own daughter," Deju's mother said. Jufang's brother noticed his sister's red eyes. "What's wrong? Have you been crying?" "No, brother, I just got dirt in my eyes while cleaning the yard." "Don't listen to what others say. I'm doing fine here. You should go back." Juhua pushed her brother outside. At that moment, Daejing, who was lying in bed, shouted, "Today, my brother-in-law is here to take Juhua home, so I can't just ignore that, right? Take her back. She's been through enough here." When Juhua's brother heard this, he got angry. "Daejing, what do you mean by that? If you dare to bully my sister, you'll regret it." Daejing sneered, "You only know how to fight and be unreasonable. Ask your sister, who is really bullying whom." Juhua anxiously grabbed her brother. "Brother, Daejing hasn't bullied me. It's not like you think. We can handle our own issues privately. Don't make a scene here." Juhua's brother huffed, "I think this kid is asking for trouble. No one talks to me like that. Who do you think you are, a king?" Daejing wasn't afraid and continued to speak harshly. "Your sister's issues are your fault. Why do you care so much? You little brat, I think I need to teach you a lesson today. Juhua's brother rolled up his sleeves and approached Daejing, but Juhua couldn't stop him in time. With a fierce look, Juhua's brother charged at Daejing, raising his fist to strike Daejing's head, which carried some personal grudge. If he hit, it could at least cause a concussion. However, Daejing calmly leaned to the side, and Juhua's brother's fist slammed into the wooden door instead. With a loud thud, his fist hit the door, causing him to wince in pain, but he had to pretend it didn't hurt. After that, Daejing would be even harder to deal with. Juhua's brother, embarrassed and angry, got up and lunged at Daejing again. This time, Daejing stuck out a foot, causing Juhua's brother to trip and fall face-first into the dirt. The neighbors heard the commotion and gathered around, pointing and laughing, making it a very embarrassing moment for him. Juhua's brother, not used to such humiliation, shouted, "Just wait. I'll make you pay for this," and charged at Daejing again. Daejing seized the moment, grabbed Juhua's brother's arm, and spun him around, causing him to cry out in pain as he spun like a top. Daejing let go, and Juhua's brother fell to the ground due to the momentum. The radish clapped and said, "Brother-in-law, I used to think you were quite impressive, but it turns out you're just a paper tiger. Your skills are not enough to impress anyone." Jufang's brother lay on the ground, unable to recover for a while. Finally, he got up, looking defeated, and couldn't even muster a harsh word in response to the laughter around him. Jufang went over to help her brother up and scolded Radish for being too harsh, reminding him that he was her brother. Jufang's brother went to wash his face by the basin, looking like a charcoal figure. After washing up, he took the opportunity to splash a basin of water on Radish's head when Radish wasn't paying attention. Now it was Radish's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect a grown man to resort to such childish tricks. Radish's mother came over with a child to mediate, shooing away the onlookers and saying that family matters should not be aired in public. Jufang's brother insisted on taking his sister home. "Jufang, you decide. Will you go home with your brother or stay here?" Radish's mother asked. Jufang felt torn. Radish chimed in, urging them to leave quickly. He added that if they could find another man for her, they would have to pay a bride price, which could help him buy a motorcycle. Provoked by Radish's words, Jufang angrily went inside to pack her things and rode off on her brother's second-hand motorcycle, leaving her 2-year-old daughter crying for her mother. Radish's mother tried to comfort the child but couldn't stop her from crying. She returned to complain to Radish about his harsh words.
"What now?"
"The child is crying for her mother." Radish suggested sending the child back too, saying they didn't even know whose child she was. Hearing this, Radish's mother became furious and slapped him, saying, "How can you say such a thing?" Radish covered his face, feeling a bit regretful about how he treated Jufang and hitting her brother. But now he had to take the child to Jufang's family to see what could be done. Radish took the child to Jufang's family, and when Jufang's brother saw him, he was ready to fight again. But Jufang came out of the house, her eyes red, clearly missing her child. She took the child and cried, "Has my little girl missed her mother these past few days?" The child hugged Jufang's neck and said she did, making Jufang cry even harder. Seeing Jufang, Radish felt a twinge of guilt. He scratched his head and said, "Jufang, I was wrong. Those were just angry words. Let's not make things worse. We can live well together." Jufang huffed and ignored him. At that moment, Jufang's parents came out and scolded Radish without holding back. Several times, Jufang's father looked like he wanted to hit him. Radish thought to himself, like father, like child. With a stiff resolve, Radish finally promised to treat Jufang well in the future. Jufang's parents saw his sincere attitude and said to Jufang, "Why don't you just go back with him? A child shouldn't be without a father." Jufang hesitated for a moment, but decided to go home with Dagon. Just then, Jufang's brother started causing trouble again. "You can't leave. Where do you think this is? You can't just come and go as you please." Jufang's brother pulled his sister back. "If you want me to let my sister go back, you need to kneel down and apologize to me. Only then will I consider it." Jufang felt her brother was being unreasonable. Dagon, hearing this, felt his face flush with anger. He wanted to explode but held back, thinking of Jufong and the child. He calmed himself and said slowly, "Brother-in-law, I admit I was wrong to hurt you and upset Jufong. But we are family, and there's no need to make things difficult for each other." Jufong's brother crossed his arms, being rude. "Stop talking. Either kneel or get lost. Anyone who lays a hand on me must pay the price. I've lost my face and need to get it back." Jufong couldn't take it anymore and broke free from her brother's grip. "Brother, stop it. I'm going back with Dagon." Her brother widened his eyes. "If you dare to leave, you can never come back here. If you get hurt again, I won't help you." Jufong hesitated upon hearing this. She looked at Dagon and pleaded, "Dagon, for the sake of me and the child, please agree to my brother. It won't hurt." Dagon glared at her, shocked that Jufong would say such a thing, asking him to kneel and apologize to her brother. What wouldn't hurt? A man's dignity is more important than pain. He couldn't be with a woman like that. "Jufong, I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming back or not?" Jufong stubbornly said she wouldn't return unless he apologized to her brother. "Fine, then you can stay with your brother. One day, he will betray you," Dagon said angrily. "Is that even a reasonable thing to say? He's my brother. He wouldn't betray me." Jufong didn't realize Dagon's words would come true later. For now, she completely sided with her brother. Jufong's brother looked smugly at Dagon. Dagon pointed at him and shouted, "You have a twisted mind. You don't want your sister to get married and are trying to break us apart, aren't you?" Jufong's brother provocatively said, "Think what you want. You see now, my sister isn't going back. Just leave." Dagon, filled with anger, thought if she doesn't want to come back, then fine. In the future, if she wants to return, I won't be there to pick her up. Seeing that Dagon had left, Jufong felt a bit anxious and wanted to chase after him, but her brother stopped her, telling her to stay home and wait for him to come back. He said she shouldn't return until he came for her 3 times. Dagon returned home, holding the child and playfully telling his mother that he would live with the child from now on, as that woman wouldn't be coming back. That evening, Dagon arrived at Lu Hongying's store. At that moment, Lu Hongying had just finished washing her feet and opened the door, splashing the foot-washing water outside. Dagon couldn't dodge in time and got soaked. Suddenly, someone stood at the door, and Lu Hongying didn't react quickly enough before the water splashed out. Dagon, drenched and looking silly, smiled as Lu Hongying asked why he wasn't speaking and what he was doing at her door. Dagon explained about his argument with Jufong, how Jufong listened to her brother and wouldn't go home with him, and he went on and on. Lu Hongying, tired from a long day at work, found Dagon's endless chatter quite bothersome. Finally, Dagon said something that left Lu Hongying in shock. Dagon looked at Lu Hongying with deep feelings, making her uncomfortable. "Hongying, I've made up my mind. I want to divorce Jufong and marry you." As soon as Dagon said this, Lu Hongying quickly interrupted him. "Dagon, if you divorce again, it will be your 3rd or 4th time. It will be hard for you to find a wife later." Dagon replied, "If I divorce, I won't look for anyone else. I'll only want you." Lu Hongying said, "Don't look for me. I have someone in my heart already. I've told you many times not to bother me." Dagon, with a playful smile, said, "It's fine if you don't want to marry me, but can you fulfill a dream for me tonight? If you agree, I promise I won't bother you again." "What kind of dream?" "Hongying, you don't know how I can't sleep at night thinking about you. It's driving me crazy. Can you please spend one night with me?" Before Dagon could finish, he suddenly felt a ringing in his head as Lu Hongying's foot-washing basin hit him on the head, leaving him dazed. While hitting him, Lu Hongying scolded, "Have you been drinking? How can you say such ridiculous things? Is your wife making you lose your mind?" Dagon realized he had spoken carelessly and quickly apologized, but it was too late. His words had hurt her. In this village, Lu Hongying didn't mind if other men disrespected her, but now even Dagon had shown her disrespect. Lu Hongying firmly told Dagon, "I would rather marry a pig than you." "Stop dreaming. I'd rather marry a pig than you. Are you saying I'm worse than a pig?"
Yes. Dagon was heartbroken.
"Fine, I won't bother you anymore, but I will show you that I'm better than a pig." After being scolded by Lu Hongying, Dejen walked home with his head down. It was around 8:30 p.m., and the villagers had already finished dinner and were getting ready for bed. Dejen was lost in thought about Lu Hongying's words and didn't notice when he bumped into someone. It felt soft, and when he looked up, it was Wang Min, known in the village as the flirtatious sister. Wang Min giggled and playfully pushed Dejen's chest. "Dejen, are you in such a hurry to meet someone special?" Dejen's face turned red. He mumbled that he wasn't in the mood for jokes and that he didn't have anyone special, unlike her. Wang Min wasn't upset. She moved closer, her eyes sparkling. "What's wrong? You look so down. Did a woman break your heart?" Thinking of Lu Hongying's words, Dejen felt bitter. "Sister, are women's hearts made of stone? No matter how much warmth you give, it never seems to reach them." Wang Min's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled. "Dejen, my heart is made of fire. It ignites easily. Want to see if I can warm you up?" She took Dejen's hand and placed it on herself, startling him, and he instinctively stepped back. Wang Min wasn't deterred. She swayed her hips and circled around him. "I've heard about your troubles. Zhu Fang went back to her family and doesn't want to be with you. And Lu Hongying doesn't like you either. She's with a big boss now. How could she notice a farmer like you?" Dejen steadied himself and said seriously, "Sister, please don't tease me. I've just been hurt. I don't need more." Wang Min paused and then burst out laughing. "All right, look at your silly face. I was just joking. But remember, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Don't hang on to just one tree. If you ever want to talk, come find me." With that, she turned to leave, but Dejen suddenly called out Wang Min. "What is it?" Wang Min turned around, looking charming. "Do you want to have some tea and chat?" Dejen replied that he did. He was feeling down and wanted someone to talk to. Wang Min laughed, saying she understood men's little feelings. The radish turned red in her face as she called out sister. "I really just want someone to talk to. Don't misunderstand." Okay, I know you want to talk to me. Let's go to my house." Suddenly, the radish hesitated.
Why?
Wang Min's nickname made it clear what kind of person she was. If he went, he feared something bad might happen. Besides, Wang Min was a few years older than him, 36, and a widow. Although her husband had passed away years ago, there were still many rumors. The radish stood still, feeling as if his feet were weighed down. He wanted to leave, but also wanted to stay. Wang Min noticed his hesitation and sighed softly, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. "Radish, I know what you're thinking. My reputation isn't great, but I genuinely want to comfort you. I also want someone who understands me." Wang Min's voice trembled a bit. "If you don't want to go to my house, we can just talk here." Hearing this made the radish feel a bit guilty, so he said, "I'm a grown man. I have nothing to fear." They began to share their thoughts under the old locust tree at the village entrance. Wang Min talked about her struggles over the years, the coldness and loneliness she faced after her husband's early death, and the radish expressed great sympathy for her. Slowly, he realized that Wang Min wasn't as others saw her. She was also suffering, just unsure of whom to confide in. The radish began to lower his guard and shared his own pain about unrequited feelings for Lu Hongying. As they talked, he saw that Wang Min was also a pitiful person. Those rumors might just be her way of coping with loneliness and others' malicious assumptions. Not knowing others' pain, one shouldn't advise them to be kind. If you haven't experienced my suffering, you may not understand my goodness. As night deepened, the radish felt much lighter in heart. He gratefully said to Wang Min, "Sister, thank you for listening to me. I misunderstood you before." Wang Min smiled and waved her hand, saying not to mention it. Suddenly, she sneezed and felt a bit dizzy, stumbling and leaning against the radish. He quickly supported her and asked with concern, "Sister Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Min held her head and said, "I'm fine. I might just be a bit cold and dizzy. It's getting late. You should head home." The radish insisted on walking her home, saying, "I can't leave you like this." Her heart warmed at his words. It had been years since she heard something so caring. At this moment, Wang Min began to have some thoughts. She initially just wanted to play with Dejen, but after chatting for a while, she realized that Dejen not only had a masculine charm but also knew how to be caring. So, Wang Min pretended to hesitate and let Dejen walk her home. Inside, she was very happy. As they walked, the moonlight cast a soft silver glow. Dejen supported Wang Min's arm, feeling her slight shiver. He was also feeling a rush of emotions and tried to control himself. When they reached her doorstep, Wang Min took out her keys to open the door. The yard was dark. The power was out again tonight. Dejen asked her, "Aren't you scared living alone?" Wang Min replied, "I'm scared, but I have to manage." She fumbled to find a light, and Dejen quickly said, "Sister, you sit down. I'll find the lamp." With the weak moonlight, Dejen found the oil lamp and lit it. At that moment, he saw a charming smile on Wang Min's face. Wang Min walked to the bed and patted the empty space beside her, softly saying, "Dejen, come sit for a while and have some water before you go." Dejen hesitated but eventually walked over and sat down. Wang Min poured him a glass of water, her fingers intentionally brushing against the back of Dejen's hand, making his heart race. Wang Min leaned in closer and gently said, "Dejen, you are such a good person. I haven't been this happy in a long time." Dejen felt nervous and dry in his throat. Just as he was about to say something, a few barks from outside suddenly startled him. He jumped up and said, "Sister, it's getting late. I need to go." As he turned to leave, Wang Min suddenly hugged him, saying, "Dejen, stay with me. It's so dark in this big yard. I'm scared." Dejen tried to pull away from Wang Min's grip, but she held on tightly. "Sister, please don't test me like this. I'm just a man, and I can't handle it. If you can't handle it, then don't hold back. Forget about Lu Hongying. She looks down on you now, but I'm different. I appreciate you." Mentioning Lu Hongying made Dejen feel frustrated. Wang Min was clever to use her to provoke him. Surprisingly, this tactic worked, and Dejen felt a struggle inside. He looked at the woman tightly holding him, her eyes filled with desire and affection in the flickering candlelight. Dejen slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Wang Min's shoulder, his voice a bit hoarse as he said, "Sister, why do you have to do this?" Wang Min rested her head on his chest and softly said, "Dejen, I know I can't hide my feelings anymore. Let me be a little selfish today." Dejen felt his heart ignite with warmth and passion. He slowly lowered his head, almost touching Wang Min's forehead, but then paused and whispered, "Sister, this isn't right." However, Wang Min stood on her tiptoes, and the soft warmth of her touch spread through Dejen's body like electricity. Unable to control himself, he picked Wang Min up and carried her to the bed. In the flickering candlelight, their figures intertwined, with only a few distant dog barks breaking the silence. His heart was conflicted, but his body was honest. Dejen's mind briefly flashed to Lu Hongying. He thought, "I won't let you get away with your coldness." But by midnight, Dejen had calmed down. Wang Min's arms wrapped around him tightly, like vines. He felt an overwhelming emptiness, wondering how things had turned out this way. How did he, someone so different from Wang Min, end up in such an intimate situation? It felt like a dream. Dejen woke up feeling regretful and even a bit put off. Wang Min was 7 or 8 years older than him and had questionable relationships with many men in the village. He felt he had been taken advantage of. He sat up to get dressed, and Wang Min woke up, playfully asking him not to leave because she was scared. In a daze, Dejen imagined Wang Min as Lu Hongying. Even during their time together, he thought of her as Lu Hongying, which made him lose himself. But she wasn't Lu Hongying. She didn't have half of her qualities, which made Dejen feel a bit repulsed. Stubbornly, he put on his clothes and quietly left Wang Min's house. Once outside, Dejen sighed in relief. After ensuring no one was watching, he ran home like a child who had stolen something, afraid of being caught. But who was Wang Min? Her home was full of stories and watchful eyes. In the dark of night, someone saw Dejen at Wang Min's house, and others heard her voice. Dejen thought he had been discreet, but now he realized he had been seen clearly. Meanwhile, Wang Min couldn't sleep, replaying the moments with Jen in her mind. This man was different, gentle yet dominant, full of wildness. Wang Min became infatuated with the feeling of being with Jen and decided she wanted to keep him forever. On the other hand, after returning home, Jen first gulped down a full glass of water. Sitting there, breathing heavily, he came to his senses and slapped himself twice. Jen, are you even human? Do you deserve your wife and kids? Do you deserve Lu Hongying? After feeling guilty for a few seconds, Jen returned to normal. I haven't wronged anyone. It was Zhu Hua who wronged me first. It was Lu Hongying who hurt me. I liked her so much, yet she said such cruel things. Thinking of this, Jen felt a surge of revenge. He lay on the bed, knowing it would be another sleepless night. Remembering his time with Wang Min, he suddenly felt a strange attraction. This woman was truly remarkable. As he thought about it, he felt a sense of anticipation. He tried to close his eyes to sleep, but the images in his mind played like a movie. Wang Min was also sleepless, reflecting on the years since the men left her. She had dated a few, but none cared for her like Jen did. Wang Min had an idea to make Jen her man, since he and Zhu Feng couldn't go on like this. Even though she was 7 years older, it was just a small difference. While she was happily thinking, a signal came from outside. She impatiently turned off the light and pretended to sleep, but the whistling grew louder and faster. She cursed softly, got up, dressed, and went to the yard, mumbling to herself, "What's with the whistling in the middle of the night? If someone hears, they'll know I'm seeing someone." Soon, a head slowly appeared from the corner of the wall, looking a bit eerie at this hour. The person quietly climbed over the wall and jumped into the yard, moving smoothly, clearly used to this. Seeing the visitor, Wang Min impatiently said, "Go back. I'm a bit tired and want to rest early." "Tired? You look perfectly fine. I've been watching you from your house all night. So, who was that person who just left?" Wang Min started to feel guilty and stammered, "Oh, he's just a regular neighbor. He was upset, and I was just helping him." "Haha, how do you help? Is that how you help? Then I must be feeling down too. Help me out." Wang Min had no response, but she didn't dare offend him. He was known in the village as a troublemaker, stealing chickens from one neighbor, scaring kids, and having no moral boundaries. This troublemaker was Wang Dapeng, 3 years younger than Wang Min, and they had known each other for 3 to 4 years. At that time, Wang Min's partner had just left, and some people in the village took advantage of her being alone and moved the boundary stones of her land. Wang Min was upset and went to confront that family, but they were many and refused to admit they had moved the stones. What does moving boundary stones mean? It means 2 pieces of land are next to each other, with stones placed in between to mark the boundary. One side belongs to one family, and the other side belongs to another. Wang Min's land was good because it was near water, making it easy to farm. The other family wanted her land and secretly moved the boundary stones about 10 inches toward her side. Who wouldn't notice that their land suddenly shrank? Wang Min first approached that family and asked if they had moved the stones. They denied it, and their 2 sons even accused her of making false claims, dragging her to the village leader. At that time, the village leader was Old Song. He came to see the situation and immediately noticed the stones had been moved. However, since he had already accepted a gift from that family, he had to lie and said the stones had not been moved, telling Wang Min not to create trouble. Wang Min started to protest, claiming Old Song was biased and had accepted benefits from that family. When she said this, Old Song felt uneasy, especially with so many people whispering around. To save face, he scolded Wang Min, saying, "Stop spreading lies, or I will have you removed from the village." Wang Min cried, feeling helpless and alone, knowing that anyone could take advantage of her. Meanwhile, the family that benefited from the situation made mocking comments, saying she didn't recognize their power. From that point on, more people in the village began to bully Wang Min. At this time, Wang Dapeng started to bother her, frequently coming around. Now, Wang Dapeng was becoming more aggressive and persistent. One day, After returning from the fields, Wang Daping came to her house asking to borrow a. Wang Min, without thinking much, handed it to him. However, he refused to leave with the. Instead, his eyes were scanning Wang Min. It was summer, and Wang Min was wearing a light pink short-sleeved shirt that showed her figure. Seeing no one around, Wang Daping threw the aside and moved closer to Wang Min, roughly grabbing her chin. If you don't agree to me today, I will let everyone in the village know what you are like, and you won't be able to stay here anymore, he threatened. Wang Min struggled in fear, tears streaming down her face, as she pleaded with Wang Daping to let her go. But he just smiled menacingly, saying, I won't miss this chance. If you're with me, I promise no one in this village will dare to bully you again. Wang Min shook her head desperately, saying, Let me go, you bad guy. But Wang Daping was very strong and pushed her to the ground. What are you pretending for? Do you think you can keep your dignity? Today, I'm going to take you down. With that, he lunged at her. Wang Daping left feeling proud, while Wang Min cried for a long time. It was frustrating that Wang Daping was actually a relative of her husband, yet he was so cruel. After crying, Wang Min realized something important. She was easy to bully. What does it mean to be easy to bully? It means others can take advantage of you without facing any consequences, satisfying their own needs. She remembered a time when she met Old Song on the street and asked him why he didn't stand up for her. Old Song raised his head and said, What's in it for me? They gave me 2 packs of cigarettes. What have you given me? 2 packs of cigarettes bought your conscience? Wang Min felt angry and helpless. Old Song smirked and replied, Of course not just that. Those people have power and numbers. I can't mess with them. You, on the other hand, are easy to bully. From that day on, Wang Min labeled herself as easy to bully, inviting everyone to take advantage of her. After that, she decided to stop resisting, thinking that if she didn't, she might not survive. So, when Wang Daping came to her again and again, she didn't fight back. Wang Daping also offered some favors, asking her, Is there anything I can help you with? Wang Min coldly replied, Yes. Then she gave Wang Daping a task, to help her get back at someone. Wang Daping perked up at the mention of revenge and eagerly asked who it was. I love a good fight, he said. Wang Min gritted her teeth and mentioned Old Song's name, warning him not to let anyone know they were involved. Wang Daping's eyes lit up with a plan. The day was gloomy, just like Wang Min's mood, and it happened to be market day in the village, bustling with people. Wang Daping dressed up in a flashy outfit, wearing bell-bottom pants, black shoes, and sunglasses, making it hard to recognize him. He spotted Old Song bending over at a vegetable stall and intentionally bumped into him, stepping on Old Song's foot. Old Song was about to get angry, but when he saw it was just a troublemaker, his anger lessened. Wang Daping seized the moment, shouting, What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? You stepped on my foot. Just as Old Song was about to defend himself, Wang Daping pushed him. A crowd gathered to watch, and Old Song, being the village head, was caught off guard and didn't know how to react. Wang Daping was cursing while secretly hitting Lao Song a few times in the chaos, leaving Lao Song confused. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to fight back, Wang Daping had already disappeared into the crowd. Lao Song, holding his aching body, looked bewildered, not realizing this was revenge orchestrated by Wang Min. The people around thought it was just a normal dispute and laughed before dispersing. Wang Min felt relieved and thought having a man like Wang Daping around wasn't so bad after all. They started dating, but Wang Daping had a family. He would sneak away to see Wang Min and then sneak back home. Over time, Wang Min felt unbalanced, thinking, What am I to him? I don't get any money, but still have to cook for him. One time, she directly asked Wang Daping for money, saying her family couldn't afford fertilizer and seeds. Wang Daping's money was with his wife, and although he acted bold outside, he was controlled at home. He knew his wife wouldn't give him money, and fearing Wang Min would get angry, he secretly took a scarf his wife had just bought and gave it to Wang Min, saying it was a special gift for her, but she shouldn't wear it because it was expensive. However, Wang Min couldn't resist. Wang Min proudly wore the beautiful scarf, the first gift from her lover. showing it off around the village. Unfortunately, Wang Dapeng's wife saw her and went home to check on the scarf, which was missing. She asked Wang Dapeng if he had seen it and he said no. His wife was not one to back down. She rushed to confront Wang Min, asking, "Where did you get that scarf?" Wang Min panicked and claimed she had bought it herself. Wang Dapeng's wife didn't believe her. She had marked the scarf, and when she looked closely, she noticed her initials sewn into a corner, which was hard to see at first glance. Seeing it was indeed her scarf, Wang Dapeng's wife yelled, "You Wang Min, not only are you trying to steal my man, but you also stole my things." The commotion attracted many villagers. Wang Dapeng heard the noise and rushed over, terrified by his wife's anger. She pointed at him and shouted, "You traitor! How dare you steal my scarf to impress your girlfriend?" Wang Dapeng lowered his head, afraid to speak, and after a long pause, he said, "I didn't give it to her. She stole it." At this moment, Wang Min regained her composure. Hearing Wang Dapeng say she stole the scarf, she thought he was heartless. Realizing her reputation was already tarnished, she boldly declared, "Yes, this scarf was given to me by your man. He often comes here to eat and drink for free. What's wrong with getting a scarf in return? I also lost money." At this, the villagers erupted in excitement, and one elderly woman told her granddaughter to hurry and call Grandma Ali to come watch the commotion. Wang Dapeng's wife, angry and embarrassed, lunged at Wang Min, and the two began to fight. Wang Dapeng wanted to pull them apart, but was afraid his wife would hit him. Seeing that Wang Min was no match for Wang Dapeng's wife, who pinned her down and slapped her several times, pulling out a large handful of her hair, he felt helpless. In the end, a few strong villagers managed to separate them. After this incident, Wang Min felt completely disheartened and became much colder towards Wang Dapeng. Wang Dapeng's life at home became even more difficult, as he was often punished by his wife, forced to kneel on a washboard. Now that she had met Dagon, Wang Min thought he seemed more reliable than Wang Dapeng. However, if Wang Dapeng saw her with Dagon, would he let her off the hook? Of course, Wang Dapeng would not let Wang Min go easily. "What do you want?" he scoffed. "That kid Dagon dares to touch my woman? He must be tired of living." Wang Min began to worry, knowing that Wang Dapeng could do anything. Once, when he was drunk, he told Wang Min, "I'll tell you a secret. I have a serious case against me. I'm a wanted man. But in this closed-off little village, they can't catch me." At that time, Wang Min thought he was just boasting and didn't take it seriously. Wang Min, fearing for her safety and Dagon's, suggested a bad idea to Wang Dapeng. "Dapeng, you see, I'm getting old, and you're still young. It's not fair for you to be with an old woman like me. How about I introduce you to a young and beautiful girl?" "Sure, sure," Wang Dapeng said, his eyes lighting up. "Who is it?" Wang Min smiled mysteriously, far away in the distance, but close at hand. Wang Dapeng looked disappointed at her. "You?" Wang Min laughed and said, "Of course not. Who do you think is the most handsome in our village?" After thinking for a while, Wang Dapeng said the most handsome was Lu Hongying. "What, do you want to introduce her to me?" Wang Min nodded. "Yes, I think you and Lu Hongying would be a great match. You're only 33, and she's only 26. You two are truly a perfect pair." Wang Dapeng stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. "Would she even like me?" Wang Min quickly replied, "As long as you approach it the right way, it will definitely work." Hearing this, Wang Dapeng felt a bit swayed. Lu Hongying was indeed beautiful, and since she was divorced, it would save a lot of trouble. But he still felt uncertain about the whole situation. Luo Hongying is not someone to mess with. I haven't dared to provoke her for the past 2 years. But he looked at Wang Min suspiciously and asked, "Why are you introducing her to me? What are you up to?" Wang Min quickly replied, "I just want to make it up to you. Besides, as long as you don't cause trouble for me and Jen in the future, it's fine." Wang Dapeng scratched his head and said, "All right, but if you can't make this happen, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that Wang Dapeng was interested, Wang Min told him to go home and be careful. His wife might come looking for him and end up causing trouble at her place. Wang Dapeng shrugged and said, "Don't worry. That fierce woman has gone back to her parents because her mother is sick. She won't be back for a while, so I can spend some time with you tonight. Wang Min felt disgusted looking at Wang Dapeng and didn't want him to get close, so she said she wasn't feeling well. Wang Dapeng glared at her and said, "It's fine for Dejen, but suddenly it's not fine for me? Are you trying to set me up with someone else and worried about your wife disliking me?" Seeing that he was getting angry, Wang Min stopped talking. This reckless guy was tough. Reluctantly, she went along with it but felt very wronged, thinking about how to get rid of him. To escape Wang Dapeng, Wang Min ended up causing trouble for Luo Hongying. She hadn't thought much about it before, but once it started, Wang Dapeng became more and more eager to see Luo Hongying, and that night he wandered near her house. Luo Hongying noticed someone lurking outside and thought it was a thief. She grabbed a stick and rushed out to confront Wang Dapeng. "Why are you loitering outside my house at this hour?" she demanded, her eyebrows furrowed. Wang Dapeng covered his head and explained, "Hongying, don't hit me. It's me." When Luo Hongying saw it was him, she asked why he was there. Wang Dapeng asked if Wang Min had come looking for her.
What does she want with me?
"We aren't close," she replied. "She said she wanted to introduce us." Luo Hongying became even angrier. "Wang Min can't handle her own mess and wants to drag me into it? What are you two up to?"
Get lost.
The next day, Luo Hongying confronted Wang Min about it. Wang Min smiled apologetically and said she was just joking, not realizing Luo Hongying would take it seriously. Luo Hongying huffed and warned Wang Min, "You may be pitiful, but you also have your faults. Don't think you can push your problems onto me." With that, she turned and walked away. Wang Dapeng, not giving up, kept trying to see Luo Hongying, bringing her some wild game from the mountains, but she found it unbearable. She scolded Wang Min for sending her an unwanted man. Ding Rong told Lu Hongying, Hongying, Wang Min has a purpose for doing this. I heard from the villagers that she and Dejen are back together."
Ah.
Lu Hongying was shocked.
Dejen?
No way. Lu Hongying could hardly believe her ears. How could Dejen be with such a woman? She decided to ask him. When she arrived at Dejen's house, his mother was feeding her granddaughter, and it was just the two of them. Lu Hongying placed the toys and snacks she bought for the child on the table. Dejen's mother initially ignored her, but when she saw the gifts, her expression changed, and she smiled as she brought a chair for Lu Hongying to sit. "Is Jufang back yet?" Lu Hongying asked. Alas. Dejen went to invite her, but they said he wouldn't come back unless he kneels. With Dejen's personality, how could he kneel? So he hasn't returned. "Auntie, what about Dejen? I don't know what he's been busy with these days. After dinner, he disappears. He's probably gone to play cards at someone's house." Lu Hongying had a feeling that he had gone to Wang Min's house again. She wanted to persuade Dejen to turn back, and didn't he know what kind of person Wang Min was? Why was he getting involved with her? Listening to Dejen's mother's endless complaints made Lu Hongying's head spin. After enduring it for a while, she stood up to leave. Dejen's mother came out with the child to see her off and asked Lu Hongying to talk to Dejen since he listens to her. Lu Hongying thought, "Listen to me?
Who am I?"
After saying goodbye to Dejen's mother, Lu Hongying walked in the dark towards Wang Min's house. The rural night was dark without lights, relying only on the moon for light, but tonight the moon was hiding behind the clouds. Lu Hongying didn't have a flashlight and could only move slowly under the faint starlight. As she walked, she accidentally stepped on a stone and nearly fell forward. Just as she was getting close to Wang Min's house, she heard faint laughter coming from inside. She quietly approached the house and peered through in the window. She saw Dejen and Wang Min sitting at a table with some food and drinks, toasting and feeding each other, looking like a loving couple. Lu Hongying clenched her fists in anger. She couldn't believe how Dejen had changed. Just as she was about to knock on the door, a large hand suddenly patted her shoulder, startling her into calling out. When she turned around, it was Wang Dapeng. He quickly covered Lu Hongying's mouth, signaling her to be quiet. "Luo Hongying, I've been watching them for a long time. Those two are so shameless, eating and drinking here. It makes me so angry." Luo Hongying broke free from Wang Dapeng's grip and turned to leave. Wang Dapeng pulled her back and hugged her. Honging, don't you feel upset seeing them so carefree? Let's get back at them. Get away. Their fun is their business. I just want to talk to Dagon. His child is still so young. Luo Honging struggled to break free from Wang Dapeng.
Come on.
I can tell you're jealous. I've heard plenty about your past with Dagon. Not wanting to stay any longer, Luo Honging hurried home in the dark, growing more anxious as she ran. Wang Dapeng chased after her, and just as he was about to catch up, Luo Honging shouted for help. At her call, a few families with lights on peeked out. Seeing this, Wang Dapeng quickly left to avoid being misunderstood. Luo Honging took the chance to run home, closing the door and breathing heavily. Just as she was calming down, someone knocked on the door. Thinking it was Wang Dapeng again, she grabbed a stick, but then she heard a voice outside. Honging, are you asleep? Recognizing it was Dagon's mother, she put on a coat and opened the door. Dagon's mother stood outside holding a child. Honging, please check the child's forehead. He threw up everything he ate tonight and has been crying, and I can't find Dagon. I need your help. Luo Honging felt the child's forehead and gasped. It was very hot, and the child's face was red, crying about a headache. The urgent thing was to get the child to the village clinic. But it was nighttime, and there was no one at the clinic. What to do? The child was losing consciousness, and his cries were getting weaker. Luo Honging didn't think twice, and rushed to Uncle Li's house, who knew a bit about medicine. She ran all the way and knocked the door. Uncle Li opened the door, saw Luo Honging's worried face and the sick child in her arms, and quickly let them in. He checked the child briefly, frowning, and while looking for medicine, he said, "This child has a high fever. We need to cool him down first." Luo Honging was anxious and helped him. He turned to the medicine cabinet, took out some herbs, honeysuckle, forsythia, and mint. Uncle Li put the honeysuckle and forsythia in a pot with water to boil and told Luo Honging, "These herbs are good for clearing heat and detoxifying, which will help reduce the child's fever." After cooking for a while, Uncle Li added the crushed mint and boiled it for a moment longer, then strained the medicine. Once the liquid cooled a bit, Uncle Li carefully fed it to the child. Next, he brought a basin of warm water, dipped a towel in it, and gently wiped the child's body, especially the areas like the armpits and groin where heat escapes quickly. After a while, the child's forehead began to sweat, and the fever finally went down. Everyone sighed in relief. Uncle Li said the temperature had dropped, but he was worried there might be other issues, so they should quickly take the child to the village hospital. Dejen's wife was scared and kept crying, blaming Dejen for being missing. Lu Hongying said she would go find him and told her to watch the child. Meanwhile, Dejen was enjoying happy moments with Wang Min. Lu Hongying went to Wang Min's house again, this time not sneaking around but standing outside the yard and shouting, "Dejen, get out here. Something happened at home, and you're just having fun." Dejen and Wang Min hurriedly fixed their clothes and came out, and Dejen looked embarrassed upon seeing Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying angrily said to Dejen, "Are you even human? Something serious happened at home." Hearing the words "something happened," Dejen's face turned pale, and he quickly asked, "What happened?" "The child has a high fever that just went down at Uncle Li's place, and now we need to take them to the village hospital for further checks. While you're here having a good time." Lu Hongying glared at Dejen panicked, and immediately started to head home. Wang Min reached out to stop him, but Dejen pushed her away and shouted, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been bothering me, would this have happened?" Wang Min stood there, feeling wronged and upset. Dejen hurried with Lu Hongying to Uncle Li's house, picked up the child, and rushed to the village hospital. Along the way, Dejen felt too ashamed to look at Lu Hongying. At the hospital, after an examination, the doctor said it was acute pneumonia, but thankfully they arrived in time. Dejen stayed by the bedside, looking at the weak child and silently vowed never to be foolish again. When the child stabilized, Lu Hongying planned to leave. Dejen stood up to stop her, hesitantly saying, "Hongying, I really appreciate you today. I know I was wrong." Lu Hongying looked at him and calmly said, "I hope you truly understand. The child needs care. Don't make mistakes again." After saying this, she left the room, leaving Dejen staring at her departing figure in a daze. While his daughter was hospitalized, Dejen specifically went to get a blood test and found out that their blood types were different. At that moment, it felt like the sky had fallen. He stubbornly believed that the child was not his. Dagon originally felt a bit guilty, but that feeling disappeared. After the child was discharged from the hospital, Dagon took his daughter to his mother-in-law's house again. When Jufong saw Dagon and the child, she thought he was there to take her home. She had waited so long and missed both her daughter and her husband. Jufong went inside to pack her things to leave with Dagon. Jufong's brother stopped her, saying, "Are you really going back with him? Has he apologized?" Jufong replied that it was none of his business and that he didn't need to worry about her anymore.
Fine.
Jufong, you think you're independent now, talking back to your brother for a man. Okay, if you want to go, go ahead. I won't help you anymore. When Jufong excitedly came out with her things, Dagon put the child down and left on his own. Jufong broke down, sensing that her marriage with Dagon might truly be over. Jufong's parents also scolded Dagon for being ungrateful and suggested finding a better match for Jufong. Her brother added, "Don't worry, sister. I'll find someone 100 times better than Dagon for you." After leaving the child, Dagon went straight to Wang Min's house. Wang Min thought Dagon was ignoring her, but when she saw him, she jumped into his arms and cried like a child, "I thought you wouldn't come looking for me." Dagon comforted her, saying he was there now. He then mentioned that the child wasn't his and they didn't share the same blood type. Wang Min felt happy, thinking that with a little more effort, she could make him her man. Feeling bolder now, she no longer cared about what the villagers thought. Dagon stayed overnight at Wang Min's house, sharing meals and sleeping together. Wang Min treated Dagon like a king, and he had never experienced such care before, completely falling for her charm. Wang Dapeng was furious. He had lost Lu Hongying and now saw his old flame with someone else, feeling like he had gained nothing. He decided he couldn't let this go. He stubbornly approached Lu Hongying, saying that Dagon was with Wang Min again.
What should we do about this?
Lu Hongying replied, "That's not my concern. Don't come looking for me again." After being rejected by Lu Hongying, Wang Dapeng felt resentful and wanted revenge. One day, after helping Wang Min plant corn, she invited him to stay for dinner. Wang Dapeng saw his chance and rushed to the village police station, saying, "There's someone in the village causing trouble. Aren't you going to do something about it?" Officer Hat said, "We can only educate and criticize in these matters." After Wang Dapeng insisted, Officer Hat followed him to Wang Min's house. It was just past 7 in the evening when Wang Dapeng asked Uncle Hat to wait a bit until they both fell asleep before going in. A few people waited outside the wall for over an hour, and laughter could be heard from inside. Finally, when the lights went out, Wang Dapeng climbed over the wall into the yard. He noticed that Wang Min had placed broken glass on the wall to keep him out, clearly trying to prevent him from entering. Wang Dapeng accidentally cut his leg and hand, but he ignored the pain and jumped into the yard to open the door for Uncle Hat. The two people inside didn't even notice someone had come in. Uncle Hat pushed the wooden door to the main room, and to his surprise, it opened easily. Wang Dapeng rushed inside, turned on the light, and saw Wang Min and Dejen in a compromising situation. Uncle Hat turned away, asking the two to get dressed and come out. The sudden arrival of several people scared Dejen so much that he froze, leaving him with a significant fear that affected him later. In contrast to Dejen's panic, Wang Min remained calm. After all, she was a widow and had nothing to fear. After getting dressed, Dejen trembled as he walked into the main room, where Uncle Hat began to scold them. "You two are completely disregarding decency. Dejen, I heard you have a wife and kids at home. How could you do something like this? And you, Wang Min, even though you're a widow, you should still follow some rules." Wang Min replied dismissively, "I'm a widow. Is it wrong to seek a bit of happiness?" Uncle Hat said, "It's not wrong to seek happiness, but you can't take someone else's man. I've heard you've done this before." Wang Dapeng chuckled quietly, finally letting out the frustration he had held in for days. Suddenly, Uncle Hat turned to Wang Dapeng and said, "You two, you're making a big deal out of this. Are you that bored?" Wang Dapeng was taken aback, "Comrade, I'm just trying to do the right thing. Why am I being blamed?" At that moment, Dejen, shaking, said, "Comrade, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. I'll go back and live my life properly." But Wang Min protested. "Dejen, you can't just leave like this." Uncle Hat waved his hand. All right. You two need to sort out your messy relationship. Consider this a warning.
If it happens again, it won't be so simple.
After saying this, he left with the others, leaving Wang Daping feeling frustrated and Dejen and Wang Min confused. Soon, the news that Uncle Hat had dragged Dejen out of Wang Min's house spread throughout the village. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Upon entering the house, Dejen saw Wang Min still awake, crying while holding a pillow. He felt a wave of sympathy and went over to comfort her, saying, "Don't cry, I'm here now." Wang Min held Dejen tightly, knowing he would come. "Dejen, did she look for you tonight?" Dejen understood what she meant by look for. He gently stroked Wang Min's back and replied, "She did, but I ignored her. My mind is only on you. She makes me feel sick." Wang Min felt pleased to hear this and became even more affectionate, which Dejen found hard to resist. The next morning, before dawn, Dejen returned home, dragging his tired body. He sighed in relief upon seeing Ju Fong still asleep, feeling no guilt, but rather a thrill from not being caught. What he didn't know was that Ju Fong had not been asleep. She had cried all night. Even more, she had gone to Wang Min's house and heard their voices. She didn't confront them because she didn't want to break up the family. Ju Fong wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and walked into the house. Seeing Ju Fong return, Dejen pretended everything was normal and asked, "Where did you go?" Ju Fong calmly replied, "Just went for a walk." Dejen felt a bit confused, but didn't think much of it. In the following days, Ju Fong seemed like a different person. She no longer begged Dejen but quietly took care of all the household chores, keeping everything in order. Meanwhile, Dejen continued to secretly meet Wang Min. Wang Min became even more bold, often lingering near Dejen's door for no reason. In front of Dejen's house, there was a large yard used for threshing wheat, where the village women would sit under the trees and chat. Wang Min used to rarely come by, but since her relationship with Dejen began, she visited frequently, casting glances at his door. When Dejen stepped out, their eyes met, and they exchanged flirtatious looks, which felt exciting. A young woman joked, "Wang Min, are you here to talk to us or to see Dejen?" Wang Min smiled sweetly without answering and swayed her slender waist as she walked away.
Ugh, how shameless.
Flirting right at someone else's door. Isn't that just rubbing it in Ju Fong's face? Aunt Wang muttered as she watched Wang Min leave. At that moment, Aunt Zhang chimed in. "Oh, it's obvious to anyone with eyes. Wang Min is really a troublemaker. Dejen has a wife and kids." Li Erseo chimed in. "That's right.
Dagen is heartless.
He looks honest, but has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Ju Fong is such a good wife, doing all the work and treating him well, yet he chooses to be with that other woman." Several women nearby nodded in agreement. Aunt Lu tapped her pipe and said slowly, "Our village can't accept such disgraceful behavior. Have you all heard? Wang Min has been involved with several men from our village. After getting with Dagon, she cut ties with those men. They are planning to confront Dagon." Everyone laughed and chatted. Just then, Ju Fong came out with a basket of clean clothes to hang up. The crowd fell silent, but Ju Fong seemed not to notice and continued her work. Once Ju Fong went back inside, Widow Zhang whispered, "Ju Fong is too strong-willed. She might make herself sick." The others sighed, occasionally glancing at Dagon's house with looks of disdain and sympathy. Hearing everyone talk about her situation made Ju Fong feel down. For days, Dagon hadn't touched her, determined to stay loyal to Wang Min. Unwilling to accept this, Ju Fong quietly went to Wang Min's house. Wang Min, surprised by the unexpected visitor, smiled smugly. "Ju Fong, what brings you here?" "A strong wind," Ju Fong replied, looking around the room. She entered the inner room and saw the large bed where Wang Min slept, covered in bright red sheets and pillowcases. Imagining her husband sleeping on that bed filled her with anger. She noticed a pair of scissors on the windowsill and rushed to grab them, startling Wang Min, who instinctively covered her head with her arms. But Jufang didn't hurt her. Instead, she ran to the bed and began to stab the sheets with the scissors. Each cut was filled with her frustration and pain. The once smooth red sheets were soon torn and tattered, just like her broken heart. Wang Min, frightened, quickly ran to get help, fearing that Jufang would turn her anger towards her next. She rushed to Dagon's house, where Dagon's mother was not home. Wang Min cried and pleaded, "Dagon, you need to see your wife. She has scissors and wants to hurt me. Luckily, I got away, or you wouldn't see me again." Dagon, furious, rushed to Wang Min's house and found Jufang frantically cutting the bed sheets. Without hesitation, he grabbed Jufang's hand and slapped her face several times. Jufang was stunned. This was the first time since their marriage that Dagon had hit her, and it was for that shameless woman. Jufang covered her face and looked at Dagon, then at Wang Min, who had a barely noticeable smile on her face. "Dagon, I will remember these slaps you gave me. And you too?" Jufang shouted, pointing at Wang Min's shameless woman. "Using seductive tricks to charm a man will have consequences." "Dagon, look, she calls me a seductress. Don't come looking for me again. Just go home and live your life." Wang Min pretended to be pitiful, hiding in Dagon's arms. Dagon couldn't bear to see his beloved being wronged. He said to Jufang, "Isn't it you who is using tricks? Forget who used deceit to fool me."
What? Deceit?
Wang Min pretended not to understand, even though Dagon had already told her. "What deceit are you talking about, Dagon?" Dagon, disregarding their marital bond, exposed his own shortcomings in front of his new love. Jufang felt completely hopeless as she calmly looked at the couple before her. Wang Min appeared delicate and innocent. "You really are a perfect pair," Jufang sneered. "Dagon, Wang Min, aren't you afraid of consequences? If my brother finds out, he won't let you off easily. Stop using your brother to scare me. I've had enough," Dagon said angrily. "If you have the guts, call him and see if I'm scared." Jufang didn't argue with them and didn't want to watch the couple flaunt their affection. After leaving Wang Min's house, Jufang didn't return to her in-laws, but went straight to Lu Hongying's factory. Lu Hongying was busy with accounts, and Ding Rong was counting items. When she saw Jufang, Lu Hongying put down her work and asked if Jufang needed something. Jufang first apologized to Lu Hongying for her previous reckless behavior and expressed her gratitude for saving her daughter. Finally, Jufang asked Lu Hongying for help. "I really can't go on like this," Jufang said, crying, and then recounted her recent experiences. Lu Hongying was very angry but asked, "How can I help you?" Jufang replied, "Please talk to Dagon. He listens to you. If he cuts ties with Wang Min, I will act like nothing happened." Seeing Jufang in such pain, Lu Hongying felt for her. She agreed to try, but Dagon might not listen to her. One afternoon after lunch, Lu Hongying learned that Dagon was working in the field and went to find him. When Dagon saw Lu Hongying, he felt both surprised and awkward. He smiled and said, "Why is the big boss working in the fields too?" Luo Hongying found a stone to sit on and smiled bitterly, saying, "Where is the big boss? The big boss has long gone to the big city." Dagon replied, "Are you talking about your silly Zhu? He became a big boss, went to the city, married a new wife, bought a car and a house." "Dagon, you haven't become a big boss yet and you're already thinking about leaving your wife and kids? How is that different from silly Zhu? Jufang came to find you, right? That woman really has a thick skin. Have you forgotten how she treated you back then?" "I haven't forgotten, but I believe in being a good person. Even if I've made mistakes before, if I change, I'm still a good person." Luo Hongying earnestly advised Dagon for a long time, but he wouldn't listen, thinking that Wang Min was the one who understood him best. "Hongying, don't advise me anymore. Dagon, have never had anyone treat me as well as Wang Min does. I like you, but you won't even look at me. She's different. She makes me feel like a real man." Luo Hongying realized that Dagon didn't want to turn back, and she sighed helplessly. "Dagon, since you're so stubborn, I won't say much more. But you should know that Jufang isn't without support. She has a brother." If you abandon her now, what will you do if her brother comes back to settle the score with you? Dagon said carelessly, I'm not afraid. I have no feelings for Jufong anymore. Her brother can't force me to be with her. It seems that in your heart, Wang Min is like a fairy, the best person in the world. But do you know? Luo Honging paused, hesitating to speak. The best person in your heart encouraged her ex, Wang Dapeng, to bother me. Once he almost. What did Wang Dapeng do to you? Dagon asked anxiously. Seeing that Luo Honging was silent, Dagon clenched his fists, ready to confront Wang Dapeng. In his heart, Luo Honging was sacred and untouchable. He had secretly liked her for so long and worked hard to win her over, and now this Wang Dapeng dared to touch his goddess. Honging, do you know why I'm with Wang Min?
Why?
Part of it is because of you. I wanted to provoke you, to show you that I, Dagon, can have a woman who likes me, and to see if you'd get jealous. Luo Honging said, You're being foolish. To provoke me by being with that kind of woman could ruin your future. If you would be with me, I would leave Wang Min right away. The conversation was getting more absurd. Lu Honging was so angry that she wanted to leave, but Dagon blocked her path and insisted she stay. There was no one around, and he wanted to clear things up today. What could we possibly talk about? I just want you to live well with Jufong, Dagon said. Lu Honging found Dagon completely unreasonable. Looking into his increasingly intense eyes, she felt she had to leave quickly. Lu Honging pushed Dagon away, but he grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. She struggled and wanted to shout, but Dagon was holding her so firmly that it felt like he was trying to consume her. Lu Honging panicked. In this remote area, no one would notice if Dagon did something to her. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, she bit Dagon's arm. Strangely, he showed no reaction, his gaze filled with a mix of emotions as he looked at her. Lu Honging thought, why isn't he in pain? Just as she was feeling confused, footsteps approached from a distance. Dagon was startled and let go of Lu Honging. They saw an old bachelor from the village, Zhuzi, passing by with A. Noticing their unusual expressions, he joked, Hey, Dagon and Honging, what are you two doing here? Be careful not to get caught by your wife. Lu Honging took the chance to straighten her clothes and ran away, her face flushed. Dagon watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of loss and sweetness. That moment had felt really good. When Lu Honging got home, she felt uneasy. She hadn't helped Jufong and had almost gotten herself into trouble. Dagon returned home to find Jufong washing the child's feet. In a fit of anger, he kicked over the basin and scolded Jufong for seeking out Lu Honging and talking to her too much. The child cried out in fear, and Dagon's mother rushed over, hitting him with a broom. You troublemaker. You've only had a few good days, and you're already causing chaos. If this continues, I won't be able to take it much longer. While comforting the child, Dagon's mother cried. Jufong remained silent, quietly cleaning up the spilled water. With the adult scolding and the child crying, Dagon felt extremely frustrated. Fueled by his anger, he went to Wang Dapeng's house. When Wang Dapeng's wife saw Dagon, she bluntly asked what he wanted. Just then, Wang Dapeng came out from inside, sensing trouble. Dagon said fiercely, Let's go outside to talk. Wang Dapeng replied that they could talk right there, but he was still a bit afraid of Dagon, remembering the last time he had been beaten. Dagon glanced at Wang Dapeng's wife and said, If I talk here, do you think you'll survive the night? Wang Dapeng immediately understood and pulled Dagon outside. Wang, I'm here to warn you to stay away from Lu Honging. If you bother her again, I swear I'll make you regret it, Jen said with wide, angry eyes. Wang Dapeng was furious upon hearing this. Jen, don't act innocent after stealing my woman. When did Wang Min become your woman? Your woman is inside. Jen pointed to the courtyard. Wang Dapeng sneered. Who do you think you are? You can't control me. Lu Honging will eventually be mine. Jen was strongly provoked by this and threw a punch at Wang Dapeng's face. The two instantly began to fight. While Jen and Wang Dapeng were fighting, Wang Dapeng's wife did not help him. She just watched the scene unfold. When Wang Dapeng called for her to assist, saying he was getting beaten badly, she pretended not to hear. However, Wang Min rushed over. Seeing Did Zhen's bloodied face, she felt heartbroken and yelled at Wang Dapeng. Wang Dapeng was sad. The impact of a new love was strong. Did Zhen was supported by Wang Min as they walked back. Along the way, his mind kept drifting to Lu Hongying's face. At that moment, he felt confused, torn between the caring Wang Min and the unforgettable Lu Hongying. He had no idea what the future held, just letting Wang Min help him. When they arrived at Wang Min's home, she gently cleaned his wounds. Suddenly, Did Zhen blurted out, "I want a divorce and to marry you. If we can't, let's elope." Wang Min was thrilled to hear this. "All right, Did Zhen, just hearing you say that makes it all worth it, even if others look down on me or insult me." After returning from Wang Min's place, Did Zhen saw Ju Fong making cotton shoes for the child under the light and decided it was time to talk. "Ju Fong, put down your work. We need to talk." Ju Fong sensed something was off. A serious conversation was never a good sign. "Go ahead, I'm listening. I feel like we're not getting along and can't continue like this. Let's just get a divorce. You can take the child, and I'll pay monthly if needed." Ju Fong pricked her finger with a needle. Did Zhen was mentally prepared for her to cry, throw a fit, or even threaten to harm herself, and he would let her do it all. Ju Fong wrapped her hand in cloth and coldly replied, "I won't divorce you. Do you know how hard it is for a woman with a child to get divorced in the countryside? Besides, Did Zhen, if you divorce again, it will be your second time. How hard can it be? Look at how well Lu Hongying is doing after her divorce," Did Zhen said impatiently. "Lu Hongying has suffered so much to finally find some peace. I don't want to be like her, and you shouldn't want to be like Shaju." Seeing that Ju Fong was unwilling to divorce, Did Zhen picked up a blanket and went to sleep in the grain storage room. He wanted to separate from Ju Fong. Did Zhen's mother saw this and could only scold her son a little, feeling helpless. Ju Fong remained unusually calm about Did Zhen wanting to separate. She thought, if it's just separation and not divorce, I can manage. But she overestimated her own strength. She was just an ordinary rural woman, uneducated, and couldn't remain completely unaffected. Every day, watching Did Zhen and Wang Min flirt openly made her feel overwhelmed. One time, while washing clothes by the river, she saw Wang Min there. Ju Fong thought about turning back, but was called over by Wang Min. "Ju Fong, come here. It's lively here." Seeing Wang Min's smug expression, Ju Fong wanted to embarrass her. So, she walked over, looked into Wang Min's washing basin, and saw a man's pair of pants. They weren't Did Zhen's, which meant Wang Min had another man. Ju Fong smirked and said, "Oh, Wang Min, whose pants are you washing? Does my Did Zhen know you're taking care of another man?" Wang Min's expression changed, and she quickly defended herself. "Don't spread rumors. These are my brother's pants." Ju Fong scoffed, "Your brother? I thought you only had a sister." "Oh, could it be a cousin?"
Ha ha ha. So, what if it's my cousin?
"Can a cousin wash clothes for her cousin?" Wang Min retorted. "Of course, but why are your cousin's pants here?" Wang Min was left speechless, her face turning red and pale, and she had to change her story, saying they were hers, claiming there's no rule against women wearing men's pants. The other women washing clothes nearby heard the commotion and gathered around. Ju Fong raised her voice, "Everyone look. Wang Min dresses up to attract married men and shamelessly washes pants for other men." Wang Min, embarrassed and angry, stood up. "Ju Fong, watch your mouth. Your problems with Did Zhen have nothing to do with me. You just can't keep your man." Ju Fong set down her basin, hands on her hips. "How is it not your business? If you didn't keep calling him over to your place, would we be in this situation? You're just a homewrecker." Wang Min was so angry that she trembled all over but couldn't find a reason to argue back, so she buried her head and continued washing clothes. This time, another scene unfolded as Wang Dapeng's wife also came to the river to wash clothes.
"Hey,
Why are there so many people washing clothes today?" Wang Dapeng's wife greeted everyone. "Well, the sun is nice today. It has been raining for days, and the clothes are too damp to wear. After some small talk, Wang Dapeng's wife glanced at Wang Min, who was focused on her washing, and her eyes landed on the pair of pants Wang Min was washing. Aren't those her husband Wang Dapeng's pants? To confirm, Wang Dapeng's wife rushed over, snatched the pants, and examined them closely. Indeed, they belonged to her husband. Wang Dapeng's wife held up the pants and shouted, "Everyone, come look. Why are my husband's pants in Wang Min's basin? Wang Min, when did my husband leave his pants at your place? You should have told me so I could get them myself instead of bothering you to wash them." Wang Min's face turned bright red, and she instinctively tried to grab the pants back. This was a misunderstanding. While tidying up the bed, she had found a pair of men's pants under the sheets and thought they belonged to Dagon, so she decided to wash them. Who would have thought they were Wang Dapeng's, and now both Jufang and Wang Dapeng's wife were there to wash clothes. Wasn't this just bad luck for her? Wang Dapeng's wife held onto the pants tightly, her gaze sharp as she looked at Wang Min. "You shameless person. Not only are you stealing my husband, but now you're taking his pants too. I will make sure you pay for this." Seeing this, Jufang felt pleased, thinking someone was finally standing up for her. She deliberately stirred the pot. "Oh, Dapeng's wife, your husband is known in the village for being so devoted to you. How could he do this? Is someone trying to him?" Wang Dapeng's wife spat angrily. "Exactly. My husband is such a coward. No one could him, even if they tried. Dapeng's wife, you can't just swallow this. In my eyes, you are a strong woman." Jufang encouraged. The more Wang Dapeng's wife thought about it, the angrier she became. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches and weighing 180 pounds, she easily grabbed Wang Min by the hair, making Wang Min cry out in pain. "Sister-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding." Wang Min was anxious and scared, tears welling up in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, it's not what you think. I really didn't know these were your brother's pants. I thought they belonged to Dagon." Realizing she had said the wrong thing, Wang Min quickly closed her mouth. But everyone heard this, and Wang Dapeng's wife shouted, "Juhua, come here quickly. She thought these shorts belonged to your big guy." Juhua rushed over, grabbed the wet shorts, and aimed to put them on Wang Min's head. Today, she wanted to release all the frustration she had been holding in. Juhua and Wang Dapeng's wife each grabbed Wang Min's clothes and hair. In no time, Wang Min's clothes were torn to shreds, and a large handful of her hair was pulled out. Wang Min covered her chest with both hands, but Wang Dapeng's wife pulled them away, saying, "Aren't you afraid to show? Didn't you use this to confuse men before? Move aside, let everyone see what makes you so special." Seeing Wang Min like this reminded Juhua of when Big Guy was with her, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She picked up the water from the basin and poured it over Wang Min's head, turning her into a drenched mess. The other women doing laundry just watched and didn't intervene. One of them said, "We won't get involved. Let them settle their scores." After Juhua soaked Wang Min, Wang Dapeng's wife let go and gave Juhua a thumbs up, saying, "Sister, you're the best. I only know how to use brute force." Wang Min was badly beaten and sat on the ground crying. After letting off some steam, Wang Dapeng's wife and Juhua exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to let go and return to their laundry as if nothing had happened. Sitting on the ground, Wang Min felt humiliated. With so many people around, no one paid her any attention. She gritted her teeth in anger, saying, "Juhua, just wait. I will repay this humiliation with interest." Just then, Big Guy came to fetch water for the vegetables. When he saw the scene, he immediately understood what was happening. Wang Min saw him and thought he was her savior, but as she was about to cry and act sweet, Big Guy picked up 2 buckets of water and ran away. Juhua felt relieved and hummed a tune as she went home. As soon as she entered the house, Big Guy sat there with a dark face, next to a packed bag containing Juhua's clothes and the child's toys. "What does this mean?" Juhua asked. "This family can't support you anymore. Go back to your parents' house." "We must get a divorce," Big Guy said expressionlessly. "Aren't you afraid my family will come after you?" "Not afraid. Let them come." Big Guy's mother saw that the couple couldn't get along and, after hearing Big Guy say that the child wasn't even his, She began to have a negative view of Juhua and stopped defending her. Seeing that my mother-in-law has been swayed, there's no reason to stay in this home. Jufong picked up her bag, held her child, glanced at the house, and looked at Dagon and her mother-in-law before leaving decisively. When Dagon saw Jufong and the child leave, his mother cried and chased after them, but Dagon stopped her. Even if the child wasn't his granddaughter, they had spent 2 or 3 years together, and there were feelings involved. Dagon felt upset too. Every time his daughter called him dad, he wanted to give in. What if she wasn't his biological child? Isn't it just about blood ties? Yet, for some reason, he felt a fire inside him pushing him toward Wang Min. Did he really like Wang Min that much? Not really. Being with her felt good, but mainly, it was to annoy Lu Hongying. This woman who troubled him could only notice him if he did this, and then she might care a little. That night, after Jufong left, Dagon found Lu Hongying and said that Jufong had taken the child back to her family and might never return. He added that her brother wouldn't let him off easily, so he planned to go work away. This surprised Lu Hongying. "Where are you going?" Dagon replied he didn't know and asked Hongying, "Can you come with me?" Lu Hongying laughed. "What are you talking about? I want to stay here." "Are you waiting for Shaju or Qiliang?" "Lu Hongying, both of them have let you down. Why can't you see that? The man who loves you most is right here, yet you keep hurting me." Dagon was emotional. "If it weren't for your attitude toward me, I wouldn't be with a woman like Wang Min. If you know she's that kind of woman, why don't you leave her?" "Ha ha ha," Dagon laughed wildly, making Lu Hongying uneasy. "Hongying, I'm with Wang Min just to get back at your indifference." This reasoning was ridiculous. Lu Hongying said he couldn't control his desires and shouldn't blame her. Dagon stopped talking and left sadly. Lu Hongying suddenly had a bad feeling. The next morning, around 4, someone knocked loudly on the door, waking Lu Hongying from her sleep. She heard Dagon's mother outside shouting, "Hongying, open the door. Something terrible has happened." As she got dressed and opened the door, she asked what was wrong. Dagon's mother was in tears and handed Lu Hongying a letter. It was written by Dagon. With trembling hands, Lu Hongying opened it. It read, "Hongying, by the time you read this letter, I will have left this village. I know my actions were foolish because I got entangled with Wang Min out of spite and hurt Jufong. In truth, I have always loved you. It's just that your coldness makes me feel sad. I'm leaving, so don't worry about me. I will live well in a place where you can't see me." After reading the letter, Lu Hongying felt a mix of emotions. She didn't expect Dejen to have such deep feelings for her. She always thought he acted foolishly. Dejen's mother cried, "Hongying, this child is confused. Can you find a way to persuade him to come back?" After thinking for a moment, Lu Hongying replied, "Aunt, Dejen is an adult. He has his own thoughts, and maybe going out to explore is good for him. Besides, I don't even know where he has gone." Dejen's mother nodded helplessly. From then on, the village had fewer sightings of General Lu Hongying. Occasionally looked toward the village entrance, and a ripple of memories would surface, recalling the moments spent with Dejen. Just when she was about to lose her composure, news came that Dejen had left with Wang Min. In today's terms, Dejen was a complete scoundrel, someone who spread warmth everywhere like a central air conditioner. Such men often excel at pretending to be deeply caring, appearing to be good men in the eyes of others, but once married, they can drive those around them to madness, especially with their cold treatment. When Lu Hongying saw the heartfelt letter, she was almost moved but found it strange that Dejen, who hadn't studied much, could write so well. That night, he spent time writing the letter, searching through all the books at home for good words and phrases, and finally pieced together a letter that was surprisingly well written and even rhymed. This letter almost moved Lu Hongying, but then it extinguished the small flame in her heart. The village buzzed with the news that Dejen had eloped with Wang Min. This news reached Jufong's family. Jufong's brother had planned to deal with Dejen, but it turned out that the guy had run away quickly. Jufong felt hopeless, not expecting Dejen to do something so shameless. Jufong's brother suggested a terrible idea. "Sister, why don't we just get a divorce? I can find you someone better. I have a friend who is 30 and still single. I can introduce you to, and you can make do with that. Ju Fong's parents surprisingly thought this was a good idea. Now, Ju Fong was deeply hurt and just wanted some peace. She entrusted her child to her parents and went to the countryside to play with her childhood friend, Pang and I. Pang and I mentioned that there would be a fair in the countryside soon, with a big show coming to perform. Ju Fong was not interested in the play. She just wanted to relax. Panny took out her family's old bicycle, which cost 40 yuan, though she couldn't remember how many hands it had been through. The bike was of good quality, but it had one flaw. It made a loud noise when riding. Every time she pedaled, it went bang, and if she pedaled faster, the noise just kept going. However, the bike was sturdy enough to hold both Panny and Ju Fong, who together weighed over 300 pounds. As they rode along, Panny and Ju Fong pedaled in rhythm, the bike going bang bang. Suddenly, Panny stopped. What's wrong? If we don't hurry, we'll miss the show, Ju Fong asked. Panny's face turned as red as the sunset. She pointed to a few young men standing by the roadside and said, "Look, Ju Fong, that tall guy is my middle school classmate, Wang Benming. I liked him back in school. If you like him, then just go for it. Why did you stop?" "My old bike makes so much noise. I don't want him to see me and feel embarrassed," Panny said shyly. So, they pushed the bike forward, and it was quiet when not being ridden. Panny instantly felt more confident and walked proudly past the young men. Perhaps they were too ordinary. The young men didn't even notice them. Panny, feeling unsatisfied, approached Wang Benming and asked, "What's wrong with your eyesight? Two beautiful girls walk by and you don't see us, or are you pretending not to?" Wang Benming grinned and said, "Where are the beauties? My eyesight only sees beautiful girls clearly." "Wang Benming, you're something else. I'm Panny, the one who used to sit behind you and pull your hair." Wang Benming looked closely and then slapped his forehead. "Oh, it's you. Wow, it's been years. How come you're still so, well, big?" Panny shot him a glare. "What's it to you? Am I eating your family's rice, or using your family's oil?" Ju Fong couldn't help but laugh. Wang Benming glanced at Ju Fong and quickly waved his hand. "Of course not, Panny, you look healthy." Panny huffed, "That's better. I heard you've been doing well in the countryside. What are you up to now?" "Oh, just busy with a few friends. We opened a clothing store. You two should come by and pick out some clothes." "You said it. Are we supposed to pay for our own clothes?" "Come on, as old classmates, how could I take your money?" "But I might not have your size. Panny, you'll need to buy plus sizes. Next time I restock, I'll get a couple for you." Those last two comments hurt Panny's pride. Wang Benming realized he had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. "What are you all up to?" "We want to go see a big show, but it might be a bit late now," Ju Fong replied. Wang Benming's eyes lit up. "Oh, you're going to see a show? I know a shortcut. I can take you there, and you'll make it in time for the start." Panny hesitated for a moment, looking at Ju Fong, who nodded. So Panny said, "All right then, I appreciate your help." Wang Benming took the bicycle from Panny and started pushing it, joking as he walked, "This bike is quite old. It's probably older than both of us." Panny replied, "This bike isn't mine. It belongs to Ju Fong." It was quite embarrassing for her. Wang Benming stole a glance at Ju Fong. Although she was a bit plump, she had a certain charm that made her stand out compared to Panny. Then he looked at Panny, who was swaying as she walked, and thought, "Wow." The way she moved, it was as if two cows couldn't keep up with her, and she lacked any feminine grace. Wang Benming found himself developing feelings for Ju Fong. He noticed a hint of sadness in her expression, suggesting she might be going through a tough time. If it was a relationship issue, there might be a chance for him. Wang Benming had always been a bit of a flirt. He had dated 8 girls in middle school, so he was quite experienced. He had never really liked Panny and had ignored her for years. After all this time, why hadn't she lost some weight? No wonder she was still single at almost 30. As they chatted and walked, they quickly arrived at the place where the big show was happening. The crowd was immense. It was the annual fair, taking place from the 1st to the 7th day of the lunar calendar's 10th month. For 7 days, There were performances, monkey shows, magic tricks, and it was bustling with excitement. The area for the big show was the most crowded. Even though they couldn't understand the songs, they were still captivated. Jufong seemed lost in thought while Panny happily munched on candied fruit, enjoying the show, truly a sight to behold. Wang Benming sat next to Jufong, noticing her troubled expression. Jufong, you seem a bit worried. If you trust me, you can share what's on your mind. Jufong glanced at him, shook her head, and remained silent. Wang Benming gently asked, "Is there something bothering you? You can talk to me." Jufong looked at him again and shook her head. But Wang Benming wouldn't give up, saying, "Jufong, if you share what's troubling you, it might help you feel better. Maybe I can offer some advice." Jufong sighed and briefly mentioned her husband's issues. Wang Benming felt a surge of joy, thinking that his chance had come. Wang Benming passionately said, "Sister Jufong, that kind of man isn't worth your tears. A wonderful woman like you deserves better." After saying this, he ran to a nearby stall and bought her a candy figure, saying, "Sister Jufong, having something sweet will lift your spirits." Jufong felt a strange warmth in her heart. From that day on, Wang Benming made it a point to be near Jufong, bringing her small gifts one day and telling her jokes the next to make her smile. At first, Jufong was a bit resistant, but gradually, she realized that she could forget her worries around Wang Benming, and her smiles became more frequent. However, staying at her family home without earning money made Jufong worry about what her family would think. After much thought, she decided to seek help from Lu Hongying. At that moment, Lu Hongying could have refused her, considering their past. But because she was kind-hearted, she couldn't bear to see others suffer. She offered Jufong a chance to make handmade shoe insoles at a higher price than usual. Jufong left, filled with gratitude. Since acquiring the old man's patented technology, Lu Hongying had upgraded her factory's machines, making the insoles almost indistinguishable from handmade ones. This allowed her to take on large orders, as machine production was 100 times faster than hand sewing. Director Wang also brought good news, having received a large order from Singapore for 1,000 pairs. Lu Hongying calculated that if this order went through, the profit would be 3,000 yuan. She was thrilled, thinking that just a few orders could make her a wealthy person. She quickly organized her workers to put in extra hours to complete the insoles. However, trouble soon arose. The customs office reported that the export paperwork for the shipment faced obstacles, stating that the standards did not meet the local regulations of that country. Lu Hongying was anxious. If the goods couldn't be delivered on time, they would face hefty penalties and damage to the factory's reputation. She searched everywhere for solutions, but everyone said it was difficult to resolve. Just when she was feeling overwhelmed, Zhou Qiwen learned of the situation. He remembered a client overseas who worked in trade and thought he might have a solution. Zhou Qiwen quickly contacted his friend and explained the situation to Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. She quickly brought the documents and rushed to meet her friend with Zhou Qiwen. After some twists and turns, with her friend's help, they finally resolved the customs issue. The goods were successfully shipped, and Lu Hongying sighed in relief, feeling grateful to Zhou Qiwen. "Tell me, how should I thank you?" Lu Hongying said to Zhou Qiwen. "You've helped me a lot again. You really seem to have a solution for everything." Zhou Qiwen replied playfully, "Well, don't you know what I want?" Lu Hongying lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. She knew that Zhou Qiwen had always liked her, but due to Qi Liang, she had never been able to accept him. Moreover, she felt that Zhou Qiwen was a bit of a and worried that if they were together, he might treat her like his previous girlfriends. After a moment of silence, Lu Hongying looked up and softly said, "Qiwen, I understand your feelings, but the factory has just started to get on track, and I don't want to get distracted. However, since you've helped me so much this time, I'm willing to try spending time with you." Zhou Qiwen was overjoyed, his eyes shining. "But I have a condition." "What is it?" "Just say it. During our time together, we can hold hands and hug, but we can't go any further," Lu Hongying said. "And please don't tell Qi Liang about our relationship." Zhou Qiwen, being experienced, understood Lu Hongying's concerns. She still didn't fully trust him, but she didn't dislike him either. After everything that had happened, he could tell that she had some feelings for him. Perhaps she still had feelings for Qi Liang, which was her point of hesitation. Honging, to be honest, I'm not sure if this will hurt you, Zhou Qiwen said hesitantly.
Just say it.
I, Lu Hongying, have seen many storms. A few words won't hurt me. Zhou Qiwen mentioned that he had previously asked Qi Liang if he would feel uncomfortable if he pursued Lu Hongying, or if he still had feelings for her. Zhou Qiwen said Qi Liang told him that he only had feelings for Cui Lian and encouraged Zhou Qiwen to pursue Lu Hongying without worry. Is that true? Lu Hongying asked, unable to believe that Qi Liang could be so heartless. Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qi Liang yourself. Lu Hongying felt very sad and hopeless. The fact that Qi Liang would let his good friend pursue her made her feel she couldn't let him down. She immediately agreed to be Qi Liang's girlfriend. Zhou Qiwen told Lu Hongying not to rush into a decision. He said she was acting out of anger, and he wanted her to be fully committed and to love him willingly. He also shared some business details and reminders with her. Zhou Qiwen mentioned he was busy lately and wouldn't visit her for now, urging her to take care of herself. After he left in a hurry, Lu Hongying felt a wave of disappointment. She had hoped to have dinner with him. They barely spoke, and she wondered just how busy he really was. Lu Hongying believed Zhou Qiwen wasn't busy at all because he always seemed free when she called. She thought, how could he be such a relaxed boss? What she didn't know was that Zhou Qiwen wasn't truly free. He would set aside everything, including meetings and meals, just to talk to her. Once, during a meeting with his staff, he ran out the door when she called. When she didn't reach out, he was genuinely busy. Whenever she summoned him, he would rush to her side without hesitation. Now that she agreed to be his girlfriend, why did he suddenly say he was busy? It was probably his possessiveness. Zhou Qiwen realized that Qi Liang was a hurdle for Lu Hongying. Even when they were together, she saw him as a substitute for Qi Liang, which made him retreat in that moment. He didn't really want to escape. He might have been trying to play hard to get. Generally, women can't stand mixed signals. Being treated well one moment and then ignored the next can be devastating, especially for someone who feels unloved. However, Lu Hongying was busy with her small factory and wasn't affected by his tactics. She continued focusing on her work. This made Zhou Qiwen anxious. What was going on? His strategy wasn't working. He missed her and wanted to reach out, but his pride held him back, hoping she might contact him instead. Then he could have an easy way out. So, Zhou Qiwen waited and waited, but nothing happened. Lu Hongying didn't even call, which left him feeling disappointed and anxious every day. Reflecting on his experiences with many women, he wondered if he would really fall for someone like a village girl. Zhou Qiwen, like a lovesick boy, would jump at the sound of the phone, hoping it was her calling. After many days of silence, he secretly blamed her, thinking she was heartless. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying was also struggling. She wasn't a robot and had feelings too. Lu Hongying was also thinking about Zhou Qiwen, but she always felt he was and didn't trust him, so she tried to suppress her feelings. However, she had many things to do and didn't have time to dwell on her emotions. Recently, she received several big orders, and as a reward, she bought herself a brand new bicycle, a flat handlebar model. In those days, riding a flat handlebar bike was quite impressive, and it cost her over 300 yuan. When she rode her shiny bicycle to the market, she became a beautiful sight in the village, attracting the attention of the local men, some of whom started to daydream about her. Wang Dapeng was drooling with desire but lacked the courage, thinking that this girl was hard to approach. However, he didn't give up. With De Zhen leaving the village, he felt he had nothing to fear and looked for a chance to approach Lu Hongying. One day, Lu Hongying rode her bicycle to the town to sell flower thread. Wang Dapeng saw his opportunity and followed her. When Lu Hongying entered a shop, he quietly hid in a corner and waited. After she picked out the flower thread and stepped out of the store, Wang Dapeng approached her. "Hey, Lu girl, what a coincidence," Wang Dapeng said with a big smile. Lu Hongying frowned, feeling a wave of disgust. Do you need something? Hey, factory director Liu. I see you're working so hard alone. I'm here to help you, he said, reaching out to touch her arm. Liu Hongying quickly pushed his hand away. Wang Dapeng, show some respect. This is a town and the police station is just up ahead. Wang Dapeng, embarrassed and angry, retorted, Liu Hongying, don't get too full of yourself. Even Xia Zhu doesn't want you anymore, so why pretend to be so high and mighty? Liu Hongying didn't want to waste more words with him. She tied the flower thread to the back of her bicycle and prepared to leave. Wang Dapeng, being mischievous, took a stick and poked her bicycle wheel. Liu Hongying didn't notice and fell over, both her and the bike tumbling down, scattering the flower thread everywhere. Wang Dapeng laughed loudly, drawing a crowd to watch. Liu Hongying lay on the ground, unresponsive. Wang Dapeng, who had just been enjoying the scene, noticed something was wrong and kicked her lightly, but she still didn't respond. Someone in the crowd said, "Do you think she might be seriously hurt?" A murmur of concern spread among the onlookers. Wang Dapeng was now scared, but he pretended to be calm and waved his hand, saying, "It's impossible. She's not made of glass. She's just pretending." Liu Hongying, wake up. What are you pretending for? Wang Dapeng nudged Liu Hongying again, but got no response. He checked her breathing with his fingers, and his face changed dramatically. He started to tremble, and his speech became unclear. Everyone, please witness this. If she really dies, it's not my fault. I just tripped her with a stick. Someone replied, "How is it not your fault? If you hadn't tripped her, she wouldn't have fallen. She might have hit her head, and now this young lady is in serious trouble." Wang Dapeng collapsed on the ground, shaking Liu Hongying to wake her up. "You can't be hurt. I was just confused. If you wake up, I'll do anything you want." His current state was a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Just then, Uncle had arrived, and Wang Dapeng was terrified. He had a criminal record and felt deep regret. Uncle Hat shook Liu Hongying, and after a moment, she opened her eyes, looked around at the crowd, and asked, "Where am I? Who are you all?" Wang Dapeng sighed in relief, thinking, "You won't remember, so I'll just deny everything." "What can you do to me?" Uncle Hat asked if she remembered what happened. Liu Hongying shook her head. Wang Dapeng interrupted, "Comrade, I saw it with my own eyes. She fell off her bike." Someone in the crowd said, "You tripped her bike, which caused her to fall." Wang Dapeng glared at that person and angrily said, "You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever comes to your mind. Be careful walking home tonight." Under Wang Dapeng's threat, no one dared to speak. Liu Hongying then sat up and pointed at Wang Dapeng, saying, "Wang Dapeng, do you really think I lost my memory? I was just pretending. You tripped me, and look, he still has that stick." Uncle Hat looked at the stick in Wang Dapeng's hand, and his expression became serious. Wang Dapeng panicked and quickly threw the stick away, saying, "Comrade, this stick isn't mine. I don't know who left it here." But the crowd pointed at him, and he had no way to defend himself. Liu Hongying tried to stand but suddenly felt intense pain in her leg. Uncle Hat sent someone to take her to the hospital, where it was confirmed she had a fracture. Uncle Hat ordered Wang Dapeng to pay for her hospital fees quickly. This was truly a case of digging his own grave. Wang Dapeng paid the hospital fees and was then taken for questioning, where they discovered his criminal record. Now, he faced an additional charge and was sentenced to 3 months in detention. Actually, Liu Hongying's leg was not seriously injured. After resting in the hospital for 2 days, she recovered. She intentionally wanted to make a big deal out of it to deal with Wang Dapeng, or else he would cause her more trouble in the future. This can be seen as a way to protect the community. After being discharged, Liu Hongying threw herself into her work. She realized that a woman must be strong to avoid being bullied. As for her complicated feelings with Zhou Qiwen and Qi Liang, she decided to put that aside for now. Liu Hongying focused entirely on her career. She had received several big orders that improved her life. However, a new problem arose. The price of materials for insoles suddenly increased, which kept her awake for several nights. The factory had expanded and now employed 10 workers. When raw material prices rise, profits shrink and income decreases, leading to potential layoffs. Yet, she couldn't bear to let anyone go. These employees were personally hired by her, and they all worked hard to earn a better living. Just when Lu Hongying was feeling distressed, Ding Rong brought back good news. A new wholesale market had opened in the county, offering materials at prices lower than the market rate. Lu Hongying and Ding Rong rushed to the wholesale market and successfully negotiated with several wholesalers to buy materials at the best prices. This resolved the factory's crisis, allowing all the workers to stay. At the same time, Lu Hongying decided to explore the local market. She took carefully crafted samples of her insoles and went door to door to promote them to local shops. Initially, she faced many rejections, but she did not lose heart. Gradually, a few small stores agreed to try selling her products. Thanks to the high quality and uniqueness of the insoles, they quickly became popular among the villagers. As word spread, orders increased, and the insole factory successfully overcame its difficulties and began to expand. Lu Hongying became a well-known entrepreneur within several dozen miles. Everyone knew that in this unremarkable small mountain village, there was a beautiful woman running a successful insole business. Local leaders even visited her factory and offered valuable advice, encouraging her to speak up about any difficulties, assuring her that the village would help as much as possible. After more than a year of hard work, Lu Hongying succeeded. Remembering those who helped her, on the Dragon Boat Festival, she bought 2 pigs and delivered 5 pounds of pork to every household, along with some candy. The villagers appreciated this gesture and changed their perception of her. Now, she was no longer the vulnerable woman who could be bullied. However, at this moment, her family, who had previously looked down on her for her divorce, reappeared. At that time, my family clearly stated that if I got divorced, I should not return home, meaning they wanted to cut ties with me. So, no matter how difficult it was for me outside, I never told them. They had already given up on me and our family bond. Now that I have become successful, my family has started to come back. First, my brother came over, smiling widely as he looked around my big house. "Sister, this house is so bright. I was foolish before and shouldn't have treated you that way. We are siblings, so please don't hold a grudge against me." I glanced at him and replied coolly, "It's fine, brother. I've forgotten the past, so don't worry about it." He awkwardly rubbed his hands together and continued, "Sister, now that you are doing so well, could you help me out? I've lost a lot of money in my business lately. If you lend me some, I'll pay you back as soon as I can." I scoffed. "Where were you when I was struggling? Now that I'm successful, you remember I'm your sister?" His face turned pale and then flushed. At that moment, my sister-in-law arrived and pretended to be friendly, saying, "Ingzi, let's not bring up the past. We are family and should support each other." I pulled my hand away from hers and said, "When you were worried about me bringing shame, you didn't think about being family. You can leave now. You are not welcome here." My brother, angry and embarrassed, shouted that I was ungrateful, claiming I had forgotten my family after making some money. My sister-in-law joined in, saying I shouldn't expect to return home and that I should enjoy my wealth alone. After sending them away, I cried. They say the path back home is paved with money, but now I don't want to pave that road. I thought that would be the end of it, but a few days later, my mother came to visit. Now she remembered she had a daughter. She entered the house crying and said how much she missed me, explaining that her past actions were out of necessity. Looking at my crying mother, I felt a deep sadness. Where was she when I was being bullied and had nowhere to turn? Did she ever offer me comfort? I gently pushed her away and said, "Mother, you were so resolute back then. Why come back now to put on a show?" She wiped her tears and pointed to the things in the house, saying, "Ingzi, look at what you have now. Why can't you forgive me? I did it for your own good. When you got divorced, there were so many rumors. I didn't want to be talked about." Luo Hongying forced a smile and said, "Mom, the hardest days are behind us. I have started my life again, so you can go back home without worry." Upon hearing this, her mother immediately changed her expression. "Humph. Why are you trying to send me away? I raised you with so much effort, and now that you are doing well, you don't recognize me anymore." Saying this, she sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. Luo Honging looked at her mother crying on the floor, feeling helpless and bitter. She knew her mother wanted money. Luo Honging went to the trunk in the back room and took out 300 yuan, handing it to her mother. When her mother saw the money, her crying suddenly stopped. She quickly got up from the ground, adjusted her pants, and realized that one of her shoes had gone missing in her earlier struggle. Not bothering to look for it, she snatched the money from Luo Honging's hand, as if afraid it would disappear if she hesitated. After taking the money, her mother greedily started counting it. When she discovered it was only 300, her face immediately fell. "Honging, we need to renovate the house and buy your brother a motorcycle. This amount is far from enough. How much do you want?" 2,000 at least. If you can, 3,000 would be even better. 3,000 yuan? Her mother was really bold. In those days, that was almost half a month's salary. Seeing her mother's outrageous demand, Luo Honging unceremoniously snatched back the 300 yuan. If she wanted it, fine. If not, then forget it. Realizing the situation was turning against her, her mother grabbed the money back from her daughter, shot Luo Honging a glare, and left angrily, leaving behind a parting remark, "I should have ended you when you were born." The look on her mother's face was more like she was cursing an enemy than her daughter. 2 days later, her aunt came to visit. Actually, her aunt had been nice to her when she was younger. Did she come today for money too? As soon as her aunt entered, she sighed heavily, her eyes red as if she had been crying. "Ingzi, you can't blame your mother. She was just confused. Now that you are doing well, we should support each other as a family." Luo Honging looked at her aunt expressionlessly. "Aunt, just say what you need to say." Seeing her reaction, her aunt continued, "Your brother's actions were indeed wrong, but your mother had a hard time raising you. Can't you show her a little compassion?" Luo Honging scoffed, "Aunt, who showed me compassion when I was all alone? Now that they see I have some money, everyone wants to take advantage." Her aunt's expression turned a bit sour, but she pressed on, "Ingzi, if you are willing to share some money, everyone will remember your kindness, and it will help you in the village." Luo Honging stood up and said, "Aunt, all my money is earned through hard work, not to fill their endless pit. If you came today just for this, please go back." The aunt did not expect Luo Honging to be so firm. The child had hardened her heart. She walked up to Luo Honging, touched her face, and said with concern, "Child, you must have suffered a lot these past 2 years. Honestly, I know that what your parents and brother did was unfair to you." These words completely broke Luo Honging's emotional defenses, and tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. The aunt hugged her and said, "Actually, I didn't want to come today either. Your brother and mother came to me asking for help. They said you would listen to me, so they wanted me to persuade you to visit them more often." The aunt and niece talked for a long time. Luo Honging invited her aunt to stay for dinner because she wanted to eat dumplings. The aunt said, "You relax, I'll make them. You've always loved the cabbage and tofu dumplings I make." When she was young, the aunt was the person who treated her best besides her grandmother. As she grew up, she had less contact with her aunt, but she was still grateful for the unconditional love she had received, which had brightened her childhood. Soon, steaming dumplings were brought to the table, tasting just like they did in her childhood. Luo Honging ate a full plate and felt stuffed. The aunt then served her a bowl of dumpling soup, saying that drinking the soup helps with digestion. In front of her aunt, she felt like a child again. As the sky darkened, the aunt said it was time to go and advised Luo Honging not to worry about their matters anymore and to take care of herself without compromising her own happiness. Luo Honging secretly slipped 1,000 yuan into the black cloth bag she gave her aunt. But after her aunt left, she found the money at the bottom of the plate. A warm feeling surged in her heart. She had thought her aunt came for money, but that wasn't the case. This showed her that there were still people in the world who loved her. Those who lacked love from a young age understand gratitude better. The next day, Luo Honging bought a television and had someone deliver it to her aunt's house. At that time, Her aunt was watching her grandson and asked if someone had the wrong house since they hadn't bought a TV. The delivery person told her it was a gift from her niece, saying, "You are truly lucky to have such a niece." When her aunt realized it was from Luo Hongying, tears filled her eyes as she murmured, "Why is this child spending money like this?" Back then, in the early 1990s, having a black and white TV at home was a sign of status. In the evening, neighbors heard that Annie had a new TV and gathered around. The small room was filled to capacity, with everyone showing excited expressions. The children happily ran around, looking for the best spot to watch. The little grandson proudly stood by the TV, while some adults brought small stools and others had to stand. Auntie warmly welcomed everyone and shared sunflower seeds and peanuts. When the TV screen flickered on, the room fell silent. An old show was playing, and sometimes the signal was poor, causing a bit of static, but everyone's eyes remained glued to the screen. When something exciting happened, the men cheered loudly, while the women chattered about the plot, creating a lively atmosphere, even enjoying the commercials. The children, not fully understanding, laughed and played along with the adults. Late into the night, when the show ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. Auntie, while tidying up the room, smiled and shook her head, reflecting on the lively atmosphere the new TV had brought. She felt grateful to her niece, but also guilty. When Lu Hongying was young, Annie treated her well, but as she grew up, Auntie didn't pay much attention to her. She knew the girl wasn't favored at home, but thought she was old enough to take care of herself. This thought made Auntie feel a pang of sadness. Lu Hongying loved Annie's homemade pickled cucumbers and carrots when she was little, so Annie decided to make some for her. She picked small, underdeveloped cucumbers and pulled up baby carrots from the ground. After some time, she finished pickling them and added a few salted duck eggs, filling a bowl to bring to Lu Hongying. When Lu Hongying saw Auntie bringing her food, she suddenly felt the warmth of being loved. Recently, she had been troubled, remembering how her parents favored boys over girls and never truly acknowledged her. At school, her classmates bullied her, and she would cry helplessly, feeling timid and insecure, which made her seem easy to pick on. When she told her parents about the bullying, they were indifferent, saying it was her fault for being foolish, ugly, and dirty. Her father even said that he felt frustrated just looking at her. So, as a child, after being bullied, Lu Hongying chose to endure it. But what did that endurance bring her? An increasing number of bullies hitting her because she was seen as easy prey, and hurting her came without consequences. From a young age, Lu Hongying knew she was not loved, so when her parents wanted her to marry Shaju, she agreed. She just wanted to escape that home. At first, Shaju treated her well. Anyone who showed her even a little kindness became her emotional support, and she loved Shaju wholeheartedly, being dutiful to her in-laws. However, as time went on, fate did not spare her, and she suffered greatly in this marriage, truly a poor child who had endured hardship since childhood. Now, seeing her aunt bringing her delicious food, Lu Hongying was moved to tears. Most importantly, her aunt loved her not for money, and she thought about being good to her aunt. After putting down the food, her aunt complained about Lu Hongying spending money carelessly, especially on that expensive TV. Lu Hongying took a pickled cucumber, fresh and fragrant, and while eating, she said, "Don't worry, Aunt. Keep it because you deserve it." But her aunt was still a bit worried. "Hongying, what if your parents and brother find out? What if they come to cause trouble?" Lu Hongying thought for a moment and sighed. "The more they make a fuss, the less I will give them." The news of Lu Hongying buying a TV for her aunt spread not only in their village, but also reached her parents and brother. They were unhappy, and her brother shouted, "Why? Is the aunt closer than our parents? This foolish girl can't tell the difference." Lu Hongying's father, while smoking his pipe, glanced at the sky and said, "Others are enjoying better things, and I'm still smoking this old pipe. What kind of situation is this?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, throwing his pipe against the wall. "I won't smoke this anymore. Go buy me something better. My daughter is a factory manager now, and I shouldn't be smoking this." Lu Hongying's mother sneered. "Now you remember you have a daughter? Where were you before? If you had known she would be successful, you should have treated her better when she was young. She didn't mention that she had asked her daughter for 500 yuan but claimed she hadn't received anything, wanting to keep it for herself. Her husband threw away the pipe and wanted her to buy good tobacco. Lu Hongying's mother thought that was a bottomless pit and didn't want to encourage bad habits, saying she hadn't received a penny to buy anything. Lu Hongying's father squatted in the yard, feeling frustrated, and after a while, he craved to smoke again but hadn't bought anything. He had no choice but to go outside to look for his pipe. Unfortunately, the pipe had landed in a pile of dog waste, completely covered. Lu Hongying's father angrily cursed, "Whose dog is running around and messing in my yard? If I catch it, I'll stew it." Hongying's mother told him to stop embarrassing himself. "That mess was made by our dog." Hongying's father came home grumbling, washing his pipe, which had dog mess on it, over and over with soap. After making sure there was no smell, he started smoking it again. Hongying's brother approached their parents mischievously, saying, "Dad, Mom, this is all Hongying's fault. She gets to enjoy herself while Dad has to smoke a pipe that smells like dog mess. We can't let this go. What do you suggest?" Hongying's father took a puff and almost gagged on the smell. "I have an idea to make some money," Hongying's brother said, his eyes darting around as he thought of a scheme. "Quick, what is it?" "Dad, since Hongying is divorced now, she's single. We could find her a new husband and get a bride price. She's a factory manager now, so we should ask for a high price," he suggested. Hongying's father nodded repeatedly, agreeing it was a good idea. Hongying's mother poured cold water on their plan, saying, "Do you think you can just find her a husband? She has become independent and won't listen to you. Don't dream." But Hongying's brother waved his hand dismissively. "Dad, leave it to me. We'll spread the word that Hongying wants to remarry, and interested suitors can come to propose. As long as someone comes, whether Hongying agrees or not, we'll accept the bride price and deal with it later. If she refuses, we'll make a scene at her factory and see if she still cares about her reputation." Hongying's brother was determined, even if it meant scheming against his own sister. Hongying's mother hesitated, feeling guilty. "Can this really work? What if it gets out of hand?" Hongying's brother scoffed. "Mom, what are you worried about? She's our daughter and should listen to us. If she dares to resist, we'll tell everyone she's ungrateful and see who wants to do business with her." Hongying's father agreed. "That's right. That girl needs to be taught a lesson. Just because she made some money doesn't mean she can forget her parents." So the three of them began discussing the details, aiming for a man from the neighboring village, Zhao Huanbao. He had been working away for years and must have saved up some money. He returned home recently to raise pigs and build a new house, though he wasn't very good-looking and was a bit older. But who cares? Older men can be caring, and isn't that what Hongying wants? Hongying specially found a few friends to spread the news, just waiting for the right person to bite, completely ignoring Lu Hongying's anger and despair when she finds out. In their eyes, Lu Hongying was just a means to gain money. Lu Hongying is now a well-known figure within dozens of miles. Even the village head has met her personally. Once the news of her wanting to remarry was out, it attracted a group of young and old bachelors. The older bachelors thought to themselves, "If I marry Lu Hongying, a capable and beautiful wife, I can look forward to a comfortable life. Her factory would also be mine." They felt that their chance had come. Many came to propose, but when they heard the bride price was 3,000 yuan, they ran away faster than rabbits. They thought it was too high. How could the bride price for a divorced woman be higher than that of a single woman? With that money, they could find a young lady instead. Many were not suitable, but on the third day, a new contender appeared, a man named Zhao Huanbao. He felt happy when he saw the others back out, thinking his chance had come. He brought his hard-earned money to Lu Hongying's family. When Hongying saw him, he smiled widely, thinking, "I was waiting for you. Huanbao, you know my sister's situation. She is now a factory manager, so the bride price can't be low. But marrying her is like marrying a gold mine. Those others are short-sighted." Zhao Huanbao scratched his head and smiled honestly. "I understand. I like Hongying because she is capable and good-looking. I have 3,000 yuan. Is that enough? If not, I can get more. Lu Hongying's father's eyes lit up, ready to agree. But Lu Hongying's mother tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Isn't this unfair? We should let Hongying know. She should choose her partner. Will it still work if she knows in advance?" Hongying quickly added, "Huanbao, you see how excellent my sister is. Can we make the bride price 4,000? Zhao Huanbao hesitated, but then said, "All right, but I want to meet Hongying first." Hongying's brother quickly replied, "Brother, you can only meet her after the bride price is paid. Don't worry, once you pay, you will be my brother-in-law, and we will be family." Zhao Huanbao hesitated for a moment, but still took out the money. Hongying's brother took the money and grinned, "Great. You can wait for news now." Once Zhao Huanbao left, Hongying's brother proudly waved the money. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying's mother felt a bit uneasy, sensing that things might not go as smoothly as imagined, and she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she was a person, not an object. After receiving a thick stack of cash, Hongying's brother said, "Mom and Dad, let me keep this money for you. It's not safe with you. If you want to spend it, just ask me." Hongying's father felt unhappy. He knew his son too well. Once the money was in his hands, would he be willing to share? "No way, the money stays with me. I raised my daughter. What have you done to help?" Seeing his father refuse, Hongying's brother started to complain, "Dad, you don't trust me. I've been running around for days." The father and son argued, neither willing to back down. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying heard some gossip and was very angry. She went back to her family home and happened to catch her father and brother arguing. She glared at them and asked, "Why are you making decisions for me? Do you think I'm a commodity?" Hongying's brother tried to defend himself. "Sister, this is for your own good. Zhao Huanbao is a good man. He's honest and can earn money. You can have a good life with him." Lu Hongying scoffed, "That Zhao Huanbao must be nearly 40. Not much younger than our dad. Are you trying to find me a father? My dad is still alive." At this point, Hongying's father weakly said, "How can you talk like that? We just want to find you someone to rely on." Lu Hongying's eyes turned red with anger. "I don't need a forced marriage. You must return the money today. I don't need anyone to rely on. My own parents and brother are unreliable, so why would I depend on someone else?" Hongying's brother hid the money behind him. "I can't return it. I've already spent some." Lu Hongying felt completely heartbroken. "Fine, from now on, I cut ties with you. Consider this money as buying out our relationship. What you're doing is illegal. As for Zhao Huanbao, you can handle that yourself." Lu Hongying angrily left home and returned to the factory, feeling gloomy and troubled. Ding Rong asked her what was wrong and if something was bothering her. Lu Hongying shared what had happened with her family, and Ding Rong was furious, saying, "How ignorant. It's the modern age. Why are they still arranging marriages?" While they were talking, someone in the factory yard called out, "Is Hongying here?" It was a man's voice. Ding Rong stepped outside and saw a man around 40 years old, about 5 feet tall, wearing a black suit, liberation shoes, and with slick back hair. His face was uneven and pockmarked, resembling a world map. Just looking at him was off-putting, and Ding Rong impatiently asked what he wanted with Lu Hongying. The man grinned widely. Not laughing is fine, but when he smiled, he lost 2 front teeth, and the wind whistled through. "Young man, I'm here to find factory director Lu Hongying. I'm her boyfriend."
What are you talking about?
"Who are you to Director Lu?" Ding Rong thought there was something wrong with her ears. "I'm her man, her partner. In the city, they call it husband. Do you understand now?" The visitor repeated. Ding Rong realized it wasn't her ears that were the problem. It was this man's mind that was not right.
Hey.
"Old man, are you sleepwalking? Did you dream of marrying someone?" Ding Rong wanted to push him out. Just looking at him made her want to call the police. He claimed to be Director Lu's man, which was disgusting. Ding Rong shoved the man outside. But oh, the smell. Hadn't he bathed in years? It seemed he was all slick on the outside and maybe had lice inside. Ding Rong felt nauseous. The man refused to leave, shouting for Lu Hongying to come out. Hearing the noise, Lu Hongying came out of her office. Ding Rong stepped in front of her. Sister Lu, you go inside first. I'll handle this, so you don't have nightmares later. Lu Hongying said it was fine. She knew him. His name was Zhao Huanbao. Ding Rong was surprised. Lu Hongying stepped forward and asked, Zhao Huanbao, what are you doing here? Zhao Huanbao grinned and said, Hongying, your father took 4,000 yuan as a bride price and promised to marry you to me. Lu Hongying frowned. He took your money, so you should marry him. I didn't take anything, so why are you looking for me? Zhao Huanbao became anxious. He is your father. I don't care. Today I'm taking you back to get married. Ding Rong stood in front of Lu Hongying. Do you not understand human language? Do you have a mirror at home? If not, I'll show you with my... Look at yourself. Just seeing you makes me want to hit you. At that moment, other workers from the factory gathered around, all criticizing Zhao Huanbao. Seeing the situation turn against him, Zhao Huanbao angrily declared, Lu Hongying, this isn't over. I'll be back. With that, he left in a hurry. Lu Hongying sighed helplessly, and Ding Rong comforted her. Sister Lu, don't be afraid. We are all here for you. We can't let people like him get away with this. Lu Hongying looked gratefully at Ding Rong and the other workers, feeling a bit warmer and safer. However, Zhao Huanbao would not give up easily. After leaving Lu Hongying's factory, he shouted around the village that he was Lu Hongying's man and that they would be getting married soon, claiming she took the money but was delaying the wedding. Sitting there, crying and complaining about Lu Hongying, the older women were overflowing with sympathy and began to criticize her for taking money from others. One aunt sarcastically said, Humph, look at her. She must have earned her money by deceiving men. It's disgraceful. Ding Rong stepped in to explain, but the women ignored him and instead asked, Are you interested in Lu Hongying? She's 5 or 6 years older than you. Your mother would be furious. And I know why your daughter-in-law fought with you. It's probably because of your gossip. Instead of causing trouble, you should think about how to enjoy your retirement. Ding Rong's words left the aunt embarrassed, and she walked away grumbling, while the others also dispersed reluctantly. Zhao Huanbao, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground, stood up and grabbed Ding Rong by the collar, demanding, Tell me, are you having an affair with my wife? Who is your wife? You should be looking for a partner among these women, Ding Rong replied, pointing at the older women. Zhao Huanbao was furious, saying they were too old and he wouldn't want them even for free. Aunts, come back. This guy says he doesn't want your money. Ding Rong called them back. The women were shocked. What? He dares to look down on us? We were just defending him. Furious, they turned and charged at Zhao Huanbao. The leading aunt grabbed his ear, saying, You ungrateful brat. Who do you think you are to reject us? Just looking at you makes me lose my appetite. Another aunt, Li Erseo, wasn't going to back down either. She picked up her basket and hit Zhao Huanbao on the head, muttering, This is for your rude comments. You think you can aim for something beyond your reach? Aunt Zhao took off her shoe and hit Zhao Huanbao on the backside, scolding, How were you raised to be so rude? You're over 40. You'll end up alone. Zhao Huanbao cried out in pain, dodging left and right. Aunt Wang dumped the leftover food from her chicken feeding bowl all over him, saying, And you think Lu Hongying is your wife? Her man is a big boss. Covered in dirt and scraps of food, Zhao Huanbao begged, Aunts, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. Ding Rong was laughing so hard he was in pain, and just as the chaos continued, Lu Hongying arrived. She asked everyone to stop and said to Zhao Huanbao, I will help you get your money back from my parents. Please don't cause any more trouble or spread rumors. Zhao Huanbao, with a sad face, agreed as long as he got his money. It turned into another scene. Lu Hongying knew her family well. Getting money from them would be challenging. So, she thought of someone who appreciated her, the village chief. Lu Hongying visited the village chief and explained how her parents had taken money for a marriage arrangement. How ridiculous! How can parents do such a thing? It's the modern age. Arranged marriages shouldn't happen anymore, the village chief said. After thinking for a moment, he added, Hongying, leave this matter to me. I will talk to your parents first. If they refuse to return the money, I will find another way. Lu Hongying nodded in gratitude. When the village chief visited Lu Hongying's home, the village buzzed with excitement, and her parents felt proud. However, the village chief came to criticize them. How can there still be parents selling their daughter? Lu Hongying is now a key entrepreneur in our village. At first, her parents denied everything, saying that a married daughter is like spilled water and the money was already spent. The village chief called the village director, who said that if her parents did not return the money, they would not receive good land in the next allocation. The village chief sternly warned them that this was illegal and had a very negative impact. Under the pressure from the village chief and the director, her parents finally backed down and agreed to return the money. Her parents and siblings felt resentful towards Lu Hongying, thinking it was clever of her to bring in the village chief for pressure. Lu Hongying's parents returned the bride price to Zhao Huanbao, and when Lu Hongying heard the news, she sighed in relief. That day, she bought some gifts to thank the village chief. He welcomed her warmly and invited her to sit down for tea. Lu Hongying expressed her gratitude, saying, "Chief, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to escape my family's constraints. I want to develop my business and help our village prosper." The village chief smiled and nodded. "Hongying, it's great that you have this ambition. We've noticed your abilities and want to support you." With the village's support, Lu Hongying's business began to thrive. The village chief suggested moving the factory to the town for better transportation. After considering it, Lu Hongying decided to follow his advice. There was a small factory available for rent in the town, and Lu Hongying was very pleased. She returned to the village and told everyone about her plan to move to the town. Surprisingly, no one wanted her to leave. An influential elder in the village advised Lu Hongying, "Keep your factory in the village. It has the potential to help everyone escape poverty. If you move to the town, many things may no longer depend on you." Lu Hongying was torn. She thought the elder's words made sense. So, she spoke with the town chief to explain her situation, expressing her desire to stay in the village because it held her hopes and dreams. Although the town chief felt it was a pity, he respected her choice. After Lu Hongying decided to stay, she became even more motivated. She expanded production and created jobs suitable for villagers, allowing many women and elderly people who were previously idle to find work. With new income, Lu Hongying became a role model in the village. Some were grateful, while others were envious, including her own family. Her brother came to visit again, this time with his son. He told Lu Hongying, "Sister, I can't afford to send your nephew to school anymore. I can't pay the tuition." Lu Hongying felt resentment towards her brother but still cared for her nephew. Even though they weren't close, their blood connection couldn't be ignored. She gave her brother money to pay for her nephew's tuition, saying, "We suffered from a lack of education. We can't let the child be illiterate." Her brother happily accepted the money and turned to his son, saying, "Huazi, when you grow up, be sure to be grateful to your aunt. If you are good to her, this shoe factory will eventually be yours." Lu Hongying felt uncomfortable and replied, "Brother, what are you talking about? I never said it would be his." "Sister, you don't have children. Isn't your nephew like your son? Why do you say I have no children? I adopted Xiaoliang, didn't I? Your adopted child has no blood relation to you. How can you not see the difference?" Lu Hongying was speechless and told her brother to give up on the idea of taking over her factory. She added, "I'm only 26. How do you know I won't have children in the future?" At that moment, her adopted child Xiaoliang returned from school. He overheard the conversation and felt anxious, fearing that Lu Hongying might not want him anymore. Xiaoliang rushed into the room, hugged Lu Hongying's leg, and with tears in his eyes, said, "Aunt Hongying, you won't abandon me, right?" Lu Hongying, feeling heartbroken, picked him up and said, "Silly boy, of course not." Her brother scoffed, "Sister, don't be foolish. A child without blood ties won't stay with you forever. He will leave when he grows up." Luo Hongying glared at her brother angrily, saying, "My matters are none of your business, especially not in front of the child." Her brother, feeling embarrassed and angry, pointed at Xiaoliang and said, "Such a young age, and already so cunning." Luo Hongying sent her brother away. That night, Xiao Liang couldn't sleep and quietly went to Luo Hongying's bedside, softly asking, "Aunt Hongying, can I stay with you forever?" Luo Hongying picked him up and comforted him. "Of course, you are my child." The next day, Luo Hongying noticed that Xiao Liang had become quiet. She realized her brother's words had hurt him. So, she decided to leave work early and took Xiao Liang to the market to buy new clothes and toys, continuously telling him that he would always be her beloved treasure. Xiao Liang gradually smiled, and his worries began to fade away. Luo Hongying also resolved to protect Xiao Jun from the hurtful words of others, as she felt a connection to her past self. Adopting Xiao Liang felt like fate to her. She believed this child brought her good luck. Regardless of whether she married or had children in the future, Xiao Liang would always be her precious son. The school teacher praised Xiao Liang for being smart and eager to learn, saying he would surely become a talented person, thanks to Luo Hongying's kindness in saving a child. Luo Hongying made a silent vow that if Xiao Liang excelled, she would support him through college and even send him abroad to study, but that was a matter for later. There were also many current issues. Shaju's father returned from the city, having been completely deceived by a woman. After years away, he had no money left. Not only did he fail to recover any money, but he also couldn't forget that woman. He spent his days lounging by the village wall, doing nothing, as if he had been traumatized, and often bothered the elderly women in the village, causing several old men to want to confront him. When he ran out of money for food, he would go to the village shop to borrow snacks or noodles. But if he borrowed too much, they would refuse to sell to him, leaving him to drink cold water on an empty stomach. Someone suggested to Shaju's father, "Your ex-daughter-in-law Luo Hongying is doing well now. Why not ask her for some food?" Shaju's father smiled and replied, "How could I ask her for help? I hurt her deeply before and didn't treat her well. It's embarrassing to ask her now." This news reached Luo Hongying's ears. Reflecting on their past before the divorce, she realized he hadn't made things difficult for her. She decided to repay his wrongs with kindness, thinking it would also bring her good fortune. One day, after finishing all her work at the factory, Luo Hongying bought a bag of flour and a bag of rice, loading them onto her bicycle and heading to Shaju's home. This was her first time back here since the divorce, feeling as if it had been ages. She saw Shaju's father at home eating raw sweet potatoes with cold water. "Doesn't this hurt your stomach?" Lu Hongying wasn't sure how to address him, so she just used you. Seeing his former daughter-in-law and the flour and rice she brought, Shaju's father scoffed. "Why buy this? The old lady isn't home, and I can't cook." He really didn't appreciate kindness, and Lu Hongying, frustrated, pushed her bicycle away. Halfway, she felt it was wrong and returned, placing the flour and rice down, saying to Shaju's father, "Can't you cook for yourself? You're all alone at home now. Are you just going to starve?" Shaju's mother had gone to the city to help take care of the children, leaving only Shaju's father at home. The only one who could care for him was her. Lu Hongying made a bowl of noodles for Shaju's father, which brought tears to his eyes. "Hongying, our family treated you poorly before, yet you still care for this old man. It makes me feel uneasy." Lu Hongying calmly said not to mention the past. After all, they were once family. "You need to take good care of yourself. I can't come by often." Shaju's father couldn't stop his tears and revealed a secret he had kept for decades. "Child, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Actually, Shaju isn't my child. He's the old ladies and old songs." Seeing Lu Hongying's calm reaction, Shaju's father asked, "You don't believe me, or did you already know?" Lu Hongying replied that she had figured it out long ago and reassured him not to be too sad. The love he gave was more important than blood, and Shaju wouldn't abandon him. "Bah, that illegitimate child. Has he called me in these days?" And that old lady, after being married for a lifetime, only cares about that old song. The more Shaju's father spoke, the angrier he got. "Ha! The heavens have eyes. Old Song got what he deserved. Otherwise, who knows how many people he would have harmed." At this point, Shaju's father couldn't help but give Lu Hongying a thumbs up. "Thanks to you, Hongying, for getting rid of that troublemaker. You're a hero in our village." Lu Hongying modestly replied that she wasn't that great. He deserved it. Under Lu Hongying's care, Shaju's father had a hearty meal, but he was lazy. Lu Hongying couldn't come by often, and the bag of flour she bought eventually got infested with bugs and was thrown away. Shaju's father continued to wander around the village aimlessly, becoming a bit of a nuisance. He often stole eggs from others to cook at home. Why not steal chickens? Because stealing chickens was too much trouble. Eggs were easier, just boil them. Slowly, Shaju's father became like a rat crossing the street. Everyone knew he was stealing. Lu Hongying was frustrated and wanted to help him find a way to earn a living. Just then, the only small shop in the village was up for transfer because the original owner was going to the city for business. Many people in the village wanted to take it over, but they didn't have enough money. Lu Hongying had the same idea, so she invested and took over the shop, giving it to Shaju's father to manage. Now, Shaju's father transformed from a petty thief into the owner of a small shop. Everyone was envious, wondering how he got so lucky to have Lu Hongying as a benefactor. At first, Shaju's father was quite dedicated as a shop owner. He opened early every day and kept the shelves clean. But after a few days, his laziness returned. One time, old Zhang came to buy cigarettes while Shaju's father was dozing off. When he was woken up, he was grumpy and scolded old Zhang for coming at his nap time. Old Zhang wanted salt, but in his confusion, Shaju's father handed him a pack of cigarettes instead. Old Zhang was puzzled, saying, "Brother, I wanted salt. Why did you give me cigarettes?" It took Shaju's father a while to realize his mistake. Another time, a few kids came in with money to buy candy. Not wanting to give change, Shaju's father tricked them by saying, "Candy prices have gone up." While he wasn't paying attention, the kids used a slingshot to break the shop's window. When Lu Hongying heard about these incidents, she came to scold Shaju's father. He shrugged it off, saying, "As long as I don't starve, it's fine." Lu Hongying angrily warned him that if he continued like this, she would take back the shop. This made Shaju's father a bit anxious, and he reluctantly tried to run the shop more seriously. Although he still made small mistakes occasionally, at least he wasn't causing chaos like before, and the shop's business gradually stabilized. With stable business and some income, good fortune also came his way. One day, Lu Hongying went to the shop to get a notebook, but she couldn't push the door open. There was clearly someone inside, but the door was shut. After shouting for a while, Shaju's father finally opened the door, looking a bit flustered. Feeling that something was off, Lu Hongying peeked into the backyard. Shaju's father tried to block her, but his nervous expression gave something away. Driven by curiosity, Lu Hongying rushed inside and was shocked to see a surprising scene. On Shaju's small bed lay a woman. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Aunt Wang from next door. How did these two end up together? Aunt Wang's husband has been working away for many years, and during this time, he has saved a good amount of money and even built a new house. All the money he earns goes to Aunt Wang, and she lives quite comfortably, becoming known as the happiest old lady in the village. Everyone knows that Aunt Wang and her husband have a good relationship, so why did she do this today? Aunt Wang didn't expect Lu Hongying to rush into the backyard, so she let her guard down and stayed lying down, thinking no one would come in. As a result, everything was exposed, and Aunt Wang, feeling embarrassed, covered her head with a blanket. Shaju's father awkwardly explained, "Well, I'm just a man and the old lady isn't home. You know Aunt Wang's husband is always working away. Enough. This is your business, and I won't interfere. But if you want to fool around, do it at home, not at the shop," Lu Hongying said angrily. This old man is so unreliable. How can he still act so foolish at his age? What surprised Lu Hongying the most was Aunt Wang. She was known as a respectable person in the village. She used to mock Shaju's mother and old song, but now she was acting the same way. In the end, it all comes down to loneliness. How did Shaju's father convince Aunt Wang, a woman known for her virtue? One day, Aunt Wang suddenly had a stomachache, and she was home alone. At that moment, Shaju's father happened to be nearby, and since their homes were neighbors, he heard Aunt Wang crying out in pain and went to check on her. He found Aunt Wang rolling in pain on the bed, so without hesitation, he ran to the village clinic and brought the doctor over. After taking the medicine prescribed by the doctor, Aunt Wang's stomachache stopped. She was very grateful for Shaju's father's help and realized that being older and alone was tough. Thinking about her years, she had been alone, eating, sleeping, and working by herself. Others saw her as someone who had plenty of money to spend and could buy whatever she wanted, thinking she was happy, but who understood the bitterness in her heart? Many nights, she would wake up and couldn't fall back asleep, feeling lonely and cold. She looked down on Shaju's mother for not being faithful, but every time she heard Shaju's parents whispering to each other, she felt sad for herself. She wanted someone to talk to when she couldn't sleep, to share her feelings and get through the long nights. Her husband worked away for many years, only coming home during the Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year, staying for a few nights before leaving again. The saddest part was that due to their long separation, they had become distant and had nothing to talk about. She also noticed that when her husband was home, he seemed distracted and restless. Every time the night before a trip, she feels very excited. While others are reluctant to leave, he can't wait to go. She also suspects her husband might have another woman and cautiously asks her son, "Is your dad behaving himself out there?" Her son always responds dismissively, "Why do you care if he's behaving? As long as he brings home the money, that's what matters." He doesn't answer directly, but she understands what he means. Indeed, as long as he brings money home, he will return eventually. Why set such high expectations? Besides, how many men are truly faithful outside? This time, when she had a stomach ache, if it weren't for Mr. Shah's timely arrival, she might have suffered alone without anyone noticing. Since then, every time she sees Mr. Shah, she greets him warmly and chats with him. When she cooks, she even brings food to his small shop. Mr. Shah appreciates her kindness too. Whenever she needs cooking supplies, he sends them over, and when he has snacks like cakes, he shares them with her first. As days pass, their exchanges become more frequent and meaningful. She realizes that Mr. Shah is not only kind-hearted but also gentle and considerate, qualities her own husband lacks. Sometimes she wonders why Mr. Shah, such a good person, still has a relationship with Mrs.
Shah.
The truth is, Mr. Shah may treat her well, but that doesn't mean he treats Mrs. Shah well. Some men are good outside but cold at home. Isn't her husband the same? He comes home distracted, perhaps thinking of someone else who captivates him. Gradually, her feelings for Mr. Shah change subtly. It's no longer just gratitude, but a growing dependence. She finds herself wanting to see him every day. Mr. Shah, too, starts to feel differently about her. They talk about everyday life, sharing their joys and sorrows, and their relationship becomes more harmonious. Unknowingly, a special bond begins to grow between them, like dry wood meeting a spark. One lonely night, after closing the shop, Mr. Shah sits at home drinking alone with peanuts. As he drinks, his thoughts become jumbled. He steps outside and notices the lights on next door. He climbs up to peek over the wall and sees her coming out to dump water. "Startled me. Why are you up here instead of sleeping?" She scolds lightly, holding her heart. "Just wanted to see if you were asleep." "I'm about to sleep. You should get some rest too. Have you been drinking again?" "I'm not drinking. What else can I do? The night is too long, and I can't sleep." "Drink less. It's bad for your health." The two were talking over the courtyard wall. Aunt Wang, worried about being seen, urged Dad Shaju to go inside quickly. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, Dad Shaju suddenly climbed over the wall and jumped into Aunt Wang's yard. At first, Aunt Wang was flustered. She checked to see if anyone was around, then quickly opened the door to let Dad Shaju in. Once inside, Dad Shaju hugged Aunt Wang. She had never experienced anything like this before. She used to look down on Shaju's mother, and now she found herself in a similar situation. She initially tried to push Dad Shaju away, trembling with fear, but slowly became weaker. That night, Dad Shaju climbed back over the wall to his own house at 3 in the morning, unnoticed. After this incident, they both found comfort in each other. When Aunt Wang couldn't sleep at night, she would throw a small stone into the neighboring yard, and Dad Shaju would come running when he heard it. They both enjoyed the thrill of their secret. In the past, Aunt Wang always waited for her partner to come home, but now, as long as money came in, she was fine with it. Unexpectedly, their secret was discovered by Lu Hongying. Although Lu Hongying was unhappy with Dad Shaju bringing someone to the small shop, she didn't want to interfere too much. She just warned him not to bring anyone to the shop since it was a place of business, and reminded him to be careful of Aunt Wang's partner. Dad Shaju dismissed her concerns, saying that Old Song had been bullying people in the village for years, so why hadn't anyone confronted him? Lu Hongying explained that Old Song was the village chief and that he was currently busy with his sewing machine. Some things don't happen immediately, they come back around in time. Dad Shaju didn't want to hear this. He just wanted to be like Old Song, but he lacked the same resources. After all, he was now a shop owner too, and hoped to live a life like Old Song's. He was typical of someone who only saw the thief enjoying the feast, but not the thief getting punished. The small shop, though modest, was the only one in the village. Usually, people gathered outside the shop to chat. Dad Shaju was generous. When others were talking, he would share candy and sunflower seeds. Gradually, Dad Shaju's reputation improved. Some older ladies even joked with him. Since Old Song started working on the sewing machine, Dad Shaju stood a little taller. Previously, everyone in the village mocked him, but now things had changed, thanks to Lu Hongying. Shaju's father is grateful. No matter how Lu Hongying scolds him, he listens to her and follows her advice. Their relationship now feels like that of a boss and an employee, or even like a father and daughter. He really has a talent for business. Although Shaju's father seems unreliable, he manages the small shop very well. After half a year, he calculated that he made a profit of 2,583 yuan. In an era when the average salary was only 1 or 200 yuan, this income is quite good. Shaju's father feels proud. After years of feeling frustrated, he can finally hold his head high. With his career improving, his personal life is also vibrant. Not only does he have Aunt Wang, a caring confidant, but there are also 2 younger women who show interest in him. One of Shaju's father's strengths is his generosity. When villagers buy things and are short by a few cents, he lets it go. Especially for those in difficult situations, he sometimes doesn't even take their money. Take Lu Er's wife, for example. Everyone knows her, right? She was Shaju's mother's rival, and they both used all kinds of tricks to win over Old Song's affection, but in the end, they both lost. Now, Lu Er's wife is not doing well. Lu Er found out about her affair with Old Song, and what man could tolerate that? Now that Old Song has fallen from grace, Lu Er has nothing to fear. He has children with other women and doesn't come home or send money. Lu Er's wife stays home, farming and growing vegetables, but Lu Er doesn't answer her calls. She feels sad every day and forgot to pay for soy sauce when she went to Shaju's father. He didn't mind and sometimes even gave her sunflower seeds and a few candies. Lu Er's wife said, "Big brother, you are such a good person. Shaju's mother is really lucky." Shaju's father replied, "She doesn't appreciate what she has. After all these years, I can't forgive her for what she did." Big brother, do men really care that much? Of course they do. Don't women care too? Hearing Shaju's father's words, Lu Er's wife felt a bit guilty, realizing she had wronged her husband. She wanted to apologize, but Lu Er wouldn't give her the chance. As she talked with Shaju's father, Lu Er's wife began to cry. Shaju's father quickly offered comfort, handing her a handkerchief while saying, "Sister, don't cry. Life is tough, but we have to keep going." Lu Er's wife took the handkerchief to wipe her tears and sobbed, "Big brother, what will happen to someone like me in the future?" Shaju's father scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Why not try to talk to Lu Er about it?" Lu Er's wife sighed, "Who would want to deal with our little problems?" Shaju's father patted his chest and said, "When I have time, I'll give it a try. After all, we're from the same village. He should at least show me some respect, right?" After that, Shaju's father often visited Lu Er's wife, claiming he was there to discuss how to persuade Lu Er. Each time, he would bring some snacks or fresh vegetables. As time went on, the two became closer. One day, as soon as Shaju's father entered the house, Lu Er's wife smiled and said, "Big brother, you keep coming to my house because of me, and it's affecting your business. How can I thank you?" Shaju's father chuckled, "It's fine. Seeing you happy makes me happy. I'm not in a rush to do business." They sat down and chatted about everyday life. The conversation grew warmer, and before they knew it, it was getting dark. Shaju's father didn't think about going home, so Lu Er's wife had to invite him to stay for dinner, which was exactly what he wanted. Lu Er's wife had made a stew with cabbage and tofu and prepared a plate of pickled vegetables. "Big brother, let's make do with this. We don't have any meat at home. Lu Er won't give me money, and I can't buy meat. My son just graduated, and we have no money. Life is tough." As she spoke, Lu Er's wife started to cry, which made Shaju's father feel very sorry for her. He pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. "Sister, take this money and buy some meat at the market. We farmers need some nourishment to have the strength to work. If you face any difficulties in the future, just tell me." Lu Er's wife hesitated to accept the money, and they exchanged polite refusals. In the process, Shaju's father's hand accidentally brushed against Lu Er's wife's arm, causing him to jump back in surprise, and her face turned red as they stood there awkwardly. "Let's eat, big brother." Lu Er's wife handed him chopsticks and a cornmeal bun. As Shaju's father ate the bun, he choked and turned red, quickly taking a sip of water. "Sister, you've had a hard time." Even though the bun was difficult to swallow, the food was delicious, and Shaju's father enjoyed it. Suddenly, he heard the village loudspeaker blaring. "Shaju's father, hurry to the store. Something big has happened." Hearing his name called, Shaju's father felt annoyed, put down the bun, and left, shoving the 20 yuan into Lu Er's wife's hand before he went. What could have happened? Shaju's father wondered as he hurried to the store. When he arrived, he saw a few people gathered outside. One young man came over and said, "Uncle, you're here. Come and see." It was now past 7 in the evening. Shaju's father pushed through the crowd and saw someone sitting on the ground, their hair messy and face covered, making it hard to see who it was, but the figure looked somewhat familiar. Silly Zhu's father pushed aside the person's hair and was almost scared to death. Why are you back?" The person sitting on the ground glared at him fiercely. "What? Did I ruin your good time? Were you hoping I would die out there?" It turned out that Silly Zhu's mother had returned from the city, where she was helping her son take care of the baby. But why did she look like this? What had she been through? Silly Zhu's father didn't argue with her and helped her walk home. Once they got home, he noticed her foot was twisted and swollen. He went to get some ointment for her and made her a bowl of clear noodle soup. Silly Zhu's mother gobbled it down, leaving no soup behind, showing how hungry she was. "What happened to you? Did you run into trouble?" "This time, coming back alive is a blessing," Silly Zhu's mother said blankly. "Our good son found us a good daughter-in-law." Silly Zhu's father felt something was off. His wife's mental state wasn't right. He told her to take her time and explain slowly. Taking a deep breath, Silly Zhu's mother said, "When I got to my son's place, I thought I could enjoy life and see my grandchild, but my daughter-in-law looked down on me, called me dirty and unsophisticated. She constantly criticized me, and my son didn't say a word." At this point, Silly Zhu's mother couldn't help but cry again. Silly Zhu's father was furious. "How can that little brat treat you like this? She really forgot her mother-in-law after getting married." Later, while I was holding the baby, I accidentally fell and bumped the child's forehead. When my daughter-in-law saw it, she hit me, refused to feed me, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I sneaked out. I accidentally twisted my foot on the way back, begging for food all the way. Silly Zhu's mother was sobbing uncontrollably, lifting her clothes to show her injuries. How could a daughter-in-law hit her mother-in-law? Does Silly Zhu not care at all, letting his wife hit you? Silly Zhu is completely enchanted by that girl. Whatever she says goes. He was nicer to me when he was around, but when he's not, he lets her hit and scold me. I don't want to live anymore." Silly Zhu's father sighed, saying that Redding, such a good daughter-in-law, was replaced by someone like this. What a pity! Suddenly, Silly Zhu's mother stopped crying, as if remembering something. She grabbed her husband's hand tightly, her eyes filled with fear, which startled Silly Zhu's father. "Old partner, what's wrong? Are you in a daze?" Silly Zhu's mother stared at him and said, Go call Lu Hongying back. Just tell her I know I was wrong. As long as she comes back, I will kneel to her." Shazhu's father told her to calm down. "Hongying is doing well now and is unlikely to come back. Does that mean we're doomed?" Shazhu's mother said anxiously. "If Lu Hongying returns, she can help with that, Chi-Chi. The three of us can work together against that woman. Besides, Shazhu has feelings for Lu Hongying, so it should work out." Shazhu's mother, perhaps driven nearly mad by Chi-Chi's behavior, naively thought Lu Hongying would return to help her, forgetting how they had originally forced her out of their home. After a while of comforting, Shazhu's father finally settled Shazhu's mother down. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lu Er's wife walked in with half a bag of walnuts. She didn't notice Shazhu's mother was back and immediately said, "These are fresh mountain walnuts. Let me give you some to try." When she saw Shazhu's mother, she froze. The two former rivals eyed each other with tension. Lu Er's wife quickly reacted, saying, "Sister-in-law, I heard you were back today, so I came to check on you." Shazhu's mother coldly replied, "Do you really care? When did we become so close?" She didn't realize that Lu Er's wife was not interested in her, but rather in her husband. Fearing that the situation would be revealed, Shazhu's father urged Lu Er's wife to leave, suggesting they could talk tomorrow, giving her a knowing glance. Lu Er's wife understood and hurriedly took her leave. Shazhu's father sighed with relief and turned to Shazhu's mother, who looked at him with suspicion. "Is there something going on between you two?"
she questioned.
Shazhu's father replied, "What could there be? You're just imagining things." Just as he managed to smooth things over, he suddenly thought of someone, Old Song, who was busy at the sewing machine. He wondered how Old Song had been doing all these years. Why was Shazhu's father suddenly being nice to his partner? Hadn't he always resented her? In truth, he hadn't forgiven Shazhu's mother. He just wanted to keep her in line while he pursued other interests. Once Shazhu's mother returned, Shazhu's father felt restricted. She followed him everywhere. He hadn't had a chance to chat with Aunt Wang for days, and she looked at him with resentment. He had to come up with an excuse to tell his partner, "I'm going to the countryside to get some supplies. You can watch the small shop." Shazhu's mother, who had been quite lazy before, had picked up many skills while staying with her son over the past year. She encouraged Shazhu's father to go, saying, "I'll manage the shop." Feeling reassured, Shazhu's father went to meet Aunt Wang. She was dissatisfied and kept asking when Shazhu's mother would return to the city. Shazhu's father sighed and said, "I'm afraid she can't come back. She was sent back by our daughter-in-law. What should we do? Meeting is already difficult for us?" Aunt Wang said worriedly. She enjoyed spending time with Shazhu's dad, feeling like he was her own man. When Shazhu's mom returned, it was tough for her, as if Shazhu's mom was taking her man away. "I don't care. You need to find a way to get her out of the picture, so we can be together for a long time," Aunt Wang said playfully. Shazhu's dad was also thinking that if things got too tough, maybe he should just leave. After all, he didn't have any feelings for that old woman. "Please don't leave. If you do, I can't be with you," Aunt Wang said anxiously. "I never thought about leaving my husband." I know. You treat me like a weekend fling. When your husband comes back, I have to step aside," Shazhu's dad said, feeling jealous. After sitting at Aunt Wang's for a while, he decided to leave. "Why are you leaving so soon? We finally get to meet." Aunt Wang was upset. "Why should I stay? Don't you only think about your husband?" Aunt Wang closed the door, playfully pushed Shazhu's dad, and said, "You can't leave." During the day, Shazhu's dad sneaked out of Aunt Wang's house, and in his hurry, he put his clothes on inside out. He was anxious, worried about being seen by his wife and neighbors. He had lied to his wife about going to the village for supplies, but now he didn't know what to do. Thinking quickly, Shazhu's dad grabbed a piece of wire and punctured the tire of his tricycle. After letting the air out for a while, the tire was finally flat. Satisfied, he pushed the damaged tire toward the small shop. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were going to the village for supplies? Shaju's mom was sitting on a stool, leaning against the door frame. In front of her was a small table with tea, sunflower seeds, candy, and snacks. Shaju's dad was frustrated. Did I ask you to run the shop or just sit here? What's wrong with eating a little of our own food? Our food doesn't just appear out of nowhere. And by the way, this shop belongs to Lu Hongying. She is the real owner. Lu Hongying runs it for us. It's ours, and I can eat as much as I want, Shaju's mom said, starting to eat and drink, which made Shaju's dad even angrier. Seeing the flat tire, Shaju's mom scolded him for being useless, and then started her endless nagging. Shaju's dad, feeling overwhelmed, decided to let her enjoy her snacks while he headed home for a bit. At that moment, Shaju's dad didn't want to go to Aunt Wang's house or back home. Where could he go to feel happier? He thought of Lu Er's wife, who was charming and knew how to make a man feel good. No wonder Old Song was so taken by her before. Shaju's father felt like he was the Old Song from before, and that feeling was thrilling. He couldn't help but criticize, envy, and dream of being like Old Song. When he arrived at Lu Er's wife's house, the door was slightly open. Shaju's father didn't treat himself as an outsider. He walked in without knocking. At that moment, Lu Er's wife was changing her clothes, and Shaju's father accidentally walked in on her. Both of them stood there, unsure of what to do, and her clothes fell to the floor. Shaju's father quickly turned around and said, "Sorry, sister. Remember to lock the door when you change." "It's just me. If it were someone else, it would be a bigger problem." Lu Er's wife got dressed and said, "Big brother, you can turn around now." He turned around but felt too shy to look at her, even though he had seen enough. "Why did you suddenly come over today? Aren't you worried about Shaju's mother finding out?" Lu Er's wife's voice was sweet and charming, making it hard not to feel a bit envious. That woman just knows how to eat. If she saw a small shop for a few days, she'd be fine, he replied. "Don't be angry, big brother. How much can you eat? Eating doesn't make you poor, and if you don't keep track of your money, you'll end up struggling. Just don't give her the money you make from selling goods," she said. After chatting with Lu Er's wife for a while, Shaju's father felt much lighter. He asked her, "Is the money enough?" Lu Er's wife nodded, saying it was enough. "I've saved a few pounds of eggs to sell at the market. I can make 10 or 8 bucks. Hearing this, Shaju's father took out some money from his bag. "Sister, take this money," Shaju's father said, handing her some bills. Lu Er's wife quickly waved her hands. "Big brother, I can't accept this. I shouldn't take something for nothing. I still haven't spent the 20 you gave me last time." Shaju's father insisted on putting the money in her hands. "Just consider it a small gesture from me. You've always been good to me. Use this to improve your life." Lu Er's wife shyly accepted it. It seems that men are all the same. They like to spend money on those they care about. Shaju's father rarely gave money to Aunt Wang because he thought she didn't need it. She had a man to support her. But Lu Er's wife looked so vulnerable that he wanted to take care of her. Just then, they suddenly heard Shaju's mother's voice outside. "Lu Er's family, is my husband at your house?" It turned out that Shaju's mother noticed he hadn't come back for a while and had closed the small shop to look for him. A woman's intuition can be frighteningly accurate. She sensed something was off just from their expressions. Shaju's father turned pale with fear, and Lu Er's wife quickly signaled for him to hide under the bed in the back room. Shaju's father quickly crouched under the bed, trying to stay quiet and not make a sound. Shaju's mother entered the room and noticed Lu Er's wife looking a bit flustered, which made her suspicious. "What are you doing here? Why is your face so red?" Lu Er's wife pretended to be calm and replied angrily, "Sister-in-law, why are you coming to my house so late looking for a man? Have you lost your mind? Don't ruin my reputation." "Haha, what reputation do you have? Everyone in the village knows about your affairs." As Shaju's mother spoke, she looked around, and just as she was about to peek under the bed, Lu Er's wife quickly grabbed her. "Shaju's mother, let's be clear. What does everyone know about me? Besides, don't talk about me. You and Old Song have been together for over 20 years, and everyone knows that." Shaju's mother felt a bit guilty and wondered why she brought him up. He was very busy now, working the sewing machine every day. As Shaju's mother continued to look around, Shaju's father was so nervous he didn't dare to breathe. Luckily, Shaju's mother didn't notice anything unusual and turned to leave, saying, "I have things to do at home." Once she was far away, Shaju's father crawled out from under the bed, gasping for air, nearly suffocating down there. Lu Er's wife helped brush the dust off him. He even had spider webs on his head and neck. Shaju's father sat on a chair and asked Lu Er's wife, "Has old Song ever done this before?" His question made Lu Er's wife very embarrassed, and she blushed as she replied, "Big brother, what are you talking about? My situation with old Song was not my choice. He forced me. Think about it. He is the village chief. How could I resist?" Shaju's father felt a bit jealous and thought to himself, "You, old Song, just wait. I will get my revenge and win over your women one by one." Shaju's father deeply hated old Song. Seeing his expression, Lu Er's wife urged him to leave quickly. What if Shaju's mother suddenly comes back? We won't be able to explain ourselves. Sister, with me here, what are you afraid of? If she really comes back, I will support you in a fight, Shaju's father said, starting to get a bit handsy. He thought about how much effort and money he had spent recently without even getting a chance to touch her. It felt like a loss. However, Lu Er's wife was also clever and thought to herself, "You've spent less than 50 yuan on me, and you expect so much. You keep comparing yourself to old Song. Can you really compare? He spends hundreds, while you only give me 10 or 20 each time." Still, Lu Er's wife didn't want to confront him directly, as she still needed his help. She gently pushed away the hand of the man and said playfully, "Brother, you can't rush things. If you truly care for me, there will be plenty of chances in the future. I'm feeling a bit of a headache today, so I can't let you stay too long." Hearing this, the man felt disappointed but still patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, sister. I will treat you even better in the future." After being sent away by Lu Er's wife, he felt quite down. He had hoped for something today, but it seemed this woman was not easy to deal with, so he needed to try harder. Despite his carefree demeanor, he managed the small shop quite successfully. As the year came to an end, everyone was busy preparing for the new year, and those who worked outside were returning home. The shop's business was booming. Among those returning, some had made money, while others came back empty-handed. Regardless of their financial situation, everyone wanted to celebrate the new year, making the village shop the busiest place. The sales surged, and he had to restock every couple of days. One day, while serving customers, he kept an eye on the door, hoping Lu Er's wife would come in. It was strange that he hadn't seen her in a while. Just then, she walked in, and his eyes lit up as he greeted her warmly. "Sister, how are you preparing for the new year? If you need anything, I can bring it back from the town," he said with a big smile. "Well, I still need some candies. Did you get new stock?" Lu Er's wife replied. He quickly showed her the new candies he had just received, displaying them proudly. "Sister, these are fresh and sweet. There are orange slices, fruit flavors, and a new kind called Gao Liang Yi. This candy is soft and delicious." As she picked out candies, he took the opportunity to whisper, "Sister, I'll bring you some money before the new year." A subtle smile appeared on her face. "You're so generous, brother. Are you really giving me more money?" Sensing the hidden meaning in her words, he quietly replied, "I'll give you a bit more this time, but you have to help me out too. Look at you. If you treat me well, I will definitely treat you well in return. We understand each other," she said with a charming glance that captivated him. At that moment, a man from the village walked into the shop. He had returned from working away. After a conversation with old Song, he had been scared into working far from home for over a year. The man smiled and asked him, "Did you make some money while you were away? Didn't you bring a wife back with you?" Malaisi proudly waved his big mobile phone and said, "See this? It's a big phone. I can even receive calls from abroad with it." Looking at Malaisi's outfit, he seemed to be doing well outside. He wore a gray suit and black leather shoes, which had metal plates on the soles, making a loud clanging sound as he walked, looking quite impressive. His hairstyle was slicked back with a lot of hair gel shining in the sunlight. Someone joked, "Wow, Malaisi has become a big boss. Let the villagers share in your success." Malaisi took out a pack of cigarettes from his briefcase. Malaisi slowly took out a cigarette from the pack, lit it with a lighter, took a deep puff, and blew out a smoke ring. He arrogantly said, "Share? Sure, try the cigarette I'm smoking. Only rich people in the city can afford it." He took out the cigarette, counted the people around, realized there weren't enough to share, and put it back. At that moment, someone pointed out, "Malaisi, the cigarette and the pack don't match. The cigarette says Haidman, but the pack is Hometown. Did you put cheap cigarettes in an expensive pack?" Everyone laughed and gathered around to take a look. Malaisi, feeling embarrassed, held the cigarette pack high and shook it, saying, "You're all just jealous of my success. Say what you want. You've never seen a pack like this." Silly Zhu's father scoffed, "Malaisi, stop showing off. You just worked a few years outside. What's so great about that?" Malaisi huffed, "Silly Zhu's dad. What do you know? Your little shop sells nothing but cheap stuff, maybe even fakes. Don't buy from him, everyone." After saying that, he stomped his foot heavily on the ground, making a loud noise. Then he placed the big phone on the counter and said loudly, "With this phone, I can call big businesses just by dialing a number. Have you ever seen that?" Everyone curiously leaned in to take a look. But Malaisi hugged the big phone close, saying, "Want to see it? This is a treasure. Can you afford to replace it if you break it?" Just as he was feeling good about himself, his belt suddenly loosened, and his pants began to slide down. It turned out he had moved too much earlier and had accidentally unbuckled his old belt. Malaisi hurriedly grabbed his pants, and all his earlier confidence vanished in an instant. Finished, the belt broke. Malaisi, holding up his pants with one hand, said to Shah Zhu's father, "Uncle, can you find me a rope to tie around my waist? I'll get this belt fixed at the shoe repair shop in town. You've made a fortune. Why fix a broken belt? Just buy a new one," Shah Zhu's father mocked. Malaisi replied, "You don't understand. This is a brand-name belt, worth 10 of yours." Shah Zhu's father found Malaisi a piece of nylon rope to tie around his pants, but it was slippery and wouldn't hold, so his pants kept slipping down. Frustrated, Malaisi bought some elastic band from Shah Zhu's father, which held much better. Everyone was curious about the big brick Malaisi was holding, which he called a big brother phone that could make calls without a cord. The villagers urged Malaisi to try it out. If he didn't, they said he was just bragging. Malaisi took out the big brother phone and dialed a number, but after several tries, he awkwardly said, "Our little mountain village has no signal. To make a call, you have to climb to the top of the hill." The crowd teased him, saying his big brother phone was just a plastic toy meant to impress people. Malaisi, feeling bored, called them narrow-minded for living their whole lives in this poor mountain valley. He saw Lu Er's wife buying candy and approached her. "Sister, buying candy? Is Lu Er coming home for the New Year this year?" Lu Er's wife sighed. "Whether he comes back or not, it would be better if he stayed away. Our son wrote that he's going to the south for an internship and won't be back." "Oh no, sister. Does that mean you'll be alone for the New Year?" Malaisi said with a grin. "How about I come over to keep you company? We can share a drink. Otherwise, you'll be so lonely." Lu Er's wife shot him a glare. "Malaisi, stop being silly and go away." She gently pushed him. Malaisi took hold of her hand. "Sister, I was just joking." Just then, Shah Zhu's father saw this and was furious, stomping his feet. "Malaisi, do you have no shame? Harassing women in public." Malaisi shrugged it off. "Shah Zhu's father, you're being too nosy. I was just joking with Lu Er's wife." Lu Er's wife turned red and quickly pulled her hand away. "Malaisi, if you keep this up, I'll really be angry." Only then did Malaisi tone it down a bit. Shah Zhu's father was still upset. "Malaisi, our village doesn't tolerate your behavior. If you keep this up, don't expect to step foot in the village again." Malaisi muttered, "What a stick in the mud." At that moment, Lu Er's wife took a bag of candy to Shah Zhu's father to pay, which came to $2.20. Shah Zhu's father said, "Just give me $2. Before Lu Er's wife could take out money, Malaisi quickly pulled out the cash. I'll pay for my sister. It's only $2, right? Lu Er's wife smiled and said, Thank you, big brother. Sister, let me know if you need anything else. I'll cover it.
Great.
With that, I won't hold back. Lu Er's wife then picked up a pound of honeycomb, a pound of honey, a bottle of soy sauce, and a bottle of vinegar. Malizi generously paid for Lu Er's wife, which made her feel a bit fond of him. She thought, this young man is impressive. Shaju's father was very angry and secretly scolded Lu Er's wife for being careless, thinking that anyone with milk is a mother. Big brother, come over for tea sometime, Lu Er's wife said, happily carrying her bag full of items as she headed home. The others started teasing Malizi, asking if he had feelings for her since he was so generous. Malizi replied irritably, It's my money. I can spend it how I want. As he turned to leave, he slipped and fell hard. His phone flew far away. Everyone laughed even harder as Malizi got up awkwardly, picked up his phone, and walked away grumbling. Shaju's mother returned home, spending her time eating and sleeping. In 2 weeks, she had gained weight, and her spirit had improved. One day, the village office asked Shaju's father to answer a call from Shaju, who asked if his mother had returned home and why she hadn't said anything. If your mother had run away secretly, she might not have made it back, Shaju's father said, explaining what happened with Chi-Chi. However, Shaju insisted that his mother was lying and that Chi-Chi hadn't hit her. She just didn't want to take care of him and sneaked away. What good is a son like this? Shaju's father scolded him, to which Shaju retorted, Who are you to scold me? You're not my father. This left Shaju's father stunned. If I'm not your father, then who is? You little rascal, are you trying to rebel? My father is Old Song. I've known this for a long time. Shaju's father stood there, unable to process what he had just heard. The phone was loud, and nearby villagers were shocked, whispering among themselves, leaving Shaju's father embarrassed. He struggled to contain his anger and shouted into the phone, You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Where did you hear such rumors? Shaju, not backing down, replied, It's not a rumor. Mom told me about the issues between you and Old Song.
She was forced to marry you.
Shaju's father hung up the phone angrily and returned home, repeating what Shaju had said. Seeing that the truth was out, Shaju's mother knelt on the ground, crying and saying, Dear, I know I have wronged you. I haven't had a peaceful night's sleep in years. Now that everything is out in the open, I feel relieved. What should we do? I will listen to you. Shaju's father thought for a moment and said, All right, we are both getting older, so let's not get a divorce for now. It depends on how you behave. If you don't do well, then we will separate. What do you mean by behaving well? I will do whatever you say, Shaju's mother replied. Well, you and Old Song have made my life difficult all these years. You know how I have endured. If you want me to feel better, there is only one way, Shaju's father hesitated to say. Just tell me, as long as you don't bring another woman home, I will agree to anything, she said. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something so shameful as to bring someone home, he assured her. Shaju's mother felt uneasy about this. What did he mean by not bringing someone home? Did he plan to find someone outside? She couldn't accept that. She was very angry. Can you accept it if I find someone? Think about what you have done all these years. If you don't want to, then let's get a divorce, Shaju's father said firmly. Shaju's mother was most afraid of divorce. Her son was unreliable, and with Old Song gone, her only support was Shaju's father. What would she do if they really separated? Reluctantly, she agreed, knowing that bad actions lead to bad consequences. She felt it was her punishment. As the year-end approached, Lu Er called to say that the factory where he worked was very busy and he wouldn't be coming home. Can you at least send some money home? Do you know how hard it is for me at home? Lu Er's wife said with a tearful voice. On the other end, Lu Er sneered, As long as someone gives you money, it's fine. I haven't been home for years, and you haven't been idle either. Lu Er's wife felt a bit guilty, but she didn't understand how hard it was for a woman left behind. She wanted to say more, but the line went dead. Lu Er hung up. Sitting in the village office, Lu Er's wife cried at the desk, ignoring the stares from others. After a while, she walked back home in a daze and ran into Shaju's mother, who also had red eyes from crying. Seeing Lu Er's wife, Shaju's mother unexpectedly asked, "Sister, have you finished crying? Did something unhappy happen?" Lu Er's wife couldn't speak, tears streaming down her face, and then she shared Lu Er's situation with Shaju's mother. After listening, Shaju's wife said, "Sister, your man must have some issues. How could he be so heartless? Let me tell you, sometimes men can be quite tricky. My husband, for example, I thought he didn't know anything, but he understands everything. Now we have reached a kind of understanding." Shaju's wife patted Lu Er's wife on the shoulder. Lu Er's wife looked up, her eyes red. "Sister, what should I do?" Shaju's wife thought for a moment and said, "Sister, you need to have a backup plan. Try to find a way to earn your own money and spend it yourself. Don't just rely on your man." "Sister, thank you. Hearing that makes me feel much better." Shaju's wife sighed, "Sister, we are both in tough situations. I made mistakes in the past, and now I just want to do something good to make up for it. We women need to be strong and not let men control us." The two found a corner to sit in the sun and talked for a long time, sharing their feelings and becoming close friends instead of rivals. From then on, whenever Shaju's wife had something on her mind, she would go to Lu Er's wife to talk. When Lu Er's wife felt lonely, she would seek out Shaju's wife. Sometimes, Shaju's wife would even stay over at Lu Er's house for long conversations. Shaju's father initially had some interest in Lu Er's wife, but now he was too afraid and had to look elsewhere. However, he was not like Old Song, who was the village leader. He was just a small shop owner. He liked someone who didn't return his feelings. In the entire village, Lu Er's wife was the only one he could approach. The others were not an option. That time he tried to flirt with another young wife, her dog almost bit him, and she scolded him for being inappropriate. This made him feel quite insecure. He looked at himself in a broken mirror and thought he looked old. No wonder the young wife let her dog chase him away. At the end of the year, he calculated the profits from his shop and found he had made a net profit of 4,600. He thought about keeping it for himself. When Lu Hongying came to check the accounts, Shaju's father took out a fake ledger and cried, "This year was a waste. I didn't earn a penny and lost 120. Lu Hongying frowned as she looked at the ledger. "That doesn't make sense. Business has been good. How could you not earn anything? Are you giving away goods to some old lady? What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I really didn't make any money."
Well,
"If you're not making money and just wasting time, you should close the shop. It would be better for you to find a job elsewhere." "I can't close the shop. Even though I didn't make money this year, I promised to work hard next year and turn the shop around." When Lu Hongying announced she was closing the shop, Shaju's father got anxious. "You should bring out the other ledger. This one is fake." "Uncle, I'm also a businessman. Do you think you can trick me with this little trick?" Lu Hongying stared into Shaju's father's eyes, and he began to feel guilty, stammering, "What other ledger?" Lu Hongying smiled calmly and took out another ledger. "This is the one I keep daily for sales and inventory. You can take a look." Shaju's father nervously opened the ledger, which clearly showed the daily business records. It turned out Lu Hongying had prepared for this, and he had to admit he made a mistake in his accounting. After calculating the profit, Shaju's father asked Lu Hongying how they should split the net profit of 4,600 yuan this year. Lu Hongying replied, "I opened this shop, so you are like my employee. Let's split the 4,600 yuan evenly." Shaju's father disagreed, saying, "You provided the money, but I work hard every day managing the shop. I should get a larger share." Just then, Shaju's mother arrived and saw them calculating. She protested, "Why should it be split evenly? We built this shop together. Are you just trying to take advantage of us?" Shaju's mother became agitated, accusing Lu Hongying of being ungrateful. "If it weren't for our Shaju marrying you, would you even be in this village? Now that your business is thriving, you want to take our money?" As she spoke, Shaju's mother grew more upset, her fists clenched, eyes wide with anger, and her legs trembling. Lu Hongying calmly looked at Shaju's mother. "Aunt, I invested in this shop, and I have the ledger as proof. We agreed on the profit-sharing method. If you don't accept it, we can ask the village elders to mediate. When Sha Zhu's mother heard about involving the village elders, she wasn't afraid. Who knows if your ledger is real? Sha Zhu's father pulled on Sha Zhu's mother's arm. Don't embarrass yourself here. Let's go home. Stay out of business matters. Sha Zhu's mother shook off his hand. You useless man. Always siding with outsiders. They are taking money from you, and you still have the time to lecture me. At that moment, several villagers gathered to watch. Feeling humiliated, Sha Zhu's mother sat down on the ground and started to cry, Everyone help me. This outsider is trying to take our family's money. Lu Hongying shook her head helplessly and said, Auntie, if you keep making a fuss like this, I won't hold back. The small shop has a transfer contract, and I am the legal representative. I can take it back anytime. I have always respected you as an elder, but if you act unreasonable, I won't let you bully me. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu's mother stopped crying in shock. She didn't expect Lu Hongying to be so firm. In the end, after everyone persuaded her, Sha Zhu's mother reluctantly agreed to give Lu Hongying a portion, but only 600 yuan, claiming that since she only provided money and no effort, getting 600 yuan was already a profit. In fact, Lu Hongying came to check the accounts without intending to ask for money. However, after seeing Sha Zhu's father cooking the books, she changed her mind. Helping him with money was a kindness, and if they took advantage of her, then things should be fair. Sha Zhu's father didn't expect Lu Hongying to check the accounts. Given her character and stature, he thought she wouldn't care about such a small amount. But out of selfishness, he created a fake account book, claiming losses, hoping to gain Lu Hongying's support. He was foolishly calculating, not realizing that Lu Hongying was no longer the timid young wife she once was. She was now a factory manager and a well-known figure in the village. Everything should be based on principles. Once Lu Hongying discovered Sha Zhu's father's dishonest intentions, she decided to handle things according to the rules. Now, Sha Zhu's mother spoke amusingly, saying that with a net profit of 4,600 yuan, giving Lu Hongying 600 was already generous. Lu Hongying smiled and replied, Auntie, you really know how to count. From purchasing to stocking the shop, did I not worry about everything? You say I didn't contribute and offer me 600 yuan? That's like giving a beggar a few coins. The villagers around them nodded in agreement. Aunt Wang said, Hongying is such a good person. Sha Zhu's family shouldn't bully her like this. Uncle Li echoed, Exactly, business should be based on honesty. Lu Hongying continued, Since you are not being fair, don't blame me for being unkind. Let's go by the contract. The amount is set. With that, she took out the contract and account book and placed them on the table. According to the original profit-sharing agreement, I should receive 2,300 yuan. This is not something you can just decide how much to give me. Sha Zhu's mother widened her eyes. How can you ask for so much? You're a woman and you didn't do any work but still want to share. Why should that be? Lu Hongying frowned. Auntie, this money is rightfully mine. I initially helped out of goodwill by running this small shop for Uncle to make a living. Seeing this, Sha Zhu's father quickly stepped forward and said, Hongying, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have had those thoughts. We'll give you the money as you said. Sha Zhu's mother became anxious and was about to scold him, but Sha Zhu's father interrupted, Be quiet. If you keep this up, we won't get a single penny. Only then did Sha Zhu's mother stop talking. After receiving her share of the money, Lu Hongying said, I hope we can be honest with each other in the future. Let's consider this a lesson. With that, she left gracefully. Sha Zhu's mother watched her leave with regret, while she continued to mumble insults about Lu Hongying, claiming she would face bad consequences for her actions. Sha Zhu's father impatiently glared at her. What about consequences? Your son has already abandoned her, and she still helps us without holding a grudge. Why would she help us and then take our money? Lu Hongying doesn't need this little amount. I think she just wants to cause trouble and can't stand to see us do well. After receiving her share, Lu Hongying didn't keep the money for herself. Instead, she went with Ding Rong to the village, hired a small truck, and bought 50 bags of flour, each weighing 20 pounds, along with 200 pounds of meat, apples, pears, and other items. Ding Rong asked in confusion, "Sister Lu, will we be able to eat all this?" Lu Hongying smiled and replied, "I can't eat it all by myself, but if we share it with families in the village who are struggling, they can enjoy a good new year." Ding Rong couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, admiring her character even more, and decided to follow her lead and be her right-hand person. After a day of preparation, Lu Hongying and Ding Rong drove the truck full of supplies to the village center. Next, they needed to count the people and distribute the items to those in need. The village center quickly became lively as villagers heard about the distribution of supplies and rushed over. Lu Hongying stood at the front with a notebook to register names, while Ding Rong organized people into a line. Uncle Zhang, leaning on his cane, slowly approached, mumbling, "Hongying, you have such a kind heart. You earn the money and still think of everyone. Will I get a share?" Lu Hongying quickly supported him, saying, "Uncle, please sit and rest. You will definitely get a share, and since your family is in a tough situation, we will give you a little more." Widow Lu stood shyly with her 3 children, afraid to step forward. The children looked at the meat with hungry eyes. Lu Hongying encouraged her, "Sister, don't be afraid. This is all for everyone to celebrate the new year. Your family will get some too." Just then, a commotion broke out in the crowd. It turned out to be the well-known lazy man, Guzi, who squeezed to the front of the line, shouting, "Why can I only get 1 share? My family has many members, so I should get more." Lu Hongying patiently explained, "Guzi, your family is well off, and you are not on the list. The supplies are meant for families in need." Guzi got angry upon hearing this. "Just because my family is well off doesn't mean we don't deserve free things from the village. We need our fair share." After saying this, he jumped onto the truck to grab the supplies. Ding Rong quickly tried to stop him, but Guzi pushed him aside, causing Ding Rong to fall and hit his head on a nearby tree, bleeding from his forehead. Seeing Guzi grabbing supplies, others followed suit, some taking flour, others snatching meat, and the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Lu Hongying was furious and shouted, "Everyone stop." Her voice was powerful and commanding, causing the villagers to freeze in place. She pointed at Guzi and said, "Guzi, you are causing trouble and stealing supplies, which is against the law." Hearing the word prison, Guzi felt a bit scared but tried to act tough, saying, "Who are you trying to scare?" Lu Hongying turned to the onlooking villagers and said, "Think about it. These supplies are meant for families who are truly in need. If they are taken by someone like this, what will happen to the elderly and children?" The villagers, upon hearing this, put down the items they had taken. A few honest villagers stepped forward to grab Guzi and pulled him down from the truck, while he struggled and shouted, "Let go. I don't care about these useless things. We have plenty of food at home to feed our dogs. It's only you poor people who want this." His words sparked outrage among the villagers. Those who had grabbed him kicked him a few times, and the once loud Guzi quickly fell silent and left with his tail between his legs. Lu Hongying went to Ding Rong to check on his injuries and arranged for someone to take him to the clinic for treatment. Just as Guzi left, Malaisi arrived, and one couldn't help but notice the amusing names in the village. It wasn't their fault. In those days, in the remote mountains, people hadn't received much education and often named their children after animals. There was even a saying that the stranger the name, the easier it was to raise the child. There was also a boy in the village named Now Dan. Back to the point, Malaisi came over with a black briefcase, pretending to be serious, and looked at the flour and fruit, saying, "Lu Hongying, with so many people in the village, is this enough to distribute?" "Let's distribute more, don't just give a little," said Lu Hongying, putting down her pen and calling out to everyone, "Did you all hear that? Boss Ma said there isn't enough to share, and he wants to spend his own money and effort to get more New Year goods for everyone." The crowd began to applaud, and Malaisi got nervous, saying he was just joking and that there was already plenty. Someone asked him if he wasn't making a fortune outside, with deals worth hundreds of thousands. Why not learn from Lu Hongying and give some benefits to everyone? Feeling awkward, Malaisi scratched his head and replied, I really don't have money. All my funds are in business. I'll buy more when I have some cash flow. Another person asked why his big phone hadn't rung. Who said it hasn't rung? I just don't need you to hear my calls, he replied. Everyone laughed, and Malaisi felt embarrassed. He needed to regain his pride today. He walked to a corner, looked back at the crowd, took out his large phone from his briefcase, pressed a few buttons, and held it to his ear. After 30 seconds, he started speaking. Hello, Boss Wang. I'm at home for the new year. About that 200,000 contract you mentioned, I'll sign it with you after the holiday. The crowd was stunned, saying Malaisi was impressive for casually mentioning a 200,000 deal, truly a big boss. While he continued to talk animatedly on his large phone, a curious young man from the village approached to see how the big phone worked, noticing it had no wires. Malaisi was so engrossed in his call that the young man snatched the phone and held it to his ear, puzzled that there was no sound. Malaisi, who are you talking to? There's no sound in this. Malaisi blushed and said it was because the other person hung up. Lu Hongying, who had seen more of the world, took a look at Malaisi's phone and said, It's not even on. This phone is impressive. It can make calls even when it's off. Realizing he had been caught pretending to talk to thin air, Malaisi asked Lu Hongying for some dignity. She quietly replied, As long as you don't cause trouble, I'll give you some face. Then, under Malaisi's direction, they organized the distribution of supplies in an orderly manner. People soon forgot about Malaisi's earlier embarrassment. At that moment, Shaju's mother chimed in sarcastically, Lu Hongying, my family deserves a share of the supplies too. We're poor as well. Lu Hongying frowned and replied, Annie, this is to help families in need. Your Shaju is doing so well in the city. You can't expect to get any of this. Shaju's mother saw Lu Hongying as her nemesis and was very picky about even small matters. Other families with better conditions came to collect supplies, but Lu Hongying kindly persuaded them to leave, sighing that it's hard to do good deeds these days. Shaju's mother tried to stir up trouble, but Lu Hongying loudly said, Dear villagers, if anyone breaks the rules today, I will take all these supplies and donate them to another village. Upon hearing this, the troublemakers stopped, and other villagers criticized Shaju's mother for causing chaos. Shaju's mother fell silent. Lu Hongying resumed distributing supplies in an orderly manner, and those truly in need received flour and meat, making them grateful to her. However, some families who were well off but didn't receive supplies began to hold a grudge against Lu Hongying and plotted to get back at her. That night, Lu Hongying walked home alone on a small path. Suddenly, two shadows emerged from the side and surrounded her. Lu Hongying was startled, and upon closer inspection, she recognized them as Guzi, the troublemaker from earlier, and someone she didn't know, likely his accomplice. Guzi gritted his teeth and said, Lu Hongying, you embarrassed me today and ruined my reputation. I'm going to teach you a lesson. He signaled to his accomplice, indicating to attack. At first, Lu Hongying was surprised, but when she realized it was Guzi, she felt less afraid. She knew his loud personality and that he could be easily intimidated. Guzi, your family raises several pigs and dozens of sheep, yet you want to compete with poor families for supplies. Do you think that's fair? Guzi impatiently told her to stop talking nonsense and said he just wanted to vent his anger. He then told his accomplice, You go first and I'll follow. The accomplice, however, was not willing to take the lead and said it was Guzi's problem, not his. You go first and I'll cover you. You coward. You must be really unlucky to be involved with me today. Get out of the way. After scolding his partner, Guzi took a boxing stance, but Lu Hongying remained calm. Guzi hesitated, his eyes wide and cheeks puffed out, trying to muster the courage to attack, but his hands wouldn't cooperate. Lu Hongying thought to herself that he was just a paper tiger and decided to overpower him with her confidence. She crossed her arms and looked at him with a half-smile. So, Guzi, are you going to hit me or not? If not, I'll just go home. Guzi's face turned bright red. I'll hold back my strength by 30%, or else if I strike, you, a girl, would either be seriously hurt or worse. Lu Hongying laughed, All right, I'll wait for you. Who was it that urged someone else to act first, only to have them refuse? Arguzi rolled his eyes in anger. You. Stop trying to stir things up. But his legs instinctively took a small step back. Lu Hongying stepped forward, and Arguzi jumped aside like a startled rabbit. All right, Arguzi, don't do embarrassing things like this anymore. Just take your friends and go home. Feeling insulted, Arguzi was about to act when a dog barked in the distance. The village's old hunter, accompanied by his hunting dog, passed by. The old hunter shouted, "What are you doing? Bullying a girl? Aren't you ashamed?" Seeing someone arrive, Arguzi took the chance to retreat with his companions. Lu Hongying gratefully looked at the old hunter, who sighed and said, "Young lady, you did nothing wrong, but be careful of these small-minded people." After thanking him, Lu Hongying continued home. Not bothered by the small incident, she had seen much worse in her life. Back home, Lu Hongying looked at the empty house and felt a wave of sadness. After a busy day filled with noise, she dreaded the loneliness that came after work. Listening to the laughter from the neighboring yard, she felt both envious and helpless. Her adopted son, Xiaoliang, had gone to stay with his aunt in another province. This aunt, who hadn't been in touch for years, suddenly came to take Xiaoliang for a while. Lu Hongying learned that this aunt had no children of her own and wanted to take Xiaoliang to raise him as her own. Lu Hongying asked Xiaoliang if he wanted to stay with her or go with his aunt. Xiaoliang cried and said he wanted to stay with his Hongying mama. However, Xiaoliang was not yet 10 years old, and since he was related to his aunt, Lu Hongying felt she couldn't compete with her. The aunt showed a strong attitude, saying that if Lu Hongying didn't let him go, she would report her. Worried about causing trouble for Lu Hongying, Xiaoliang reluctantly chose to go with his aunt. When Xiaoliang left, Lu Hongying didn't cry, she just felt an emptiness inside. She thought this might be a turning point in Xiaoliang's life, as his aunt lived in the city and her husband was a general manager of a company, which was quite prestigious in the early 1990s. Xiaoliang could have a better life and receive a good education by going with his aunt. Lu Hongying felt very reluctant but still let him go, allowing him to soar. In the nearly year spent with Xiaoliang, they formed a strong mother-son bond. Both Xiaoliang and Lu Hongying had similar experiences, having been neglected and unloved since childhood. They relied on each other for warmth, thinking they would grow up together with love. However, reality struck again. Respect fate. Looking at the room where Xiaoliang once lived, she gently touched his old belongings. Those small clothes and worn-out toys held their shared memories. Lu Hongying quietly turned away and began to tidy up the house. She folded Xiaoliang's old clothes and placed them in a box, each piece still carrying his scent. That night, Lu Hongying couldn't sleep. She wondered how Xiaoliang was doing in that distant city, if he was warm enough, and if his aunt and uncle were good to him. She also thought of Qi Liang, the man she loved deeply. He must be sleeping with Cui Lian now. And what about Zhou Qiwen? Did he find a new girlfriend? She thought of everyone, and the more she thought, the more upset she became, making it hard to sleep. Finally, dawn arrived. Lu Hongying washed her face to clear her mind. Around 9 in the morning, the village loudspeaker announced that someone was looking for her at the village entrance. When she arrived, it was the postman delivering a letter addressed to her. She eagerly opened it, and it was signed by Xiaoliang. In the letter, he expressed how much he missed his mother, Lu Hongying. Although the big city was bustling, it felt strange. His aunt and uncle treated him well, but he always felt something was missing, perhaps true love and warmth. He said he was looking forward to growing up quickly, earning money, and buying a ticket to come back to see Lu Hongying. He was also working hard in school, hoping to become a useful person in the future to repay her kindness. Lu Hongying's eyes filled with tears as she tightly held the letter, feeling like she was holding something precious. At that moment, her sense of loss lightened significantly. She knew Xiaoliang was doing well far away and hadn't forgotten her, and that was enough. She decided to live well, manage their home, and wait for the day they would reunite. Returning to the factory, She busied herself with processing and deliveries. With only 3 days until the new year, after completing a large order, she gave the workers a holiday. Her year of work had come to a successful end. Before the break, Lu Hongying cleared the workers' wages and also gave each of them a red envelope with 200 yuan. The workers were very happy and grateful to have such a good boss. Lu Hongying also appreciated the hard work of the workers and said they would fight again next year. The workers were looking forward to a prosperous new year. Lu Hongying called Ding Rong aside and handed him an envelope. "What is this?" Ding Rong asked, confused. "This year, we owe a lot to you for everything that happened in the factory. Without you, many things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This is a small token of appreciation, like a bonus," Lu Hongying said with a smile. Ding Rong quickly declined. "Sister Hongying, this is too much. I only did my job, and besides, my salary is already high." Lu Hongying patted his hand. "Take it. Your hard work and talent deserve this much. When our factory grows in the future, there will be even more." Ding Rong had to accept it gratefully. Lu Hongying encouraged him to open it. Inside the envelope were new bills totaling 800 yuan. "Wow, Sister Hongying, this is too much." "Haha, it's not too much. We just want to start the new year with good luck." "Sister Hongying, thank you for valuing and appreciating me. I wanted to go to school before, but people in the village laughed at me, saying that someone from a poor place shouldn't dream of such things. They said school costs money and takes time away from work, so it's better to start working early to help the family." Ding Rong felt a bit emotional, took a moment to calm down, and continued, "My parents also thought school was useless. I always scored over 90 in exams and was first in my class. But unfortunately, my parents insisted I drop out. That was my fate." Lu Hongying didn't know how to comfort him. Many things are beyond our control. All we can do is not give in to fate. Every family has its own struggles. The factory was closed for the holidays, and the usually busy yard suddenly fell silent. Every household was busy preparing for the new year, but she felt empty. She bought a house in town but preferred to live in the village because it felt lively and kept her from feeling too lost. On the 28th day of the 12th month, Lu Hongying was cleaning the yard at the home she rented from Qi Liang, dusting and tidying up to create a sense of ceremony for herself. After working hard for most of the day, she finally finished cleaning. Lu Hongying sat down to rest, drank some water, and nibbled on a couple of buns. Just then, the front door creaked open, and thinking it was a child coming to play, she casually glanced toward the door. The cup in her hand slipped and shattered on the ground. "They say you shouldn't break things during the new year. Is this a bad sign?" When Lu Hongying realized what was happening, she stood up and stared at the two people walking in, Qi Liang and Cui Lian. The person she once liked was now holding someone else's hand in front of her, and her heart felt like it was being torn apart. "Why are you back?" Lu Hongying asked, her voice trembling. Qi Liang looked down, unable to meet her eyes, while Cui Lian tightly linked her arm with Qi Liang's, as if to claim him. "We came back to visit," Qi Liang mumbled. "Hongying, we wanted to come home for the new year. There's an old saying, whether rich or poor, you should return home for the new year. It's tiring to wander outside for too long." Qi Liang said he wanted to come back and see. Cui Lian said with a forced smile. This was Lu Hongying's rented house, and now the landlord had returned, so she needed to make space. Lu Hongying smiled faintly, feeling bitter inside. "All right, I'll pack my things and leave. You two can sit and rest for a bit." As Lu Hongying spoke, she went inside to get them some water. Qi Liang and Cui Lian stood in the yard. Qi Liang looked around at his little courtyard, which had changed a lot since he left. Lu Hongying had planted a few pots of flowers, and a cute little cat was jumping around, full of life, showing signs of a caring owner. Qi Liang felt very sad. If it weren't for the twists of fate, this could have been his dream home. But it was too late. Everything was lost. Seeing Qi Liang lost in thought, Cui Lian tugged at his shirt, annoyed.
"What are you looking at?"
"You can't take it all in." Qi Liang snapped back to reality, but ignored Cui Lian. She looked around the small yard with disdain and said, "Your village is really poor. It's just not good here. Our hometown is in the plains, where everyone eats rice. Here, it seems like you have to wait for the new year just to have a meal of rice. Chui Lian kept complaining about everything that was wrong with the place. Qi Liang was extremely frustrated. He watched Lu Hongying's lonely figure as she quietly packed her things. He longed to hold her and tell her not to leave, to stay with him. Lu Hongying was putting clothes and blankets into a large bag. When she turned around and their eyes met, they shared 1,000 unspoken words in silence. Hongying, stay and celebrate the new year with us. After all, you'll be alone if you go back, Qi Liang said, his feelings mixed with pain and love. No, you two are back together for the new year. What would I be doing here? Lu Hongying said, nearly crying as she fought to hold back her emotions. Chui Lian became anxious and said, Qi Liang, what nonsense are you talking about? This house is ours. It's one thing for her to stay here, but now she wants to celebrate the new year with us? Are you trying to have 2 wives? Lu Hongying sighed and picked up her bag, ready to leave. As she reached the door, Chui Lian called out to her, Hongying, there are some things I didn't want to say during the new year, but seeing Qi Liang's behavior, I can't hold back any longer. Sister Chui Lian, please just say what you need to. Lu Hongying felt a bad premonition. All right, I'll be direct. Don't blame me for being straightforward. I know you and Qi Liang have had some history, but he is my man now. It's not appropriate for you to stay in his house. Lu Hongying realized she was trying to force her out. Sister Chui Lian, I have a house in my town. I'm staying at Qi Liang's place for work convenience. Is it really just for work? Or is it to reminisce about him? Chui Lian interrupted. You can't have him, so you want to stay here and think about him, right? To be honest, Chui Lian's words were quite articulate. Lu Hongying didn't know how to respond and simply said that if she wasn't welcome, she wouldn't come back. Chui Lian replied, Of course I don't want you here. Who would want their partner's first love living in their home?
Eno, Kui Lian.
Don't speak so harshly. Hongying is helping me watch the house while I'm away. If it weren't for her, this place would be overgrown with weeds. Qi Liang scolded Chui Lian, telling her to stop the verbal attacks. It's better for the yard to be overgrown than for your heart to be filled with weeds, Chui Lian shouted at Qi Liang. Anyway, you need to make a choice today, me or her. If this isn't resolved, no one will have a good new year. Seeing things escalate, Lu Hongying quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault. I won't come back again. You and Qi Liang enjoy the new year without me ruining it. Chui Lian sneered, Hongying, you really know how to play the victim. Don't pretend to be pitiful to make Qi Liang feel sorry for you. Just remember, as long as I'm alive, you two can never be together. Lu Hongying silently tied her bag to the back of her bicycle, choosing not to speak anymore. Words felt unnecessary. She fought back tears, not wanting Qi Liang and Chui Lian to see her weakness, nor did she want them to know she still hadn't moved on. Qi Liang helped her tie the snakeskin bag, and their hands accidentally touched, causing them to quickly pull away. Chui Lian, who saw this, rushed over in anger, knocked over the bicycle, and the clothes from the snakeskin bag fell out. Chui Lian stepped on the clothes repeatedly, leaving her footprints all over Lu Hongying's bag and clothes. Chui Lian looked at Lu Hongying with a smug expression and said, Look, does he dare to stop me? Lu Hongying's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Chui Lian to be so unreasonable. Qi Liang was also stunned. After a moment, he shouted at Chui Lian, Are you crazy? Why are you being so rude? Chui Lian, with her hands on her hips, replied, I am crazy, I am rude, and I cannot tolerate you having any connection with her. Lu Hongying squatted down silently to pick up her clothes, tears welling in her eyes, but refusing to fall. Seeing this, Chui Lian became even bolder. She walked over to Lu Hongying, snatched a piece of clothing from her hands, and began tearing it apart, saying, Why keep this old rag? It's as dirty as its owner. It's better to tear it up. Lu Hongying reached out to take it back, but was pushed hard by Chui Lian and fell to the ground. Qi Liang quickly rushed to help Lu Hongying up, which completely enraged Chui Lian. She started throwing a tantrum, shouting, You two are so close in front of me, as if I don't exist. I'm the one who will leave. Neighbors nearby heard the commotion and came over, curious about what was happening among the three of them. Lu Hongying bit her lip, knowing it was not a good place to stay. She broke free from Qi Liang's support, got on her bicycle with the remaining clothes, and hurriedly left this painful place. Qi Liang instinctively wanted to chase after her, but Cui Lian tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground, which made the nearby children laugh loudly. Qi Liang felt very embarrassed. An elderly neighbor came over to help Qi Liang up and advised, "Liang, you should go home happily with your wife for the new year. Why are you fighting? Go apologize to her. It's not easy for her to follow you all this way." Hearing the elder speak up for him, Cui Lian began to cry, claiming that Qi Liang and Lu Hongying had an unclear relationship and that he didn't respect her as the rightful wife. She even called Lu Hongying a seductress who had stolen Qi Liang's heart. The elder replied, "Girl, are you misunderstanding Lu Hongying? She is a really good person. How could she do something like that?" Seeing that her uncle was speaking up for Lu Hongying, Cui Lian immediately had a falling out with him and even asked if he was also enchanted by Lu Hongying. This made her uncle so angry that his beard was askew, and he walked away in frustration with his hands behind his back. Qi Liang felt helpless. He couldn't understand why Cui Lian, who was usually gentle and kind, had changed so much. Was this her true nature, and had she just been pretending before? Actually, it was Cui Lian who suggested they return home for the new year. She said, "Qi Liang, it's been a long time since we visited our hometown. We've been working hard outside, and it's time to go back and show off a bit." Qi Liang initially didn't want to go. He didn't know how to face Lu Hongying. "Cui Lian, we are both struggling people. How can we spend the new year alone? Even though we have no relatives, being together is better than being lonely. It's always better to have a lively home than a quiet one, right? Plus, I've heard the older generation say that the new year should be a time for family reunions, even if it's just the two of us. Otherwise, heaven might hold it against us." She continued, "You've always treated me well, so I thought it would be nice to visit your hometown. It must have more of a festive atmosphere than here. We can clean the house, put up red decorations, and make dumplings. It will be so cheerful." After hearing her long speech, Qi Liang's heart softened a bit. Cui Lian added, "I know you still think about Hongying, but she has her own path, and we have our lives to live. Just this once, let's enjoy the new year together, and we can deal with the future later." Qi Liang sighed, looked into Cui Lian's sincere eyes, and finally nodded. He was convinced, and that led to their trip back home. But on the very day they returned, this incident happened, and he truly regretted coming back. It turned out that Cui Lian had set a trap. She wanted to confront the situation. If she didn't cut off the ties between these two, her marriage with Qi Liang would be in jeopardy. She had heard Qi Liang call Lu Hongying's name in his sleep several times. Cui Lian realized that no matter how caring she was, it couldn't compete with the thoughts Lu Hongying brought to Qi Liang. They couldn't let go of each other. So, she decided to act boldly. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. At least with Lu Hongying, she had completely given up on that relationship. After leaving Qi Liang's home, Lu Hongying rode her bicycle, lost in thought on a country road, and didn't notice a small stone that caused her to fall, landing herself and her bike in a ditch by the roadside. Lu Hongying struggled to get up, her knees scraped and her palms dirty. She didn't care about the pain or cleaning herself. She just sat there, tears streaming down her face. She thought to herself, maybe this is fate. Meanwhile, Qi Liang had finally managed to escape from Cui Lian's grasp and hurried after the direction Lu Hongying had gone. After running for a while, he found Lu Hongying lying by the ditch. He rushed over, feeling worried, and carefully helped her up. When Lu Hongying saw Qi Liang, a mix of surprise and complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. Ignoring everything, Qi Liang tightly held her hand and said, "Hongying, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you had to go through this humiliation." Lu Hongying shook her head, trying to pull her hand away. "Qi Liang, you shouldn't have come after me. This will only make Cui Lian misunderstand us more. Please go back."
Don't worry about me.
At that moment, Cui Lian rushed over, panting, and froze at the sight before her. The situation was much worse than she had imagined and seemed beyond her control. Seeing Cui Lian, Qi Liang calmly said, "Cui Lian, you've gone too far today. It's clear that we are not suited for each other. After the new year, we should part ways. Your actions have made me see many things clearly." Cui Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're choosing this woman over me? Qi Liang, you really have it all figured out." Lu Hongying struggled to stand up, ready to ride her bike away from the trouble, but fate had other plans. The bike chain broke at that moment. Cui Lian sneered, "Lu Hongying, it seems even fate doesn't want you to leave. Let's settle this today." Lu Hongying kept her head down and remained silent, while Qi Liang stood between them. "Cui Lian, stop making a scene. Hongying has always been kind and never intended to ruin anything. It's your constant pressure that led to this situation." Tears streamed down Cui Lian's face. "Qi Liang, do you think I wanted this? I love you, but your heart is only for her."
How can I feel good about that?
Lu Hongying pushed her bike toward the village, wanting to avoid this desperate situation. Qi Liang tried to follow her, but Cui Lian grabbed him. She hadn't expected him to suggest a separation. She knew him to be soft-hearted and kind, always considering others. His harshness today surprised her. Cui Lian softened her tone, holding on to Qi Liang's arm, pleading, "Honey, I was wrong today. Please forgive me." Qi Liang shook her off, ignoring her. Suddenly, Cui Lian knelt in front of him, startling Qi Liang. This woman really knows how to create drama. What scheme is she up to this time? "Suelian, get up quickly, what are you doing?" Suelian cried bitterly, saying how much she loved him and couldn't live without him. She claimed that if Qi Liang divorced her, she would die. "Don't say such unlucky things during the new year," Qi Liang said as he helped Suelian up. However, Suelian insisted that she would only get up if he promised not to divorce her. Reluctantly, Qi Liang agreed, and Suelian smiled through her tears. Suelian linked her arm with Qi Liang's as they walked home. Luo Hongying pushed her bicycle and took over an hour to reach her home in the town. When she got home, everything felt cold. The walls were chilly, the dishes were cold, and her heart felt cold too. The only warmth came from her tears. Luo Hongying sat by the table, staring blankly out the window. Occasionally, the sounds of firecrackers and children's laughter drifted in from outside, reminding her of the times when her family gathered together for a reunion dinner. Though they were poor then, it felt warm. Now, she was all alone, as if abandoned by the whole world. She slowly got up, intending to make herself something to eat, but when she opened the rice jar, there was only a little bit of rice left, enough to cook a small bowl of porridge. After finishing the porridge, she went to the yard. The sounds of laughter from her neighbors made her feel even more desolate in comparison. She looked up at the sky and whispered to the stars, "Am I destined to be lonely for the rest of my life?" The wind blew past without a reply, leaving her with a deep sense of sorrow. That night, the wind was strong and cold. Luo Hongying wrapped herself in a blanket, but still felt chilly. Meanwhile, Suelian lay on her warm and cozy bed, enjoying Qi Liang's warm embrace. On New Year's Eve, every household was putting up couplets and making dumplings. Luo Hongying also went to the market to buy some meat, vegetables, and flour, determined to celebrate the new year well, even alone. She cleaned the yard and made dumplings. By then, it was already 5 p.m., and winter nights fell early, so it was quite dark. Luo Hongying sat alone at the dining table. She had cooked 2 dishes for herself: scrambled eggs with green onions and stewed chicken with noodles, along with 2 plates of chive and egg dumplings. Life should have a sense of ritual. Luo Hongying took 2 wine glasses, poured herself a drink, and placed the other glass across from her, pretending it was for 2 people celebrating the new year together. Despite this, she still felt a hint of sadness. As she raised her glass, the strong drink made her throat burn, causing her to cough and even shed tears. She wanted to rinse her mouth with water, but found there was no hot water in the thermos, so she had to sip some dumpling soup instead. She had been forcing herself to be strong, but at that moment, she broke down and cried at the dining table. Outside, firecrackers were going off, and no one heard her sobs. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, and she jumped, thinking she was dreaming, so she ignored it and tried to go back to sleep. When she felt someone shake her again, she looked up and saw a familiar face. This must be a dream, she thought, rubbing her eyes hard. The person in front of her smiled and said, "Honging, Happy New Year." Honging smiled back and asked, "Happy New Year. Am I dreaming or is this real? Why don't you pinch me to see if it's real? I'm wondering if I'm dreaming too." Honging pinched herself and felt pain, so it wasn't a dream. She stood up and carefully studied the face, pinching herself again to be sure. No doubt it was real. "Mr. Zhou, how did you just appear here? Did you fly over?" The visitor was Zhou Qiwen. "Yes, I flew over to spend the New Year with you. I know you're alone and might feel sad. And since I'm alone too, I thought we could celebrate together." Honging rushed into Zhou Qiwen's arms, crying loudly like a child who had been wronged, seeing her mother. Zhou Qiwen gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. "I know you've been through a lot. If you want to cry, go ahead. I'll be here for you." After crying for a while, she felt much better and remembered to ask him why he suddenly came. Zhou Qiwen paused and said, "Qi Liang called me, worried about you, and asked me to come check on you. He couldn't come himself, so I came right after hanging up. He must have told you what happened." "Yes, he did." "Honging, you've been wronged, but you should also understand Cui Lian. What woman wants her man to have feelings for someone else? I wouldn't be happy either." Honging nodded, saying she didn't blame Cui Lian, only herself for not handling things well and causing trouble for others. Zhou Qiwen sighed and held Honging's hand. "You are always so kind, but sometimes the world doesn't treat kind people well." A hint of sadness flashed in Honging's eyes. Maybe this is just fate. "But I'm really surprised you came today. I thought I would have to get through this New Year alone." Zhou Qiwen's gaze deepened. "Honging, you have always held a special place in my heart. You are strong and independent, and even after facing so many hardships, you remain true to yourself. Every time I see you, it feels like I see a ray of light in life." Lu Honging looked up in surprise at him. Zhou Qiwen continued, "I know it's not the right time to say this, but I don't want to hide my feelings anymore. If you're willing, I want to spend every year with you from now on, no matter the challenges." Lu Honging's eyes filled with tears. "Qiwen, I don't deserve your kindness. But after what I've just been through, I'm afraid." Zhou Qiwen interrupted her. "Don't be afraid. I have plenty of patience to help you step out of the shadows, as long as you give me this chance." Lu Honging nodded slightly, and they smiled at each other, the atmosphere in the room gradually warming up. Zhou Qiwen pulled Lu Honging to sit down again and said, "Let's leave the past behind and enjoy the new year." They sat across from each other and began to eat dumplings. Zhou Qiwen shared funny stories, making Lu Honging laugh from time to time. After the meal, they went outside to look at the stars. Zhou Qiwen pointed to a bright star and said, "See, no matter how much darkness we face, there will always be a star to light the way. Just like now, even though it's tough, things will get better." Lu Honging listened, feeling deeply moved. As the night grew late, Zhou Qiwen prepared to leave. Lu Honging felt a bit reluctant, but knew it wasn't right to keep him. Suddenly, Zhou Qiwen turned back and said, "Honging, if you ever face difficulties, just reach out to me. I won't let you spend another New Year alone." With that, he disappeared into the night. Lu Honging gazed in the direction he left, reluctant to go back inside. She wished he could stay, but couldn't find the words to say it. Just then, a bright light shone over. Lu Honging shielded her eyes from the bright light and squinted to see that it was Zhou Qiwen returning in his car. He was holding a package and had a shy smile on his face. "I was halfway home when I thought about how cold it gets at night and how thin your blankets are, so I came back to bring you a thick comforter," Zhou Qiwen said with a smile. "Where did you buy the comforter? It's like you can perform magic." "I can perform magic. Do you believe I can pull out something else?" Zhou Qiwen said as he took out a mobile phone, an old model. "It's inconvenient for you to do business without one, so I'm letting you use this one for now." Lu Hongying looked at the phone and said, "You're lying. This looks brand new." Zhou Qiwen chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Luo Hongying refused, saying it was too valuable and suggested he keep it for himself. Zhou Qiwen took out another one from his bag, saying, "Look, I bought 2 of them, exactly the same. I got them from a friend abroad for a low price. If you don't take it, it would be a waste." Thinking about how she needed this for her business, she remembered wanting to buy it before, but hesitated because it was expensive. She had missed out on 2 big deals due to communication issues. Zhou Qiwen always seemed to know what she needed, like a timely gift. Luo Hongying accepted the phone and said she would pay him. Zhou Qiwen smiled and waved his hand, and then Luo Hongying quickly welcomed him into the house, taking the blanket from him with gratitude. Zhou Qiwen looked at her and gathered his courage to say, "Hongying, I actually regretted leaving just now. I feel a bit sorry for you being alone here." Zhou Qiwen hesitated and asked, "Can I stay on this chair for the night?" Luo Hongying's face turned red, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded gently. For some reason, Zhou Qiwen, who was usually confident, felt a bit shy. He moved a chair against the wall, laid a thin blanket on it, and covered himself with a thicker one, falling asleep in his clothes. As the night deepened, the room filled with a warm, yet slightly awkward atmosphere. However, it was very cold, around -10 degrees at night, and Zhou Qiwen couldn't stand it, sneezing several times. Meanwhile, Luo Hongying lay in bed, tossing and turning, feeling complicated emotions and some anticipation. Hearing Zhou Qiwen sneezing in the living room, she got up to check on him. She found him wrapped in a blanket, like a cocoon but still shivering. Feeling sorry for him, she suggested he sleep on the bed. Zhou Qiwen, feeling cold, struggled to speak clearly and insisted he wasn't cold at all, claiming he had a strong constitution and wasn't afraid of the cold, even at -20 degrees. But before he could finish, he sneezed again. "All right, stop pretending. I know you're tough, but what if you catch a cold and pass it to me? I have a weak constitution," Luo Hongying said as she reached for his hand. "Hongying, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. A girl's reputation is important, and I don't want to take advantage of you," Zhou Qiwen said, wrapping himself tighter in the blanket. "Where are your thoughts going? I'm just suggesting you sleep on the bed, not asking you to do anything else. Why are you overthinking it? I think you're just not being straightforward," Luo Hongying said with a smile. Zhou Qiwen felt a bit embarrassed. Just a moment ago, he was surprised, but then he calmed down. With Lu Hongying saying that, his emotions were like a roller coaster. There must be other thoughts. I'm a strong man alone with a beautiful woman in one room, possibly even on the same bed. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, Zhou Qiwen said playfully. Lu Hongying replied, "Now is the time to test your self-control. Go to bed. I trust your character, and you should trust yourself too." Feeling unable to refuse, Zhou Qiwen wrapped himself in a blanket and nervously followed her into the room. He carefully climbed onto the bed, keeping a distance from Lu Hongying, his body tense. Lu Hongying stole a glance at him, secretly amused at how this usually carefree man seemed so flustered today, but her own heart was racing too. Zhou Qiwen felt like something was stuck in his throat and didn't dare to breathe. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. Lu Hongying couldn't help but laugh, which made Zhou Qiwen even more embarrassed, his face turning bright red. Lu Hongying turned away from him and quietly said, "There are cookies in the cupboard. If you want some, go ahead." I'm not hungry, just a bit nervous," Zhou Qiwen stammered. "Nervous about what? Afraid I'll eat you?" Lu Hongying yawned and unknowingly fell asleep. She hadn't slept well for the past few days, but with Zhou Qiwen there, she felt safe and relaxed enough to sleep. While she slept, Zhou Qiwen was wide awake, staring out at the moonlight and lost in thought. Suddenly, Lu Hongying turned over, resting a leg on his stomach, making it hard for him to breathe comfortably. He gently moved her leg off and got out of bed to drink some water and smoke a cigarette before returning to the bed. He covered Lu Hongying with a blanket, then pressed himself against the wall, closing his eyes and trying to force himself to sleep. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Lu Hongying woke up and saw Zhou Qiwen sleeping against the wall in an uncomfortable position. A warm feeling filled her heart. She hadn't expected the Zhou Qiwen to be such a gentleman. She covered him with a blanket, then quietly got out of bed to prepare breakfast. She reheated the leftover dumplings from last night and warmed up some other dishes. Luo Hongying loves to eat this hot leftover food, mixed together, and it smells especially good. She worried that Zhou Qiwen, being a big boss, might not be used to eating leftovers, so she made him a special dish of egg and shredded meat noodles. Zhou Qiwen woke up to a slight noise and saw Luo Hongying busy in the kitchen. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. This was the happiness he had always dreamed of. "Good morning," he said with a smile, feeling a little shy. Luo Hongying turned around and smiled back. "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Zhou Qiwen scratched his head. "Pretty well. It's nice in the countryside, quiet. I've been thinking about living in the countryside again." Luo Hongying replied, "You should forget about that. It's not convenient for a big boss to live in the countryside. What about the company?" Zhou Qiwen said managing the company would be easy. He could hire a professional manager. He just thought about living in the countryside but wasn't sure where to go. "Would you accept me here?" he asked. Luo Hongying took it as a joke and didn't answer. She called Zhou Qiwen to get up for breakfast. She saw him eating meat noodles while she had fried dumplings and hot dishes. Zhou Qiwen, feeling a bit unhappy, said, "Why do you keep the good food for yourself? Why can't I have dumplings and vegetables?" Luo Hongying said, "You're the big boss. How can you eat leftovers?" Without saying anything more, Zhou Qiwen started eating dumplings and vegetables, saying he loved it that way. Seeing Zhou Qiwen enjoying his meal, Luo Hongying felt a strange warmth in her heart. This man, who usually seemed so confident and carefree, had such a cute side. She realized she had misunderstood him before. What Luo Hongying didn't know was that Zhou Qiwen only let his guard down and showed his true self around her. After years in the business world, where he had seen so much deceit and coldness, he had become tough and unyielding. But in front of Luo Hongying, Zhou Qiwen felt completely relaxed. He had grown fond of and dependent on this feeling. After breakfast, Zhou Qiwen said he needed to go back to handle some matters. Luo Hongying felt a bit reluctant, but still walked him to the door. Just before getting in the car, Zhou Qiwen turned around seriously and said to Luo Hongying, "Hongying, after last night, I'm even more certain of my feelings. I hope you can think about it too.
Please trust me."
Luo Hongying's face turned slightly red, and she said softly, "Be careful driving on the road. Don't get distracted. The snow hasn't melted completely, so drive slowly." Zhou Qiwen nodded, feeling warm inside. He had seen concern and reluctance in Luo Hongying's eyes. As he drove away, Luo Hongying stood still for a long time, watching him leave. She knew that the feelings between the two of them had quietly changed, and the future was full of endless possibilities. A smile appeared on her lips, and she suddenly felt less lonely. Back in the house, while cleaning the dining table, Lu Hongying found a red envelope under a plate, along with a note. The note said, "Hongying, Happy New Year. You've grown a year older. This is your New Year's money. I know you might be getting a bit teary-eyed now. Your tear ducts are so shallow, silly girl. You'll receive New Year's money every year from now on." Lu Hongying felt a little happy inside. Being loved felt wonderful. She was now looking forward to Qiwen's return because she had started to miss him. Today was the first day of the new year, a day for younger people to bow and wish their elders well while receiving New Year's money, and a time for neighbors to visit each other. In the countryside, this day is the most relaxed of the year, filled with playing cards, eating, and having fun. After the first day, people would start visiting relatives and entertaining guests, kicking off a new round of busyness. There is a custom where married daughters are picked up by their families on this day. If the family does not come to pick them up, it is considered very embarrassing. Lu Hongying was unsure of where to go and whether her brother would come to get her. As she hesitated, she heard the sound of a bicycle stopping outside. When she went out, she found it was her older brother. He said coldly, "Let's go. Mom wants you to come home. Today is the day to visit your family. Don't say we didn't call you." Lu Hongying felt anxious and hesitant. She knew that going home wouldn't bring happiness, as there was no warmth, only calculations. Still, she followed her brother onto the bike.
They didn't speak during the ride.
When they reached the village store, her brother glanced at her and said, "Aren't you going to buy something? You can't go back empty-handed on New Year's." Lu Hongying actually wanted to give money directly, as it was convenient, so she told her brother she wouldn't buy anything because she had no money. Her brother, annoyed, called her stingy and dropped her off at the store before riding away. When Lu Hongying arrived at her family home, her mother looked at her with a cold and distant expression, and she immediately regretted coming back. Seeing their daughter return empty-handed, her parents' faces darkened, and the meal was simple. During dinner, her mother said on New Year's, "How can you come back empty-handed? It's bad luck." Her little nephew rolled his eyes at Lu Hongying, mimicking what he saw, not thinking much of his aunt. Her sister-in-law sarcastically remarked, "Mom, don't say that about Hongying. She's doing well now. Just being able to come back and visit us is enough. What more could she bring?" Luo Hongying took a sip of her drink and said gloomily, "What's so great about it? No matter how capable you are, if you don't spend money on your family, it's useless. Don't expect any kindness from me." Dinner turned into a criticism session. Luo Hongying put down her chopsticks, deciding it wasn't worth eating. She took out some lucky money from her bag and handed it to her nephew. Even if she wasn't valued in this family anymore, she still understood the importance of relationships. Her nephew jumped up happily when he saw the money, counting it and shouting, "Wow, there are 200 yuan. This little money lover ran off to buy candy without even saying thank you. Luo Hongying's sister-in-law chased after him, saying, "You little rascal, give me the money. I'll save it for you." Only then did the family's expression soften a bit. Luo Hongying's mother pretended to be concerned, saying, "He's just a child. Why give him so much money? It should be spent wisely." Luo Hongying understood and took out several more red envelopes for her father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law. They eagerly opened the envelopes, counting the money with satisfied smiles. Luo Hongying gave each of them 500 yuan, treating them all equally. After receiving the red envelopes, her brother and sister-in-law smiled at her, and her parents became kinder. Her sister-in-law looked at the dishes on the table and bluntly asked, "Why are you only eating this? Wait, I'll go cook some spicy stir-fried meat for you." Her brother also apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, sis. It was wrong of me to leave you at the entrance earlier. Please don't be mad." Her parents counted the money and put it in their pockets. Her father pretended to be serious, saying, "You're back, so why give money? Can't you come home without paying? Don't be so distant." Luo Hongying smiled bitterly inside, realizing the power of money could suddenly make her indifferent family show her affection. After lunch, Luo Hongying prepared to leave. Once they had the money, her family didn't try to keep her. Normally, she would stay for a couple of days, but since her family didn't welcome her, she saw no point in staying. Her mother said, "If you're going back, we won't keep you. You're busy at work, right? Don't let it interfere. Let your brother take you back." Her brother complained, "Why is it always me? I have to pick you up and take you back? Am I going to be exhausted during the holidays?" Her mother angrily replied, "If you don't take her, should your father do it? You ungrateful child." Luo Hongying told them to stop arguing, saying, "I don't need anyone. I'll walk back by myself." After saying that, she picked up her bag and left, with no one from her family seeing her off. As she walked out of her family home, Luo Hongying felt a sharp pain in her heart, feeling like a discarded child once again. Wandering aimlessly on the road, a motorcycle passed by her and hit a small stone, which struck Lu Hongying in the face, causing blood to flow immediately.